we only lost one, and then after that it seemed like we couldn't lose.
Peke flashing. Shockwave comes down, but Peke will pick up the kill.
Я уже собирал вещи.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit turned this game around.
Gambit's chances at the quarterfinals stay alive.
После поражения было не очень, но мы знали, что у нас есть еще шанс, поэтому мы Гамбит, мы к этому были готовы.
This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals.
In dramatic fashion.
Gambit made a comeback and we say, yeah, Gambit, Gambit.
대회 데뷔전이 된 겸에 좀 세계적인 선수를 꺾고 싶은 마음이 좀 큰 것 같아요.
Who wins this gets to brag for an entire year.
So if we get to beat Fnatic, the #1 seed in Europe, we get to say North America's better until next split. So there's a lot riding on this.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. I'm Ify Shock supporter coming to you live from our League of Legends studio here in Los Angeles, California. And after a week of tower dives, Baron steals, and quadra kills, we're down to the final 8 teams. And today we kick off the quarterfinals with a battle between the European champions Fnatic and North America's #1 team, Cloud9. But before we get up to the match, let's send it around the studio, starting with D-Man and Jat over at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am indeed Lee Deman Smith, and alongside me, of course, is Joshua Jat Leesman. And we are going to be casters for today's first best-of-3 quarterfinals matchup, Fnatic versus Cloud9.
Yeah, D-Man, Fnatic just dominated their way through the group to earn this spot in the quarterfinals, but now they have to face the most dominant team in the regular season LCS history in Cloud9. This series is unbelievable.
It is indeed going to be fantastic. Our first series is just minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, let's send it up to the interview lounge with Joe.
Thanks a lot, Demon. I'm Joe Miller, and throughout today, I'll be talking to the coaches of the quarterfinal teams to get their take on the games. But first, we need to keep this tour moving around the studio and send it over to Quickshot at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside David Freak Turley. And today, from this very desk, we'll be bringing you the replays of the biggest moments, predictions for the games, and of course, tons of analysis.
And joining us again for the quarterfinals is our triumvirate of league knowledge, OGN caster Monte Cristo, Evil Genius Crepo, and CLG's Doubler.
Before we kick off the quarterfinal round of the Season 3 World Championship, let's take a minute to look back at the most memorable moments from the last week's 41 group stage matches.
The final day of the Season 3 World Championship group play got underway with Gambit Gaming versus Fnatic. And it was XPeke's Fizz who carried Fnatic to their 6th win in a row against Gambit, securing their spot in the quarterfinals.
Peke's going for this one. He's going to flash in. Shockwave comes down, but Peke will pick up the kill. and they will pick up another win here against Gambit and secure their spot in the playoffs. Brilliant win from Fnatic once again.
In a make-or-break game for Vulcan, it was the same old song and dance: lead early, lose late.
Zuna now gonna be the focus as he gets exhaust. ManCloud and Smithy are both low at the back. Zuna flashes to the backside as well. So very low on both sides of the table. Are they gonna be able to chase through? Here come Ozone. There's a stunner towards him. Daddy follows around. Samsung Galaxy Ozone finish off the Nexus, finish off Vulcan, and set themselves up for a showdown with Gambit later on in the day.
With absolutely nothing to lose for either side, Fnatic and Mineski came out to have some fun.
Run for your life!
Yeah, Crescendo, you done so as
The Dukes!
And despite the loss, Mineski earned themselves some respect from the fans. Another huge game for Vulcan, another huge giveaway when it mattered the most.
Baron's still alive in the background. It's hammering onto Vulcan. Stranglethorn throws him up in the air. Baron secures one. Alex secures a second. That's a second kill now for Alexich.
And they can go for Baron!
Here comes Darian. Blocks some of that damage. He's going to try and lifesteal a little bit off the ward. Baron continues being focused. Alex gets the shutdown kill onto ManCloud. Baron is going to be secured. Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit turned this game around.
Gambit's chances at the quarterfinals stay alive.
And while Gambit maintain a hold on making it to the playoffs, Vulcan are definitely out.
Mineski shook things up once again, but they could not contain Dandy's Evelyn. And Samsung Galaxy Ozone's win triggered a one-game playoff with Gambit Gaming.
We do see the first two members of Mineski being dropped.
In just 23.5 minutes, Ozone are looking for the last quarterfinal match in their rematch against Gambit. Two teams, one playoff berth. Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Gambit Gaming battled to see who would move on to the quarterfinals and who would go home. And for the second time today, Baron took control of the game.
He got it! The question is now, we do see a steal from Dandy. That has been enough, but the question is, at what cost? The first victim of the fight is Dade, as now Genja, full HP. Voidal still alive in the background. We do see Dandy securing a kill onto Diamondprox. Genja still untouched. Dandy jumps back in. This is a triple kill. Now Genja's the last target. He's doing the best he can to pick up kills. This is an almost ace for Ozone and the Baron.
But Gambit would hold off Ozone's final charge, sending them into the quarterfinals.
That's a flashball from Diamond! They've got him! They've got Dade! They're on to Lupa! Diamondprox still alive! Hates spikes going down! And I tell you what, Lupa hates Elite right now! Gambit are rushing for the Nexus!
This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals!
Ladies and gentlemen, in dramatic fashion, they lose Baron and bounce back. The crowd is cheering and this performance deserves it.
With nothing but pride on the line, Lemondogs got their revenge against Team Solo Mid.
Zoro follows him straight in there. Equalizer comes in. Reginald just gets melted where he stands. And it's going to be Zoro that gets the kill. Tabs doing work on Dyrus. X-Special, the next focus. You do see the crescendo, but it's too little too late. 90 caliber then. Sonya's Hourglass baited in there. Urgent strike through. It's a 7-0-4 for Nuko. It will be Lemondogs closing it out.
It's a bit of revenge there for Lemondogs because they absolutely didn't like losing to TSM early on.
It only took one small mistake for SK Telecom T1 to take advantage, and the win off of Gaming Gear EU.
Lightning Surge will come out. That's going to put a lot of damage down on Bengi. Like you mentioned, he has got it, but Blood Prices on Barrow. Barrow comes in. Faker picks up a kill. SK Telecom will be taking victory here in Game 8 of the day up against Gaming Gear.
Only 203 on Gragas, so a very controlled game there by SKT.
The Lemondogs had nowhere to hide against the spears and ghouls and poison of OMG.
This is a big crazy exchange. The spear and poison combined. Cool manages to pick up the kill.
Tabs thought he was so safe over top of that wall.
It is a clean victory for OMG, keeping that perfect record intact.
Doing some very crazy things that we have not seen in competitive League of Legends, and then making it work against a top team from another region. That's one of the most impressive ways to kind of send a message to the rest of the world here.
In their final match on the world stage, TSM showed why they are the fan favorites.
All right, we warned you.
Yep, there it is. That gets a bit of a standing ovation from the Teemo lovers. Oh man, right on top of him. He's got to be running out of oxygen. He's going to come out soon. Oh, the flash flame, but they go for Sona. Some of the lowest HP in the beginning of the game. Reggie gets there is blood for Reginald, but he goes down valiantly.
Teemo could not save the day, and Gaming Gear picked up their first win in their last game of Season 3.
Gaming Gear picking up the W. in this last matchup versus Team Solo Mid in the group stage.
The two giants of Group A faced off in the last match before the quarterfinals.
Now we gotta remember that Cool's been getting the blue buffs. Faker's going in on this without the blue. Cool now to answer.
What? There it is.
Back into the
Cool gets the outplay.
True shot barrage. No one saw that coming.
Out of nowhere, SK Telecom T1 would explode to take an inhibitor and the win.
The lockup, the knockdown, the takedown. Bengi gets the kill there.
Side going in.
Way too close. The exhaust is there, but it's not going to be enough. They are going to fall one after the other in the I think I can mentality. But I think I can. They really can.
SKT can. They're going 3 turns in a row and another kill.
Inhibitor turn in 12 minutes. SKT will put a tarnish on OMG's record in the group stage with this win.
That video just gave me goosebumps. And I think to pick a single highlight from the entire week is impossible, but that SKT just turn on at 12 minutes was crazy.
They just kept going. Every single skill shot landed, the charms, the cocoons. Scary team, obviously.
6 kills, 3,000 inhibitor. Yeah. Anyways, guys, after an incredible week of games in the group stage, today we kick off the quarterfinal round. Let's take a look at the full tournament bracket. In the top half of the bracket, it is the #1 seed from the Southeast Asia and Taiwan region, the Gamma Bears. They will be taking on Korea's SK Telecom T1. And in the second quarterfinal matchup, it's Korea's top seed, Najin Black Sword, facing off against Gambit Europe.
And of course, in the bottom half of the bracket, it's China's top team Royal Club battling their regional rival OMG. And in our first matchup today, though, is North America's #1 seed Cloud9 facing the European champions Fnatic.
I thought I just gave them to Gambit Europe. Anyways, guys, these matchups are going to be amazing. Let's take a quick look at them all, starting with the very top of the bracket, the one I didn't get wrong. Gamma Bears versus SK Telecom T1. Monty, what's your take in this game?
I mean, we still don't know a lot about two teams, which are Najin Blacksword and the Gamma Bears. I think they've got a really tough road. Can they do it? I'm not sure. I think SK Telecom's the favorite, but you never know. They may have a secret strategy prepared. I'm really excited for that match.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that game. And of course, the winner of that game will head to the semifinals where they will meet the team that makes it out of the battle between Gambit Europe and Najin Black Sword. Doublelift, what do you think about this matchup?
Gambit has shown that they can clutch it out when it really matters, but it's hard to say how this matchup is going to go because there's such little information. It's almost impossible to scout Najin Blacksword right now because they haven't competed in Champions, or they did last season, but they lost that in groups.
Well, also, it's interesting, too, because there was an interview done with Alex Ich where before the draw where they said, what team do you not want to face? And he said, Blacksword, because we have no idea what they're doing in this tournament in terms of like their strategy and preparation and how do you get a read on these guys. So.
Yeah, even more difficult to note, they do have those two mid laners here with them, so they can swap that out at any time. Makes it even more difficult. Now, on the bottom half of the bracket, let's talk a little bit about Royal Club and OMG. Freak, what's your take on the two Chinese teams?
So this is interesting because OMG has actually traditionally been the stronger team. They won the spring season, they won the summer season of the LPL. But of course, in the actual regional, Royal Club got the better of those two teams. Now, also, these two teams are very, very aggressive, and so you're going to have a lot of action, but OMG's just kind of been more consistent, so it's going to be a bit of a difference, but a bit of a similarity as well.
Definitely going to be fun to watch that one. Loads of kills, I'm sure. And that, of course, brings us to today's first quarterfinal matchup, Fnatic versus Cloud9. Crepo, what do you think of this game?
I think it's really important for Fnatic that they're coming out of groups with a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence. But speaking to Cloud9, they showed a lot of confidence as well. So both teams are really ready for it. We'll have to see who brings out the most.
Well, coming into the tournament completely cold is a really big disadvantage because Fnatic has played 8 matches in the same place that they're going to play today in the quarterfinals. I mean, they're just so warmed up, they're so ready, they're used to the setups, which is really important. And another thing is that Cloud9 is going to have a really hard time dealing with Xpeke. This guy is a monster. Seems really hard to shut down. Even when he's been 2v1, he seems to pull ahead because he runs TP, he just makes the plays for his team.
Yeah, it's been interesting to talk to both teams as well. Fnatic came into this, and they've been very measured, very deliberate, very thoughtful throughout the entire tournament in my conversations with them. And Crepo and I were talking to Cloud9, and they seem very confident going into this. But I actually, from our conversations, wonder if they're a little bit overconfident. I think they're really treading that line in terms of their attitude right now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. I mean, like as somebody that's been on the stage, and I know you've been bitten by overconfidence once before.
It's always really important to stay a little humble. I mean, it's fine to get confident, but you have to be careful you don't pull it too far. I've only done it once. Somebody asked me to spice up a pre-match, and I talked some trash, and then I got royally screwed.
What match was that?
That was a match against Gambit in Poland, and I made a little stab at Edward, and then Edward showed me the ropes for that one. Henceforth, I'm never ever trash talking again.
Yeah, confidence in measured amounts works. Talk to me about the game, Fnatic Cloud9.
Yeah, so actually this, after watching most of the group stage games, I thought actually that Fnatic and Cloud9 were arguably the two strongest teams in the entire tournament. I'm going to get called a fanboy for that, but it was my honest opinion here. But the thing is, I feel like Fnatic has an edge because they've got so much international experience. They played in Season 1. They won the whole thing. They've played a bunch of teams here. Whereas Cloud9, they're just largely untested. They might just be amazing and still come out strong, but not having fought Fnatic, that's a difficulty.
Yeah, being able to execute what you've theorized off the Rift is where it's going to matter now for Cloud9. Yeah. Guys, last week we had you all try to predict the winners of all 40 group stage games, and I have to say you actually did very, very well. I was expecting worse, but not good enough to beat the viewers. Let's take a look at the analyst desk standings. As we mentioned already, in first place it is the viewers. Congratulations for besting our experts. In second place, it is Monte Cristo. And tied for third, it's the rest of you guys. And let's be fair, there is only 2 games between everybody, so I think we're all pretty good at this.
Yeah.
Big grin for Monty. All kidding aside, the race for first place amongst you is incredibly tight, and with only 7 more predictions remaining until the champions hoist that Summoners Cup, every choice is critical, especially now that every match is worth up to 2 points for this quarterfinal series. So it's time to get your predictions in for the winner of the very first game. Crep, I want to start with you. Fnatic or Cloud9, who's going to take it?
I'll have to go with Fnatic, partly because I'm repping Europe here, and I just think they've been playing so well. If you would have asked me before the tournament, my vote would have been on Cloud9. But Fnatic really showed in groups that they're getting constantly better and better and better. They're not making the mistakes they were. They've had games where they were behind. They still bounce back from that. They never crumbled under the pressure. And they have this really, really annoying playstyle to play against. And I think their individual laners are going to be really strong against Cloud9.
Yeah, I agree with Crepo. I'm going to take Fnatic here as well. Cloud9's a very good team. They've got excellent teamwork, but I think that the laning phase is really going to be problematic, especially with how strong Fnatic's lanes are. And again, I agree with Crepo as well. They've shown the ability to come back. And Cloud9's strength has been in their rotations to take objectives, and it's a lot harder to do that when you're playing against a team like Fnatic that uses teleports so well. So I think they're going to have some bumps.
Well, I'm going with Cloud9. I toss and turn on this one so much. Thank you, crowd. Originally, I went with Fnatic, but then I remembered what region I'm from. I'm from America. I believe in the American dream. I believe in Manifest Destiny, and I'm ready to rep. This is America's last hope. Like, you can't discount them. They went 30-3 in a season. That's unprecedented. These guys are really good, and I just believe in America. Yeah. America.
Well, so the unfortunate thing here is, to my recollection of history, Manifest Destiny only applied to taking over North America. It didn't apply to taking over the world. And I wanted to believe in Cloud9, and as Crepo said, before the tournament started, I thought Cloud9 was a heavy favorite over all the European teams. But watching Fnatic play here, they're just so scary right now. I think if Cloud9 wants to win, it's snowballing an early lead and closing the game out in 23 minutes like they did throughout a lot of the NA season. If it's a 20-minute game, it's a Cloud9 game. If it's anything past that, I think Fnatic holds the edge.
Ooh, with all the predictions locked in, it's time for you guys and all of your fellow viewers to make your picks. Head over to lolesports.com, click on schedule near the top of the page, hit the quarterfinals tab, and of course, vote.
And once you've made your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know which team's play style has impressed you the most during Worlds so far and why. We are at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best responses on air later today, and if one of them is yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
Guys, we do need to take a very quick break, but when we return, we kick off the quarterfinals of the Season 3 World Championship with a battle between the LCS champions Fnatic versus Cloud9. It's a best-of-3 series with a trip to the semi-finals on the line. Stick around, we'll be right back.
As the only NA team left in Worlds, I guess there's some extra pressure on us because everyone's going to be rooting for us in NA. So it feels good to have all the support, but at the same time, we want to try to make everyone proud. So every region's going to be pretty nationalistic for who they root for. everyone wants their own region to be the best, so we're going to try to live up to people's hopes.
I don't know, it's a lot of pressure put on all the fans from NA. We're treating every game the same. We're not going to let that get to our heads or anything like that. The only hope left.
While the entirety of North America is looking at us as their greatest hope to doing well at Worlds, I want our team to do well, and if our best isn't enough, then we tried our best, you know?
I think it'll mean a lot if we come out strong and I guess end up winning overall. Like that'd mean a lot for NA because we came out of here and just won Worlds. Like that's crazy.
Welcome back to the pressure-packed Season 3 World Championships. It is time to kick off our first quarterfinals game in a best-of-3 series between the European champions Fnatic and the North American #1 seed Cloud9. So, before we get started, we're going to send it down to the main stage for an introduction of the starting lineups.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce the starting lineups for this quarterfinal best-of-3 series between Europe's Fnatic and North America's Cloud9. Starting on the blue side for Game 1 is Fnatic. In the top lane, Europe's 2013 All-Star Soaz. And now the jungler with the most assists in the group stage of this World Championship, Cyanide. In the mid lane, the European Regional's most valuable player, xpeke. Starting at AD carry, the newest member of Fnatic, Kuzu. And at support, competing in his 3rd straight World Championship, Yellow Star. Please give it up one more time for the European champions, Fnatic. Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your positions. Have fun and good luck. You can take your positions. Starting on the red side, it's North America's Cloud9. Please welcome North America's deadliest top laner, Balls. Starting in the jungle, the LCS record holder for the highest KDA in a single split, Meteos. In the mid lane, it's Cloud9's captain, Hai. And now the North American AD carry with the highest KDA for the summer split, Sneaky. And at support, the man with the deadliest notebook on the planet, it's Lemon Nation. Let's hear it one more time for the North American champions, Cloud9. Thank you, gentlemen. Please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. Now that we've met the teams, let's head back over to Jet and D-Man to get us set up for the match.
Thank you very much, Shox. And now let's get things underway. 2 teams coming into this one. The European champions, Fnatic, who had to fight their way out of the last week's group stage.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Fnatic looked amazing last week. After they lost their first game in the group stage to Vulcan, they won 7 games in a row to take first place in that group. And you know, a lot of it was because their unique style of play and unpredictable rotations caught a lot of teams off guard, and it ended up leading to the Fnatic-style teamfights where they get Soaz and Peke in the back, flanking down the enemy AD carries and just killing them off. And obviously, leading the way is xpeke. He led everyone in both groups in both kills and gold permanent. He was the MVP of the European Regionals and continued putting up huge numbers while playing against mid laners like Alex Each and ManCloud. It was impressive.
Yeah, I think that 17-1-3 game maybe helped out quite a bit.
He had
there.
a couple of those, I feel like. He was just off the charts.
He had some crazy, crazy scores. And now, of course, the European MVP and Fnatic, well, they're going to go up against the most dominant LCS team we have ever seen, and North America's Cloud9.
Yeah. Now, Cloud9 put up some impressive numbers of their own in the North American LCS Summer Split. It was their first split in the LCS, mind you. They set a record for most wins in the 28-game season with 25 of them. They also won all 5 games in the North American Regional Playoffs. So that is a very impressive thing. If we add it together, it's 30-5. And of course, Meteos, he capped off that legendary summer split with an NA Regionals MVP award. This summer, he set records for the highest KDA and the lowest number of deaths over a full 28-game split. So we always talk about how Meteos never dies, and it's because it doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't happen very often. And while Cloud9 reigned on the top of the North American LCS all summer long, today they're up against the toughest competition yet. A Fnatic squad that has teleported to the #1 spot in the European 2 splits in a row.
I think Fnatic is kind of like us. They're a very team-oriented team. They play extremely well as a team.
They have like a teleport strategy where they teleport, I guess, bottom lane a lot, which would be me, and they try and screw us over with those. It's surprising a lot of times.
But look in the background. Pick has used the teleport. He's been able to pick up one. Now barrier is down.
The only region that uses teleport is Europe, actually. And if you're not used to a teleport where the top laner has it, it catches you off guard because you'll all in 2v2 bot, and some dude teleports behind you, kills you, you're just like, well, this game's over. This sucks.
I think we have been playing with teleport for so long now. It's something normal for us. Like, it's true. So the first games is really actually annoying because you're not used to have it, and sometimes you misclick it or you don't use it in time. When I have the teleport, I instantly look and I'm ready to have the perfect moment to teleport.
We don't even need to sometimes tell him to TP. He sees it himself and he just does it, and we're like, oh, Pekka is here as well. Just kill everybody.
I think Cloud9 will be really tough to face, but I'm kind of happy that we're facing them so early in the tournament because there's always been this NAU conflict, and now we finally get to see like some actual results instead of just talk. Who wins this gets to brag for an entire year.
Big words from Cyanide. We're finally going to get to see some results of NA versus EU. Well, it's a game we've been looking forward to for a while, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, when we saw the group draw, it was kind of incredible. It's the #1 North American team versus the #1 European team. Fairly cut and dry. These are the 2 best teams.
We were happy and sad because we didn't want them to meet just yet, but they're going to meet regardless. So looking at champion picks underway, what are we expecting? Picks and bans, because both of these teams have a giant pool of champions.
Absolutely. So Fnatic is one of the most difficult teams to predict in picks and bans, whereas Cloud9 generally works out of their same core champion pool almost all the time. USA chance coming through. I'm wondering what the bans are going to be here, because Cloud9, here's the thing, if they get Zyra and Ashe through back to Cloud9, I feel like they're going to pick them with their 2 first picks on the red side, but that means that effectively Cloud9 has to leave something up for Fnatic that is worth Fnatic picking over Zyra. Because Zyra's been such a contested pick this entire World Championships. She's the most played and also has a very high win rate in a lot of these games. Plus, in the North American Regionals, it was Lemon Nation's #1 support. And so much of Cloud9's strategies revolve around Zyra and Ashe, and since neither of those champions are banned so far, I'm actually kind of thinking something's going through with that. But with that being said, if Fnatic plays this smart, they could actually get an Ahri or a Zed with their first pick if they don't ban one of them here.
And you know, it's something that we've seen from Cloud9 all the way through. There's so research coming into this one. The picks and bans have actually been going pretty quick here.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about what do we think Fnatic would have for this first pick, because we knew they're the blue side. Aatrox actually is something I thought they probably would have gone for, but we banned out. So clever scouting coming out from Cloud9. Orianna and Ahri being the final bans from Cloud9. So all of those mid laners being targeted.
So much targeting. At the same time as Peke's pool getting attacked, I feel like High's champion pool is getting attacked a little bit harder. The fact that the Zed and the Ahri ban came down right at the start, it really limits the champions that High can even think about playing. And a first pick, Kassadin. This is Fnatic saying they don't respect High's ability in mid lane, because normally Peke waits for that Kassadin pick very late. Oftentimes the European metagame later on in the season started evolving to last picking your mid, but Fnatic just going right away with Kassadin, who they've won so many games with, and saying there's enough mids banned that they're not fearing anything from Cloud9.
Kassadin had become a standard ban in Europe throughout the summer, because you got Alexic, which we've already seen. We've seen Peke on it. Bjergsen, who is right behind me. There's so many champions in that mid lane that are so strong on Kassadin, so I'm no surprise that it's definitely slowed things down. What do we think, though? Do we think we're going to see the Zyra Ashe combo?
That's my guess right now, because there's so much banned against that, it's not even close.
Didn't even think of Shen.
Wasn't even close.
Shen's been taken out of this for so long. We didn't even realize that, of course, he was left open. And Elise in there. That's going to be for Meteos.
So at the same time, if they wouldn't have picked Shen there, they would have given Fnatic Shen Kassadin, which would have allowed Soaz and Peke to really pull off their combo plays that they like to do, catching two people off guard. Wow.
Well,
this
Soaz
is very
Shen.
interesting right now. Soaz hates playing Shen, but Balls actually doesn't like playing Shen that much either.
No.
Both those guys are extremely...
They want to be aggressive.
They want to fight. They want to be aggressive and fight. But at the same time,
push.
they respect the power of Shen right now. 100% pick bans throughout the World Championships. Him and Zed are the two champions that fit into that. And of course, Fnatic will take away Zyra from Cloud9 after this.
Yeah. Zyra Corki being picked in, so it is the combo. It's obviously Corki's definitely become into it this tournament. We saw the exact same combo up against Samsung Ozone to great effect from Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm curious whether Cloud9's been caught off guard by this, because they run through typically so many pick and ban scenarios. And when I was watching the North American regionals, their picks were almost instantaneous.
Yeah.
Right after the enemy did, they do them right away. But at this point, this is the longest I've almost ever seen Cloud9 take in the pick and ban phase, knowing that, you know, the Shen and Elise are very core Cloud9 picks, absolutely. But with Zyra being taken away from them, I really expect them to have a priority on that. The next priority for Lemon Nation typically is Thresh at this point, but I don't know if he feels safe with that in this team composition. And High at the same time doesn't have anything left that we know of.
We talked about the experience, obviously, in the pre-show, the analysis, guys. We're talking about how experienced they are. This is Cloud9's biggest ever game, whereas Fnatic, they're the Season 1 champions.
Yeah.
Gragas and Sona, though, getting selected for Cloud9. Took a lot of deliberation over that one.
It really did. And if I'm thinking about the Lemon Nation tier list of supports that I've seen him play, it generally goes Zyra, Thresh, and Sona's down at 3 or 4. So them picking it here and then picking Gragas, which is... High's never played Gragas here in competitive as far as I know. They're a little bit off their game, where if we look at Fnatic, their picks are very Fnatic-esque right now. They could still go with pretty much whatever they want. Maybe they could go York in the top lane, just to please you. It is something that Soaz has played in the past. A couple of his champions have been taken away as well.
It's the one game they lost. They picked Yorick. And I've already talked to Soaz about it, and he was like, no, it was not Yorick. But instead, everybody else was like, no, it really was. But we could see Soaz going with Lissandra in the top lane. It's a champion he's played a number of times. Cyanide's certainly on Jarvan, very comfortable champion. So this could be all-round very comfortable picks for Fnatic, and it is.
Fnatic's picked their pretty standard double AP composition with a Jarvan jungle. This is going to allow them to play their play style. They have 2 effective roaming assassins right there, or type of roaming assassins. Peke and Soaz both on AP. Peke is going to be teleport Kassadin. All the things we talked about for Fnatic that they were so successful on in group stage are coming up right here against Cloud9. I mean, if Cloud9's ready for it, then they're going to be ready for it, because this is exactly what Fnatic loves playing the most.
Well, and the question is whether Cloud9 have pulled something out, whether this is a secret strategy they've been working on just for this matchup, because sometimes they backfire quite horribly.
Oftentimes. I mean, we got to keep in mind, Cloud9 only lost 3 games.
Yes.
Since they joined the LCS,
North America,
including the playoffs. In North America, Fnatic lost a heck of a lot more over in Europe as well.
They did.
So it's been a wide open thing. We do not know what's going to happen in this game. I look at the Cloud9 composition. Everything is standard except for the Gragas. It's a complete unknown for High.
Well, as we wait for the game to start, let's check out what you guys at home think is going to be the first team to win their way into the semi-finals. According to lolesports.com, 55% of you believe in apple pie. It is Cloud9 winning the vote.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised. A lot of the Cloud9 fans are really hoping right now against Fnatic. And the vote definitely reflects most feelings on this game, because even though we had analysts going 3-1, a lot of the other people backstage were saying Cloud9. There's a lot of nationalism riding on this game as well, because pretty much anyone I talk to that is from the European region says Fnatic.
Well, you've got USA chance, so what do you expect? We are in America after all, so not surprising that Cloud9 are the favorites. It does surprise me that obviously the European fans will be wide awake. It's 9 o'clock in mainland Europe right now, so you guys all at home haven't been voting strong enough. The North America have been kicking your ass online, it seems. Let's see whether they can do it on the Rift. That's the question. What do we think here, Jack? Coming into this game, we've seen Fnatic with a comfortable setup, a comfortable lineup. Cloud9 changing, adjusting, coming into their biggest ever game of their lives.
Well, here's the huge thing. Fnatic's actually went with the double teleport in both of their solo lanes, which for Cloud9 might actually work to Cloud9's benefit if they can avoid getting the teleport kills, because Meteos' style as a jungler is heavy farming. And in order to play that style without it backfiring, your lanes need to be able to hold their own. The fact that Cloud9's lanes are both laning against people with teleport means that they are put in a more advantageous situation in the laning phase alone. And Cloud9 excels by forcing mid-game teamfights in most of their victories. If they can actually force a mid-game 5v5 near Fnatic, once again, those teleports won't be coming into play. So really, I think the early and mid-game is going to hint completely on Fnatic's use of teleport and whether or not Cloud9 can avoid those surprise attacks.
Well, we'll see how it works out with that double teleport combination. Fnatic certainly going to be mobile around that map. So as getting down, and Cloud9 going for this blue buff invade. They're a little bit early, so whether it's just going to be a ward plant or whether they're going to stick around. Yellowstar just off to the side there. Got to be careful he doesn't get caught out. Just managed to get caught with a volley. He's kind of pinned out of position now. They see him. They know that he's pinned. They're going to force his flash here, surely.
This is Yellowstar putting himself in a bad situation early on in the game. Cloud9 just brute forcing their way in there. Yes, they had the threat of the ball's taunt, but really Yellowstar just took a wrong turn.
Absolutely, completely caught out. So, flash down. Expect to see Meteos maybe making a return to his lane to see if he can pick himself up an easy plant on that bottom. Cyanide and SOAS lay in wait. And look at this, Cloud9 are not done yet.
They're making a return attack, but this time they don't have everybody. Fnatic is closing in around them. This is a very dangerous invade by Cloud9 because they are outnumbered and they don't immediately get the buff either.
High getting caught out there. A lot of damage going down on him. Ignite was burned, but he will survive, and that means Fnatic just off the side there will be able to take that blue buff away. It is going to delay Meteos for a while because he's only going across to his red buff now, so Cyanide got the jump on him in the jungle.
Yeah, I gotta say, not the best start by Cloud9 right now. Sneaky is getting a little bit of experience in this lane before Fnatic can get there, but even though SOAS was there to support, he just got his teleport right down into the bottom lane, so lane advantage-wise, Fnatic didn't lose much for that, but jungle speed-wise, Meteos actually lost a fair bit, and so much of Meteos' game revolves around him getting an experience advantage over the enemy jungler, so that when they fight, Meteos always comes out ahead, and Cyanide, if he just sticks to farming, will have that edge on Meteos.
So now that the lanes have switched around, Ball's putting a lot of damage down on SOAS, using that Ignite early on, making sure he gets a good chunk of damage down. That's going to put Balls a little bit in the lead in that lane. Peke, of course, up against Gragas here in the form of High as well in the mid lane, but it's the top I want to talk about. Sneaky and Lemonation up against Pushu and Yellowstar. They've both chosen to go for this lane. Who has the edge early on?
Early on, I think the edge goes to Sneaky. He can outrange Pushu with those volleys. Not to mention, since Sneaky was in the lane first, he will have the level advantage until he goes back to base or until a gank comes into that lane. Cloud9 will look to stay pushed up in this lane. And this actually is a point of danger for Cloud9. Because all throughout the LCS, I'd say the lane that died the most for them was Sneaky and Lemon Nation. Especially when they're on Ashe, because they love to push up. And generally, Lemon Nation does not pink ward very frequently, so they're almost drawing attention to themselves to get killed or to draw pressure up there. And knowing that Fnatic is with a double teleport and knowing they love to go and make plays like that, I see that as a large vulnerability right now for Cloud9 in that lane.
Well, we did see High going back very early on here. You can see he's obviously fell behind in that CS because he did that, because he wanted to get that ward placement just down there, along with that Fairy Charm he picked up. So missing out a bit just to make sure that ward, it's a very important ward for him. He doesn't want to get ganked by Cyanide.
And I think this is the mismatch in this matchup between High and Xpeke. Knowing that Xpeke would just first pick a Kassadin into anything High has to offer, High pulling out the Gragas, but then having to burn his flash at level 1 is not beneficial.
Aggression coming out in the top lane. Yellowstar trying to get those grasping roots down. Not working out for him. No flashes were burnt from Cloud9. They've still got all those summoners, and it does mean that Cyanide effectively in that top, maybe wasting his time. He's sticking around still.
That's the moment where Meteos is just going to immediately go to trying to steal away Cyanide's experience in the jungle. A failed gank in the top lane. Cyanide was not creative with that. They were banking entirely on Yellowstar's ability to land a grasping roots, and Cloud9 was actually keeping their distance there. So a successful counter jungle and gank avoidance by Cloud9 up top and in the jungle.
Peke missing some serious farm there. Missed out on the siege minion as well. So missing a lot of gold and actually very low on mana. Meteos gone unseen so far on SOAS. He is very deep. He's got a good escape.
Gank, though.
Shadow Dash Storm is already used there. He might be able to slide away from this one. There he goes. The repel will follow from Meteos, but I don't think they've got enough damage on this one. The Cocoon comes in. Has he got enough burst? That's the question. He may do, but not going to happen. it wasn't followed up by balls.
And it'll be interesting to see what Cloud9 does with this lane here, whether they freeze it or if Meteos tries to push it up with balls, because they have backed Soaz off from the lane. And it does look like they're going to push up. Cloud9 shares experience almost more than any other team when Meteos is in the game. He loves to get the edge on the enemy jungler by taking a little bit of lane experience for himself after ganks.
Peke using that teleport in back to the mid lane, gets those double Doran's rings on that first back, which is going to put him in slightly advantageous position over High. High already backing off as well, gets himself a second Doran's ring along with yet another ward. So he's putting a lot of investment in those ward coverage, making sure that Cyanide doesn't pay him a visit.
And we mentioned earlier the potential early threat of the Fnatic teleports into lane, but as of yet, they have used both of their teleports only to return to their respective lanes. So at the moment, if Cloud9 is tracking the teleports properly, they will know that Sneaky and Lemonation have no immediate fear of a teleport game coming into their lanes. But Lyssandra's teleport with Soaz will be up soon, and I actually feel like at this point in the game, that's the more lethal of the teleports.
So the AD carries have had their first backs, and we have a difference finally coming out. Sneaky going for a pickaxe.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get that little edge on Pushu as far as trading damage, and also Sneaky can choose in this game whether he goes, I've seen him do triple Dorans or I've seen him rush an Infinity Edge. It really depends on how safe he feels in the current environment of the game. I'm actually surprised he went with the pickaxe in this situation because there's going to be so much damage diving on him, especially with the way Fnatic loves to dogpile.
Uh-oh, this is going to be Lemonation getting caught out. First blood will come in, and it is going to be an easy execution by Fnatic.
Yeah, and that's Fnatic just using the positioning smartly for them. They knew that Cloud9 had ran out of wards in the area, and they caught Lemonation in a rotation to try and get those wards down. It's another one of those surprising Fnatic rotations, and now Sneaky's got to be very scared up here because 1v3 is a level 5 Ashe with only one Doran's Blade. He just cannot sit at that turret.
Peke also putting damage down on High. He has got that Rift Walk available, so could continue to go aggressive. Remember, High does have that explosive cast to try and keep him away. That burst damage onto High. He only needs one more Rift Walk and a Force Pulse, and he will go down, that's for sure. So High needs to be very cautious in this situation. Obviously, that is why we're sticking that camera on him right now. Despite the fact he was a 3v1 in the jungle, we see Meteos. He's got a visitor. It is Cyanide. There's a pink ward there, though. So Cyanide trying to get the steal. Not going to happen.
So you can actually see, at least as far as Meteos and Cyanide go, that Meteos is pulling an advantage over Cyanide. But I have to say Cyanide has done more for his team overall. The amount of pressure that Cyanide was able to put on that top lane just by catching Lemonation in that one gank path is the difference in this game as far as gold is concerned.
I am still concerned for High in that mid lane. He's behind on farm against the Kassadin. The Kassadin is a slow farmer at the start.
This is true, but Kassadin generally holds weaknesses over ranged mid laners. But Gragas is very similar to Kassadin in the way that they lane. They're both melees, so Peke is actually not denied farm in that matchup. Gragas is not necessarily a counter pick to Kassadin as much as he is someone who can try and track him down roam-wise.
Yeah, and you can see High trying to go a little bit aggressive there. Just Rift Walk straight away. Wasn't going for the kill, I don't feel that. Didn't use that Ignite, had no reason to go for it. Simply just shoving him out of lane, which is exactly what he's doing, making sure Peke loses as much farm as possible. Lane switch is also coming in. We see Soaz.
Yeah, the reason that High went into the turret to harass Peke back there is because Cloud9 wanted to go for the dragon, but they do have to fear the teleport of Soaz. They would still outnumber them. Depends how fast they can get this dragon out and whether they can secure the smite.
We're going to see Cyanide sliding in there, and wisely meets Cloud9 do back off the Ashe Arrow, catching onto a
stun chain!
Locked up, stunned up, and now Yellowstar's in trouble as well. Pushu trying to escape. Coming round the backside is High, so he's going to keep this chasing on this one. He's gone for Yellowstar instead, but really they could have focused on Pushu and kept him focused down.
Cloud9 and Meteos specifically knew exactly how much damage he could burst on the dragon. The team was laser focused in when they stopped damaging the dragon. They waited for Cyanide to come in, they waited on the cooldown of Meteos' bite, they spiked them together, and then they chained their CC well because Cyanide was planning on going in for the steal and flashing out, but they hit him with an arrow into a cocoon and it bursted him down. That was brilliant play by Cloud9 at Dragon.
So let's have a look across the board. What is happening? Soaz and Ball's in this top lane. Ball's gone for that magic resist, as you would expect with the Negatron Slope. He's up against Lysandra in lane. Soaz himself went for the double Dorans and an Amptoman. Pushu and Yellowstar, they've had a fairly relaxing time of it. We do see Sneaky heading, just edging him out in terms of farm, 76 to 69. Also got that assist, which puts him 20 gold ahead. There's not a great deal over
That's
that
pretty
kill
darn
that Pushu
close.
had.
And the lanes haven't been getting pushed that much either. These teams are really trying to trade farm as much as possible, and if we keep tracking the builds from Cloud9, Magic Resist is absolutely paramount, because if we look at Fnatic, not only do they have a double AP as far as their solo lanes are concerned, but Corki does more magic damage to champions than physical damage in pretty much every game he is involved in. So with the early Chalice of Harmony from High and the early Negatron Cloak from Balls most likely going into a Spirit Visage, there could be a large amount of defense that Fnatic has trouble blowing through if Cloud9 can pull a bit of an edge.
Well, Pushu's got to be a little bit careful here, getting caught out by the slow arrows. Elimination keeping pressure on him as well. Just getting a little bit greedy there, I feel, Pushu, trying to get some of that extra farm.
And Cloud9 never has the best ward control in the bottom lane. Lemon Nation generally doesn't go for heavy pink wards. And you can tell Cyanide is trying to capitalize on that. He was just there a second ago, but he's backing off because they don't think Cloud9's going to commit, as they are not.
Well, instead, Pushu is going to get himself a lot of free farm. He went back and got himself the Phage early on, so Trinity Force will be built by Pushu. And still waiting to see what Sneaky's going to expand that pickaxe into. Whether it's going to be an Infinity Edge coming out early, whether he'll maybe even turn it into a Last Whisper, who knows. Peke, who waiting for that barrel to explode. He's like, nope, nope, you're not going to steal this experience. I will take the gold. So delicate process between these two, and you can tell how nervous this game is between them. It's just a 1,000 gold difference right now. Both got a killer piece, and still everybody playing really cautiously.
Absolutely, and I feel like when people were trying to predict these matchups, the High versus Peke matchup was the most important. People were thinking Peke was going to stomp all over High. So far, High is mostly holding his own, but the danger, of course, is Peke's mid-game Kassadin. When we've seen him on Kassadin, it only takes one good fight for Peke, and he will just steamroll over the rest of the game. Cloud9 needs to be incredibly cautious not to let that happen.
Yeah, they've got to make sure he doesn't start getting those kills going. At the moment, we do see Cloud9 3-manning it down this bottom lane, keeping the pressure on Yellow Star and Pushu. They're going to have a call out towards Cyanide. We already see him trekking down here. They're worried that there's going to be a push, and no early tower dives at all, really, from either of these teams. Cloud9 keeping that pressure down, though.
Cloud9's got to be really careful with this push because there's a ward behind them, and both solo laners on Fnatic have their teleports up. So any type of dive would be rather bold.
Yeah, they could turn this into a very big fight. Don't forget Stan United for balls as well. We could suddenly have a 5-man pylon in the bottom as we saw High and Peke trekking the way around that river. But High, he's going to try and sneak around the side. Peke does have a ward in that bush, so wasn't going to fall for it. They have good coverage on Cyanide, though. You can see that ward over by the Wraiths. They're keeping track of him.
And that's actually a really good thing to mention, D-Man, is the overall tension in this game, knowing that effectively everyone can appear on fights from almost nowhere. Because Balls is Shen, his Stand United can generally join the rest of Cloud9. High, as far as mid laners go, even though he doesn't have teleport, can get around the map almost faster than any other champion with the low cooldown of body slam as he's moving between lanes. So those bottom lane 3v2 pushes can extremely quickly turn into 5v5 brawls. And I think that's one of the reasons these teams are poking at each other so cautiously, because they're almost waiting for the other team to commit 5 so that they can back away and then push the other lanes. This is very rare, actually, that we're 14 minutes into a game with no turrets having fallen.
Yes, you can tell the tension building. We do see Sneaky's going towards that Infinity Edge with that BF sword. Pushu also going towards that Trinity Force, got himself the Sheen completed now, as well as heading towards that Zeal. The mid laners, we see Peke. He's gone back and got that Catalyst now. So stacking out that mana pool. Meanwhile, the Fiendish Codex has just been picked up by High, so
those have kind of been the magic guidance for Peke on Kassadin. Once he gets that much mana pool, he just uses it for his positioning with his Rift Walk and pulls off some impressive fights. I just wonder, with this next Dragon coming up in 50 seconds, if Fnatic's going to try and contest it, because Cloud9 has kind of made their mark on destroying mid-game Dragon fights with extreme coordination.
I feel like High was trying to bait that Rift Walk out there to follow it up with the explosive cast, but Peke just didn't quite get the angle for him. He waits until that Rift Force back up, puts another Force Pulse down at him. Very tense exchange between them. We did see Lemonation coming around the backside, making sure there was good ward coverage in there. They know that the Dragon is up in 20 seconds time. Ping ward is in there, and it was Lemonation actually taking some damage from those plants off Yellow Star.
Everyone is going to be around for this next Dragon fight. It is so tense right now, knowing that Sneaky has that Ash Arrow, and he has been an absolute sniper with it. throughout the LCS. He's already 1 for 1. He's been holding it very cautiously, and Cloud9 immediately just dumping onto the Dragon as quickly as possible. They're daring Fnatic to come and fight them. Cloud9 wants this one quickly. We could see another steal attempt and maybe a fight.
Cyanide ready and waiting. There's the slide.
Held
it's
off.
not quite ready.
Got it
The
again.
snipe comes in. Elimination's taken very low though. Sneaky also off the side. Stan United going to come in. Yellowstar does manage to pick up 1 kill. High getting focused on. High is going to go down to the back there. Pushu's still low, but you can see he's putting damage down towards Ball. Cyanide is going to come out of this one. Riftwalk comes up from Peke. Peke goes deep, but it's a little too deep. Meteos will be able to take him down. No! Riftwalk's away! And would you believe it? They do still get Peke down. Ball's taken low, so has Mayfield. Fancy this one, but it is very close. It's a 3 for 2 now. They keep it on. A good cocoon on towards Soas. Have they got the damage to get on towards him? A shadow dash from Balls will be enough to finish him off. Forces him to get away. The Claw of Doom manages to help him escape. Such a tight fight. There's Cloud9 on top.
That fight could not have been closer. 3 people died for Cloud9, 2 for Fnatic, but the gold value of the Dragon for Cloud9 gives them the slightest of edges in that fight, but I can't even call it a complete win because 2 kills went to Pushu on Corki. His Trinity Force has been completed, and that was just scary as far as the fight goes. At the very start of this, Lemon Nation, because of the long duration of the silence and then the knockup, he didn't even get Crescendo off. At that point, both these teams actually played this fight very well. Sneaky was not damaged on while Balls was coming in with the Shen ultimate, and Peke waited until the last second. This is so close. Meteos stunned right there, baiting Peke in for the long. Then the red buff actually ended up ticking Peke down once he was through the wall. Everything in this fight was extremely back and forth. All at the end, Meteos nearly finished off Soas as well if it wasn't for the last second of his Lissandra E cooldown. This is the game living up to the hype to me right now.
This is indeed 4-3, and off the back of that fight, a lot of items were completed as well. So as you can see, he's got that Abyssal Scepter. We do just see Source Boots coming out from Peke, so again, keeping that mobility going. Hasn't completed any other items. Trinity Force for Pushu. Infinity Edge not quite ready for Sneaky, but you can see it's pretty much done and dusted. And actually, Cloud9 have switched their lanes around. We see Sneaky and Lemonation now in this mid lane. Meteos just waiting in the wings, and it does look like a rotation from Fnatic here. You can see Pushu and Yellowstar going up to mid.
I think for the most part, Peke was actually becoming a bit of an issue for High. And Cloud9's general playstyle has actually been to have High become a bit of a split pusher in the mid-game, especially with Gragas, who can clear waves faster. And if someone is going to roam down to try and stop High, he's the most likely to be able to escape multiple teleport ganks. So there's a lot of reasons that Cloud9 would have went for a swap like that.
And how do we rate those kills? Because 2 of them went on to Meteos. That's not a bad thing, because Elise can do a lot of damage, but it was Pushu that picked up 2 kills for the AD carry.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, but it's not great. I think Cloud9 would have much rather had those kills onto High or Sneaky. They wanted the upfront damage right now. They might be just roaming around and trying to follow Peke's Kassadin, keeping him down as much as possible. This game is still incredibly close around the 18-minute mark, and the craziest thing, D-Man, is that the turrets still haven't fallen. There is so much inherent threat, I believe, from the teleports that Fnatic can bring, and the Shen ultimate that is now back up again because the Spirit Visage gives it such great cooldown reduction. And on top of everything else, Fnatic is scared of getting caught up by an Ashe Arrow.
Well, interesting stuff from Cloud9 here. You can see they've just switched back around and they've shoved both lanes. You saw that High was trying to keep Pushu busy, was shoving that lane back in there. Peke will go back to that lane, and again, we see back down towards the bottom, but Pushu and Yellowstar have joined them there, but Sneaky and Elimination, they just shove that wave straight up there so he can get that Infinity Edge completed.
Yep, that was a bit of a risky shove, to be quite honest, because there were no large objectives up, and considering Fnatic's playstyle is generally the wait and see for the enemy to expose themselves and then go for it, but Cloud9 actually hasn't done that frequently this game. I'd say the only time Fnatic got that 1 kill was on Elimination 10 minutes ago in the top lane.
So, top lane, speaking of that, we haven't seen a great deal of it. We do see Soaz backing, so we'll see what he comes out with. Or is he going to get let back to go? Yes, he is. Simply Balls, he's just going to get that ward out there to get a little bit of coverage. Sneaky Elimination back in this bottom lane. Infinity Edge now completed along with those Berserker Greaves. Along with Source Boots, though, for Pushu with that Trinity Force. So we'll see whether these decide to bump heads as Sneaky shoves in. They're going to get a lot of damage on this turret before Pushu gets back here.
Yeah, they have to fear the teleports as well, along with the wave clear of Pushu. And just to talk a bit about the item builds, both of these teams are really building in ways that I agree with heavily. Meteos, who is normally an offensive-minded jungler and often would go magic penetration on Elise, rush to lock into the Iron Solari because he knows the team needs magic resist auras to deal with all of the magic damage coming out from Fnatic. First turret of the game comes as a small result of that.
First turret of the game does go down, but we see Soaz doing the exact same in the top lane. So all square.
Dead
once
even.
again, still just slightest advantages. This middle turret, that's going to go down first. High is definitely going to get this one down before anyone can react to it. We see Peke coming in. Force Ball's not going to pick up that gold. He's going to have to back off from this one. He's not going to be able to get that wave. He's trying to get that Force Balls back up. They might go aggressive here. Cyanid's going to get caught out. Arrow comes through, catches on Peke. They didn't focus targeting though. The barrel has been used already. The Ignite is available from High. He's going to go aggressive. Is he going to have enough? No, he's not. Just down the side though, we see Yellowstar going down. It was Sneaky that managed to pick up the kill.
And Cloud9 just stacked so much crowd control that the highly mobile Fnatic was caught effectively in place. Yellowstar tried to defend, and this could be a continued push here for Cloud9. Soaz does have teleport, and Fnatic has one back to the base. Balls could also join to create a 5-man squad for Cloud9 if they so choose.
A fast-paced turn of aggression from Cloud9. They had the read of Fnatic there. Seemed to work out very well from them. Peke was just completely caught off the side. Cloud9 immediately reacting on simply taking that bottom turret, rotating around and just shoving Fnatic down in that mid lane. High was ready and waiting to go, but the Dragon has spawned and they're all ready for it.
Yeah, I gotta say, this game is an absolute pleasure to watch. And right now, Fnatic has an edge in this Dragon fight because they have the ultimates, whereas Cloud9 used them for the turret and the 1 kill. Even High's ultimate is not up, but Cloud9 doesn't care!
Pushu gets focused on, he has to get away. He's actually tanking up the Dragon. Soaz hasn't used that ultimate yet. He's gonna lock down Lemonation. Lemonation with no mana at all, but look at this. Round the backside, Pushu getting locked in, forced to flash away. We can see Meteos continue to chase on through. He may be the death of him. Yes, he will. Soaz in the meantime, he comes around. He is going to get one down, but look at that. Sneaky once again gets the kill, this time on Peke. Soaz, though, comes in. He takes down High in the mid. Lemonation getting taken low, gets dunked on by Cyanide. Yellowstar off the back. Soaz goes down. Lemonation goes down. It's a 2 for 2. The arrow on towards Yellowstar. He's so low on hit points. He's going to get locked up. It will be another. It's a double kill for Balls. Cyanide now. He's in trouble. He's not going to be able to escape this one, surely. The slow arrow from Sneaky does catch him down. Hawkshot's going to give his vision away. Balls is ready and waiting to chase. But it's not going to be. It's a 3 for 3.
Wow.
What a fight.
These fights
Dragon didn't even go down.
Absolute chaos. No, because Cloud9 engaged before a possible Smite War could even happen. Sneaky wasn't even in range at the start of that fight. Cloud9 started that fight without having their big cooldowns up. And now they're trying to finish Dragon on top of a pink ward. How quickly can Peke and the rest of Fnatic get there to push them off of this Dragon?
Teleport coming in. It is going to be Soaz that joins it, and they forced the back away from that one already. But the rest of Cloud9
never ends.
They're getting close. It's going to be all for this Dragon once again.
Well, let's wait on the cooldowns once again. High's Explosive Cask is up. This time, Lemonation has Crescendo. We look across to Fnatic. The only ultimates they're missing are Lysandre's and Jarvan's. Look out, Lemonation.
Lemonation getting caught out there. Has to use the Crescendo. It's not going to be enough. High getting locked up now. The Dragon will go down, but that's going to be High going down in the background. They could collapse on towards Cloud9 here. You can see just off the top of the screen, you see Peke moving around. Pushu is there as well, just off the side. They're not going to collapse. Cloud9 is safe. It was a 2 kills for 1 Dragon.
That was absolute split decision by Cloud9, and we very rarely see that against them. That is the chaos that Fnatic creates as a team, and they're waiting in the right brush, catching ball.
Ball's getting locked up. Stranglethorns comes out. He's already used that Shadow Dash. Meteos doing what he can, but he may get locked up as well. The whole of Fnatic coming on towards him. He does get away. Soaz is going to follow him through. Pushu comes in. He gets the kill. It's a 4-0-4 Corki.
And that is the legendary Fnatic rotations that we talk about. Cloud9 thought they could take a shortcut to defending their middle turret, thinking Fnatic could pull off after getting 2 kills and taking it at that. But that is not the way Fnatic thinks. They get you when you least expect it, and that gets them 2 kills as well as the turret, and effectively evens this game once again.
So, look at the gold. Just 500 between the teams. Didn't get much closer. 25 minutes almost gone, and as you mentioned, Jack, this game almost certainly living up to the hype. North America's #1 versus Europe's #1. And it is going to be a battle for the ages, I feel, because neither team wants to edge up on this one. Let's take stock of the situation, because Pushu came out quite big after that fight.
Yeah, Pushu is going to be shredding some people right now, finishing his Bloodthirster and effectively pulling ahead of Sneaky in items. I do believe that Trinity Force and Bloodthirster is a greater item threshold than iEdge and Static Shiv right now, but mainly we need to focus on Peke and Soaz, because that is the chase machine of Fnatic. That is the thing that really makes them tick. Pushu will be there for the cleanup, as usual, and his score will continue to rise if Fnatic is to win this game. But what really matters is Peke's Kassadin
and so as Lissandra. If they can close through and stop Sneaky, which as an immobile carry in Ashe is very possible, it could be lights out for Cloud9. I mean, Fnatic has made it through the laning phase for Kassadin, even though that was expected since he was matched up against Gragas. We've seen this story before.
Oh, look at this maneuvering coming out. Cloud9 was stacking up for the top of Fnatic, who quickly rotated around. They want to shove straight for the inner turret.
And Cloud9 is actually going to take part of this trade. There's a bit of indecision coming from them again. Fnatic might wait in the brush here. They're at the very least getting one turret, maybe more. Cloud9 splitting up once again.
This is not a pace race they want for sure from Fnatic. They're not done here because they still see two members backing off the top lane. They could go straight for the inhibitor turret.
They will. They're going to go right for this. There's still an Ashe and a Sona in the lane. They just got back to base. The turret goes down. Now Cloud9 engages.
They go for Peke, and he's not really the right target because the Strangledons is going to bounce Meteos up. That's going to be high going down. Massive kill for Fnatic here. See, Sneaky, he's going to get dropped as well. Crescendo simply saves their life. It takes Cyanide down, but 4 members of Fnatic are still alive in the base, and 3 members of Cloud9 are already dead.
Cloud9 was so indecisive in that, and Fnatic was not. They engaged before Lemon Nation and Sneaky had arrived in that fight, and the comboing of Fnatic wrecked Cloud9.
Simple positioning there from Fnatic. Fantastic stuff. Seemed to work out well for them. It's edged them ahead in the goal, but let's not get carried away. It's only 1,000 difference. Let's check this.
Yeah, the big thing here is High's ultimate did not disperse Fnatic the way they wanted to. At the start of this fight, they wanted the Gragas barrel to disengage so Sneaky could catch up, but by the time Sneaky arrived, half the team was already dead. Peke was completely in chase mode, so was Soaz, and they were able to just chase down, finish off the people, and get the inhibitor.
And we talked about the crowd control link that Cloud9 did on Cyanide there. Check that. That was a grasping route into a Stranglethorn, into Soaz's ultimate. High and Meteos just could not do anything about that fight.
No, despite Meteos' having defense, and this is just Fnatic having control of the map. Peke is actually stacking up his Riftwalk. The next time someone comes through, he's going to get a face full of Kassadin.
We want to get that force pulse higher, and I think it's Lemonation that they're looking for. Peke, though, they're going to look closing on towards Meteos. He's going to get locked up. He was doing so well at the start, but it seems that the Fnatic machine, where are you going to go? Is it going to be enough? Stan United is going to come out. They're going to back away from this one. High goes aggressive on towards Soaz. Has he got the damage? The explosive cast comes out. Oh, force pulse. He's gone too deep. Peke may got himself out here. Cyanide slides in. Peke. Rift walks away, and Cloud9 and Fnatic exchange blows, but nobody goes down.
Cloud9 really needed to pick up some kills there because that was catching Fnatic out of position and landing an Ashe arrow square into the face of Xpeke. But even though it's only a 1,000 lead, Fnatic is up more than that. Just based on the way these fights are happening, based on the ward control they have acquired, and considering that there is an inhibitor down for Cloud9. Cloud9 is on the absolute defensive right now. And from what we've seen, Fnatic loves being ahead in these games. Knowing they have the double teleport, you completely contain the position of Cloud9. Means this lead is a lot more than 1,000 gold.
And let's not forget, Peke likes the back door. They can't leave anything open. We see him down the bottom. He's going to shove down this bottom lane turret. I don't think Cloud9 are going to do anything to defend against this one. 14-8 the kills, 4-3 turrets. That's going to swing to 5-3 in just a moment as Peke keeps on pushing that bottom lane. Dragon will be up in 30 seconds. And there's still concerns for me from Cloud9 on Pushu because he's at 6-0-5 now. They need to try and lock him down in those fights.
Here's the thing, though. Pushu is mainly cleanup. He's doing a whole bunch of damage, but it's more than that. It's all about Peke.
Oh, they're not going to let him go.
Finishing people off. High has to burn Flash away from this one. It seems like Fnatic has enough position that they just want to take out the Dragon because Cloud9 is paranoid with positioning around the Baron Pit and trying to clean up wards then. Fnatic, once again, seems to be one step ahead of Cloud9.
The positioning seems
look how
Soaz
Sneaky
is going to go for it. He's going to catch on towards Sneaky. He's going to get saved. No, he's not. Peke comes in, turns him out there. Can they get the turret on the way out? I'm not too sure. The explosive cast was already used. We saw it further on. And Fnatic again, just out-positioning Cloud9.
And it's because their champions are positioned to do so. Lissandra and Kassadin are pretty core Fnatic champions as far as being able to teleport right where they want and blow someone up before they have a chance to go back. Sneaky actually burned his flash and his barrier for that, but it did not matter. And this is the fear for Cloud9 when they were against this composition, is if Peke and Soaz would get to go where they want, there's not a real way of Sneaky dealing with that. Sneaky's still trying to build up armor penetration right now, but he's just dying.
Yeah, that last Whisper is getting there slowly but surely. Meanwhile, Banshee's Veil has been completed by Pushu, so he's got a little bit defensive on his third item. We'll see how that works out. Obviously, worried about those arrows potentially coming out from Sneaky. They've certainly been on point, The question is, can the damage now follow up after it? Fnatic have effectively stacked out a lot of damage items. Seraph Embrace just completed by Peke. Rabnar's Death Cap was picked up by Hyde, so he is potential to blow someone up. The question is, can he get that free time on them?
Yeah, it would have to be a pretty key combo right now, and knowing that there's actually a bit of magic resist on Fnatic as well, it becomes much more difficult.
Wow.
Peke's split pushing with teleport as well, and like, there's not a good way right now for Cloud9 to regain position over this Baron buff, just knowing the absolute mobility that Fnatic has right now. Cloud9 did have it for a second, but then Fnatic has caught them in 3v4s, 5v3s, 2v4s, too many times now. And it effectively means that even the 5v5, if Fnatic is down 2 combat spells because they have double teleport, it might not be enough for Cloud9.
Let's see how much damage Peke can put down. Not a great deal on balls right now, it seems. He's just managed to lifesteal a lot of that back. Soaz, though, he's got that Zhonya's Hourglass completed, and I fear that may well spell a certain dive for Fnatic. They're not going to be too afraid to go straight in on Cloud9 the next time they meet. And you can see it's actually Cyanide being so aggressive around that red buff area. He's been looking for a fight around there for some time.
Yeah, Fnatic is really just waiting to find their next big opportunity, and I think it's going to come fairly shortly. Cloud9 continues to come in to their jungle and attempt to regain vision control. That is just giving Fnatic multiple opportunities to try and pounce. Peke's now roamed back around to the mid lane. He might be coming in around behind Cloud9. At the very least, Cloud9 is going to have to either give up this outer turret or stand and fight.
Well, let's not forget that inhibitor is completely exposed. There's minions on it right now, and Cloud9 realize they're going to have to try and defend this one. They have come around. There's only a couple of hits left on it from Pushu. Be surprised if they stick around on this one.
Is up really far.
Just off the round, there's the Hawk shot. They realize the danger. Peke does come in, doesn't get the slow. Meteos is going to land back in there. Are they going to go for him? They do lock him down. Stand United has been used. Fnatic are just going to back straight out. There's going to be a good catch on towards Cyanide. He's taking a lot of damage. He may go down from this one, but the rest of Cloud9 have gone a little too deep for it. Meteos is going to get taken down. Balls is the next focus target. Soaz comes in. Good crescendo from Lemonation. Blows Soaz in there. Pops that ultimate straight off though. Peke picks up one. Peke going to close in towards Lemonation. He's going to be the next focus target. There it is. The Rift Walk force pulse straight on towards High. Going to be next. Sneaky goes down off the side. Peke's going to roam in. There's the triple kill. And it's Fnatic. Cleanup duty. That's an ace.
Just destroyed Cloud9 in that one. They got them into the fight because Meteos was honestly trying to pick it, and that is the way both of these teams play. Cloud9 does not let themselves get starved out, and Fnatic knows how to finish.
That is surely the game now for Fnatic. Game 1 of the quarterfinals as the Season 3 World Championships will go to Europe's Fnatic. They have struck first blood on North America's Cloud9. This is still a very tight battle, I feel, though, because that game went close for 25 minutes.
Yeah, even though this one ended in 33 minutes, it was not because it was one-sided by any means. Cloud9 was going blow for blow with Fnatic for the majority of this game, but in the end, it was those unconventional, almost annoying-looking rotations that Fnatic always is able to pull off. They caught Cloud9 coming towards turrets, trying to defend them again and again, and Cloud9 was not reacting appropriately. Fnatic definitely gets round 1, clearing away.
And it's all about the team comps because, simply put, no team in North America has ran Lissandra top lane, Cassidy in mid lane. They didn't really know what they're up against, and this is what we talked about right at the start, the international experience.
Well, I actually think it's just mainly the teleport experience. It's the European region, which has done very well so far here at the World Championships, having 2 teams expand out of the group stage for them. And they knew already that Cloud9 was going to have a little trouble dealing with the teleport. How about 2, right? But at the same time, the teleports weren't even the things there. It was the threat of the teleports and the positioning in Fog of War.
Absolutely. So, that is game 1. Let's send it over to Trevor and the guys at the desk to take us through Fnatic's first win.
Thank you very much, D-Man, and what a game it was. I want to go all the way back to the picks and bans phase because we discussed it quite immensely. I was personally very surprised by the Kassadin first pick. I actually said the words, they won't first pick Kassadin, and then it got locked in. I was like, that's brave. I was like, I wasn't expecting it. And then following on from there, the picks in specific orders, they stood out for us, but we definitely felt Fnatic had a stronger team comp. What do you think, Monty?
I mean, I found the pick and ban phase falling heavily into Fnatic's favor here. I mean, when we see all of the bans that came out, I have to admit I'm a little surprised by the Orianna ban that came from Cloud9. But when banning Ahri themselves, it really opens up that Kassadin pick, and it revealed Hai's weaknesses. He's never played Gragas before in the LCS, and now it comes in this first game. And due to factors in the game as well, he got pretty screwed over in the laning phase, and we'll go into that just a little bit later. But with the kind of general lack of damage coming out of Cloud9's composition, they had to play their picks perfectly, which they've been able to do to their credit in the LCS, setting up things beautifully with the Ash Arrow and chaining CC very nicely. But there's just no way you can lock down this Kassadin, Corki, Lissandra combo effectively, especially with somebody as skilled as Xpeke rift walking over absolutely everything.
The biggest reason that I was so surprised at the Ahri ban is because Peke first picked Kassadin because everything else was out. But in Europe, the mid-meta game actually gives advantage to purple side teams because they always pick their mid lane last, and that's why I'm so surprised that they ban Ahri. Why would you ban Ahri? Because if Fnatic picks Ahri, then Cloud9 just counters with Kassadin. And it's really simple. Like you should never ban a mid laner if you can counter it with Kassadin in the last pick.
Well, let's take this into the game a little bit. And I know that during the course of it, we've seen some unique items. I think Lemonation picked himself up the Doran Shield, the Mana Manipulator. We've seen Corki going Sorcerer Shoes. Double F, what was your thoughts on some of the items?
So Lemonation's late sidestone because he rushed Mana Manipulator Doran's Shield for lane is actually just really disrespectful of Fnatic. He almost doesn't care about Cyanide's ganks, and he's just like, if we're going to get teleported on, we're going to get teleported on. It's really surprising that without a Sightstone early, they were able to pick up the first 2 dragons. That's really bold of Cloud9 to just force that without very much vision. And another thing is, I don't like the Sork shoes from Corki at all. Despite Pushu winning, I feel like he needs to make a small adjustment with his choice of boots because he's up against Shen with CC, Elise, Ashe, Sona, and the burst damage from Gragas. If he wasn't so far ahead, after Fnatic turned the game around, he would have just immediately gotten CC'd and bursted as Corki.
Banshee's Veil was a really good pickup for him though in the late game.
Yep.
Yeah. So actually I want to touch on what you talked about Doublelift with picking up the dragons and whatnot, because I started paying a lot of attention to what the teams were doing to secure objectives. And what Cloud9 had done is basically Hai bursted down the Kassadin. Teleport was already on cooldown. He's just spent all his cooldowns to make Peke go back to lane, or to go back to base, and right then they had already rotated the duo lane down, and they had a 5-on-4 at Dragon and secured it. And then the second time around, a very similar situation where they had people isolated on the other side of the map, and Cloud9 got to Dragon first, regardless of ward control. And now I know you'd been talking about differing jungle styles and whatnot. You were alluding to it in the mid lane getting behind. And some of that is Meteos being 3 levels up on Cyanide the entire mid game. You've got 75 more damage on your smite, and he's able to secure buffs a lot better that way.
Until they start fighting. That's the biggest difference. It swung around when Fnatic started winning fights, and then Cyanide just got those entire 3 levels back.
Let's unpack this a little more, because the jungle style really affected the mid-game play here. And yes, Hai got chunked a bit on Gragas early, so he was already behind. But then Meteos repeatedly taking the blues, taking all that experience, did give him that 10-7 level advantage. But by having the blues on Xpeke, he was able to keep ahead of Gragas in farm, and then it really played out, I think, by the time we got to these team fights, where, yes, Meteos was very tanky. Yes, Meteos had the lock at first, but Xpeke got enormous.
Yeah, I think it's just a difference in styles, though, because you're absolutely right that Peke did a freaking ton this game. But when you look at the 3-3 battle, the second or third dragon, I believe it was, where they went 3 for 3, Meteos more or less carried that fight. Whereas Cyanide got chunked and had to leave, you actually had an extra damage threat on the Cloud9 squad because they more or less donated farm to the junglers. And I think that's a perfectly acceptable and fairly well-utilized style here for Cloud9. I don't want to count it out right now.
I want to ask a question as well, talking about the styles and talking about the differences in approaches, because as the game rolled forward, we did see, Fnatic fell a little bit behind, and they clawed it back. They were able to basically make Cloud9 get caught out of position, and then they rushed some towers down. Is that more of Cloud9 not being aware of Fnatic's movements, or was that Fnatic making the right moves?
It's just really nice to see how Fnatic can capitalize once they get a small lead. They won I think, Dragon fight, and then they transitioned from Dragon into mid lane, and they just hit in the brushes, and they caught back up. What you have to note as well is regarding gold in both sides. Yes, Cloud9 could have a gold lead, but Fnatic does so much more with gold. Their damage per gold value is so much higher in this composition. Yeah. Cloud9 entirely relies on CC stacking and then killing them with the limited damage. But if Fnatic ramps up into late game and they get unkillable with that CC train, they just win.
Also, it's just so hard to make rotations against Fnatic in general, but especially a Fnatic playing Kassadin, right? Because if you don't have that vision, you have to play scared at all times. So.
Well, guys, we do have to jump to a very quick break. When we return, Fnatic will be trying to make it a clean sweep of Cloud9 and teleport into those semifinals. Plus, Fnatic's manager, Harry Wiggett, will join us to talk about his team's impressive first game. Don't go anywhere. League of Legends Season 3 World Championships. We'll be right back.
We can end maybe. Back on guard down. Back on guard down.
I'm Xpeke, and I'm here to take the throne back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. In just a couple of minutes, Cloud9 and Fnatic will return to the Rift for Game 2 of that quarter-final showdown. But right now, I'm happy to be joined in the interview lounge by Fnatic's manager, Harry. Harry, first of all, congratulations on a great group stage, losing just one game there. I want to start off, right by there. It's the first time we've managed to talk to you from this one, but how did you feel after losing the first game of Worlds? Did you have a bit of a bad feeling about how things were going to go from there?
Not really. I think we just went into that game with the wrong mindset, and our picks were really bad. It didn't fit us at all, and we basically just had to go over the game afterwards and just notice that this is not the Fnatic playstyle and picks that everyone is used to, even ourselves. So we just had to change it up, and obviously that fixed everything.
So no more Yorick.
No more Yorick.
The guys will be happy about that backstage. So let's move on to today. A win here in game number 1. Very, very close, though. Give us your thoughts on that first match.
Well, I think the picks went really well for us. They banned Ahri, which I'm not sure whether we would have taken, but over Kassadin, it's kind of difficult with us because we rate Kassadin very high since we even first picked it. But yeah, the picks were really perfect for us. It's just that the start of the game was very, very slow. It's such a hyped up game and so much on the line. So each team was not taking any risks, but C9 started to get a bit ahead and we managed to claw back by actually making some plays, which was great to see because that's how I really see them at their best. It's where they really excel. It's when they really just go for crazy moves which surprise these teams.
So a bit about your job here, obviously, as the manager of Fnatic. What have you done these last couple of days, to get the guys ready for this one? Talk to us about your schedule pretty much yesterday, the time that you had to prepare in between the groups and today's game.
Yeah, we didn't have too much time to prepare for Cloud9. Only one day. I just got them fully booked with scrims for the day, and we have a coach with us who's helping us out a lot, and we were just really preparing strats and our picks for the matches yesterday, yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Harry, and good luck in the rest of the best of 3, and if it all goes well, in the rest of the tournament as well. So, guys, we're going to get back underway and get over to Demon and Jack for more quarter-final action.
Thank you very much, Joe. It is indeed time for Game 2 of this best-of-3 quarterfinals matchup between Cloud9 and Fnatic. And with one more win, Xpeke and the European champions will lock in the first spot for this weekend's semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 just lived up to the hype. #1 seed from the European LCS, #1 seed from the North American LCS, and then for the first 25 minutes, it was a crazy, crazy close game. But then Xpeke proved again why you just gotta fear this guy. They banned so many champions out from the mid lane. Fizz, Ken, and Zed, Orianna, and Ahri were all banned out. So he just first picked Kassadin and decided to dominate.
And how do you do the bans? Because you talk about, actually, you mentioned it in the picks and ban phase, that Hai actually was affected a lot more because he was forced onto effectively a champion he hasn't really played in big competitions.
I actually really wonder about this as we move into picks and bans for the next game. How much Cloud9 is going to play the mid lane ban game, specifically because they have first pick. And they can effectively force Fnatic to use all their bans on high, but then don't really bother trying to ban out Peke, because any ban against Peke is a soft ban against high as well, and they already know that Peke wins that matchup. So I think that Cloud9 would focus their bans elsewhere, but they actually go with the exact same bans as game 1.
Exact same bans so far. Remember, high can play Kassadin. Instead, they've banned out Kassadin. So they're like, no, not going to get to play that one. What does that leave open? Will they go for that Zyra first pick?
Well,
because
it
you're
leaves
going to
the
wonder.
Fizz open, because the Fizz was banned last game instead of the Kassadin.
The problem is, Peke knows what to do against the Fizz. He's played against them a lot in the European LCS.
And I know that in the North American Regionals, High picked a Fizz into Scar's Diana and got beaten up really badly. I feel like Peke is also going to have a plan for Fizz. Not sure exactly what it is as of yet, because his Kassadin's obviously taken away. And if I'm thinking about this, probably every champion that Peke has played so far in the World Championships is off the table right now. He might just end up trying to pull out Gragas, even though Fizz is a counter pick to Gragas, but he might just have that much faith in himself.
Well, we'll see what he does go
That's
with.
just the mid lane.
I think potentially this is going to be Zyra Corki once again, locked in.
Absolutely.
It seemed to work so well for them. There it is.
There's D-Man with the bold prediction right there, but it's not super bold because we know that Lemon Nation, #1 rated support is Zyra. Yellowstar is really good at Zyra as well. Power pick that they can just take away.
Absolutely.
And Pushu's Corki was dishing out an extreme amount of damage. We know that Corki has exploded onto the scene here at the World Championships with the buffs and the Trinity Force. Once again, I mean, Fnatic has the damage output from from Pushu when he's on Corki, and it allows them to pick a bunch of roaming assassins and again try to catch the rest of Cloud9 in rotations. Like, so far in this game, things are very much in the way of Fnatic so far for picks and bans.
Well, Peke may have took a lot of the highlight reels. I don't think Pushu actually died in that last match. I'm trying to think back.
He was 6-0 or 7-0.
Yeah, something like crazy like that. So he's did very well in the lane phase. Will we see the Ashe coming out? Oh, switch around this time. Nocturne for Meteos and Thresh for Elimination.
So Meteos has pulled out some Nocturne in the past. He'll go full tank. He's done it at the North American Regionals. I've talked to him about the difference between his full tank and his full damaging Nocturne. He says the full tank one is the serious Nocturne that he'll play, and he'll need to do it in this game if he wants to be able to dive through Zyra and onto Corki and actually take a couple of hits. Thresh, once again, is the support I expected from Lemon Nation last game once the Zyra got taken away from him. And this is Cloud9, as we usually see, just defaulting back to their Cloud9 picks.
And I wonder whether this is Peke pulling out a Faker or whether it would be for Soaz. Remember, Soaz really has an enormous champion pool. This is like the versatility of Fnatic. The fact that Soaz in the top, Peke in the mid, they have such an enormous champion pool. We could see Soaz being squeezed onto Shen. Shen, who has made it possibly through to the 7th pick.
Yep.
How did I even forget Twisted Fate? That is...
Twisted Fate's left for Peke.
That is Peke's champion.
Yeah.
But up against the Fizz, that's a mismatch.
Well, it's a mismatch for most people at the time. But once again, Peke, he's the guy who first picked Kassadin last game against High. So he has the confidence in himself to do that. Then they actually swapped right out of Shen into Elise right now.
Favorite champion.
Could very well be Elise in the jungle or in the top lane. They're keeping it open right here. I think by showing the Shen pick right there, Fnatic, is almost daring Cloud9 to pick the Shen. Like, are you sure you don't want to have Shen?
We've got Twisted Fate. Do you want Shen?
Do you want Shen to block that? And no, they're just going with Rumble. This is something that Alex Penn was talking to me about, is how in all of their pick and ban scenarios, they just assumed that Rumble would be banned out because it is Ball's far and away favorite champion. Last game it was not banned out. They decided to go with Shen anyway. But now, with everything on the line, they go to it because it's what got them.
And that, I believe, is simply the versatility of Fnatic switching around here, because I'm almost certain that would have been Soaz. Soaz has got such an enormous record on Elise, a win record. But instead, they could just switch it around, and it's a case of, you're going to be up against the Rumble, what do you want to play? Do you want to stick with Elise, or should we give that Cyanide? Because Cyanide's played Elise a number of times as well.
Yeah, they can do almost whatever they want. They have a lot of options open here. They could always go with another Lissandra. They could try to do that. They could do the jungle Elise. He's sitting on Kha'Zix. Why would he be sitting on Kha'Zix if he was going to pick Kha'Zix? He would have just picked it.
No, he's not picking Kha'Zix. He's trying to get me going. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah. It's not going to happen. I'm not falling for it. They are going to sit on Zac, and Zac will be set. So, Zac's could be, again, this could be mid lane or jungler.
I think it's top lane. Especially recently, Zac has mainly been seen in the top lane. That was the immediate trade that they did.
Yeah.
All right, then. So Cloud9 has tried to load more of their crowd control into their bottom lane like usual, and then they're relying on their jungler, top lane, and mid to just do pure damage. Whereas this time, Fnatic actually has a little bit more crowd control than we've seen in the past, but just as much closing ability. This is another composition that Fnatic can play very solidly. It's another Fnatic style. But this time I feel like Cloud9 actually has a couple more tools to deal with it.
And again, in my discussions with Fnatic, when I was talking about, I love Soaz and Peke being on Assassins, it's the flow, and it's a great game to cast when they're roaming around the team, as we just saw in the last match. But in Soaz's words, says, yeah, but you can't play the same all the time. You've got to switch it up, and that may be what they've done here. Has Cloud9, though, got the champions they wanted, because they're very comfortable champions for them.
Yeah, the big thing that I'm going to be watching for in this game is Hai versus Peke. You first pick the Fizz after so many mid lane bans, and then you get Peke on Twisted Fate. Whether or not Hai can shut him down, and I mean actually shut him down. If you're trading with him, generally Peke will make the plays in the late game. Cloud9 definitely has to put a focus down onto Soaz in this match. Or sorry, into Peke.
And one something before we jump in towards anything else, what I want to talk about here with Fnatic is when we see Peke on Twisted Fate, they're not looking to fight. He's looking to split push. It's going to be a 4v4. They're going to force those 4v4s, and Peke is just going to be off doing his thing.
And it is extremely difficult to split push against a Fizz. If Fizz gets going a little bit. I always consider Fizz a hyper carry as far as mid lane assassins go. And last game, Cloud9 definitely got outscaled a little bit as they were trading. I don't know if the same will be true in this match.
Well, we've seen some fantastic Fizz so far in the tournament here in the Season 3 World Championships live in Los Angeles. We are in Culver Studios. We'll be moving into the Galen for the semi-finals. The question is, which team will be going there? Will it be Fnatic, who are 1-0 up, or will it be Cloud9, the North American champions? Can they make it through? They've got to pick up this win here. They've got to go 2 wins on the bounce. Fnatic in a comfortable position, and that, I feel, may make them play a little bit more cautiously.
I really wonder if Fnatic is going to let Cloud9 get one back here, because Fnatic is so close right now to moving into the top 4 teams in the world, whereas Cloud9, they're just getting started here at the World Championships. They just played their first game. They lose again, they're out already. This is not a game where Cloud9 has any margin for error, and I wonder, because of how freely Cloud9 has played all year, how they've just seemingly been carefree about all their games, and I think that's one of the big reasons they were so successful. I don't know if you can play like that in a situation like this. North America's last hope, you've heard them all talk about how much pressure they're putting themselves under to try and not let the North American fans down. And they have to win this one.
Well, Cloud9, can they play fast and loose, or will Fnatic put a crimp in their style? Of course, the flash was burned from Yellow Star early on last match. This time not going to happen. Ward coverage from Cloud9 getting on towards that red buff. You see Fnatic doing exactly the same thing, passing that ward though in that river. So Cloud9 are well aware of their position with that ward in the bush. Ooh. Looking at a stun card from Peke. Going to throw that one out and high and say, yep, I'm here. You're not going to come this way.
No, he's cutting you off.
Walk the long way around.
Yeah, he's making him take the long way around right there. Peke already trying to assert his dominance. It's about sending a message early on in the mid lane.
We'll see whether they do. He went for boots at the start, actually.
He does that frequently on TF as well. It's generally for gold card threat when you're doing something like this, and what the heck does Sneaky have planned right now?
Is he going to try and piercing arrow steal this?
I don't think it reaches. I think he'd have to flash over.
No, it's not going to happen anyway. The smite was used, Lemonation putting a bit of lashing on Soaz, but he will just head up towards the top. So we have a lane swap coming on here. 2v1s in both bottom and top. As well as this mid lane dominance pressure. Peke thinking again. But let's look at these lanes. Lemonation and Sneaky already pinning down Soaz, taking him very low on hit points at the very beginning than the level 1 exchanges.
Yeah, and Hai already trying to jump on Peke, so a bunch of early trading because of the wards that Cloud9 had placed in Fnatic's jungle. They knew the pathing of Cyanide, which allowed both of their mid lane and top lane AD carry and support to go aggressive early. I feel like that was a mistake of Soaz to be pushed up that far, knowing he was against 2 people. And now Meteos, knowing that Elise is down at the bottom, is going to just try, I believe, a 3v1 dive or a straight-up turret push as soon as Soaz comes to the lane. They're actually targeting Soaz right now instead of Peke for their shutdown.
It's a straight-up fast push on the tower. We'll see how well it works out. We're only in that 3-minute mark, so that tower will be stronger, reinforced. Soaz, of course, just hanging around, not going to get too close and aggressive on this one. Meanwhile, down the bottom, they were actually zoning quite heavily on balls there, and you can see they're still doing it. So they're keeping him away from the experienced Balls, still at level 1 as well as Soaz.
He might even be just going back to base. No, he's sticking around. Both of those solo lanes are in great danger right now. Soaz decided to go jungle and is effectively just giving the turret away to Cloud9. 3 minutes, 32 seconds, first turret of the game.
Yeah, who needs a patch on the turrets, eh? Not these guys, that's for sure. But it is going to be High going aggressive. Urgent Strike is available on Peke. You can see he's already used the Ignite. It's going to take him very low. High should get this one. First blood for High.
That is exactly what Cloud9 needs in this game. High making a play onto Peke. 1v1, mano-a-mano, finishing him off with Fizz. That's the reason it's dangerous to pick Twisted Fate into Fizz.
Cloud9 continuing to push on towards this inner turret, and they're going to get it down. There's no way Fnatic can react to this one. Soaz is just off the side, but he's got nothing. He's still at level 1. He's going to get caught out. Soaz in trouble, gets leashed. Piercing arrow comes across, forced across. He's got his passive available, and he should just about survive.
Yeah, and the backup had arrived for Fnatic. So Fnatic trades a turret back here, keeping the gold fairly even, but Soaz and Balls have both been heavily denied in this game. One of the reasons that Balls loves the Rumble pick so much is he doesn't care generally about how far behind he gets because he is so confident in his ability to land equalizers that he'll just sit back. He can be 0-5 in a game and still come in for team fights.
Interesting, different style. Like Cloud9 keep trying to shove on towards that top, almost like the Chinese teams we've seen so far. So as was just having to absorb the experience, does finally get level 2. Meanwhile, Balls, he realized he couldn't get the bottom. They were keeping him completely zoned out. He went to the middle, actually got feed, a little bit of experience. Lemonation taking a lot of bursts from Peke, not going to get anything from it. Cloud9 stacking up very nicely at the moment in this mid lane.
Yeah, they were trying to orchestrate a 4v1 dive onto Peke, but Cyanide was there for the lane support. Despite the first blood, Cloud9 sacrificed so much farm in order to get that the gold is actually even. So the 600... Or actually, it wasn't 600. It was only 400 gold they got for First Blood because they didn't get access to the assist pool since High 1v1'd him. And that's basically been made up by Fnatic's slightly superior farming in both the top lane and in the AD carry position.
Certainly made Peke respect High a little bit more. He's definitely staying a little bit further back. And the problem is, as I was about to say for Peke, that once High starts getting to level 5, 6, he's definitely going to out-duke Peke in that lane phase. There's no doubt about that.
And it means that Peke is going to have an issue finding the positions in the side lanes. High, especially when Fizz gets ahead of you, no longer gets denied farm because oftentimes early on in games, High gets heavily denied in farm on Fizz because it's melee versus range, but as soon as Fizz pulls ahead, it's no longer an issue.
Yeah, we do see a bit of a switch in the lanes, and of course Cloud9 are going to move that 2v2 lane down towards the bottom there. Balls up against Soaz. Now, meanwhile, in that top lane, Soaz has a level experience advantage over him right now, and that trade seems to be going quite well towards Balls. In fact, that Flame Spitter doing work, but Soaz continuing to keep that gold flowing.
Really trying to live in the danger zone right there as Rumble. And High goes in as Cyanide is procking around the outside. He's in danger getting locked up here.
Stun card there, but look at Cyanide. He'd repelled up, but wisely High had already managed to trickster away and get out of that range. Meanwhile, Meteos hasn't hit 6 yet, but he's very close to it. He's just off those rates, so he may have that paranoia available in a moment.
Yeah, there's a couple big farm differentials already developing in this game. You obviously have Meteos out-farming Cyanide as he does to every jungler because he puts such a heavy emphasis on clearing camps. But also, you see Pushu far ahead of Sneaky because Sneaky puts so much emphasis into turret diving. We really have to see whether Meteos' farm can transition Cloud9 this game because it did not in the first one.
There's a potential switch around. Where is Yellowstar going? Are we going to see two moving in towards that mid lane? Doesn't look like it, judging by Pushu's position, and so he's heading down. So it's simply Yellowstar trying to assist and help out some ward control around that river area. You can see he's heading up towards the blue buff, so potentially they're going to try and fight for the blue buff here. You can see Yellowstar's going to go around there. Peke desperately shoving that lane. Actually close in terms of farm. Sorcerer's Boots have been picked up by High, so he's got the edge over Peke so far.
Very interesting positioning here by Yellowstar, getting so many deep wards, and those were honestly quite dangerous wards for him to be going and placing. Sure, Peke could have helped support, but I mean, both AD carries are on the bottom of the map, and Cloud9, especially with Rumble, if he can ever hit level 6, would live for a fight in the jungle. But with all that being said, Meteos is trying to orchestrate a gank down the bottom lane, and this is a clean blue buff steal by Fnatic.
And this
being
is
unexpected.
This is surely a clean gank as well on that bottom lane, but this could be the blue steal. Cyanide will take that away. Meteos is actually backing off. I thought he was going to go for it. Pushu's all on his own down the bottom there because of what Yellowstar's been doing.
Yeah.
And they're just unaware of his position.
Absolutely. High now trying to close in around, but this is not the people that Cloud9 wants. High's in a big bit of trouble right here.
He's going to repel through. Playful Trickster away. Cocoon does land, as does the Grasping Roots. High takes a bit of damage. The Ignite also thrown on towards him from Yellowstar, but they will all back away from that one. Cloud9 could have took advantage of that situation in the bottom. Instead, they chose to defend out that top because they felt something was coming. And it's actually freed up Peke and Fnatic in this mid lane.
But at the moment, Fnatic is the one forcing rotations, and that is the position they are most comfortable in. Nocturne trying to counter.
Well, he does have that stun card, and Wise he doesn't use it. Waits for the shield. Cyanide gets hooked in there. Oh, repels just out of Earth there. Is he going to be able to get back down in time? No, he's not. That will be the kill. Lemonation picks that up. Meteor's taking very low here. They're going to continue. The Dominants try and counter towards him. He will back off. Stun card being pulled. Are they going to go for Lemonation? They will. Flashes out of it nicely to avoid the wildcards.
And if that locked him down, I think Pushu actually could have bursted him, even though he was so healthy. A smart flash there by Lemon Nation coming down, but now the lane pressure by Fnatic might try and take out this turret of Cloud9.
We do see Pushu's gone back towards the bottom. Look at that Playful Trickster bouncing on towards Yellowstar and Peke. You see the danger that Fizz can possess. And actually, it is Peke continuing to keep that farm rolling. He's keeping up with High despite that early kill that he managed to put on him ordinarily in that straight 1v1. Once you lose that first blood, you're in all sorts of trouble. Pushu getting a mountain of farm down that bottom because Cloud9 had shoved that wave on towards him. So Pushu's going to get that stretch and creep score against Sneaky.
And I think throughout this World Championships, Fnatic, more so than any other team, has showed their ability to bounce back in games, because there's been a couple games where they're down 2,000 gold, 3,000 gold laning phase, but then they always make plays.
Sneaky getting caught out. He's going to get stunned in. That's the Peke. Destiny, brilliant dark passage pulled out by Lemonation.
Just making it in range. Sneaky still has his Varus ultimate as Cloud9 pushes up the mid lane as well.
Meteos gets locked up by the Cocoon, but he does escape successfully, and Fnatic hold onto that middle turret. This game is certainly heating up. Cloud9 creating plays as well as Fnatic.
There's some pink ward control in the Dragon area for Cloud9, but once again, as you said, Peke looking to split push the bottom lane. He used his Destiny to get Sneaky out of there, and he's just trying to farm up really away from Fizz and away from the main threats of Cloud9.
So we do see Pushu back in this mid lane. They've gone for that Phage, and of course, Sneaky going for that BF sword. Wants to get those big bursts of damage from that piercing arrow if they can land. Sheen been picked up by Peke. Meanwhile, High still got their Source Boots. Hasn't been back to buy that just yet. Is he going to go for the Lich Bane early on here?
Well, the last time I saw him play Fizz, he actually rushed the Zhonya's Hourglass because he loves being able to get off a second set of spells in teamfights. And this is actually a sneaky rotation by Cloud9. They had the pink wards in the area, and this looks like a uncontested dragon by Fnatic. Fnatic may not even get mid-turret pressure on this one, but they definitely have the top turret.
Balls is defending off, and he keeps Peke away. We do see Pushu going towards the top, though, so they're going to get a big burst of chunk of damage down on towards his top turret. The rest of Fnatic are rotating up there, so they should be able to catch this one out. However, they've left the middle kind of exposed here. There is only Cyanide keeping Lemonation and Sneaky away from this turret.
Fnatic is actually hoping to catch Cloud9 defending that top turret, which is why they're out of position, and this time, Cloud9 guesses right instead of wrong and gets mid.
So it's going to be 4 members of Fnatic going towards the top, and 3 members of Cloud9 do take down that middle turret. Turret for turret, but more importantly, Dragon flowing in the direction of Cloud9. Will they continue to push, though?
Yeah, this is a very dangerous time. Balls might get caught out. He flashes. Can Peke catch?
Stun card comes in, but is Peke taking the tower hits, and he may just defend this one off. Can he hold on? Pushu's taking too many tower hits. He's going to go down. No barrier comes out. Saves the day, but the rest of Cloud9 are collapsing on this one. Piercing arrow will come across. Pushu is backing already. He may be able to get off from this one. It seems that Fnatic have stole the march this time around.
Wow, that was an incredibly one-sided 4v1 dive. Balls nearly took down 2, but Fnatic does get the kill out of it. I don't know if that's worth it, though. Meteos free pushing this bottom lane. Balls actually got a fair bit of farm with that equalizer because it cleared the whole minion wave as well. And High was farming in the middle. Even though Fnatic got a kill out of that exchange, I'd say Cloud9 came out on top.
Absolutely. Fantastic play and fantastic equalizer from Balls. Getting Pushu pretty much nailed, nearly got him, pulled, forced the barrier out, and all that farm. Meteos, meanwhile, he just needs a little bit of help, and here it comes. Cyanide in trouble. He can repel away from this one, but will it be too late? Peke comes in. He's going to have that stun card ready. Who's he can land it on? Not Meteos, that's for sure, because he had his spell shield ready and waiting to go. And Cloud9 back out.
At least Fnatic saved that turret. So for now, the outer 3 turrets remain 1/3 intact for Fnatic. They really need to keep those up. As of now, High boy, he was actually too worried right there of Cyanide, but he goes in anyway. Not for much.
Stun guard at the right time, just about. That was a fast stun guard pull from Peke there.
Yeah, he's pretty good at Twisted Fate right there. It could have just been a double tap, and he's like, oh, nice. I got
That was handy.
Yeah, I've done that before.
We've all done that.
I feel like Peke might be a little better than me, though.
Right now, though, we do see Fnatic trailing 1,000 gold behind. Meteos picks up that red buff. Cloud9 stacking back around this mid. Fnatic are in defensive position, but of course that tower already down. Pushu heading towards the top, trying to get that Trinity Force complete. Gets that farm continuing to roll. And then in terms of farm, it is actually Fnatic just edging ahead slightly. But look at Meteos compared to Cyanide. There's a big differential there.
Yeah, and Meteos needs to make that differential felt in teamfights. Preferably before Pushu can finish his Trinity Force, because we know what happened last game when Pushu finished his Trinity Force. And also another thing that's happened across both these games is Fnatic has put a bunch of attention to Cloud9's blue buff. And with High in the bottom lane, there's no way he can pick up that blue buff on Fizz. In fact, Cloud9 might just be taking it for themselves, so Fnatic can't steal it away, as Sneaky took the blue buff for himself on Varus.
Yeah, making sure they keep hold of that one. High's going to keep pushing this bottom lane. Fnatic, if they don't deal with him, they will lose that bottom turret, and I believe, judging by the positioning, it is going to happen. So Fnatic may indeed stack towards this middle. We do see Meteos and Sneaky sticking around in the mid lane at the moment, though, so they're going to keep Fnatic's three-man push at bay. Peke is backing off. What's he going to buy? What's he going to pull out? It is just simply going to be ward coverage that he requires. That turret's going to take itself down.
Peke is going very defensive on Twisted Fate this game. As you said, he's not looking to fight. He's looking to split push this game. And it is a very different style that Fnatic has to play here. Even though they're still trying to catch Cloud9 in rotations, their catch potential and their ability to finish off a Cloud9 person while they're caught in a rotation is much lower. Zac is full tank. Twisted Fate is building defensively. That is nothing compared to the damage that Lissandra and Kassadin were putting out in the previous game. This is much more a comfort zone for Cloud9 than it is for Fnatic.
And the fact that High has just gone back and got himself that needlessly large rod tells me that Cloud9, they want to fight. They want to fight fast and early, it seems. And Fnatic, meanwhile, they don't want to be in this. They're going to back away once again.
Yeah, and you can see Fnatic's already in very defensive formations. They don't have split pushes going in any of their lanes. They've lost their outer 3 turrets, and they have effectively lost ward control over the Dragon area as well. Even though Cloud9 hasn't put down many pink wards, they're keeping Fnatic back just by having bodies in the way.
And you've talked about how important the Rumble, his equalizer, can be on that Dragon control. It could be a vital turning point in Fnatic. I'm not sure when this Dragon comes up in a minute whether they want to fight for it.
I don't know if, like, it's very tricky. Instead, they'd rather get a catch somewhere else, and they get High with the gold card.
They're going to catch on towards him. He's going to jump away. Good Earth coming out there, but oh, the cocoon landing max range there from Cyanide locks him down. That may signal it. He's going to be back up in 30 seconds. Dragon's up in 50. He's got 20 seconds to run for the Dragon.
See, those are the types of fights that Fnatic wants to try and catch, because they can't win in a 5v5, but in a 5v1, they absolutely can, because they were just able to chase High down. If Cloud9 can't make counterplays to those types of attacks, they're going to try and do that every time Destiny is up for Peke.
We'll see which way Peke goes with his build. Whether he's going to rush out the Lich Bane. We do see Zhonya's Hourglass going to be coming out from High as that first item. Balls, meanwhile, with that Haunting, guys. He's going to get himself some of that farm going. He's fell quite a long way behind Soaz in terms of farm. You can see it's a 30 CS difference.
And Balls really wants level 11, so one more level, and that equalizer is going to become substantially more threatening. They've managed to get High up. Actually, Pushu is off in the top lane right now farming, and this could effectively just be a Dragon for Cloud9. Fnatic is going to push mid in contrast to this.
They're going to try and rush this Dragon down. Fnatic, as you said, you can already see Peke's position and all of Fnatic's position going straight for that mid lane. Pushu with the Trinity Force completed, Bloodthirster completed for Sneaky.
This could be a Cloud9 fight as soon as possible. They might try to engage from the side, since Fnatic has exposed themselves.
They've got the turret. Can they get back in towards it? High's trying desperately to get close. It's going to be the Paranoid diving on towards Cyanide. Stranglethorns was used. It's going to bounce Meteos up. We can see Lemonation throwing down the box, but Meteos is taken so low. The Ignite's running. Hasn't yet found a kill. Pushu taken so low. Pushu goes down. Cyanide manages to get a kill as well. High's getting locked up, but there's not a lot of damage coming out from Fnatic right now. Gold card ready. Catches on towards Balls. You can see Wildcard potentially going to follow. No. Gets flashed out of. Fnatic haven't got position. Gold card's going to get pulled once again. It's Sneaky that gets focused. They're going to see the damage coming out from High is huge. But he doesn't manage to find a target. Ignite
It was a double kill for Soaz, though. Big exchange between Fnatic and Cloud9, but it was overall a 2 for 2.
Wow. So just another crazy fight from this Fnatic versus Cloud9 series. Soaz, all right, he's okay. He's fine. He's Zach.
He's like, I got cell division. Lemonation may get him on towards him here. There's nobody else too close to him. There's a ward placement going down. Loses one of his flobbers, but instead he walks away.
I have to say, even though Cloud9 felt much more confident in that fight, I think the way in which they engaged made them have a bit of a disadvantage. You could see Hai waited around the outside of this fight for so long without actually jumping in, whereas Pushu was getting down his Gatling gun and his missiles onto many people. Once Cloud9 saw Pushu, they were able to go for him, but as far as the overall positioning of the fight, Pushu got off substantially more damage than Sneaky did. At the same time, Peke was never really focused and then could chase down with gold cards and his movement speed that he got from his upgraded boots very early on. That is a very promising fight for Fnatic since they effectively got engaged on 5v5. And as far as overall damage does, you look at that bar at the bottom, they did a lot more damage to Cloud9 than Fnatic did.
But look at this. Cloud9 heavily shoving their way in towards the enemy jungle, making sure they can get this red buff locked down, and Fnatic, I'm not sure they can deal with this one. Soaz is just off to the side. Cyanide is there, but that red buff has gone.
Yeah, and I mean, this is another one of these games. I almost feel like Fnatic is slowly pulling ahead for whatever reason, and a lot of that just has to do with the 80 carry farm right now. Pushu is 173 to Sneaky's 123, and in that last fight, Cloud9 didn't necessarily display an ability to kill Pushu immediately, and they almost have to. Hai's rushed his Zhonya's, which means he's a little safer going in, but if Meteos and Hai cannot deal with Pushu on their own, I feel like he's going to wreck the mid line of Cloud9 just with all the damage he's pumping out right now with his Trinity Force and the analyst desk disapproving of his Sorcerer Shoes.
Yeah, second blue buff in a row given across to Sneaky there as well, so they really want to keep those piercing arrows flowing, and Cloud9 stacking up towards his top lane. They've already taken that red buff away, starting to try and get ward control back in the jungle of Fnatic, but you do see Peke up there keeping them at bay, and Cloud9 react, they spin around to the mid lane.
And I do have to note that Peke has 600 gold from his loaded dice passive right now, so if it was a normal character, the gold would be actually up for a bit by Cloud9. They might engage right off a little bit of harass.
So as of course it could be a kill streak. He uses that let's bounce, but that's only Tippy to get away.
Where they go?
Where is Cyanide going to go? That's a fantastic equalizer coming out from Ball, straight on the mark, and that is going to be an easy double kill picked up by Cloud9.
And that was why Balls is so confident in these games, falling behind on Rumble, because he can destroy people with those equalizers. But at the same time, that took out the jungler and the support of Fnatic, the two weakest people. If that was a team fight in a more contestable, inescapable area, Fnatic may have been able to come out on top of that one because Pushu was effectively untouched. Now Fnatic was actually hoping to get a counterattack because they realized how strong they were. Cloud9 had just pulled back.
Using an ultimate to get vision, making sure Cloud9 are nowhere near it, and they will take themselves their own blue buff. High down the bottom, he's going to get himself a massive wave, but is it going to be too
That's
much?
a little greedy. Don't get that last one. You got to run, man.
He's got to run. He's going to see a very aggressive Pushu, but he's gone too deep. Zonya's Act that's already been used, though. He's going to get bounced. Stretching strike was used. That's going to be the stun card. High's going to go down here, and Fnatic managed to get themselves a guerrilla warfare strike.
There's just not that much ward control from Cloud9 right now. You can see they're trying to get some of it back. There was a Boots of Mobility rush by Lemon Nation, which actually diminished the amount of early wards he was able to put down. And against Fnatic, you're really playing with fire when you're low on wards, because at one point, Fnatic actually wins a lot of their games because they force the enemy to overward since they're so good at controlling you with their rotations. So Cloud9 is actually kind of countering right now by actually underwarding and just hoping to outmaneuver Fnatic when they go for plays. That was just High getting burned by a little bit of extra farming.
So check it out once again as we approach the 23-minute mark. 500 gold between these two teams. Both got 3 towers down. Just the one dragon so far, I believe, that's gone towards Cloud9. Maybe 2, actually. Not too sure on my exact maths there. But the dragon will be up in 50 seconds regardless. And Fnatic, this time, may have positional control. You can see there's a couple of wards from Cloud9 just on the river, but nothing around the dragon. And sure enough, Fnatic pinged straight on it.
Soaz is actually very strong right now on his Zac with a Spirit Visage and a Sunfire Cape. He's much too large for Sneaky to deal with by himself at the moment, and Cloud9 has definitely tried to control these games from the Dragon area, but Fnatic has controlled them by catching people out of position.
Let's bounce used from Soaz. He's going in. High's already used to jump out of it. There's the Zhonya's Hourglass. Great damage on towards Peke. Can he turn it back around? No! He can't get the Urchin Strike. This time Meteos can, but may well be the detriment of his own health. He's going to go down. Soaz finally gets dropped. Cell Division Pump. Look at the damage coming out from Balls! Absolutely melts Fnatic down. Cyanide's going to try and save Soaz, but Cloud9 turned this fight on its head. Can they get the ace? They can just get the slide on towards him. Pissing out and doesn't find his target. I feel Cyanide may have done just enough to escape this one. A 4-4-3.
And even though that fight was a crazy turnaround, it's still a close one. Check out Fnatic thinking they have this fight because they catch Sneaky and Lemon Nation a little bit. Meteos re-engages. Even though Peke was bursted down, that effectively felt like a 1-for-2 because Meteos was taken down as well. We have to cut away from that though because Cloud9 is trying to take the Dragon kill.
And they're going to get it. That's going to slide the gold. It's a 3,000 in their favor. That is a big, big turnaround for Cloud9 because they were the ones that got engaged on that hook from Lemonation on Soaz during Let's Bounce. Absolutely stopped him in his tracks. And Fnatic, they were a little overconfident going into that fight, I feel. Let's look at the items. Let's look what's going on between these teams because we're going to have a moment of respite here, I feel.
Maybe.
As I'm just looking
Game
at
one,
Pushu.
D-Man, Game 1 broke around 25 minutes when Fnatic seemed to pull ahead. That was a 24 or 23-minute fight where Fnatic was trying to pull off a similar maneuver, but this time Cloud9 kind of had a counter for it. I really wonder if now Cloud9 is going to take that fight to slingshot themselves ahead. Just taking a look at the items as well, you can see Meteos is a completed item ahead effectively. He's got the Locket of the Iron Solari, whereas Cyanide is just sitting on his Aegis of the Legion. They were able to finish off Pushu that fight and kind of eliminate his threat, whereas Sneaky's going with that Legolas full Archer outside build where he's just trying to poke with piercing arrows. And High hasn't hit his Lichbane yet. I think that would be a moment for Cloud9 to break if they can get there quickly enough.
I'm looking at that last fight. Soaz obviously goes in. He's going to be getting a Let's Bounce on. Didn't really get on too many people. But Pushu has Valkyried into that fight a couple of times now. He's going straight into Balls' Flame Spitter. He's absolutely melting Yellowstar and Pushu right now, as well as Peke. They're all really squishy targets. And he seems to be landing that Equalizer perfectly on point.
Yep.
And they're just melting.
And he's gone with a slightly more defensive Rumble build. This is the magic penetration straight into a Rylai's and then a Negatron Cloak. The reason I love the Negatron Cloak instead of an armor item is because he's diving onto Corki, who, as we've mentioned before, actually does more magic damage than he does physical damage, especially if he's itemizing for those Sorcerer's Shoes. So immediately, Balls is trying to actually turn himself into a bulldozer that runs through Fnatic's teams and finishes off Pushu.
Well, Fnatic know that the blue buff is coming up soon, as the Cloud9. Look at this. You can see the defensive posture from both teams. Cloud9 being the aggressor, though. They're going to come in with that Oracle, clear out the wards.
Oh, Fnatic's waiting.
Fnatic already awaiting. His Lemonation's going to be the focus. Stranglethorns goes down. High's going to get bounced in the air. Will they get the damage, though? Another fantastic equalizer. Melted Fnatic. Peke gets dropped. Cyanide in trouble. He's all over it. Then Pushu. He's going to get locked down. Valkyrie's out. Soaz goes back in there. Yellowstar taken down by Meteos on the backside. Pushu and Soaz having to back out of there. It's simply a 2-for-3 exchange once again. Chaotic fights.
Are we going to have a fight that actually goes all in one direction? It's always 3-for-2, 4-for-3, 2-for-1, 1-for-0. It's always close. That time, Fnatic tried to pull off their brush maneuver, but Cloud9 had the lead and were able to re-engage strongly. I'd say Meteos got a little bit lost in that fight, chasing away from his team, and it allowed Pushu to pick up 2 kills, which is extremely dangerous if you're Cloud9 right now.
So, let's take stock again. This could be an objective picked up here. Cloud9 on this. Oh, Pushu's going to get caught out. He doesn't want a bean of Meteos right now, but he has got ward coverage. He may continue pushing on towards him. He's got cover from the side of Sneaky and Balls, so he doesn't want to pursue too deeply into that unwarded jungle.
So right now, we can see by Peke's build that he is going for more of a split push threat. Twin Shadows and Lichbane, 2 movement speed items right now, as well as helping himself out with a little bit of magic resistance to stop High from diving on top of him. If we're looking at Cloud9's team in general right now, they're generally diving with magic damage. It's Sharks that are trying to keep people on top of Balls as equalizers, and I really do have to hand it to Cloud9 as far as team fights go, because so much of what makes Balls good at Rumble
is his team's ability to keep people within his equalizer. We see a lot of Rumble struggle keeping with that, but they have Sneaky's Varus ultimate, the Shark from high, and only Fear from Meteos that are keeping people there. But even so, Fnatic is really struggling to get around that spell.
Well, as of yet, we haven't actually seen Peke. He's not been able to split push either. That's
no.
You know, got to give Cloud9 credit for that one. They've been keeping them fighting over those objectives. Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes' time. You bet your life that's going to be the focus for both of these teams, as the goal differential is still only 3,500 in Cloud9's favor. 28 minutes gone in this game. We had a 33-minute game in match 1, which Fnatic, you can see, are 1-0 up. That snowballed heavily in their favor. Can Cloud9 do the same? Because these fights are slowly teetering on the edge towards Cloud9.
Yep, but the game definitely has not broken yet. Fnatic is always getting something back, which is preventing heavy pushes from Cloud9 coming out later. This is the Cloud9 mid-game dive that they like to do, but there's no turret there. So what are they going to actually be diving? At this point, they're just trying to take control back of the map. Maybe Cloud9 goes for a few more Dragons, maybe they go for a few more Barons, or maybe they try and actually catch Fnatic in a ward rotation as they threaten Baron. I'm really not sure because this game is too close.
This game is very close. There's Pierce now, as you saw from Sneaky when he landed on Peke. It did a lot of damage. He hasn't got a great deal of hit points, and if he gets focused on, you see Pushu low, throwing out those rockets. He will keep them at bay here. Cloud9 seeing if they can siege it down. Fnatic thought about it. Elastic Slingshot being charged up by Soaz, but does get cancelled out.
And there's a monstrous wave in the bottom lane of Cloud9 right now that they would actually want to go down and farm because that's a huge amount of gold that they'd be able to pick up. But Cloud9 is just so happy about having Fnatic contained to their base right now that they're sitting here for a little while longer.
And we'll see whether High keeps on pushing his top lane. See Peke going around to rotate up there. That tower's very low, and Cloud9, I think, have got positional advantage. Peke's going to come in, but I don't think he should be here. They're going to see, they're going to dive in. They're going to see Earth bounce up. Peke taking so low. He gets dropped before he gets a chance to survive. Let's bounce being used. High's going to get focused on. He's taken low. Tower already dropped. Soaz goes in. He gets himself a kill. Now they're on towards Lamination. Cyanide focusing on there. Balls is going to come in. Again, Equalizer this time doesn't find his target. Soaz is so low. Cell Division will be back up. Meteos does manage to turn the fear back towards him. Cell Division used in there. Cyanide and Yellowstar trying to keep them at bay, trying to keep them away. Pushu's backed up already. He's going to come around. That's going to be another kill. And it is another 2-for-1 exchange. Again, going in favor of Cloud9.
So slowly but surely, Cloud9 is winning fight after fight, and they've now moved their gold lead to 5,000. They caught Peke that time, trying to make a rotation towards defending that turret. High definitely manned up and went for the kill. He's really just trading his life for Peke's life over and over again. He's 2-5 on Fizz. Even through the exhaust, they were able to burst him down, but then you can see Sneaky had to finish off the turret for the safety of this dive, and Balls was trying to zone out the rest of the Fnatic team. If Balls had actually pinned Pushu with that equalizer, it could have been a much better fight for Fnatic, and they maybe could have taken the inhibitor. But because they didn't, Fnatic's on the counterattack.
Uh-oh, Peke goes in, uses that Destiny, finds Lamination. He's going to go down. That will be Peke picking up the kill there, and this may open up the Dragon. Pushu's already starting it out here. I don't think Cloud9 can fight it. It was a big gold lead for Cloud9, let's not forget. So this is not going to pull Fnatic in it just yet.
It was still amazing timing there for Fnatic to make a move down there. Peke still had his ultimate up because he got caught in the first fight and was then able to use it to catch Lemonation. You could tell that Cloud9 was trying to use Dragon as an objective to extend their lead. That's why Lemonation was down there ahead of his team. He just didn't expect Fnatic to so aggressively pursue that objective since Fnatic had slowly lost so many previous team fights for that one. Again, Fnatic just having that element of surprise and unpredictability that catches Lemonation off guard.
Catching Cloud9 out. Whew. Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment. Let's have a look at this game. Let's see what is developing. The AD carries are becoming monsters. Sneaky, you can see. Bloodthirster, Last Whisper. He actually built up that Zeal quite a while ago, but he switched to a BF sword now, so he wants feels he needs a little bit more damage on that piercing arrow. It's already doing big chunks of Peke when it lands. Pushu in the meanwhile, you can see that Infinity Edge now completed, along with the Trinity Force and Last Whisper. He's had a while.
Yeah, right now Pushu is a lot stronger than Sneaky, only because he has completed items, but I think as those carries approach max items, if this game goes for much longer, Sneaky would then actually have an edge on him, but as of now, definitely not. I like the fact that High has completed his Lich Bane. We saw how much he can burst down before, but like, it's too crazy. It's 15-13, and the game still hasn't broken. Every time Fnatic looks out, there is a danger for Cloud9 to pounce on them with Nocturne and a Fizz ult, but then every time Cloud9 peels away or even thinks about splitting up, Peke is just picking them off with his Destiny. Even though Peke's not picking up kills, He has 11 of the 13 kills that Fnatic has been involved in, which is the highest participation on the team. This is so strong for both teams right now, and I usually don't say that.
Peke runs back, gets himself a Seeker's Arm Guard, realizing that piercing arrow is doing a little bit too much damage to him, and he could easily get melted by Sneaky a little bit too quick. And again, walks in, nearly catches it straight back on. That high getting a little bit too close to that tower. Cocoon lands on him, a good burst of damage. So has thought about continuing on that one. You see the elastic slingshot didn't quite find his target, and Fnatic beat them out of their turret.
Cloud9 needs a new plan for this, because they have not gotten a smidgen of damage onto that middle turret, and High took half of his health for nearly no reward. Either Cloud9 needs to just split push and try and catch Fnatic in another rotation between turrets, or Cloud9 needs to start warding up the Baron pit and starving Fnatic out as they try and check. That mid lane siege is not going to work against Twisted Fate and Corki.
Fnatic not getting in position quick enough to defend this inner turret. They are 3 members down there, but again, that piercing arrow, it's rattling through and doing the work it needs to. But that minion wave, it's getting kept off. So as with the elastic slingshot, gets hooked in there, but they've gone a little deep. What a fantastic kill there, though. Straight away, push you down. That's a massive damage dealer for Fnatic. They've got to back out of this fight, and you can see High, he wants to go in. Urchin strike on towards Cyno. He's going to go down, the dot ticking away, and that is another 2 kills. 3 kills, count that, for Cloud9 and an objective. They could push on towards the inhibitor here.
And the game may have just broken wide open, D-Man. This is the first decisive victory Cloud9 has had in a fight. There's still 3 people dead on Fnatic, and because the game is late, those death timers are still over 30 seconds. TF and Zyra will try desperately to hold this off, but Cloud9 wants the inhibitor.
Chain of Corruption coming out, but it doesn't find its target. They're still very low, remember. You can see those wildcards coming through. I having to dodge out of that one. He is going to take the inhibitor down, though. So Cloud9 have broken the siege.
This is very cautious right now for Cloud9, though. Peke is going to try and stop this recall as long as possible because he knows Fnatic is coming up and they could rush the Baron, right? So if Cloud9 doesn't recall together, the wildcards are going to keep them slow. See, they're going to keep chasing this one. Cloud9 needs to try and make this escape. The rest of Fnatic, though, is going to run towards Baron. This is testy.
Oh, so Cloud9 are backing off. They're going to all base. Have Fnatic going to get in there quick enough. You can see there's a giant wave on the bottom wave pushing on towards that inner turret. They're not going to worry about that, though. Although they are. Cloud9 all going towards it.
They actually forced everyone on Cloud9 to build home guard boots with that maneuver. So that Peke play just cost Fnatic, Cloud9 thousands of gold, and they're still going for it. If they corner themselves here, the game could be over. Cloud9 has their ultimates up. They're going.
Equalizer goes in. Peke flashes away from it. They're going to see getting hooked in there. That's a great lash straight away coming out from Lemonation. Pushu gets drilled down. Cyanide in trouble. Fnatic are dropping like flies, and Cloud9 can just turn onto Baron themselves. High's pursuing on towards Peke. He's not going to let him escape here, but it's the Baron going to Cloud9 that will turn the fight on his head.
And I feel like that was the last-ditch effort for Fnatic, trying to desperation Baron, but Cloud9 saw exactly what was coming. They made it back in time, and the fact that all 5 people on their team purchased home guard boots gave them the seconds that were required to stop that Baron. There are still 2 people dead on Fnatic, and Baron buff on 5 for Cloud9. This turret seems indefensible.
So Cloud9 pushing in. Have they turned this game on its head? Have they done enough? 33 minutes, game 1 that Fnatic picked up. 36 minutes now, Cloud9 seemingly charging through the base of Fnatic. Have they done enough to take this game to all square in the series?
You can hear the Cloud9 chants now coming out from this heavily North American crowd. And based on those last sequence of events, it's going to take a whole lot for Fnatic to come back in this game. They needed Peke to get strong in order to split push. Fnatic was staying alive mainly by catching individuals off for Cloud9. But now that there are 2 inhibitors down for Fnatic, Cloud9 doesn't need to worry about maintaining presence in 2 out of the 3 lanes. Every single person on Cloud9 can go back and shop and push down that 3rd inhibitor, and Fnatic is effectively forced to defend that with 4 people, because Fnatic actually needs 1 person full time to defend the 2 waves of super minions.
Dragon spawns, and Cloud9 already unweighted. That Baron buff on them has already taken down an inhibitor. The top wave being pushed out by Fnatic, but it is Cloud9 that are in the driving seat right now. Fnatic trying to keep those super minions at bay, but everything is being taken away from them. Dragon goes, Blue goes. It's only a matter of time before Cloud9 come knocking on the front door.
Yeah, and they have many cloaks as well. Lemonation has done well with his objective
cloaks.
gold. He's got a couple Megatron cloaks in there, totaling 186 magic resist right now. He's going to be wanting diving in with the rest of the team, and this is a full magic damage Fnatic team. This is Lemonation just calling it out and being like, I don't need armor.
I'm a tanky support right now.
I'm a tanky support. And that's simply like all he needs. But Sneaky's piercing arrows have been on point. Every single time the fights start for Fnatic, they're about half hit points. Peke or Pushu already getting targeted every single time. So they're going into the fight at 3/4 health.
And all it takes is one of High's Sharks, and they spam down onto that target. Because Meteos will go in with Fizz, their dive buddies, the Equalizer comes down on top of it, and that person is dead. It starts the fight 4v5. Cloud9 has some of the best team fight coordination in the world, and that's the reason they were 30-3 in the North American LCS. Round 2.
High comes around the side there. They're going to dive on towards Peke. He's just going to get dropped where he stands. Equalizer comes down. Pushu trying to put as much work as he can in, but he just can't fight down Cloud9. He's putting the rockets out, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team have dropped like flies. It's going to be the third inhibitor of the game going to Cloud9. Cloud9 will close this game out surely. There's nothing Fnatic can do. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. North America strikes back.
Another clean team fight for Cloud9, and absolutely they struck back with a vengeance. Both of these games, D-Man, were incredibly close, and I can't wait for game 3.
Cloud9 take victory against Fnatic. We are all square. As the focus from High, the crowd absolutely loving it. The American champions putting up the fight that honestly we thought was going to come, because game 1 was close, game 2 was close, game 3 is going to be awesome.
I don't know what's going to happen. Just because we got to keep it, we know Fnatic's back on the blue side next. And we know how well High did with that Fizz pick. He killed Peke 1v1 at the start of that game. Nobody expected that coming in. Fnatic could not pull the mid-game triggers. They went with a much different style from game 1 until game 2. I almost feel like they have to go back to the first style for their third game here, because Cloud9 seems to be warming up here. They had to come in cold to this. Second game was great.
And let's not forget, Fnatic back on the blue side. Will that be a big difference? Who knows? Because these two teams have been slugging it out. What do we see? They've switched to 2v1s. Do we see anything from them? Because that was the startup this time around.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one great discussion on the analyst desk.
Absolutely.
For this one, because we all didn't know what was happening coming into this. This was one of the greatest unknowns. I felt like these are two incredibly strong teams. Number 1 from NA, number 1 from EU. I don't know if lane swapping is the answer for this one, because they're just brawling with each other.
Absolutely. Well, let's hear what the guys have to say at the desk. It's going to be over to Trevor. Take it away, guys, to break down that win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And another fantastic, fantastic game. We'll get to the team fights and the crazy action a little bit later. I want to go back to picks and bans, talk about the fact that Fizz was first picked by Cloud9, and Xpeke picked Twisted Fate into Fizz. That is a detrimental lane matchup. It's one that Peke has lost before in the past. And I think he was hoping to play the map a little more, but it just didn't work out for them.
And I think that comes with confidence from his first game. He outplayed High and won lane pretty significantly in the first game, and I think he thought, oh, this guy's not that good. I can get away with a not-so-good lane matchup, but obviously he just couldn't pull it out.
I think this really showcased the strengths of Meteos' jungle style as well. Last game we saw, of course, High getting down early and then struggling not getting those blue buffs, and Xpeke getting that really big lead on Kassadin. But the opposite of that is kind of what we saw this game. With the solo kill onto Xpeke early, Meteos was able to become an absolute monster. He had over 4,000 HP on Nocturne by the end of the game, over 100 CS up over Cyanide as well. When that mid lane is winning, what he can do from the jungle is magic.
The issue with the mass farming jungle is just that the other jungle has to capitalize on the ganks, and I want to congratulate Cloud9 there, because they really play well, knowing that the enemy jungler is aiming to gank and is not farming, and they've dodged a lot of these ganks the entire game.
So talk to me a little bit about the junglers as we were on there. We're talking about the early game, because we've seen some 3v1 lane pushes there, and you know, Cloud9 tried to push the top lane, they tried to push the inner turret down as well, but they sort of were half committed, half in, half out. I know you had some thoughts on that, Kreppo.
I really feel for Fnatic, next game they should try to match and go for two versus two lanes and 1 against 1, because they had the better level 1. They could have scouted ahead, they could have gotten wards out. If you match Cloud9 2 against 2 and 1 against 1, I think you're going to come out ahead. Especially the way Cloud9 pushed their level 1 was really good. They went for early 3v1, early push, which means you kill one wave, pushing the next. Compared to Fnatic, they were trying to zone balls of XP, and they went for stacked wave push, which is really bad if the enemy team just pushes on through.
And I can't help but be disappointed that, you know, in the first game I pointed out, Pushu's Sork Boots build only works when he's ahead. This is a game where he needs MR. He's up against double AP, and both these guys rushed Sork Shoes. He instantly exploded multiple times, because like 30 minutes into the game, he has no MR items. He's sitting at base MR plus runes, And really, if he just had built a Negatron Cloak or early Mercs, none of that would have ever happened. He would never have gotten chunked, and those teamfights would have went the way of Fnatic.
He also built a Lost Whisper right after Triforce, and I think that's the point where he should have actually invested into a Negatron Cloak, because I don't think Mercury Threads are as gold efficient against a team like this, because you don't need the tenacity. Fizz is going to blow you up, like his ulti is going to hit you. Tenacity doesn't affect you as much.
Yeah. We're getting set up for game 3, so just closing thoughts there, Freak.
Yeah, so what I actually wanted to talk about was some of the team fights and how those were set up, because when you look at Peke's build, he was building very defensively to not die to Fizz, was trying to be a split push nightmare. It took a very, very long time to set up and never really got to be useful. But comparing the composition, specifically how the junglers were set up, so Fizz and Nocturne get to dive in there and kill off Pushu. They get to survive through the Zyra Peel and the Corki Burst, whereas Cyanide's Elise never gets to do anything because he's under-leveled, he's under-farmed, and Pushu, even though, or not Pushu, sorry, but Sneaky, even though he's supposed to be hit by Zac and Elise, gets hit by just Zac, who gets peeled by Thresh, and then you have an AD carry who's shooting and an AD carry who's Zed. Or an AD carry who's dead, rather. Meanwhile, Rumble's tossing you. Yeah, there was no Zed. Unfortunately, that was banned.
Zed makes people dead. So
but yeah, the back lines were completely different due to how well the front lines for each team performed.
So I got a little wrong. We do have a little bit more time to talk about these fights, and I want to ask you guys now. We missed... some of the ultimates were a bit sloppy. These team fights were not as crisp, not as clean as maybe game 1, which are a lot more sort of decided. And we've seen both teams trying to flank, coming from the sides, coming from different angles. And my question is now, was that teams being caught out? Was that team simply reacting? Because that was a high kill game. I think it was like 18-13 towards the end.
European teamfights generally go a lot slower. When you saw a bot lane where Cyanide was Soaz was trying to zone with his elastic slingshot, normally any EU team would back off there and re-engage after it was down. This is free bait for Cloud9. They like diving in with 2 people. They had the hook on Zac there, and then they just dove, and nobody's ready for that.
The barrier is really on, or the burden of the fight is really on Cloud9 to get in onto TF and Corki. And TF is really easy to get on, but you saw Xpeke really smartly. He built double move speed, Twin Shadows and Lichbane. That is kind of a defensive stat for him, so he can easily kite Fizz and Rumble. But you saw Pushu, once again, he didn't build any MR, and he had to play really far back or just risk instantly dying. And with Fnatic's 2-threat comp, because they have a Zac top, it's really hard for you to dish out damage when one of your carries has to play really back.
And the other thing I want to point out as well is you talked about kind of how the team fights were set up, is basically it's, Cloud9 didn't play all that well against Twisted Fate. They got caught out multiple times. And then as you had sort of mentioned, Double, if the rest of the game is Cloud9 trying to find openings and just diving in and going hard, and those are the 2 types of fights that you kind of found, was a hardcore engage on one side and getting caught on the other.
All right, my question to you guys now is, who is going to win Game 3? After watching the first 2 matches, does anybody want to change their picks? Double Lift, I'm asking you. Cloud9 or Fnatic?
Oh, God. I can't stress this enough. Just an item choice would have won this game for Fnatic in my mind. So I really have to say, I'm switching my pick to Fnatic, dude. Like, I can't justify... I'm sorry. Man. I cannot justify this win on Cloud9's part. It was... To me, Cloud9 played really well. They played solid. They're a world-class team. But Fnatic really just had these small issues that eventually snowballed. I don't expect Xpeke to get first blooded again. 1v1 mid. No way that's going to happen Game 3.
Quickly down the line. Fnatic or Cloud9?
Fnatic.
Fnatic or Cloud9?
Yeah, Fnatic for me as well, especially because they've got that blue side, and if they mimic the same pick and ban process, I think they did really well in Game 1, and they can take it here.
And Freak?
I also think Fnatic, I think High's champion pool is getting a little stretched thin, and that's a big risk for these guys.
Well, guys, we need to take a very quick break, but when we return, it is the 3rd and final game in this quarterfinal matchup between Fnatic and Cloud9. The next team to take out a Nexus will lock down the first spot in this weekend's semifinals. It's all on the line for these 2 squads when the Season 3 World Championship returns. Stick around, guys.
Kill Soaz. Jesus. Back here. Puzu. Youngster. Cyanide.
Soaz.
Oh, fuck, get the bombs. Go.
We're going to Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. North America strikes back.
I think having their jungler as the best player is going to be really good for them, since he can decide which lane he want to make an advantage for them.
Even during the NALCS, most teams sort of have a target on me for their games, and so I think I'm pretty comfortable with teams trying to shut me down, so I don't think it'll be a huge deal.
back to the Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles, California. We couldn't have asked for a more dramatic start to the quarterfinal rounds. It is time for the third and final game between Fnatic and Cloud9. The winner of this match will be the first team to lock in their spot in this weekend's semifinal.
Yeah, D-Man, and both of these games have been extremely close in the early and the mid game, and then they've generally been turning because both these teams know how to end games. And in that last one, I mean, we can't say enough about Balls' Rumble Ultimates in that one because they didn't even have the team that locked down amazingly. He had such a rough early game as well because of the 1v2 lane scenario, and then he just crushed them. This is why Cloud9 actually runs pick and ban scenarios generally assuming Rumble's banned because they don't expect people to let Balls play it.
And think back to it, he was about 30-40 CS behind Soaz, but they gave that split, or they were trying to give the split lane to Peke, and it just didn't work. Cloud9 were ready for that. That's one of the games that they were obviously prepared for.
Yeah, and I mean, as Doublelift was saying on the analyst desk as well, he doesn't expect Peke to die again to high. 1v1 in the lane, that could have been a big turning point in that game, because even though Peke didn't seem to do anything to turn it back, it could have been because he was set behind early by that 1v1 that Fizz did to his TF. It's going to be an incredibly interesting third game.
We will see how this one works out, of course. So, what are we thinking? Picks and bans are going to be getting underway in a moment. So much has been focused on those mid lane players.
Yeah, so as far as Cloud9 goes, regardless of them being on blue or the red side, they have banned Aatrox, Ahri, and Kennen, I believe, in all three of their games. No, Aatrox, Orianna, and Ahri.
Yeah.
My bad on that one. And then the only ban that has differed has been a Kassadin versus a Fizz, which was then first picked. And of course, Fizz gone right off the bat.
Yeah, they weren't having any of that. They were like, yep, you're pretty good on Fizz. We don't want that. We don't want that. So, a bit of respect maybe finally coming out towards high there. Orianna going to get taken away. Looks like Cloud9 sticking to their guns. Probably going to see Ahri coming out afterwards.
They stuck to their guns after the first game. It's what got them to game 3. And Cloud9 came into this completely cold. Fnatic had 8 games in the group stage over the past week, won 7 of them. They just suffered their second loss, actually, of the entire World Championships, whereas Cloud9, they don't have the luxury of suffering a second loss. If they lose again, they're out.
Rumble taken away. They realizing that did not work. That leaves Kassadin open. Will they first pick it again, or will they allow it to go over to high? Do they feel there's a higher value first pick?
They should just go for Kassadin again.
It worked so well
in the first game. And since Cloud9 completely stuck with their bans, why wouldn't we see this? This is what Fnatic won with. I don't know if there's anything Cloud9 really could have done against this. It's either that or Orianna, I feel like. I think they're too afraid of Cyanide's Aatrox, and clearly too afraid of the Ahri for good reason. It would really just come down to that Orianna or Kassadin pick.
Finally, Kennen, of course, was allowed through. That is going to give it to Balls, and the Zyra taken away from Yellowstar at last.
Yeah, and Cloud9 is going to combo that with Ashe, and they don't think that Fnatic would pick Ashe without Zyra.
Yeah.
I feel like Fnatic is just going to try to mimic their composition that they had in the first game. Because they still have, well, they don't have the Zyra, right? But they could still do Corki. They could do that with Leona. They could almost just double up on the dive that they had originally. But at that time, it's more difficult to do that against Kennen Zyra. Just because it's so difficult to dive into both of those area of effect ultimates. I think that Kennen is mid lane, actually, for high to go up against Kassadin.
Well, let's see where the Pushu goes for Corki. I think actually we may see the jungler coming out. I think Cyanide might show his hand, go for Jarvan early on here, because they don't want to show what they're going to be putting in that top lane. We're waiting down, obviously, Fnatic. Big discussions. You can see
is so unpredictable in these
the
phases.
whole team, of course, Lee Sin. How would I forget? And they're taking Varus away. They know that actually Ashe is probably going to come out, so they're thinking we need something for range here.
They need something to counter back as far as crowd control goes. They know that Cloud9 likes to overload crowd control, and you know, once again, like Fnatic is just so damn unpredictable in these situations. It would seem like they'd go for Corki once again. I'd almost expect still from Fnatic, even though Cloud9's picking right now, maybe their last 2 picks, why not Lissandra again, right?
Yeah.
Why not Leona and just go for the full-on dive? That's the thing that makes the most sense to me from Cloud9's perspective. Or sorry, from Fnatic's perspective. And wow, now Sneaky goes for Corki.
Sneaky goes for Corki instead of
They don't
Ashe.
do Zyra Ashe.
They go for Nocturne. Nocturne worked very well last time around. However, that was up against the gold card pulling Twisted Fate. This time around, Peke is not going to be too worried about that spell shield.
Yeah, so Meteos has fallen back on his 2 junglers. He only played 2 junglers in the North American Regionals, Elise and Nocturne. He's doing that once again. The Corki pick for Cloud9 fits in here because they have the Kennen mid lane. Cloud9 has like a minimum quota of how much crowd control to bring into a game. And since they have crowd control in the mid lane now, they don't need it from their AD carry position, so they're loading in more damage.
Fnatic have 18 seconds. Leona has been used.
Leona, Lissandra. What else would Soaz? Soaz has pick of what he wants to
Soaz
play
does have pick.
That would work too.
It's not a champion he
Never know what to
enjoys,
do.
but it's definitely a champion of choice, and it has been locked in. So that's actually a lot of tankiness to go with the mobility that Fnatic have.
And immediately the Vladimir gets picked as well. That was waiting for the Shen pick.
Yeah.
We saw Balls' Vladimir against a Zac in the North American Regionals, and he completely outfarmed him later in the game. There was nothing that could chase him down. This time there's a Kassadin that could chase him down. He's going to want to try and lane it against Shen as much as possible and be that split push threat. Once again here, these teams got, even though they're stealing each other picks, almost exactly what they wanted. These are Cloud9-centric compositions with loads of damage and enough crowd control to lock people down while you're bursting them. And then Fnatic, they have Kassadin. That's all they need as far as their style goes.
The one difference here is Soaz is not on an assassin this time around.
No.
So the points of damage is only coming out from Peke and Pushu.
They have lower amounts of threats, and that burned them in Game 2 because Cloud9 had coordinated enough dives that they could take out Pushu or Peke at the start of fights. Then there was only one guy left, and that wasn't enough to clean them out. So what's going to happen?
What is going to happen? That is certainly the question on everybody's minds, and you can see Soaz. Pressure on these players is immense. Which region will come out on top? Will it be the North American LCS, which is being represented by Cloud9, or the European LCS represented by Fnatic? Fnatic, of course, won the Spring and Summer Split.
Yeah.
Cloud9, this is their first international experience coming out here, and they are putting on a fantastic showing.
Absolutely. I mean, they were so incredibly dominant in the North American LCS. We just can't say enough. 25-3 in the regular season. Swept the playoffs. Set records as far as Meteos was concerned in KDA and least deaths throughout an entire split. And then they have to come in cold onto this giant stage against a powerhouse in Fnatic. Season 1 champions, as you said, #1 in Europe. This is a tall task for both teams to try and take down. I guess that's why it's the World Championships.
That is indeed why it's the World Championships, Jet, as we go into the game. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. It's Fnatic versus Cloud9, the battle of the ages, it seems, because pride is at stake, as well as a fair chunk of change and a place in the semi-finals. Who will they face? It's going to be Chinese opposition. Will it be OMG or Royal Club? We're going to be finding that out tomorrow. But right now, we want to know who is going to win. Who is going to come out on top? Will it be Fnatic, who currently picked up a great win in Game 1 and snowballed after 25 minutes up against Cloud9, who did effectively the same thing in Game 2. Both blue sides winning so far. Is it Fnatic's to take?
And there's two matchups I want to focus on specifically in this game. And again, it's Peke versus Hai, because that is such a swingy matchup. Peke, the MVP of Europe, and Hai has been attacked very heavily in picks and bans by Fnatic. Last game, Hai was able to come out on top, but Kennen should have an extremely strong laning phase against Kassadin. The other one I need to track here is the early laning of Yellow Star's Leona versus Lemon Nation Zyra, because if Yellow Star can somehow get level 2 before Lemon Nation and catches anything onto him, he'll kill Zyra straight off the bat. And now, Fnatic catches him in the brush.
The catch on towards Sneaky, he's going down, he's going to get dropped. First blood comes out, they may get a second as well. Lemon Nation's going to be the focus target, he gets locked up, Yellow Star goes in, and Cyanide gets a double kill.
That is immensely huge for Fnatic. They ran around the Cloud9 ward. Somehow they snuck into that brush before. I need to watch that again because Cloud9 has 2 wards down in the Fnatic jungle, because I think they went through the lane. Someone's going to grill me for this
They
afterwards.
got there before they put the wards
got
in.
there obviously
Yeah.
before the wards went down, but Cloud9 was completely caught unawares. In Cloud9's losses so far in North America, it was often because of a level 1 disaster, and now that bottom lane of theirs is in a huge hole. They are definitely get out level 2'd, and they both died.
And Cyanide starts his jungling with a mattress. It's crazy. He's going to absolutely dominate through this.
word.
Doesn't need to use smite. No clue. Doesn't need help for this blue. He's just going to dominate that jungle now. This is going to put Meteos in a big, tricky situation because he knows he's going to get countered by that Lee Sin.
In a game of this magnitude, starting while giving up the first 2 kills is just an extra amount of pressure that got put on Cloud9. Fnatic has so much confidence with the way they're moving right now. They're even going for Meteos' red buff. He's got to smite it away and run. He can't even get level 3.
And while, you know, so many times we talk about level
We're
1,
just
we didn't actually get into like who would level 1 because they were up against a Shen and a Leona. Why would you even look in them bushes?
They were just caught completely by surprise. I mean, Zyra can have consistent threat at level 1 as well. It was really just Fnatic outmaneuvering them. There's the catch as well!
Lemonation caught out, having to use heal, which we didn't even touch on, by the way. Picking up the Summoner's heal, working out very well this time around, but Yellowstar and Pushu are starting to put a lot of pressure on that lane already.
And we have been so lulled into level 1s just being ward trades that we don't expect that much power to come out early on in the game. This has caught Cloud9 completely off guard. They were just executing a normal level 1 for themselves, and it was Fnatic now just jumping out ahead. How much can they turn this on its head? They already got the heal from Lemon Nation. This Yellowstar this Pushu versus Sneaky lane could completely turn, knowing that they started with a couple kills. But the big thing actually is Pushu hasn't shopped yet, and Sneaky didn't burn Summoner spells when he died, which is very key to mention. Let's watch this level 1 again. They taunted right onto Sneaky, no chance. And one thing that was actually smart of Cloud9, aside from getting caught out and killed, is neither of them decided to use Summoner spells because they knew how dead they were.
And more importantly, there was a lot of assists there. Soaz got the 2 assists. Pushu got the 2 assists. We saw the flash from Yellowstar actually. It was burned to get that lockup on the final one. But big advantages gained by the European champions Fnatic in this very early game. Let's see how it develops though. Not get carried away. It is very early on, and Meteos is coming up towards his top lane.
There's not a ward that sees him. Pushu and Yellowstar feeling very confident. They're going in.
They're going in for Pushu. Pushu may get locked up. The fear does get triggered, but it sends him towards his own tower, so it's not a favorable trade for Cloud9.
Extremely close now. Cyanide coming in the mid lane as well. Hydus Lightning rushes away. That gank up top by Meteos needs to be pressured with some turret damage right now because they forced one back and they're effectively forcing Cyanide to come up and cover.
Remember, they took a 3-minute 33 tower in the first game. This time around, Cyanide is coming up there to cover it off. They're not going to keep on chunking down that tower. They effectively forced Fnatic out of their split push game in the last match. This game, they don't really need to do it. Maybe they will, with obviously the fact that Shen's there generally triggers that they are going to go split push. It's a very good trade for Soaz on Cloud Balls there.
Yeah, early on, Soaz is definitely pressuring this lane as heavily as possible. Balls will not be ramping up for another little while here. He needs to get about level 7 or 9 and a Spell Vamp Spirit in there. Ooh, Hike has his flash burned as well by Cyanide.
Double flash is burned actually. Peke as well, taken very low, so the trade going well for High, but both of those flashes now down. It's going to affect High more than it is going to be Cyanide. Cyanide himself is just returning back to that jungle. He's going to be running like a monster around that jungle as well. In terms of farm, though, he's actually behind Meteos.
Meteos always managing to farm a little bit of his jungle. The main advantages in this game are just those first 2 kills. They get 600 gold for the first blood, a split of 500 gold for the second one, so it is exactly so. Fnatic did not go back and buy after they got the kills because they happened so late. So if we're going to see that 2 kills start to snowball, it's actually going to be now because Fnatic has went back, bought their first set of items, and is actually taking advantage of this gold lead.
Check out those items from the AD carriers. Sneaky went back, he got himself a double Doran's Blade. Guess a Phage will follow, leading into the inevitable Trinity Force. But look at Pushu. Because he got that early assist gold, he went straight for a pickaxe. Is that a little overconfident?
I don't think so at all. I think he's just trying to rush more damage than Sneaky can deal with. He's going to be building that into a Last Whisper anyway if he's going with the standard build. And he's just really just trying to get the immediate advantage. Balls has been dangerous for a while. The last time he scouted Cyanide with one of those Vladimir E's, this time he gets caught.
You're going to see the ultimate coming in. He's trying to catch him out. He has pulled away. And he has got that ghost on. He's going to go deep. Cyanide on this one. He has got him down. And would you believe it? That's a 3rd kill for Cyanide.
Balls had burned his flash previously, gets his ghost burned on that one, and that was just a little bit of overconfidence in that lane. He picked the Vladimir as a counterpick to Soaz, had gotten a few levels under his belt, so thought that he would be able to start bullying him out, but that is why Cyanide was there for the gank.
And you know, for any jungler, I would say getting 3 kills on him, it's not favorable. You'd want him on the AD carry or something, but it's a Lee Sin. Lee Sin's going to get going, and he's going to start doing a lot of damage.
Especially if he can get around. The thing with this is Cyanide has an absolute window with which he can be effective here. He's built it into a Sightstone, so he's not actually getting combat effectiveness out of this. If there is a team fight force for Cloud9, it is map control and mobility that he's building into that Lee Sin right now. He wants to be hopping around. He wants to stop Meteos from having effective gank paths, and he wants to catch Cloud9 in multiple rotations.
So this middle lane battle, Meteos is given the blue buff, or is he? Actually, he may take that for himself here.
Absolutely he will, because it's a Kennen and a Vladimir. Neither of those guys benefit off the blue buff.
3 members of Fnatic gathering in this middle lane. We do see Lemonation coming down, realizing there's something maybe up. Pushy was spotted out there. They're going in towards High. High himself hasn't got flash available, but the kick from Cyanide does not find its target.
This game is going to be a dragon fight very shortly for Fnatic, I feel. They have the Shen in the top lane. He's made the transition, and there has not been a dragon play made yet. Lemon Nation is still not level 6. Neither is Sneaky on Corki, whereas Pushu and Yellowstar are about 3/4 of the way to their level thresholds. The AD carries are fighting each other in the bottom lane right now, and Fnatic has just went back to buy another fresh set of items. If Cloud9 doesn't stop the objective push by Fnatic, they may end up falling too far behind to make a realistic comeback. They're actually forced into a game-deciding decision much earlier than they would like to be because the double kill that was given up at level 1.
We do see Meteos is a long way from this dragon as well, so Fnatic seemingly will be gifted this one. I think Cloud9 may well have read the situation, but realized they're probably not in a situation to fight for it. Yellowstar trying to get the lock on towards Lemonation does take a big chunk of damage from that piercing arrow. Fnatic starting this one off. Cloud9 going to let them have it.
Yeah, Lemon Nation, you got to be careful, man. There is a lot of people that could kill you in this situation. They know Balls isn't there. They know Shen could teleport in. And this is effectively just a Fnatic power play.
Power play indeed. That's going to push the gold to a 1,500 lead for them. Cloud9 trying to clear and shove that middle lane. Remember that High, if he gets left alone, he will put a lot of damage down on this turret, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And Peke, as much as he likes to roam and with that teleport, is going to have to keep check on him.
And I feel like Cloud9's actually just trying to push Fnatic into a split push game right now. They know they fell behind early, and they have the split push Vladimir. He's got Ghost Flash. He's building in towards the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, and Balls is hoping to draw enough attention that Cloud9 can just trade farm in the lanes and effectively bypass the disaster that happened early on.
So, in terms of 2 top laners, Balls and Soaz very much even. Of course, there is a death for Balls and a 3 assists for Soaz, so that's going to be Tippy's gold in terms of farm. And you can see it is around about 600 gold lead. No surprises there. The big surprise is really developing across the board is, of course, the jungler, but it is actually, despite the 3 kills, only a, 300 gold lead that Cyanide has over Meteos. So Meteos still doing a fantastic job of farming. Look at it, 72 to 32, because he's taken a couple of waves in the lanes as well.
Yeah, Meteos is getting his items, but it's about the rest of his team that's falling back. You can see Sneaky is yet even to complete a phage, and Pushu is actually sitting on 1,800 gold right now on Varus. So when he goes back to base, he is going to pick up a truckload of damage.
Elimination once again, just sidestepping the strike from Yellowstar, desperately trying to get on towards him. Good plant control, actually coming around. He may get shut down, and no! Flash is out, flash burn, but for an ultimate.
Yeah, but that's a very low cooldown Leona ultimate right there. It's got 90 seconds from the time it's used, whereas Flash is much longer. Cloud9, though, gets first turret for the 3rd game in a row.
Absolutely, Peke had gone back. He's got himself that catalyst to go with the tears. It's the same build he used him for game 1. He's going to keep that pressure on, but High, he's going to keep on shoving that turret down. Like you say, he's trying to force him into that split push fight. Soaz stacking out the health, along with that Spectral Cowl he got earlier on. Meanwhile, Balls, of course, going for a little bit of damage and lifesteal. But it's the AD carries we want to focus on. Pushy went and got that pickaxe a long time ago. He must be sat on a fairly sizable amount of gold here. Yeah, 2,000 gold to 1,000 of Sneaky.
As far as actual items right now, though, Cloud9 might be able to duel this. They have Cleanse instead of Barrier. They flash forward, they catch Lemonation, but that's a deep engage.
Chain of Corruption goes down. So you're going to see the Stranglethorns coming out, but it is going to be enough to get themselves a kill. Lemonation goes down.
This is very much turning into a Fnatic roam style game. They're getting so many kills and they can force them seemingly whenever they want. Right there, just flash straight into Lemonation to burst him down, and now they're going to try and push on the turret because they've left Balls and Meteos in the top lane for maybe a trade.
And the thing is, Soaz, of course, used that Stand United, made sure he got the assist gold, but they do give up that top turret. So in terms of objectives, it is Cloud9 that are going to be in the lead. Peke getting caught out. Riftwall comes down. Cyanide's going to be the focus target. Flashes out of that ultimate, and he will avoid the damage. Fnatic continuing to push down this bottom lane. They get themselves the first tower. Cloud9 will get that top one, though, so it's 2-1 currently in terms of towers.
And I know we say it all the time, but Peke has farmed up fairly well on Kassadin, and this is the point in the game where he's going to want to take over. Elimination, you can't go in there.
Uh-oh, he's going to get caught out, stunned, straight down. And that is another free kill, effectively, on Elimination. He is getting focused.
Yep. If Leona gets ahead of Zyra, it's not good for Zyra. She cannot check her own jungle for blue buffs. This is something Fnatic has controlled well in all 3 games against Cloud9. Yet another blue buff steal for Peke, and this is going to increase the threat of Peke around the map as well. Cloud9 wanted to set up a split push strategy here. Balls wants to be split pushing off on his own, but if Peke has the blue buff on Kassadin, he can control pretty much the entire map because rift walking no longer becomes a cost for him.
This is almost certainly the most pressure that I think Cloud9 have been under in their professional gaming lives. Fnatic 5-0 up in kills, 2,000 gold almost in the lead now. Actually trailing on turrets, but that's not really the focus because Fnatic are getting the game that they want. Pushu, Infinity Edge, not even got boots, just gone straight Infinity Edge.
He's definitely trying to snowball this one. That's what he did with the early pickaxe. Occasionally we see Varus go for the Infinity Edge rush. He's actually still maxing his piercing arrow. He's just hoping to get a couple crits right now to turn a lane on its head. I actually think that the next dragon fight is going to be a huge impact, but again, this is that roaming power of Fnatic. Leona's coming in. Meteos might try to help this one if Balls can get out of it.
Yellowstar comes around. He was waiting for that pull. He's going to get locked up. There it is.
Dead.
Against Balls goes down. It's 6-0 in kills. Now, Cloud9 have a good response here, but I'm not too sure they want to go for it. That could be a turret for Fnatic. Now look at Sneaky. He's in trouble. Peke closes the gap. He's going to get caught. Force Pulse goes down. He doesn't have a turret. Cyanide catches on towards him. Still dodges the trade. Oh, nicely rift walk out of that. And that will be another kill, but this time it is Peke.
And the worst thing about these deaths for Cloud9 is they are burning their summoner spells and dying, which means the next set of roams are even more deadly from Fnatic. Cloud9 completely on their heels right now and not able to deal with this roaming assassination squad of Fnatic.
And they pinged onto high and they were like, he's staying here. Let's keep pushing. They've got that split push going on the top and on the bottom. Now we see they're going to see high coming in there. Fnatic, I feel, will back away from that one as Cyanide does manage to land the Q. They went in for it. As we don't quite see it, High's dead.
Again, one after the other. Fnatic has brush control in all these pink wards, and Cloud9 is desperately trying to get it back because they're trying to farm their lanes, but Fnatic is just not allowing them. 1 kill turns into 8 kills.
And the danger right now is that Peke is getting them kills. 2-0 is equal in farm, and we see High, he's trying to get that Zhonya's Hourglass back out again. Cloud9 might try Rush Dragon here.
This would be their last-ditch effort, but Cloud9 wanted to set up this Dragon when High was level 11 with his ultimate up, but because of the roaming of Peke and the rest of Fnatic, they were able to kill High and burn his ultimate. So this Dragon becomes a much less attractive fight for Cloud9. I still almost feel like they have to go for it, though, because the lanes aren't safe, and the first thing they want to do is actually have a fight against Fnatic, where they have a hope of a chance.
And you've got to give Fnatic
all the credit in the world.
All the credit in the world. From that very first 2 kills, they've kept the pressure on Cloud9 every single step of the way, all 16 minutes of this game.
Everyone with the roam, the Lee Sin especially, picked this time for Cyanide. Instead of Jarvan, instead of Elise, he goes for it, gets the first 2 kills, and he has transitioned brilliantly. The early Sightstone for the map control, and now, potentially, a game-breaking Dragon fight.
Big, big fight. There's a 4,000 gold advantage for Fnatic, and everybody has bought items. Peke probably sat in a chunk of gold. Actually, no, he's just been back and got that blast in 1. And remember, they're up against Lee Sin, as well as Cyanide. No, Meteos, this would be a horrible smite fight for Cloud9, which is why they're going to back out. Yellowstar goes in on towards High. He's going to catch him down. Peke comes in. It's another kill for Peke. Ball's taken low as well. That's going to be the inner turret, the middle turret going down as well. Meteos does get himself the bottom turret. It's going to be an even trade in turrets, but Fnatic can keep going on the inner here.
Fnatic has endless aggression. It is consistently catching Cloud9 off guard. Everyone can chase for Fnatic. Everyone is diving in, and it is working masterfully.
Meteos continues to push on the bottom lane. He may get that down before Fnatic respond. No, teleport coming in there. It is going to be Peke on towards him. That's going to be the inner turret going down as well. Peke is going to give chase on towards Meteos here. I'm not sure he can get away. The rest of Fnatic are closing the gap as well. You can see Yellowstar pushing along the top side. They have full control of Meteos. He uses that fear leash, but he's only simply going to send Peke away. Rift walks back in there, goes in towards the Paranoia, goes straight in towards Yellowstar. The kill goes to Pushu.
Fnatic is everywhere as far as Meteos is concerned right there. He thought he was going to make a great escape, but again, Summoners and ultimates burned by Cloud9, attempting to escape, meaning the cycle of death will never end for Cloud9 because Fnatic can continually catch them without defensive summoner spells and keep growing this lead.
High might get caught out of position here. Peke feels like he go for it, goes in, puts that Rift Walk down, and force pulses onto Balls. High is sticking around it. They may try and turn this one towards Peke. They have got good damage and he's low on mana, but they can't pick anything up from him. It's 10-0 in kills. This game is dangerously turning into an avalanche for Fnatic.
It may already be an avalanche right now if we just think of what Cloud9 has been able to do about it, because it's effectively nothing. Cloud9 has been in the process of setting up a play, but Fnatic stops it right there. They're killing Cloud9 in the planning phase. So as on Shen hasn't even had to use his ultimates. That's how far away Cloud9 is to making plays. Yellowstar has been everywhere with Leona. Cyanide has been everywhere with Lee Sin. And it's normally actually, in a typical Fnatic game, you have that 4-man squad that goes around for Fnatic and then Peke making plays. This time, it's just a scatter of everyone. It's another unexpected move. Sometimes it's just Cyanide and Yellowstar. Sometimes it's Pushu and Peke. It's really no way of Cloud9 keeping track of them. And since Cloud9 continually keeps dying in these lanes, there's no way of them getting the control back. This lead is just going bigger and bigger, and Peke has the freedom to wait.
And look at it going towards High. Actually, maybe Yellowstar that's caught out of position. Slicing Maelstrom comes down. That's going to be a quick ultimate coming out. Stand United slices across. Yellowstar is back in there as well. He's going to back out. So as it gets caught with the Fear Leash. He may Shadow Dash across. He does. High gets caught out. Peke's coming up from the bottom lane right now. High's going to try and get away from this one. He will get taken down. The damage is too strong. Chain of Corruption lands on towards Balls and Lamination. Meteos is trying to put damage, but simply put, Yellowstar is too tanky right now. He can't take him down. It's going to be Meteos going down. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. And now Peke, he's going to keep on chasing. Gets on towards
more.
Rift walks back on towards him. Force Pulse on there. They're going to give up. And as you say, that was simply Cloud9. They thought they caught Yellowstar out, but they turned it around.
Yellowstar is a powerful Leona right now. So much base stats and base armor. His W is actually max, so they were trying to finish off Leona, who had a bonus 70 armor and magic resistance, whereas Meteos hasn't built a singular offensive item. High is too far behind as well. He hasn't completed his Zanya's Hourglass. No one on Cloud9 has been able to reach their farm thresholds because everyone else on Fnatic has been denying them from farming by killing them.
Well, you mentioned Balls. He is a great farmer, and he is actually ahead in farm, but that doesn't matter because Soaz is just so strong. And look at the gold across the board globally is massively in the favor of Fnatic because they've all been helping out in these kills. 12-0 the kill score right now for the European champions Fnatic. They seem to have stolen a march over Cloud9, and right now it's simply Cloud9. They have to turtle this one. They have to sit back. Can they try and push those lanes? It seems to be Balls is the chosen split pusher, as you mentioned right at the start, but I'm not sure it's going to work.
Yeah, from Champion Select, Balls was the guy who has to split push, but from level 1, things have just went too badly for Cloud9 right now. The first and second games were so incredibly close, and then Fnatic had the aggression to just go for a big play level 1. They got the gamble to pay off, and really since then, Fnatic has just played masterfully. They've stopped everything Cloud9 has been trying to do. Cloud9 actually got a little sloppy sometimes, checking brushes they didn't necessarily need to check, but it's Fnatic. Fnatic is in every brush as far as they know.
5 members of Fnatic coming to that top, and High taken down half his health from a single combo from Peke. Oh, the piercing arrow lands. They got to back out of this one. They can't give this fight up. You can see Cloud9 that's going to catch on towards Lamination. He's going to get locked down. Balls tries to come back in there, puts a good hemo flake down across Fnatic, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Piercing arrow lands on Sneaky along with a nulled sphere, and he is forced out of the fight as well. Fnatic can keep on pushing.
Yeah, and they definitely want to. They still have some engages up. Pushu has his Varus ultimate, and this is a strong push they can put down onto Cloud9. Peke, fearless.
Every single combo that comes out from Peke is dropping. High down, another piercing arrow lands. This is going to be the first hit of the game. Ball's getting caught down. He comes out. Chain of Corruption onto Sneaky, cleansed off that. And Fnatic actually backing away from this one.
But the damage has been done. This gold lead is now almost 9,000, 22 minutes into the game. Cloud9 has yet to return a single kill against this Fnatic power death squad that's just flying through them. Dive on top of dive. And Cloud9 just looks too far behind to return any type of significant damage.
Sneaky desperately shoving this wave, knowing that Fnatic have backed off. They're trying to push those lanes out as strong and fast as they can as they run towards the Baron.
It's a Baron rush. This is a last-ditch effort by Cloud9. They cleared a ward as they were approaching, I mean, Fnatic has to know that they're going for this. Peke's running up towards, he's teleporting in behind. This could be a disaster for Cloud9. That Baron is not going down very quickly, and Fnatic is laying in wait to engage this one. This could get ugly.
Peke comes in, gets vision, gets a chunk on towards Sneaky. SOAS is going to come in. Shadow Dash is available. Who will he lock for? It's going to be Sneaky. Meteor's taken down. Cyanide goes in there as well. The smite fight might be on. Will they get it? Yes,
Meteor's
they
got
will. Cloud9 got it, but they're all taking too much damage. The Force Pulse comes out. Balls is going to get taken down. Hit right in the name by SOAS, and that will be surely the ace for Fnatic.
Fnatic responds to the Baron right there. They do not care that they lost the Smite War because they have 5 people dead on Cloud9. It means they have free access to these lanes and inhibitors.
This could be the game for Fnatic. 18-0. Could it be the perfect game? That's the question. They've technically lost 3 turrets, so maybe not. But nevertheless, it's an inhibitor. What, the top and the middle going down.
It is a demolition derby right now for Fnatic. Even though they lost 3 turrets of their own, there's no defenses up for Cloud9. The Baron buff that was taken is gone for Cloud9. They are helplessly trying to defend this base.
In actual fact, they only get 1 inhibitor down. They didn't get the turret down because they split. And let's face it, it's only 24 minutes into this game. It's very early on. Those spawn times are pretty short.
And to be fair, the bounties on Cloud9 are getting really small. Every time they die, they're worth less and less gold. I mean, we're talking about this game being a huge snowball, and it absolutely is. And this was just Cloud9. They're just wanting the Baron gold at this point. They're hoping that they could get something back because they are worth such little amounts of gold. You can see 220 gold for that kill. Balls only worth about 180 as well for that one. And if Cloud9 can continue to get objectives, they're hoping to keep themselves at least a little bit in this game, because if they get any type of kills back on a Fnatic, just thinking about this logically, 18-0 seems like actually a much worse snowball than this is, even though it's already it's a pretty bad snowball, to be quite fair. But if Cloud9 gets any return kills, it's generally 750 gold to the team for one of them, and a whole bunch of experience.
They may get it hit. Oh, they passed each other. Nobody saw it. Cyanide goes past the tri-bush. Nobody kind of caught each other's position, but it doesn't matter. Fnatic are on the inhib.
Either way, if they went for that kill, Fnatic would just get this inhibitor clearing away. They still may get. It would be a 5v5 with a 9,000 gold lead, and Cloud9 is just rushing out for an attempted defense.
Another turret falls for Fnatic as they keep driving on in there. Piercing arrow wiping out the wave. Peke putting a burst of damage down. Paranoia going out. It's on Pushu. That's going to be the focus target. But Meteos has gone very deep. Oh, the ultimate comes out from Yellowstar, catches them all down. Good damage. First kill finally for Cloud9, catching on towards it. Stranglethorn bounces Yellowstar in the air.
Peke is full.
Is it enough? Peke comes back in there. He gets on towards Elimination. Ball's being taken down by this support just off the side there. Peke goes around. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic keep driving on home the victory.
21 kills to 1 right now. Fnatic continuing this push. They get inhibitor number 2 and maybe the game. Sneaky and Meteos have to defend.
Fnatic are looking strong in this one. They've looked strong from that very beginning. The second inhibitor of the game will go down. I'm not sure they're going to push for victory just yet, but it seems that it's only a matter of time.
Well, the first 2 games were close and then broke at 25 minutes. This game broke way before that. We can see Cloud9 tries to get an engage on. They actually got a pretty good one. Balls landed a Hemo Plague onto many, as High actually got off a good Kennen ultimate, but at the same time, he died before he could get his Zhonya's off. Peke was untouched. He then roamed in and finished off. This is the games that Peke absolutely adores as Cassidy, when his team is strong enough to do all the early work for him, and he can just come in for delicious desserts.
I think one thing has been made clear. There's going to be no Kassadin in the semifinals. That, I think, we can guarantee, because right now Fnatic are looking like a shoo-in to be playing in the Galen Center.
Here's the craziest thing, is I don't even think the Kassadin has been the deciding factor in this game. Peke has been great, but it's the rest of the team that has grown this lead for him. So much of it was Yellowstar and Pushu roaming around with Leona, killing Lemonation over and over. SOAS holding his own against Balls with the split push. And Cyanide, he's the one who started this game 3-0, got the early Sightstone, and completely took control of the map.
Well, Fnatic driving on through, doing it by the numbers, tutorial style, I believe, is the statement we can use here, because the final inhibitor turret of the game is being focused, and Yellowstar manages to land his ultimate elimination, and High manages to get his Zhonya's Hourglass off just in time. Chain of Corruption comes out, Balls is trying to put some damage down. Hemo Plague on towards Cyanide, tries to get the kill. Yellowstar does go down. That's the second kill of the game for Cloud9, but it is going to be another triple for Peke. Here comes the Quadra. They're going to give it to him. Yes, they are. It is Peke dominating 11-0-7. Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down the North American champions, Cloud9.
It was a great series. This game, though, was completely one-sided for Fnatic. They dominated Cloud9 for minute 1, and that has got to feel good. They were against a Cloud9 crowd. These are the Season 1 champions back in Season 3. They powered through the group stage of 7-1, and now they powered through Cloud9 here in Game 3 to give themselves a berth in the semifinals.
I hate to say it, Jack, but the North American LCS are out of this tournament. All 3 teams have now been eliminated as the European champions do move through to those semi-finals. They're going to be up against one of the Chinese teams, OMG or Royal Gaming Club. It's going to be a tough fight regardless, but that was, as you said, a fantastic 3-match series. The first and second games were incredibly close at the 25th minute mark. 26-2 says it all about the third match.
Absolutely. You could tell Fnatic just piled on at the end. The fans giving Cloud9 a strong ovation as well. It was a great season for them. Their first split in the LCS. They got the #1 seed in North America and nearly took down Fnatic.
And that is such an important thing to say. That was their first ever split. They've literally had one split. That's it. They've had 28 games and they're into the World Championships. They've got a lot of experience from international, and honestly, they put on a fantastic show.
Yeah, they were very close to taking away those games. Let's not forget how close that first game was as well. Either one of these teams could have 2-0'd the other one if a couple things went different in those first 2 games. Third game, absolutely for Fnatic, and they absolutely deserve to move on.
And would you believe it, may be all decided by a level 1 play, simply dodging out those wards. Is that Fnatic doing the research? I wonder. So as you played a fantastic Shen again, and maybe he's going to have to be forced into it. I know he hates the setup, but it worked out very well for him.
I feel like it's worth it for him to play Shen. I feel like when he plays it, they have general success. 5-0-16 in that game. He definitely pushed against balls and stopped him from being able to get the split push down. Fnatic overall now will play the winner of the Royal versus OMG game. So there's a lot on the line here. There's just too many quality teams at the World Championships. Like we're hearing like, man, how could Fnatic and Cloud9 end up playing in the quarterfinals? It's like, look at the other matchups. All of these teams are amazing.
And now that we've seen Fnatic, we saw them go, what, 7-1 in group. They're effectively 9-2 in the Season 3 World Championships right now. What do we see from the other teams that could potentially stop them?
Ooh, that is a very tough question.
It's a loaded question right there as well.
Yeah, right now we see Fnatic being ahead of the game as far as vision control and being able to catch the other team off guard. And it's their unpredictability that does that. And as far as all the teams in Europe know about this, you only really experience Fnatic and learn how to beat them by losing to them a bunch, because you need to learn how to deal with it. No other team plays like Fnatic does. So how do you prepare for that? There's no scrim opponents to deal with Fnatic.
One thing's for sure, it's going to be a wild semi-finals up against those Chinese teams because they are aggressive, and Fnatic, we're going to see how they do. But right now, we're going to get ourselves over to actually, I tell a lie. We're going to send it down to the stage where Shox is standing by with Fnatic's mid laner and captain Peke.
Thank you very much, D-Man. An applause here for the home crowd. They weren't really rooting for you guys, but you guys played an amazing game. I'm going to go straight into game 2 because game 1, very convincing. And then what happened there? Because the TF pick really didn't work out.
No, the thing is, TF versus Fizz is a pick that is really bad in lane, but you can manage to play safe, farm, and get some ganks in other lanes and work. But I haven't practiced TF for a while, so I didn't really know the damage he will do on me, the damage I could take and everything, and he just killed me one-on-one. And after that, it wasn't over, but their setup was so much better. They had Rumble, Nocturne, and Fizz, which could go in on me or Pusu and one Sara, so their setup was better and we lost early, so it was for sure over after 20 minutes, I think.
Why the choice to go for that setup in contrast to what you went for in game 1? Was it kind of like, we got this anyway, or?
Yeah, it was to try. Like I said, if I played TF better, I think we could have won the game, because I wouldn't have died one-on-one, the Fizz wouldn't have get ahead, I would have farmed even more than him at some point. And I could get ganks easily. Like the only gank I almost got was in Barrows, but he survived, so it was really bad. In a normal game, if I was more confident with TF, I think I would have get at least 1 or 2 kills just with TP. And if I don't die, then the game can snowball from that. But yeah, I think our picks were decent to win early, but we didn't play as good.
And then, of course, it comes down to game 3. Is this where you excel because of that experience? Or
It's I don't know. It's kind of, yeah, we were not down. We were like, okay, this time we have against first pick. We can pick what we pick the first game. Go for it. Get Kassadin, get stuff around Kassadin pretty much. A good team that has engaged tanks, initiate, counter engage, and that's what we did. And after that level 1, the game was like really in our favor. So that level 1 was really good. To have 2 kills in our advantage meant that we just had to not throw the game, and that's really easy normally.
not throw the game really easy, not for every team. But next round, you'll be going up against Royale or OMG. Is there something inside you that says, I just want to become that champion again?
Of course. I think we had good chances versus those team, actually. Like, even more than... The team I'm the most afraid of is probably SK Telecom. But besides that, the other teams, I think we have a good chance. They are no worse than C9. C9 is a really good team, and I think the Royal or OMG will play same as them. Maybe a bit more crazy, because they go aggressive all the time. But besides that, I think they are a strong team, and if we beat C9, we can beat the rest.
Okay. Finally, I know a lot of the people in the crowd are rooting for C9, but so would you like to say anything to your fans?
Yeah, to that one with the Fnatic one, and to that one, only the 2 fans. No, to whoever that support Fnatic, and who doesn't is fine as well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right, we have to step away for a second to reset the studio for our second quarterfinal matchup of the day, Gambit versus Najin Blacksword. Plus, the guys at the desk will break down the biggest plays from Fnatic's quarterfinal win and make their predictions for who will join them in the semis. Stick around, the Season 3 World Championship will be right back.
Get him.
Corky. Luna.
Syra. He's gonna try to flash.
Oh,
nice!
Nice!
Oh, I got double kill. It's fine. Good job, guys. Fucking good job. Nice.
Good job.
It is Peke dominating 11-0-7. Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down the North American champions, Cloud9.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. Coming up in a few moments will be the second quarterfinal showdown of the day. Europe's Gambit versus Korea's Najin Blacksword. But first, let's take a look back at the third game of Fnatic versus Cloud9, and it has to start with the picks and bans. I actually felt like Cloud9's composition was superior to Fnatic's in that third and final game, because I didn't feel like Fnatic had enough damage sources to back it up. What's your thoughts on this?
So there's 2 things to me that are really interesting. Number 1, the fact that Sneaky randomly pulled out Corki, not randomly, but he pulled out Corki in the third game. I had expected, because of the first 2 games, that he didn't even play Corki. It was really strange that he would essentially change the style of AD, because Corki is not a utility AD, and he had just played Ashe. And the other stylistic difference in Cloud9's comp that they're probably not accustomed to is the fact that Balls is essentially useless until 20 minutes. Split pushing Vlad takes a long time to ramp up. You have to play passive, which is unlike C9.
That said, though, if that split-pushing Vlad had ever gotten rolling, Shen really wouldn't have been able to stop it in the late game. That's Spectral Wraith Vlad. But if you don't get that split push underway, you're stuck with the Spectral Wraith Vlad in team fights, and if you don't have that Zonius, you're just not going to survive in 5v5s.
Yeah, I think the Corki pick was also specifically knowing Kassadin was coming in. Corki's one of the better dueling AD carries. Like, if you're Ashe or Varus shooting a Kassadin, you're going to lose that fight. It's going to be pretty rough, whereas at least Corki can burst through a little bit, get some damage to the Triforce, some health as well, and try to win that fight. It just didn't work out.
I feel Ashe would have still set up a lot better in their team fights, combining way better with the way Cloud9 plays. Although, I do agree that Fnatic's early team comp wasn't good enough, but the first blood really swung, or really balanced the scales back into Fnatic's favor.
Talk to me about that early game, because Cyanide managed to pick up a double kill after the first blood, and then managed to pick up a third kill. And I was a little anxious, because even with the 3 kills, he wasn't farming the jungle. Meteor still out-leveled him. You know, talk to me about the early game and how that progressed.
They actually went for a buff contest in Meteor's jungle while he's still at Smite, which was pretty predictable as he got helped by the bot lane and he could save his Smite. Cyanide should have actually he bought a Madrid, so he should have just went around, cleaned his jungle, went to a quick level 5, and he could have snuck a dragon really easily alone. I like that Cyanide goes for ganks for pressure, especially against a farm-heavy jungle like Meteos, but I think there's, as Double F told me during the game, you need to find a balance between farming too much and ganking, and I think Cyanide went a little bit too heavy on the ganking side.
And the thing that Cyanide did well is Vlad, like I said, is a time bomb. At like 15 to 20 minutes, when he becomes an unstoppable, unkillable split pusher, he's got Flash Ghost. He needs to get to that point where he cannot die. He died too early. You can't. The thing that Cyanide did well is he ganked bottom really smartly. I feel like Balls, his Tides of Blood actually showed that Lee Sin was in the brush, but he didn't notice, and he still ended up dying to that gank, and that's what really swung the game, because if Cloud9 had just dragged this game out, which is uncharacteristic of them, but if they had dragged out to 20 minutes, nobody would have been able to stop Vlad. Vlad.
Yeah, I agree too. And to go back to that with Cyanide, I mean, getting that fast mob dreads, if you can come over, because if you're playing on blue side and you can queue over the back of the Dragon Pit, incredibly hard to even detect that that is going on. And all he had to do, again, is just go through the jungle really quickly. So yes, Fnatic did get 2 kills early, but I think we all felt like he didn't really maximize those gains.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. And even just to sort of solidify your point even further, that lane was the solo lane of Cloud9. Balls was not going to go put wards down in the Dragon Pit. Like, the entire game was set up for that play.
Yeah, I mean, a Vlad contesting Dragon at 6 minutes, I don't think so.
Not at all. Well, now that you guys have heard what we've had to say about the games, let's send it over to Professor Kobe at the Telestrator for a lesson in League of Legends.
All right. Well, Fnatic did win that series, but the clip that we actually have prepped for you is from Game 2, and it's a team fight that Cloud9 actually won. And one of the main things I wanted to demonstrate here was the difference in item builds and how High going different than most mid laners nowadays on Fizz rushing the Hourglass. In this situation, it greatly benefits him. So just keep an open mind with your item builds always. We'll look at that Hourglass a little bit later. Right now, High's getting caught out, he's on the run, and Fnatic are gonna pursue him. Let's watch this slowly at 50% speed. We can see him come through. Soaz, looks like they've got High all cornered. He's gonna flash away immediately, and then Soaz answers with a flash. He actually positions himself for the Urchin Strike of High to gain some more, pause here, to gain some more distance. Every inch counts. Because High got to be able to use his ability, Urchin Strike, to get that small amount of distance, it allowed him to Zanya's in a very good position here. And he also got off his ultimate first. These skill shots that are about to land right onto Peke do a whole bunch of work. Sneaky, by the way, with his item build, the Legolas build that Crepo called it from Europe, hit its peak right now. He's got full attack damage and the armor penetration from Last Whisper. So this is going to take a huge chunk out of Peke. Because High has that Hourglass, he gains those precious few seconds to stay alive for the rest of his team to collapse. Now we'll watch the rest of it at 50% speed, and we'll see the super dive coming in from Meteos and High that we see much later in the game as well to be so effective. And even though Cloud9 commit 2 members up here to finish off Peke, they hook and then they box up Soaz under the turret. So while Meteos is running for his life, they're also trading tanks here, taking out this very tanky Zac, and Cloud9, Balls, he's going to flash right into the squishies here. Beautiful play from him. He ignores the bloblets while they're on the ground, and he catches the rest of Fnatic's backline completely off guard. By the way, another piercing arrow from Sneaky right there is what enabled Balls to grab that extra double kill and turn that fight ultimately in Cloud9's favor. Lesson for today, I guess, is variance in your item builds, guys. You don't want to tunnel on one thing all the time. With that, I'm going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
That is a lesson that everybody needs to learn. So with one quarterfinal match down, let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket. Fnatic has advanced into this weekend's semi-final best-of-5 series, where they await the winner of Tuesday's matchup between China's Royal Club and OMG.
And if you want to watch Fnatic take on the Chinese champions in their semifinal showdown live at the Galen Center, head over to lolesports.com/tickets for all the information.
Okay, guys, earlier today we asked you which team's playstyle has impressed you the most during World so far and why. And here's what you guys have had to say. At Timsika, he says, the team that has impressed me the most has to be OMG. Such crazy aggression. Yeah. I tend to agree with that, but it didn't work out so well against SKT.
No, that was a rough game. They kind of all limped into that game too right there. But I like to see the teams that go super aggressive because it's just a lot of fun to watch as a spectator, and the controlled aggression is actually very effective.
And I can't wait because when 2 Chinese teams go head-to-head, if you've been watching the LPL, it makes for very entertaining games.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, with millions and millions of kills. At August Axelson, he says that the consistent map control and coordinated roaming by Fnatic is what has impressed me the the most during Worlds, and I think that just shone through in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, they really impressed me as well. I didn't expect them to play so clean, and this is actually goes into why I picked. Wait, I ended up picking Cloud9, but then I swapped it to Fnatic halfway through the thing.
Which didn't
I had
count.
that NA
Which
pride,
did not
dude. It
count.
didn't count. I'm sorry, I failed you guys.
Yeah, no more apple pie, apparently. At Lezerald, he says that SKT-T1, that 12-minute inhib, was mind-blowing. Pulling that off required true trust between each other as a team. And of course, it required OMG
Getting a little bit
solo,
too far ahead,
yeah,
one by one feeding train.
We kind of felt like, at what point should you back off from a tower and let SK have
At
them?
the same time, those were 4 really good charms by Ari, and that was just some next level play. Nobody ever expected 3 towers to go down there and an inhibitor. Nobody called it. We were jumping in our seats here going like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I think it's easy to say that OMG made some misplays in retrospect, but to think that SK Telecom could possibly do that turret aggro juggle was amazing. The way they used the Elise Spiderlings, the charms, I mean, everything. I wouldn't have even thought that was possible.
Yeah, it was an incredible play, and we'll be seeing their matches tomorrow. Right now, though, because we read your guys' tweets on air, that does mean that the 3 of you will be winning that Logitech G602S gaming mice, so congratulations. And the rest of you, keep hitting us up with your answers. We are at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
But guys, we know you're not just in it for the mice, you're also passionate about League, and you want to keep this show popping. That's why you should head over to bit.ly/worlds1 and answer a few questions to help us bring you more of what you like.
That's the number. And I guess, you guys know what we want more of. Tomorrow's going to be the quarterfinals. They will be continuing with 2 more best-of-3 series. Up first, the Gamma Bears try to make it 2 Summoner Cups in a row for Taiwan, but first they'll have to get out of the quarterfinal standings. In their way is Korea's very impressive SK Telecom T1.
And in our second series, it's a rematch of the Chinese Regional Championship as the top-seeded Royal Club looks to make it 2 in a row against OMG. That action starts Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific and 4 a.m. Wednesday for those in Central European time.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere because we still have 1 more quarterfinal battle tonight. It will be Gambit versus Korea's #1 seed, Najin Black Sword.
And while the players on Korea's top-ranked squad took different paths to become members of Black Sword, today they're stepping on the stage for the first time, determined to make the journey to the Staples Center.
이번에 롤챔 가게 돼서 너무 영광적이고 그리고 이번 결승전이 스테이플 센터라고 되게 유명한 곳에서 하더라고요. 올라온 것도 정말 기쁘지만 꼭 좋은 성적 얻었으면 좋겠어요.
제 나이는 27살이고 그리고 이제 팀 내 대부분이 거의 20대 초반인 선수들이에요. 그래서 좀 나이 차이가 많이 나는 편이죠.
제가 대학교를 입학을 했어요. 한다음에 스카우트 제의가 온 거예요. 한번 해보지 않겠냐고 연습생으로.
프로게이머를 너무 하고 싶어서 군 제대를 해서 팀을 많이 찾아봤는데 그 당시에 팀이 별로 적었고 그중에 제일 센고 강한 팀이 낮은 팀이어서 제가 지원을 하게 됐어요. 사실 저희가 윈터 우승을 하게 된 이후로 계속 성적이 부진했어요. 한국 자국 리그에서 조별 예선에서도 떨어져 보고 사람들이 좀 낮은 소드에 대해 인식이 좀 많이 안 좋아진 것도 있거든요. 그래서 팀 내에서 굉장히 힘든 위기를 많이 겪었었는데 사실 그래도 그때마다 친구들이 저희 팀원들이 그리고 감독님과 코치님들이 그래도 끝까지 최선을 다 해보자. 그리고 어떻게 보면 조금 운이 따르면서 이번에 룰루컵에 이제 8강 진출을 하게 됐거든요.
이제 이런 큰 무대에서 경기를 하는 게 저는 처음이거든요, 거의.
글쎄요, 마음은 1위를 하고 싶은데 그래도 적어도 저는 4강 이상은 갈 것 같아요.
저희가 다른 팀들에 비해 연습 시간이 좀 많다고 생각되기 때문에 이번에는 충분히 우승을 노려볼 만하지 않나 싶습니다.
제가 한국에서는 잘 좀 그래도 알려진 편이긴 한데 해외는 없어서 이번에 한번 탑을 위해서 1위를 위해서 가보도록 하겠습니다.
낮은 소드가 잘 할 때나 그리고 약간 성적이 부진했을 때도 저희를 항상 관심 있게 지켜봐 주시는 팬들에게 저희를 응원해 주셨다는 게 절대 헛되지 않도록 이번 시즌 마지막에서 좋은 성적을 거두겠습니다. 이번에 롤드컵 제일 큰 무대잖아요. 그 무대 안에서 바뀐 새로운 나진 블랙 소드가 저희 경기력을 다시 입증을 한번 해보려고 생각을 하고 있어요.
Well, that video definitely makes me wonder how much they've been practicing. This is the team that we've been talking about, that we don't know how to scale them because it's been a fair while before we've seen them perform on a professional level.
Yeah, but they've had so much time to sit there and study. They brought their sister team, White Shield, over to scrimmage in basic darkness, and in fact, all the scrimmages they were playing today was with their sub-mid laner just to get a taste for the other teams and keep their main strategies still in their back pockets.
Well, it is now time to make some predictions. 3 of you guys foresaw Fnatic's quarterfinal victory coming up, and 1 of you tried flip-flopping more than Fizz.
Who would that be?
Benedict Arnold over here.
I saw the game 3 coming, dude. I saw it coming.
You did, but unfortunately your pick was locked in. So now it's time to see who you think will win our next quarterfinal matchup. We're in double of case, in which team he'll throw under the bus after a loss. Najin, Black Sword, or Gambit? Who will be our second semi-final team? And I want to start this one with Freak.
I'm going to start things out saying that it's going to be Sword. I think they're an incredibly strong team. The fact that teams won't have a read on them is very important. And on top of that, Gambit's been very inconsistent so far. So I think that all points to a Sword victory.
Crippa?
I'll have to go with Sword as well, I believe. Gambit does have the group stage advantage, but they were a little bit too shaky. I think Sword has been practicing so much, and I think Sword has an edge.
Yeah, I'm going to stick... Nice pun. I'm going to stick through this one the entire way because you guys are haters, okay? My vote is Sword. The roster is really strong. They have an all-star AD carry. They seem unpredictable, or not unpredictable. They're unscoutable. They could do any strategy that they've been practicing for months, and there would be no way for Gambit to figure it out.
You sure? You don't want to change?
I'm not going to change it, dude. I'm getting so much flack for flip-flopping.
I'm going to take Najin Sword as well. Again, we've been over it. They're hard to scout, but their primary problem was their play calling. When Maknoon left the team and Expression moved from Shield to Sword, this was Sword's attempt to create an incredibly powerful world-class team. And on paper, their talent is absolutely amazing. If they've gotten their play calling together, and their pick and ban phase was also pretty poor before, and that's a big part of why they got knocked out of groups in Champion Summer, but they've had some time to work on it. If it's better, I think they can take Gambit.
We'll have to see if their play calling can come into effect against Gambit, who are able to get early advantages, and we'll be seeing that in just a moment. When we come back from the break, Alexich and Gambit will battle Prey and Najin Black Sword for a spot in the semi-finals. The Season 3 World Championship will continue after these short messages.
갬빗이 저희에 대한 정보가 많이 없기 때문에 저희 쪽이 좀 많이 유리한 것 같아요.
갬빗이 아웃 경기를 펼치는 동안 그 경기를 지켜보면서 많은 분석과 준비를 할 수 있어서 저희에게 되게 유리한 입장에서 경기할 수 있을 것 같아요.
I think we do have the stage advantage. We will be less nervous than they are.
I don't think it gives advantage to anyone. Maybe to them a bit because they can research us.
Я бы не сказал, что решает то, что ты видел игру оппонента.
Думаю, нет. Победит сильнейший.
We have the advantage in a way that we are really warm right now and we are really prepared to play.
They can see a lot of what can we play right now.
Our strategies, our level 1.
They can find a weak spot and try to do something against it.
But for them, I'm not sure because they haven't ever faced a team that is not American. So I have no idea what in their minds right now.
Fnatic has the experience on us.
I don't think they have an advantage from going through group stage because although they got the experience of playing, we got to see what they played.
I think playing on the stage preemptively is a pretty big advantage.
I think the advantage is that both teams have even out. So it'll just come down to who's a better team then.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. I'm Rivington Biz in the third along with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. We'll be calling the action for our next quarterfinal best of 3, Europe's Gambit versus Korea's Najin Black Sword. But before we get to the game, let's first send it down to the stage where Shox is waiting to introduce the starting lineups.
Thank you very much, Remington. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce the starting lineups for this quarterfinal best of 3 series between Europe's Gambit and Korea's Najin Black Sword. Starting on the blue side, it's Gambit. In the top lane, the man who feeds to win, Darian. Starting in the jungle, the 2013 European All-Star, Diamond. In the mid lane, it's Gambit's captain, Alex Ish. In the dual lane, it's the AD carry with the highest KDA in Europe this summer, Genja. And at support, the newest member of Gambit, Voidal. Please give it up one more time for Europe's Gambit. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please take your positions, have fun, and good luck. And starting on the red side, it's the Korean champions, Najin Black Sword. In the top lane, they call him Excalibur, and he's just as sharp, Expession. Starting in the jungle, it's his teammate's third summoner spell, Watch. In the mid lane, making his international debut, it's Nagne. Starting at AD carry, the 2013 Korean All-Star, Prey. And at support, the man who racked up 225 assists on his way to Worlds, it's Kane. Please give it up one more time for Korea's Najin Black Sword. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And now let's send it back over to Kobe and Riv for a close look at this matchup. Guys?
Thank you very much, Shox. And coming into this quarterfinal matchup, there are plenty of people surprised that Gambit has made it so far into this Season 3 World Championship with, what they did on their own. And then coming in and faltering a little bit versus Vulcan, they've definitely turned on a different switch.
Yeah, I guess only Mani really picked them to come out of the group.
That's true, the dark horse. He had it right.
Dark horse. But they tied for second, and they beat Korea's Ozone in a one-game playoff to win their way into this match.
And in the middle of all the action for Gambit is who else but Europe's all-star mid laner, Alex Ish.
Oh yeah, Alex came up clutch in their one-game tiebreaker against Ozone. Ozone let him have Kassadin, and he got 13 of his 52 group stage kills in that one match. I would be surprised if Najin Black Sword lets Kassadin through during this series because we just saw what European mids can do with that champion.
And Alex and Gambit have definitely stepped up their game since their late summer boot camp, but now they go toe-to-toe against Korea's #1 seed, Najin Black Sword.
This is the second trip in a row to Worlds for NBS. Last year, they got knocked out of the semifinals by the eventual champs, TPA. Black Sword earned Korea's #1 seed in this year's tournament by earning the most circuit points thanks to their victory at Champions Winter and 2 NLB titles, Spring and Summer.
Yep, and if Najin Black Sword wants to avoid a repeat of a performance of last year's World Championship, their all-star ADC Prey will have to carry.
There is this sort of consensus among AD carries that Prey is the best. His versatility makes him very hard to predict. He switches back and forth between playing passive in lane and playing aggressive, which makes him very hard to counter, really. He's very, very situational. He's made his name, really, as well, using those Trinity Force AD carries. So he should be extremely comfortable on this particular patch.
And coming into today's quarterfinal matchup, Prey and Najin Black Sword know that if they want to shine in the series, they'll need to stop Gambit's Diamond from cutting up their lanes.
다이아몬드 선수는 되게 엠비 게이밍에서 되게 잘하는 선수고 그 선수가 이끌어가는 흐름에 저희가 따라가지 않고 저희가 준비한 걸 할 수 있게끔 그런 노력이 필요할 것 같아요. 정글러가 실수를 하면 좀 이 게임에 미친 영향이 큰데 그 실수가 좀 되게 적어서 그런 점이 안정적이고 좀 새로운 메타를 많이 만들어내시잖아요. 그런 걸 많이 보고 배우기도 했고 굉장히 좋아했던 게이머이기도 해서 이번에 한번 꼭 붙어보고 싶었어요. 그래서 이번에 꼭 하게 돼서 좀 재밌는 경기를 했으면 좋겠어요.
It's always good to hear such words. I haven't seen much of him later, but I know that he's a cool guy, I see. Probably they were practicing as well. They could watch all our matches, like we could watch everything. We have something in our pockets, but let's see if it will be enough.
And ultimately, I think, my favorite thing coming into this match is it is completely a learning experience for Gambit and as well as Najin to see what they can produce against, the European meta. Coming into this, we saw Fnatic and Gambit both move out of the same group without bye. So Europe's coming into this one very strong.
Yes, especially the mid-game, or the mid-laners from Europe. We'll have to see if Najin can actually handle that. Really, though, I love always focusing on the jungles.
Of course you do.
This little matchup here, though, is very interesting because, like we just saw in the video, everybody knows Diamond has been a world-class jungler for a very long time. But watch, right now in Korea, he's at the top of the solo queue ladder. He's widely regarded as having extremely strong mechanics, but there's not a lot of actual footage that people can use, to study his paths and come up with counter ganks or get his tendencies down before they come up in the match. Meanwhile, Najin Black Sword, not only have they seen Gambit's games already here at Worlds, but they've also brought their sister team, Najin Shield, to practice with. I don't know if people are bringing that up, but they've got a guaranteed scrim partner. As much as they want to practice, they can.
And also another factor that goes into their favor, the analyst desk was talking about, the two mid laners, Nagane or Song, depending on which one they want to go with. We've seen a few teams kind of have interchangeable players, and it's worked out for a few. Some have left them on not the bench, but on the side to just continue analyzing and continue giving information. But that's an option they also have. So in this game, if they do come out strong, they can't switch between the series, but if they go through winning, they still have the option to change the mid.
And that, it kind of makes me wonder, because we already talked about how strong European mids are. They're definitely satisfied with Alex. They're like, yes, we're happy with Alex going up against anyone that you have. But is it because Najin Sword have, they think that Song is weak that they've brought this other sub in? Or is it because, they just have two different styles and they're two different sets of champion pools and they're trying to bring more mind games into it? If it is any sort of weakness in the mid laner, then Gambit will take advantage.
We can always speculate, but we are about to see quite soon. On the other hand, we've seen multiple interviews with Alex Ish, saying, they gave me Cassidy, and though a lot of people might have given me flack on social media or have previously, I proved them wrong. And the thing that really impressed me that he said on that is, when I get a champion like that, it's okay for me and the rest of the team. We can all play a little bit safer, know that he's going to be as strong as he can on a champion that's in his top-tier champion pool. And that's huge to have. If you have that to fall back on, then you don't have to worry about what a team you don't know is going to do in their strategy.
Yeah, it really is interesting how big the champion pool is for pretty much all of these European mid laners. Not only are they very good, but they've got so many champions to choose from, very hard to ban out.
And it's different, too, because you can put that mid laner on an assassin, or you can say, no, he's going to be utility for the team. So the change, like we've been saying in European, their game style, is that's how they do it. They completely go for different styles in a lane that has won them the last game. They say, oh, let's focus out Alex this game, but it's going to be Darian or Diamond that's going to carry that one for you. But
the other thing that's good for Gambit is they've been playing on this stage before. We already talked about it.
That's true. It seems to be a big thing.
It's taking them, a while to set up because Najin Black Sword, they, all of the practice that they've had and all of the scouting that they've had, they haven't played on this stage before. So that might actually come into the factor in this game as well.
And it's interesting that we've had, as Double has said, such an impressionable tournament. Korea picking up a little bit of Aatrox here, as well as China's play in the jungle, as well as this is Gambit's use in the jungle and top lane of Aatrox.
Yeah.
So that's kind of could be between both teams, although we don't know anything about Najin coming into this one. So that's the learning experience that we're coming into. However, players say that if you don't have anything to go off of, how are you going to attack it?
Yeah, if they've been watching a lot of Gambit's games, then they'll notice in the history, Revive passives really good against Gambit.
Pick Zac and don't let Revive passives get
the
through.
Z mistake from Diamond that he likes to call it, not banning Zac or Zed. We'll have to see if they actually prioritize that. Gambit, they're really a team that practices their style, and they don't look too much at their opponents anyway, though. So if they mostly focused on themselves, then we'll probably see this first game will be a very good litmus test to see how these two teams will match up.
And let's talk a little bit about that bot lane as well. Prey being regarded as one of the top 80 carries coming out of Korea. And he's now going up against Genja, who has shown us the Triforce Kog'Maw build coming in. Tried his hand at Misfortune, tried his hand at Corki. So he's kind of opened up that Misfortune pool again for himself. It'll be, I don't think they're going to want to match up against that lane. But we'll have to see. We will have to see. Both these teams do like to fight.
So I think that you're right that Triforce AD carries are going to be very, very hotly contested in this game because while, Prey's got a long history with them, Genja's been very outspoken about how much he loves that item.
I'll build it on everybody.
Yeah.
Build it on everyone. Ooh.
Okay.
Expression loses his Jax. And this is that, hey, this is my top lane patch. 311, you might want to ban out my champions.
We talked about Trinity Force already. The top lane Trinity Force champions haven't made a huge showing here at Worlds.
They could.
But Expression is definitely known for that. And by the way, there's no R in that name. So when we
There is no
I know
you say it around people when you're talking, and then they're like, oh yeah, he's talking about Expression. And you're like, wait, it's no art, it's Expression.
Ooh, no Kassadin though either.
The Eve ban as well, which has only found its way into the hands of Diamond a few times throughout the tournament.
That's interesting because that's sort of a shared champion between these two junglers. Both of them like to get a lot of ganks off early here. Watch definitely likes to constantly gank his lanes extremely early for extra pressure on them to get his lanes rolling.
Yep.
Take out summoners, just get a good trade down, large chunk of health out of that lane opponent, and then return to the fog of war.
It's crazy to continuously see Kassadin banned here. You think, no, Riv, it's not because he's winning. But in Korea, that's considered Kassadin has a lot of bad matchups, so he just really isn't played. But they're showing the respect of what Europe has brought out with Kassadin. It was actually first banned from Najin.
So maybe, the earlier games that Gambit played, where Alex was successful on that Kassadin, has actually helped them. And it's got them a ban here from
that's absolutely true. That's a good way to look at it. Another pick for them to come out in a champion pool he just showed. Somewhat just showed. He's been doing it for a while. Expression picking up the Ahri. So mid lane, as we said, and have said it before, this is a mid lane centric tournament, and it gets top tier for Najin.
It's good to point out as well. We have the sort of sub middle here for Najin Sword. It is Nagne. He's only played 2 games. And that was in the NLB. Both games were Ahri. So this is definitely a go-to champion here for Nagne. He's going to be very happy with that Ahri. But they had to trade the first pick Shen away for that, which Gambit definitely has a very high value on that. For Darien, it's right up there with that Aatrox top 2.
It allows Darien to fight. And as Shock said, feed to win. He can do whatever you want. You still get Stand United if you're down in kills. Sona getting picked up with the Varus as well. Some pretty normal pickups here. Voidal, I believe, has Sona at least 80% of his games here in the Worlds.
Now, Prey mousing over that Twitch. He's got a lot of Twitch games under his belt as well. If it's not a Trinity Force AD carry, then it's a lot of Twitch.
Bringing back the League of Draven. But I don't think so. They're hovering Nunu. Draven right now expecting the goes to get switched out, and maybe the Twitch, the kill potential coming out there, but they do lock in the Nunu.
All right.
I like this.
So Watch now has a very high potential for counter jungler because
just a bit.
Not going to be a support Nunu there. We've already got Thresh locked in. It's going to be a Thresh and Twitch lane. And like I said, this Twitch is banned out all the time against Prey. It's definitely all of these champions really for Najin Sword. They're getting the champions that they're very, very comfortable with. And I guess this, this is that unfamiliarity with the team that's coming into play for them.
And whenever a Fizz is picked, that means there will be plays made. That's just how Fizz is. Very cool to see a Fizz coming up for Alex in this game. But you're right. We are seeing the Nunu going to have that counter jungling. Possibly seeing Najin Sword going for the invade on that blue with the 2v1 top lane if they can squeeze it in. They're already setting things into motion.
And, Gambit right there, picking the Fizz after that RA, they obviously are very familiar with any of these mid-lane matchups.
Right.
A lot of time in Europe, people will just give over Ahri so that if Fizz is still left open so that they can use it as a counter pick. I think it's more of a soft counter for me. Some people are go both ways on this one, but it's really all up to Alex. If he's able to dodge all those skill shots, then that really takes all of Ari's punch out of the game here. So he's going to have to hold on to that playful trickster. We've seen in the last game, Hai actually a lot of times was using it to farm.
Yeah.
Because he maxed that first and used the area of effect damage to farm, then he paid for it.
Using your escape to farm. Probably a problem.
This is a interesting match over here because Expesin is one of the few top laners nowadays that plays carry top laners. He's a very strong mechanical player, so he has the ability to use carries up in that top lane.
Very heavy on the AP side coming from Najin to start this match off. We do see that Diamond picked up Elise in the jungle. He's favored that towards the past 3 or 4 games that they'd have, but I'd have to say Diamond has one of the most versatile jungle setups that he's had. Aatrox, Evelynn, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin. He's definitely been helping the team keep a variety in there, and really hard to ban now. So with these picks and bans down, it's going to be Najin versus Gambit as we go in to our next matchup. Kobe, what are you thinking about these compositions right now, seeing that much AP from Najin?
It's pretty AP heavy, but really most of this tournament has been AP heavy teams from both sides here. What's really interesting is that Diana right now is holding on to teleport, and Diana is really a very much all-in champion. You know, she's pretty easy to gank already because she's melee and she has to get up there. So we'll have to see whatever jungler is able to have an effect on the top lane that have the Shen global and the Diana with her teleport. I think that team's going to come out with a pretty big edge because those are both melee champions. They both can set up ganks very well. So there's the potential for a lot of action.
We'll see what they have for each other as the teams load into the match. Let's check out which squad the fans think is stronger. According to LOLesports.com, it's a close one. 56% think that Najin Black Sword will win their way into the semifinals. The analysts also say Najin.
Yeah, all the analysts said Najin there. The audience definitely a lot more split. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. We talked about the jungles. It's going to be a jungle Nunu, though. Anytime he's in the game, it puts a lot more pressure onto the opponent because they have to worry about those buffs. You can't just rely on your smite to even secure your own buffs because he's got much more true damage that he can come in with. And Diamond specifically is a jungler who hates any sort of jungle invades. If there's ever vision inside of Gambit's jungle, he will call down pink wards from all over and clear that
Call it down from the satellites. All right, we are into the game. Who is going to be making it on to the semifinals? We are under our second quarterfinal match here. Gambit versus Najin. This is a best of 3. We'll see what can be done. We have had Gambit going through these best of ones through the group stage. They are warm. We saw what that provided for Fnatic versus Cloud9 in our previous matchup. We'll see if Najin can prevent that damage.
Najin, we also have the Nunu here starting with a ward of his own. It's always very important as a Nunu to make use of the potential that you have for counter jungling because later in the game, he doesn't scale that well. He's basically turns into another support. And they're going to rely on that Blood Boil and Prey to really hard carry this later. A lot of pressure is going to be on Prey in the mid and late game to be the main source of damage.
A little bit of burst there. Got 300 altogether. But they are going to get the wards they want, and they will not be contested on it. Prey will back. It seems like if they're backing, we're going to get that 2v1 towards the top lane. They're not just going to hover down to that bottom side. Genja just on the outside, waiting patiently and smart as well.
Interesting how we have this combination from Najin's sword with Diana can go in and suck everyone into a small area with her Moonfall.
A little vacuum.
And then we'll have Prey with the spray and Prey with being able to get off all those AoE auto attacks. The late game's looking very interesting for Najin's sword. Meanwhile, Gambit have pretty much a similar style here. They've got the mid laner who's looking for picks, that Fizz Assassin, and they also have the top laner with the global presence.
Really putting a lot of focus on that. Wow, Nagane already. He actually takes Charm level 1 here as they went on the invade and uses that to harass. So Alex is going to be a little bit down in health. He brought the consumables to lane. He has not started to chug those as he heard me.
Getting a little thirsty there. We've seen again the side laner here, Expesin. He's starting with a camp first, not going into the lane to get zoned. So he's going to be up a little bit of experience in gold. We have to check now because if Genja and Voidal, want to shove that one in, we haven't seen really anyone do it. Crepo and Double have talked about 2 ways to do it. You can just come out straight away, right out of the gates, and try and shove your lane really, really fast to get it first into turret if you know your opponent is going to go do a camp like that. But we haven't seen anyone at the tournament actually pull that off.
Wow, that's really great play from Darian in the top lane, knowing the durability of his champion actually reaches level 2 along with and before Kane as he was getting pressured out of lane. We've heard Voyboy in that situation say, take Wolves, you're going to miss 2 waves, but Darian definitely keeping his levels up. That's going to help for that level 6.
Darian has showed already a couple of sneaky strategies to get just inside of experience
in the brush.
range.
So good.
Yeah, in that top lane. One time hiding in the brush. This time he was just sitting on the very edge. And you just really have to know the range of experience from dying minions. Looks like we do have jungler pressure from both of them here.
Good call by Watch to come down. The buddy system necessary here to stop some damage on the bottom turret. But this means Darian is not going to be dove in the top lane. He is quite safe. And the experience is going to be soaked up by all 3 here in the bottom.
They are getting a little bit of tower damage here.
It's back and forth. They're still working with that 8-minute armor.
Yeah, down in the bottom gambit, they're a little bit ahead. But Darian's losing life rapidly. He's already chugged his single health potion that comes with that Doran shield. So from now on, it's just the passive regen that he's getting.
If he can get it on last hit Vorpals, you get the health a little bit quicker. But he's going to have to be really careful with the amount of poke and control in that lane.
Meanwhile, look at this mid lane. Alex is up in CS over Ahri, just crushing right now. There's another wave coming for Nagne, and he's doing a pretty good job last hitting under the turrets. But Alex jumping out to a very good start here. That is very scary. Anytime you see a Fizz getting an early lead, it's a similar thing to seeing a Kassadin get an early CS lead.
In and out, seeing he's definitely respecting the HP mana bar of Nagne. He does not want to be taken by surprise. You see the junglers still back in base. Diamond now at Wolves, so nothing coming from them too soon. But with that charm, do you think the charm early affected the farming, or do you think Alex has just been able to zone? Because we haven't been watching mid too much, but first level Q farm isn't going to take your waves away.
Yeah, you know, Orba Deception is a little bit better harassed, but Nagne did land a charm.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I would say it would be detrimental if he hadn't landed one, but he got okay harassed on here.
All right, so we see the top lane covered in by Darian now. He's going to bring in some safety, trying to match Watch on this one. Watch coming to the bottom lane, soaking that 2v3 experience up. May got ahead a little bit, but Diamond's doing a good job now at level 5 in the jungle. 23 to 13 CS there too, so lanes and even the jungle are ahead here.
And we did sort of talk about how Nunu turns into a secondary support here. Right now he's coming down to help Expessen. They shove the lane up to try and get to reset into the turret. And just because of the way the minions got back to lane, it is going to be shoving slightly in their favor. Expessen going to be zoned out a little bit from this experience, though.
We can see Najin trying to make everything work. You know that's not an easy gank on a Fizz. That's a walk-in from both, and he can just playful trickster out. So looks like Watch decides to back off on this one. He will return to his jungle. Spirit Stone on both sides, so he can continuously go back to these lanes. He doesn't really have to go back just yet. But with the moves of Diamond, he may have to start pressuring a little more as well.
The kill potential right now in the mid lane is pretty much all for Alex, because unless Alex goes aggressive, there's nothing that a Nunu gank is going to do. He really doesn't have to worry right now. And since Alex is winning the CS war, he doesn't have to get risky, go aggressive, look for those early kills, because he's already really just crushing Nagne in CS.
It works out well for him. I guess if we look at the CS and looked at, you know, the second Doran's was bought.
Oh, he missed.
Big pressure from Alex there coming in. It's when Nagne had to back for that second ring, really, that Alex started to get that gap in the CS and put him behind. Nagne now at 6. Alex realizes he has to go back, but that's going to be 20 CS later. Darian, one more shot. The True comes in. The flash attack coming in from Kane. They pick up first blood on the support.
And they're going to get the turret after this. Large amount of global gold swinging here for Najin Sword. They also have the opportunity now to switch their duo down bottom and get Expessen out of that 2 versus 1. His tower down there still at over half life. So this isn't even close to a trade right now.
He's done well, keeping his CS up. 23 to 21 for those top laners of Shen and Diana right now. They are, and it does look like they're going to swap the lanes, but during this, they may even try to go for that dragon. Actually, we see that Watch Nagne are backing, so it looks like it may just be the lane swap.
that is just really perfect timing to get that turret as well for Najin Sword, because now they can bring their AD carry and support back down so to get them dragon control. This is very, very huge for them. The 8-minute dragon is already pinked, and they're going to have not only all 5 members down there, but a new jungle. His smite's not actually up right now, but he does have consume, and he is heading down towards it.
Yeah, they definitely put the chess pieces in place. Smart of Nagane and Watch to both back and get a few extra items, picking up the Chalice, getting themselves some more wards so they can cover this area. Now with those chess pieces in place, they can begin to move. The dragon will be danced, and Gambit looks like they will contest it.
Well, Darian's got to stand united.
A lot of wards.
Right now, Gambit are calling for Darian to shove his lane as hard as possible. They want to delay Najin Sword around this dragon, get as much advantage up in that top lane. If Darian can shove that wave into the turret before Expression gets there, it'll be a pretty decent win for them.
Very interesting to see Najin back off after placing so much golden wards. You can see the pinks already coming out. Sub 10 minutes in the game. They have 5 going across the map and right on that objective that they want to take quite soon.
Now we do have Diamond coming in, sitting on Gambit's pink ward in the bottom lane. If they can get him gank for pressure. Wow, right out of the playful Trickster.
Got him on the Trickster, goes in! It's Chum the Waters out on the Nagane, but the burst isn't there. They see Shen to start to come in. Nagane gets hit up. There's the attack. They pull it around. The teleport now coming in from Expression. Is he there? It's going to be Darian in the safety for Alex.
The teleport taking way too long to come in from Expression. Really good answer there. Darian's got Alex's back, and he turns that gank around. Anytime you look for a 1v1 situation, you have to keep in the back of your mind that Shen Stand United is available there. Even though it was a great pick from Nagne, you know, he definitely didn't want what he caught there.
All right, so most of these pink wards for Najin are going to be going down towards 11 minutes rather, but Gambit placing their own at pink, trying to stop that. Gold quite even here within 500. That first turret is in the top lane, so it's not so much affecting the game, but really giving Darian time to farm up and get where he wants to be.
Expression does not have the teleport summoner.
Right, just use that for mid, yeah.
The cooldown, no, the cooldown reduction for it, the mastery. So it also, that's why it takes so long for him to actually arrive there. And look at the build here from Alex as well. After that kill, you know, he's going full early damage right now. As high damage as he could have at this point. Just rushing those spell penetration boots as well as the sheen. This is not how High built him last game here. He's going for straight burst potential.
This is very Gambit-esque. They didn't get there in time for the blue, but they are going to say, we want to fight right now. We have that crescendo. Yeah, Stand United maybe down, but we have the... Oh my gosh, going into the control. Watch down right away. Prey on the outside is completely zoned and forced to walk back in the fight, but his team is going the other way. This could be a great re-engage coming in. Nagane throwing down the last part of the ultimate. The charm misses on the outside, but they do get the Orb of Deception and Expunge kill going down into Darian, 1 for 1.
We also just saw a little bit, a little preview of that Moonfall into Prey, Spray and Pray there, getting some good area of effect damage.
Now, Najin with that pressure, losing Dragon. They want to put damage onto the turret, but a lot of Gambit is actually still here. Genja very low on mana. Looks like they won't be able to do too much here. Alex may try to communicate with the team. They may try to save on the repel. Kane takes quite a bit of damage there, but another member showing up. Nagane just on the outside causes
they got Diamond's flash out of that after, too. We've seen how dangerous Ahri Charms at tower sieges can be, especially in the SKT1 game. Really good job here by Najin Sword taking the turret after. Gambit really need to back off.
And you can tell how much strength Gambit has still in this game. Losing 2 turrets, they're only down 200 gold because their lane's doing so well. 95 to 78 in that mid lane. 54 from Diamond to Watch's 35. He's definitely playing that support role for Nunu.
And Darian doing a good job of last sitting under turret, too.
Yeah, absolutely. 70 to 58.
Large stack of minions right there. It's good for Gambit that they got that dragon, because having all this extra turret pressure for Najin Sword is going to mean that it's a little bit harder for them to pull off the picks. They need to start getting these outer turrets down in order for Alex to be able to make use of his roam and his early damage build that he's going.
You can see Prey 12 minutes into the game, doing quite well for himself, picking up the Blade of the Ruin King. He has quite a team of dive buddies within Darian Diamond trying to get him right in the beginning of the fight. We saw that Alex Ish actually caused him to flash out of the fight with Chum the Waters last time, so the focus is there from Gambit. They're using their dive composition quite well. Najin, we can see the re-engage coming from Expression. The teleport has been big in these fights, and Nagne has actually been holding that Spirit Rush for quite a long time, so it's almost like they're allowing Gambit to expend everything they have before they even want to try fight him.
Yeah, you mentioned, Alex forcing Prey out of that fight, and we saw how Alex just obliterated Watch.
Yeah,
too.
In the beginning.
With the early damage here. There's a small window right now as well where Darian has Stand United and Expression does not have his teleport up. So the possibility of any sort of ganks here for Najin's sword would be, again, it would turn out the same way the mid happened last time Nagne went aggressive, where Gambit have the extra man to come in and back up.
It looks like not everyone, but at least Expression and Nagne kind of building as a unit here, building that penetration for Boots early after the Chalice, and then the Abyssal Scepter to come out from Expression so they can both itemize well into damage for the magic.
I do like stacking that heavy flat penetration.
Yeah.
Because at this stage in the game, there's no magic resist having been built on Gambit. Flat penetration, extremely effective here. I like that they're also only building one, whereas Nagne, he's not building one for himself either. They're getting that single one on Diana, make use of the aura, and their team fight with all that magic damage is going to be very important. Meanwhile, they can rely on Prey's AD to be the sole AD threat here, and that allows them to build this flat penetration instead of percentage because they know Gambit won't itemize towards it very heavily.
Let's see, only 2 kills on the board, 14 minutes in. Both teams respecting what has been happening, the movement, and really not knowing if they've been on wards. It's Pink Ward's fight. We haven't seen any of the oracles come out yet and anybody try to take too much control because they know they're only within hundreds of gold of each other.
Because it's so close right now, it really depends on the next team fight. If Gambit win, there's actually more gold up on the map for them to take.
Right,
because
that's true.
These turrets are still standing, so there's
That's a good
basically
point.
almost around 2k extra global gold for Gambit to take after a one team fight. But if they lose, then they're not going to get that chance, and they still don't have the map pressure because of those outer turrets.
It's really something to consider is when you go hard. That turret armor is gone. They're going to be able to pressure down mid hard. We saw SKT take multiple turrets in a row yesterday, just kind of blowing everyone's mind. So it definitely depends on when you win that fight, the impact of core items coming out. Lich Bane is finished for Alex. This is going to be big damage for him. We already saw him zeroing out Watch within a matter of seconds, if even.
We talked about, not much magic resist here on Gambit, but you're right. Prey, who's the target here, doesn't have any magic resist of his own. He's going to rely on that heal from his Blade of the Ruin King, but that's going to be reduced by Alex's active there.
Yeah, that's true.
On his Seastone Trident. So he'll have no problem blowing up Prey if he can catch him.
Well, we'll see where they can go from here. Still with 2 turrets down on Najin's side. The gold is practically even within just a few bits. There it is, equaling out. 16 minutes in. Both of the teams still communicating quite well. Nobody has fallen into that pit. It seems like they are all organized and rotating together at this point. So moving into the mid, we do see Voidal start to focus there. Should have Genja joining them soon, but nobody wants to make the move here. It's going to be 3 seconds for the next dragon, and that's what all eyes are on.
The next fight here is going to be explosive. Both of these teams are very similar in what they're trying to pull off.
Oh, they don't even hesitate.
Ari going to be looking for the pick on the outside, but you have to keep your eyes on Alex.
Wait.
Oh, there's the Shen.
Expression goes in with his ultimate, but he got the cooldown by using it. Voidal getting hurt quite bad. They are going into the fight. Kane is right in the middle. Watch is so low, they could get ticked down here. Gambit pulls themselves together after the AoE is gone. Oh, the piercing arrow from Genja. Expression on the side. Genja, do you have it? It's going to be Alex Ish. Trying to get over the wall. He gets it. Boom, right to the side. Triple kill coming in for Alex. Nagne tries to get the charm down to the flash over the wall, but nothing catches. It's going to be a 2 for 4, and it's going to be Dragon for Gambit.
Such a sweet little move right there by Genja at the end of the fight to aggro the Dragon effectively turning that Dragon Pit into a very dangerous situation for Najin because they have to get out. The extra damage can come through. Okay, it's a good box
What
right
a
in the
chain
middle.
of corruption.
But it actually, wow, right there with the Nunu ultimate. And right now, I thought it was great for Najin because Prey got out after Alex tried to go all in on him. This charm onto Darien. Oh, the snipe does finish him off. Prey goes down in the end for Alex's second round of Playful Trickster. And this is where Expression has to leave the Dragon Pit because it's attacking him right now. Only right into Alex's loving arms.
18 minutes in, Kobe. You were pretty right. That was going to be an explosive fight. It came out huge. Both teams were sitting at 2-2 previously. Now 6-4 just a few minutes later in a 2,000 gold lead, the biggest one we've had yet in the game. But both these teams are still into that. Gold lead almost doesn't mean anything just yet. It does mean, though, that Gambit can somewhat dictate the game and move where they want to.
You know what it means? It means a needlessly large rod on Alex Fizz. That on top of the Lich Bane is a giant amount of damage. Lich Bane just means that Fizz scales even harder because there's effectively another AP ratio on that champion, and he is going to have no problem. Even half a rotation probably is going to be able to blow up his intended target.
Oh, Genja. I thought Genja was going to get poked on in that bottom lane, but it's the side that Prey and Watch both heading back towards the top. They are considering now moving fully as a team, and they want to put some pressure down on this mid turret.
Yeah, you're right to be worried because Genja has been caught out before when he's down in the side lane, just farming like that without vision. And Twitch is the AD carry. That's the one that'll make it happen. If anyone's going to go up and pull one of those sneak attacks, Twitch with Blade of the Ruined King is a good option. But Prey doesn't want to overextend himself. Darien, however, gets caught here. Half his life already gone.
I'm going to say 4 or 5 spells is worth a ward. Darien gets out. His HP, though, not so much worth that. Should be safe. Stand United will be coming up soon. So if he bases right now, it's not going to be too terrible, but they want to keep all that pressure there for the mid turret. We have to recognize Alex 4-0-2 in this game with every kill on Najin going across their entire team. First blood was actually onto Kane as well with that flash. So the gold isn't exactly going where they want it, but they're getting a few kills.
The next team fight too is going to be very interesting because Fizz is so hard to peel for your AD carry, but they have to at this point because Alex has so much damage. So what you want to see if you're a Najin fan is Kane spreading out far away from Prey in the team fight. Usually you want your, oh, Prey's going in for a kill here. Darien definitely caught.
Yep. Continue.
Okay, so Darien's going to die here. But anyway, what we were talking about is the Prey and Kane interaction in the team fights. They actually want the support to spread out away from his AD carry so that he can throw a long range Dark Passage as soon as Alex commits to Prey's initial position. And then once Prey's able to reposition next to Kane, then they can throw up the box. And then he can try and use that to peel for Prey. Other than that, it's going to be very hard for him to avoid this Fizz and Shen and Elise combo that Gambit are packing.
See what the movement is right now. The pink wards have subsided from both teams. We can only see one on the map now, and a lot of the wards have subsided. Actually, one on the top side there for Gambit as they hover off of it. So they're keeping themselves quite privy to the vision of what is going on the side of Najin. Voidal picking up an Oracle for himself. I believe Kane has one as well. He does not, so they're still resorting on the blue side stone as well.
I think that, you know, the way that, it's always hard to tell what Genja's thinking, but the way he's itemizing right now, I'm pretty sure that Gambit are just saying, I'm sorry, Genja, we're going to leave you in the back line. We're going to go dive Prey. You need to fend for yourself.
Yeah.
So he's gone with this second item already. Very
Whoa,
early.
He gets caught out by Prey. Chain of Corruption goes down perfectly. And there it is. Darien spot on with the Stand United. The reinitiate. The engage
Dark
coming in.
Passage is gone
Prey
already.
gets destroyed. And you're right. The Lantern goes down for safety of everyone. It was used defensively and not even a bit on the offensive side.
So Genja right there, early Negatron Cloak pays off. He was able to survive due to his flash as well as the barrier and Stand United shields coming in. Everything going to save Genja right there. He was able to survive. Prey, not so lucky, didn't have that Dark Passage to rely on getting him a long distance. It was already used, and he was just fish food.
Scary for Genja. I think he won't let that happen again. He will know not to stay out in the open. Prey, however, making a move that needed to happen here for Najin. We haven't seen too much since any of the Dragons. That would have really been the first straight on play. It would have put them at 7-6, but right now 7-5, holding off that kill, and still just about a 2,000 gold lead, almost 3,000 coming in here for Gambit.
Gambit are definitely feeling pretty good about this mid game so far. Like we said, all of the outer turrets are still available for them to take when they win a decisive team fight. So a decisive team fight for them means a huge swing in this.
Yep.
It's not just the kill money that they're going to go after.
So they're leaving Prey in the bottom lane now to farm it out. And it's going to be somewhat of a pressure here from Gambit, but they decide to back off. Still slow movement.
The Alex over here has completed his Zanya's Hourglass, so he has that really, really dangerous combination on Fizz. He's just pulling some... He just wanted to show off.
He was tired from taking down Golem.
He actually decided that he wanted to go farm that side wave and didn't want to hop over the wall. That was all planned. Meanwhile, the Dragon getting started because he showed in the top lane farming that wave.
This is good for Najin. They will be able to put a bit of money back on the board.
Hooks a little
spider grab.
Eat it.
Those will annoy you sometimes.
All right, so Alex right there going for the farm blob instead of Dragon means that the team actually loses out some global gold.
But
now they're
going
to want to answer. Alex does have double buffs right now, though.
Oh, that Lich Bane. Wow. They have a lot of possibilities to take down turrets here. The siege, siege stop, not spectacular from Najin. They have to use a few of those abilities that will really leave them in the open to be attacked, but they should be able to hold this off quite well, at least with Watch being there under the turret. Always the possibility for an absolute zero disengage, so safe, but Gambit looking for blood.
Oh, Alex really wants to dive here. Now, like for Najin, they actually have Expessen who he's targeting, and Expessen has built the early magic resistance because he got the Abyssal Scepter for his team. He's also heading into an Hourglass of his own.
Oh,
so he will be tanky.
Word.
I mean, they have Oracles and they have Vision, but this is a 25
They know they
minute
can dance
Baron.
it.
It's a lot of damage to tank
And this
out
is,
here.
you have to realize this, right? This is a team saying we're stronger than you. We can outfight you right now. Let's do this.
Well, normally Gambit right now would be looking for picks in the jungle, but because they haven't taken any turrets, it's hard for them to get that vision. Najin, they have these outer turrets that are doing a lot for them. You know, now that the mid is down, Gambit can sort of start to get control of these side areas of the jungle. But right there, Gambit were forcing them over to the Baron area because that's as far out as they can actually draw Najin's sword.
It's really interesting. This is the point in the game where you win a fight and you realize that all your minion waves aren't in a position you want. Najin trying to move into position.
Oh, he got
the flash onto Prey. The cleanse was just up, though. He gets himself to safety. The Dark Passage is down. This is what helped Prey get to safety. Very good plays. Alex puts himself in the middle of the fight, going for Kane, but he gets taken down. Great Spirit Rush and focused by Nagane.
I actually think after Gambit got Prey's flash, they should have gotten out. It's not worth a kill onto Nunu. You should definitely take the win. Taking out Prey's flash means that he is very, very vulnerable to Alex. So actually re-engaging there on Nunu, even though it was a pretty easy kill on Nunu, not the best of trades for Gambit because they had to give up Alex for it. Oh no, Genja's gonna eat it.
Prey walks right on a Genja, but there's the Stand United coming in. The taunt to come out, and that is a dead Prey. Buff transfer to Genja secured.
Darien still with the Stand United up.
Not something you would expect after that fight.
Well, I didn't
but that goes to show how chaotic the fights are because they didn't know it was still up. Najin had no idea.
That was a huge win, though, for Gambit because, like we said earlier, Prey is definitely the backbone of this team right now. If he's down, they have full reign of the map.
3-1 in turrets. Not looking good for Gambit, as you said, in that map vision. Having these turrets on the outside pushes the lanes, gives Najin places to run to if things go awry. And right now they're using it to their advantage, having that pressure on to Baron rather. They just pressure down mid, get themselves a turret. Not picking up any kills lately.
You know, Najin's sword, because that Stand United was used, now they're the ones with the teleport, so they can make use of the split
Persistent.
push. which is what they're doing. They've got Expression split pushing, but Gambit, they are going to call the bluff here. Burning this dragon down. It's going down really quick. Watch this Nunu, though.
Oh, man.
Really good at stealing.
Consume Feast.
I got it!
Oh, he got it so big! Darian's going to be able to take them out, but they stop that gold lead. That puts the golden exactly even with the Baron steal.
Why in the world would you rush the Baron against Nunu? Really well played by Watch right there, though. You have to shout him out. You can't say anything bad about him. He comboed the Consume and
Was
Smite.
he in range?
He comboed that pretty well. Yeah, okay, we'll have to look at a slow replay.
He got it.
He flashed in. He was almost in there for that, but he definitely got it with the Smite.
Yeah.
Alex in trouble. He has used his Zanyas in the Baron pit.
Woo! A little bit of trickster there.
Beautiful steal there by Watch. Just got Najin right back into this game. Up in gold, and they're wearing the Baron buff. All right, slow-mo, see if he actually bites it. No, it was just Smite. Okay.
He just smited it.
So
wow.
He just got the Smite there. That was just pure outplay on Watch's part.
Very good plays coming in here, and like we said, it was necessary. We saw Prey over at 22 minutes trying to get that kill onto Genja. Then we saw more. Watch had to do that for his team. They were down in gold. They've now picked up the lead there. The turrets have always been in their favor, and they're now able to spread themselves a little bit more thin. We've seen Expression in this top lane for the past minute or so. They're getting the pressure that they want.
They did actually use his teleport in that that Baron bluff right there. He canceled it, so it was half duration on it, but it still is on cooldown here for the next while. Good thing for Najin Sword, they have the Baron buffs, so Gambit are very, very scared to go for an all-out engage, and they'll probably rather just hope for picking someone off here.
And Najin really has to create this for themselves. Nothing is going to come to them right now. Gambit knows they're a little bit behind. The ward's already coming out before they even cross into any fog of war right now. So Najin still putting the pressure on, has a few minutes left on this Baron, and is going to force that down middle.
Gambit getting a little bit of that standing gold back with the top turret that was so low. But Alex, he needs to get back here.
He sees it. No,
I mean,
maybe not.
Expressen's got his Zanyas, so the possibility of a turret dive is there. But once he uses that, someone else is going to be tanking the turret, and it's actually not the best of situations to go for the dive with. Gambit are calling this bluff right now.
This is actually pretty good for Alex. He's got some good damage with that Lich Bane. He is just knocking that turret down right now, and nobody's going to answer. Dragon for turret, but the mid waves are going to start pressuring. This is setting, as we say before, the chess pieces in order for Gambit to do something more after their fights, which they've been kind of on the heels after.
Okay, he used his playful Trickster to farm there, so he's not going to engage on Expessen. And it's actually a rotation down for Najin Sword.
Wow.
They're going to farm all 3 lanes right now.
That is an attack speed twitch right now, along with the Nunu. They are going to be able to drop turrets a little faster than you might think. It's got to be regarded here for Gambit. They keep their pressure in the top lane, and they are completely spread off of this one. The bottom turret doesn't get taken down. Najin is playing a little too careful, but it looks like they will have eyes on it.
Because of that Baron buff, it gave Najin Sword the time to wait for Prey's flash back up. So even though, you know, Gambit got it out earlier, it's back up now. Prey's got a pretty good answer for escaping Alex in the next team fight. If Gambit aren't able to blow that flash with something else early, then they're going to really have to watch out for that Twitch damage comboed with the Moonfall from Expessen, getting everyone grouped up. Could be a very potent combo.
This is exactly what we expect to see here in the semis. Gold swings back and forth throughout the entire 30-minute game in favor of Gambit, in favor of Najin, and they hold it currently at 4-3 in turrets here at 31 minutes, but down in kills. So they're strategically now out-positioning and out-maneuvering objectives here over Gambit. They're staying away from this fight comp because since they were Moscow 5, they've loved to fight, and Najin realizes that.
You know, Voidal also has to be pretty careful right now, too, because we talked so much about this assassination potential from Alex, but Nagne, he's got his Deathfire Grasp, so he could easily kill a support. If he finds Voidal out by himself, he can easily burst him down.
The Aegis into the Locket finished quite quickly. You can see Diamond taking into consideration the magic that they are dealing with. The Abyssal Scepter was finished quite a long time ago. Now the Deathfire Grasp on Nagne, so they can instantly take somebody out that they want with that dive buddy composition of Diana Ahri.
Yeah, that they use the Legion Aura pretty much mandatory against this team.
Right.
They're also each getting Negatron cloaks of their own, which is leaving them a bit vulnerable to this Prey damage. If he can group up the team and Prey gets a few of those area effect auto attacks off with his ultimate, then it could easily just melt right through Gambit. Not a lot of armor on anyone.
I guess that's what you do, right? You build an AP team and allow your Twitch to shred everybody as they're trying to defend that.
What they're hoping is here for Gambit is that Alex just kills Prey, so there is
no... Gambit, yeah.
Yeah, Gambit's open, there's no Prey on the map.
Find their way right through
Prey's dead. That's what they're counting on. So they're just like, yes, everyone build magic
defense.
Wow.
Oh, Nagane gets taken down instantly. They didn't see that one coming. This is a choose-your-own-adventure
Prey's
for
still
Gambit.
up,
they are still going on to the next chapter. Prey goes down to the back line, or gets the takedown onto Alex Ish, I should say, using Flash, using Cleanse. The second piercing arrow from Genja, spot on, takes the apple off the head, and it looks like they're going to continue this fight. Darien went real deep on this one. They confused Najin a bit, but now as Gambit recollects themselves, they collect the turret, and they push Najin off the second tier.
Beautiful piercing arrow right there from Genja. Gets them not one, but two turrets here. They're going to definitely keep this pressure up.
Here again is the swing in gold, now in favor of Gambit. 2,000 gold there. The inhibitor turret to go down. 45 seconds on the timer for Baron to come back up. This will be enough for Najin. We may see both teams put on their dancing shoes for that one.
Also in that last team fight, let's give props where it's due. Darien with the taunt flash to start it off. The reason that teams have their top laners go with the taunt into flash after is that there's no answer. You don't have any time to react to a taunt flash, whereas if you flash and then taunt, the Ahri right there, Nagne, with his flash available, could have flashed the taunt. Really good snipe. Here comes from Genja. That's right in the dome. Prey gets shot right in the face, and they go down. That's going to be the inhibitor as well there for Gambit. But really, yeah, the reason that you go taunt flash is there's no time for you to react, and they just 100% down Nagne right there.
That was
very, very well played.
An amazing play. If you saw in the first 10 seconds of that, Genja was still shooting the turret, and not that he was doing it wrong. He said, I just can't follow you guys. So that just goes to show the durability of Gambit right now, even without their AD carry until 50% through the fight. This is scary for Najin now. They were forced into a fight that they have been avoiding, and we saw that Gambit took it over. Only 2,000 gold was grabbed there. Gambit has now swayed the turrets along with the gold. They still keep the kill score at 13-7. We'll see if Najin can go back to dancing around them and crushing down the objectives again.
And last time Genja went this build here that he's going on, Varus, double lift gave him a lot of flack, and he was saying, oh, I'm pretty sure Genja was misclicking stuff. But he's obviously not misclicking, because he bought it twice. And it showed with that last snipe there. Flat attack damage. He's getting a lot of power out of those piercing arrows. Now he's got a huge combo, both the Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge. Even though he doesn't have much attack speed, his attacks that he does hit are hitting very hard.
Focusing distortion boots as well. Quite interesting. Figure we would have seen that coming out, and especially in the top lane with most of your teleporters taking that distortion to continue teleporting more, but it goes on to Genja for this game, so he can keep himself safe.
Yeah, it's literally just for the flash.
Yep.
Because, well, Prey has to deal with a Fizz and Shen diving him. Genja's got the same thing. He's got a Diana coming at him, and as well an Ahri that could possibly reposition around him.
And a really big fight that helped Gambit out was the one that allowed them to buy, which is now a Spectral Cloak coming in for Elise. Those Negatrons helping in all of these fights.
This is dangerous. This is pretty dangerous
allows
here for
them
Gambit.
to dance these out. Voidal's doing this for his team right now. One goes down, but is it enough? They are at 25% HP on Baron. It's going to be a 4v5. They are going to have to fight this. They throw it down. Darien's the first one. Alex is in a perfect spot here. He gets the Zanyas onto Expression very early, but there's still a Guardian Angel there. They go for the Zanyas. This is going to be full damage now onto Alex. Full damage onto the rest of the team, but they can't get the focus down. The last bit of the Foxfire takes him down. Nagane makes his way home, but it's going to be Genja picking up Expression in the end.
Very, very sneaky job there by Alex. Staying in the Baron pit, hugging the wall, and then jumping right out onto Prey. Prey did not see that one coming. What an amazing assassination from Alex after they were already down a man. You're right, Voidal, he sacrificed his life for the team.
Yep.
It also got the Spirit Rushes, all 3, out of Ahri. So it meant that she could not get around to the back by Genja. You see, Alex, he goes back into the Baron pit after this, away from Expesin. He was zoned out by that ultimate from Nunu, and then returns the kill.
Oh dear. This is going to be the pincer move coming in on Nagane here. He's going to walk this one out. We'll see if he can get far enough. There's the 1 dash. The dash number 2. And number 3. There we go. He's going to change form. We're going to have Voidal come in. Voidal looks to pick up this one. He doesn't even get the slow power core down. They know they got it. It goes to Diamond. They pick it up. This Najin, it's not terrible that that happens, but they're not considering everything now. They want their farm more than they want to get back. They're trying to get to next core items, and it's putting them in some bad positions here.
Yeah, Gambit used a bit of time of their Baron buff there, running around, but they were rewarded with a kill, and it's a pretty long death timer at this point. So with all the lanes shoved up, they actually will get pressure fairly quickly here.
And I think Gambit has been able to itemize as Gambit does. The Guardian Angels now coming out on 2 of their members. We do have the Banshee's Veil actually coming in from Diamond, so he can really take that front-end burster, the crowd control that's locking down his AD carry or those damage dealers. So with this dive team, they're able to itemize almost too good for what they're up against now.
And we saw the early Guardian Angels coming out on Expesin because he wanted to get right in there with his Diana, but Gambit are starting to answer. They've got 2 now. They love those items.
Only a few more to go. Only a few more to go.
They will not let Najin's sword beat them at their own game.
Darian knows it's time, putting the blue elixirs in his inventory. You see that when the players are ready to make that fight count. You see the average game length for both of these teams here. Gambit has stretched it on a little bit, but they are in sure position now with the biggest lead we've seen in the game at about exactly 5,000. They have not stopped as they've grabbed the turret lead. They have continued to take those consecutively. This inhibitor on its first respawn now in the eyes of Gambit. Darian goes into the fight, possibly to the backside. They use the Spirit Rush right away. So much damage coming off the initial Playful Trickster drop. Going back in, Alex hits that United. Can they get the Stand United? Stand United actually comes over the Guardian Angel. It sticks with. Will they be able to go onto the fight? It's a little too much under the turret. They do get Expression down, but they are playing with fire right now.
That was so close due to the beautiful charm there from Nagne, catching Alex just in time, but Darian gets in as well, and the taunt covers Alex's escape.
Damage actually was a piercing arrow from Genja in the beginning. These guys have so much damage from everywhere. With the amount that Najin is grouping, even the piercing arrow is having the area of effect that it doesn't really do.
And Prey now down his flash cleanse, so he has to be very, very careful. 2 inhibitors as well. Gambit really just have to return to base to purchase. Oh, so the missed taunt is what started it off. And then interruption, so many great peels here from Najin. But Gambit, they exit and then get right back in after the cleanses pop. Let's look at this charm that catches Alex mid-Urchin Strike. Able to catch him out. Oh, it's not even here yet. This is after the second disengage.
There's more than one fight in every fight we've had in this game. Back and forth. The gold lead still sitting around 5K. Nobody really gained too much an advantage off of that one unless you consider the bot inhibitor and tower an advantage, which Gambit's liking. That lane being pressured so hard, and Gambit has turned this right on Najin after that Baron fight.
Looking really good for the Gambit fans right now, and all they have to do again is hold their pressure up in this top lane, while the other 2 lanes of super minions are gonna push. They almost have Darren Stand United available, so they're gonna also have the ability to have him spread.
And looking at Alex's champions as well, being his first Fizz game, coming out pretty strong.
We talked about the huge champ pools of those mid laners. He's definitely played Fizz plenty over in in Europe. So he's
not first Fizz game overall, of course.
He's no stranger to that champion.
7-3 and 7 there.
Oh!
Oh, the teleport coming in as well from Diana.
Diamond!
Expression's going to be right on the backside. He dives in. They get one Zanya's down. Alex is going to be out of the fight now. Kane goes down instantly. Can't help his team now. Nagane's in the fight. It looks like he may get bursted out. The shutdown coming in from Prey, but he is already on the ground. asking for life support. Genja flashes in. 1, 2 more attacks. They're going to focus now onto Expression. It's going to be a slow walkout for this one. The death timers are 50 seconds or plus, and Gambit's in the base.
Yeah, they're going to get his Guardian Angel after this. 2 really, really good fight there for Oh, he's going to burn down. Caster minions are...
Very good game here by Gambit. It looks like they got 1 Nexus turret. Watch not going to be able to do much, just able to do just that as the Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus will follow. Gambit with a definitive win after an amazing 50-50 game for the first 20 minutes.
Gotta say, great use of Shen by Darien and Fizz from Alex. Really every single member of Gambit doing their part right there. They told Genja, you're gonna have to survive by yourself. He went and bought that Negatron cloak right after his Bloodthirster was done, and then immediately after that, he survived a 4-man gank, which they were able to turn around.
And showing his love for some pieces of the Triforce, getting the Phage in there, keeping himself even safer. Such great play by Gambit. They were bloodthirsty. Every time they would make Prey waste that cleanse, and they would still get back onto him with that dive team. Every time. And then the Gambit itemization of defense into your Guardian Angel. And when you have your Guardian Angel on more than one person, you're pretty good luck.
Everybody's always been talking about the mids from Europe, the mids from Europe. They're kind of crazy over there, but everyone respects their mid players. This is why everyone respects their mid players.
And we saw early game as well, Darien getting focused back in the top lane. They tried to shut down Shen early so he couldn't be too much of a threat when that level 6 came. But we saw level 1, he wasn't letting two waves go to them. He was trying to get in there, soak up experience. So he was level 2 along with them, level 3 along with them, and keep his own.
And he did his part to help Alex win that lane. The early Stand United, that was the reason why, Alex got the first kill.
All right, everyone, let's send it over to Quick Shot and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on Gambit's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Riv. The pray and spray wasn't quite enough for Sword in that game. Let's go back to picks and bans. I want to highlight the fact that we've seen Jungle Nunu here coming out from Sword. We've seen a Diana and an Ahri. I'm not entirely convinced by the Nunu pick in this composition. What were your thoughts?
I mean, the Nunu pick is interesting here. This looks much more like a comp from a couple of months ago, right? We didn't see that Trinity Force AD carry. The Ezreal, I thought they would pick up for Prey. But the Nunu, they just didn't do much with it in the early game. They didn't take advantage of Nunu's strengths. And even though I like Nunu a lot with Diana as well, because if Twitch dies, you have someone else to Blood Boil, and you can keep proccing that Diana passive. But I don't feel it takes advantage of Watch's mechanical strengths as a jungler, and is a really binary pick and didn't really offer a whole lot.
So CLG has a lot of experience running Nunu, and I don't like the fact that they ran Ahri and Thresh with Nunu, because if you're going to run an AD-centric comp, Thresh doesn't really provide that much peeling versus other supports like Sona or Nami, and Ahri really just has no synergy with a Nunu-based comp. You really want like an Orianna or something with a lot of AoE crowd control and ability to protect your AD.
I think Thresh offers enough peeling, but I think when you play Nunu and you end up in a 2v1 situation, you really need to put him top lane, help make the 3v1 really good, because Blood Boil and the Nunu, they can dive, or they can just safe push the tower down, and then they can start rotating around the map, get the bot lane bottom
so
again.
You didn't like the 2v2 tower defense?
No, I don't think Nunu should ever defend 2v2.
Well, he's got such bad wave clear, you don't want to put him in that situation.
Yeah, unless you actually are defending a 3v2 dive, he's not going to do much. And actually, to sort of get back to the Ahri Diana point as well, like that combination wanted to get onto Genja, but they didn't seem to have the right combination. They never cracked how safe he was. And the distortion boots to flash away from Diana, honestly, Genja never dying in that game was really impressive.
Ahri could have worked, but I feel like he played the matchup wrong. He should have maxed his W. I talked to Nuke yesterday a lot, and he knows a lot about the Ahri matchup against Fizz. If Ahri maxes W, he can do a lot more. If Ahri didn't respect the Shen ulti either, went for a 1v1 against Fizz with Shen backing him up. So the main mistake there is also they're giving Darien Shen, they're giving Alexi a free Fizz. It just didn't come together, and Nagnem missed a lot of CS early in the laning phase. He really wasn't on the top of his game.
I don't know if that's like a nerves issue or something like that, but he was extremely unimpressive throughout this game. Missed a lot of his skill shots, missed a lot of that CS, and was kind of useless, honestly.
One of the people that did impress me in the game from Sword was Prey's Twitch. I did feel like it had a lot of damage, but it just felt like he was able to get singled out and jumped on by Alex many times during the course of those fights, at the Dragon Pits and in the lanes. And it just didn't feel like Sword could stay standing long enough for that spray and pray to actually rip through all of Gambit.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I actually wanted to get a specific block just to fanboy over how good Prey is, because the dude, like, got caught and then said, just kidding, I'm not caught anymore. The cleanses, the flashes away. He almost, like, baited in Gambit to a few of those fights, and he put out consistently very, very high damage. And again, Double, if you're talking about running an AD-centric composition, and in Prey as a player, you can do that around, and he himself played it so well. Problem was there wasn't enough follow-up for his damage, it seemed.
And the big problem is that he's up against Fizz, and he's running Cleanse on Twitch, which is not really a problem. It was right for him to run Cleanse on Twitch, but he has no real like support, like shields or heals coming with him. So basically, when Fizz gets on him, he's ripping through a base HP Twitch with no backup. And all he has is Cleanse.
His team really needed an exhaust there, and I think his item build wasn't optimal either. I don't think he shouldn't have opted for the Blade of the Ruined King and just went for straight damage. Uses good positioning to get a really good ulti off.
Yeah, and just a final note on this composition right here, too. The Diana pick, Diana was very powerful a few months ago, but ever since the Spirit Visage changes, you know, this comp that we're looking at, Twitch is very poor at Siege, so they had no way to take down towers as 5. So at that point, you're relying on a split push. When you're playing against Shen, who's going to build Spirit Visage, you have to be very far ahead on Diana to actually win out in that split push battle, and I just don't see Diana in this composition for this use as viable as it was before the new Spirit Visage came in.
So let's talk a little bit about Gambit while we have some time. I was pretty impressed by the way that they played their matchup. It was fairly slow. I actually think if you think of all the fights overall, they tended to come out ahead in most of the bigger engagements after like the second Dragon fight onwards. And we've seen them actually picking up a lot of Negatron cloaks very early on. They were just littered down the rows. Genja even going, what was it, Bloodthirster Phage into Eye Edge, you know, just relying on Varus's passive for attack speed. Genja continues to do what Genja does and you know, trends off the wall with those items. What did you think of their itemization and the decision making?
They had a lot of respect for the AP assassins, which was good, but their mid game was still really sloppy. They went again for a 50-50 smite, and this time they lost it, and it could have cost them the game, which they had pretty much 100% in their control.
Yeah, I think Gambit's downfall will eventually be their decision-making, because they go for a lot of risky stuff that won't fly against a more coordinated team. But yeah, they definitely outplayed Sword as the game went on. Like every Dragon fight you saw, just incredible plays from Diamond and Alex, and just overall their coordination just seemed a lot more solid than Sword.
Well, guys, with those final thoughts, we are going to go to another quick break. But when we return, Gambit looks to give Najin Sword the boot from Worlds and become the second European team to advance to the semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship, we'll be right back.
되게 전략적으로 뭔가 하는 걸 좋아하기 때문에 제가 비록 게임은 못하지만 그런 부분에 있어서 되게 도움을 많이 줄 수도 있고 그런 거에 대해 신경을 지금 많이 쓰고 있어요.
어떻게 보면 기회를 잡았다고 할 수도 있는데 이 기회를 이용해서 제 자신을 좀 세게 좀 알리고 싶어요.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. That's the one it is.
Yes.
I was going to say the championship already, but it's the World Championship live from Los Angeles. And thanks for watching. Let's get to it. The second round in this scheduled best-of-3 quarterfinal bout between Korea's Najin Black Sword and Europe's Gambit. And if Alex Ish and Gambit can down one more Nexus, they'll advance to this weekend's semifinal round.
I mean, Gambit continues to improve after that much-talked-about boot camp. They're now one game away from becoming one of the final 4 teams here at Worlds. Alex showed once again why Europe's mid laners are considered the best in the world. He had some huge catches there on his Fizz in that game. And, you know, while the mid laners have been getting all of the love from Europe, their AD carries have actually come up really big today, too, in the quarterfinals. In this matchup, you know, Genja, he didn't die, and he also pulled out some very beautiful sniping shots.
Just a few, taking apples off, as I said, from people's heads. It's different because he's played the Varus, as we said, he's played the MF, he's coming out. He didn't build the Triforce on it, so he kind of lied to us saying he build it on every champion.
He built the Phage.
He did start to build the Phage. I'm sure if the game went another 20 minutes, he'd have a few Triforces. But I like what Mani said, and the way that Watch wasn't used to his full potential in a champion like Nunu. If he's going to be all over the map, be harassment, then you need to give him a champion you can do that on.
They didn't actually get too much out of that Nunu overall. I don't think they'll return to that strategy. He didn't get you know, a huge impact counter jungle. It was just that flash over and steal away from the Baron. But since he didn't even use Consume to do that, he could have done that on any other jungler.
Right.
Just flash in and smite. It was a beautiful job.
The objective control was absolutely there. Now into picks and bans, Jax again going out of the hands of Expression, but the Kassadin still being looked at as something to be reckoned with. So they banned that out. They banned out Alex's Fizz
Switch
as well, as he shows it in the tournament. And Shen gets away from Darien. So a lot of what was played in the last game we do not see.
So Ari's 2. Okay, so Ari's not up anymore. They're going to lock that in. But there is still Shen. Oh, never mind. Shen's banned.
So, we remember in the beginning of last game, Alex was up in CS heavily on Ari. If he wants, he knows how Nagane is going to play that Ari. He doesn't get his Fizz, but he knows that matchup play style already. So he can pretty much be safe with his pick in mid. This is exactly where Alex wants to be from what he says in his interviews.
It's interesting, you know, the very early lock-in again of Ari. We'll see what Alex decides to go up against it with this time. I mean, he's played so many different champions. It could even be something like that Kale we've seen from him before. Regardless, though, the things that are locked in here. We have Corki for Genja. He's definitely happy with that pick because, like we said, it's the premier Trinity Force champion. He loves that item. He'll definitely be rushing it this time. Don't think he'll stop at the Phage.
He'll pick it out. Voidal is getting his Sona. He ups that percentage of having it almost throughout every game, and it's really just been, you know, something they even used when they had Edward. It's pivotal to the composition of what Gambit does, just having Sona. And it's not even something that Edward liked to play, as people might have heard as Gambit would play it. They would be like, no, it's too much utility. We need it on the team. So they pick up Sona again.
Yeah, anytime Sona's up, they grab that for Voidal. If she's not, they go straight down the list. Second pick is Zyra. Those are the only 2 supports he's really played, right?
Haven't seen Renekton in quite some time. Darien has pulled it out in one of the first few games and later games for Gambit, so he knows that matchup. If it is the 1v1, we get Elise as well out of the hands of Diamond, so they're kind of taking everything Diamond showed in that first game.
A lot of nice adaptations this time for Sword. Taking away the Fizz from bans. Shen was banned by Gambit because they are on purple side, and then also grabbing that Elise. Ooh, interesting. So we'll be more of a teamfight-oriented build here from Gambit this time, going with Orianna. She's also very good at giving that shield, shoring up any potential diving champions that they've used. So we'll probably see Darien and maybe even Diamond also.
Lee's open.
Both going with those melee dive champions.
Aatrox has been big, but Aatrox is played by both Darien and Diamond in the jungle, so it's a sweet pickup there for them. They keep it ambiguous, and we'll have to see what Najin answers with. These are their final 2. They want it again. It's going to be Thresh and that Twitch.
So they have the reposition possibility here with the Thresh, with the Lantern. That's something that you do need a lot of coordination to pull off, but it does shore up one of Twitch's weaknesses.
This is interesting as well, and Mani stated it last game that Ezreal's open, the Triforce is there in the 311 patch, and Prey strays away from it again.
I mean, like we said, what was it, like 60% or something use of Twitch by Prey in the
that's true.
over in Korea. It's banned against him all the time.
I guess that's the
he's
comfort
definitely
for
happy
him.
with that, and
Absolutely.
it does. Late game, it provides so much potential to killing the whole team. Like he gets those pass-through shots really allow him to carry very hard much later.
Very cool.
I really like this. So talk about diving champions. I was like, oh, Darien and Diamond probably going to get something to go straight in. Malphite, that's going to be the knock up into the Shockwave. So that's a huge amount of dive onto Twitch. And then not only Twitch, but everybody around Twitch.
Right.
So it is very teamfight centric here from Gambit. Again, they don't want to lose that global battle, so they're going to bring Teleport. I'm not the biggest fan of Teleport on Malphite, though, because you like him to be there at the beginning of fights.
Right.
To initiate them. And we've already seen in the last game how running Teleport is not the same as having something like Sanuite, because Diana would come in a few seconds later every single time. It takes a very long time for that Teleport to actually come in. We'll have to see how well Darien uses it. It's really, really depends on your timing, and definitely it's a different skill set that not a lot of people have.
It's an interesting pickup for that last one. It obviously used to get back to the Twitch line, used to peel off for his AD carry as well. We see the Thresh pick up again, and there was a little bit of back and forth between, you know, Double Lift and Crepo on, yeah, he has enough peel here, but some offer more peel type of thing, so we'll see if that works again for for Twitch with Thresh. But looking at that Malphite, so good. Shutting down the attack speed of a frenzied up Elise, shutting down that Renekton as he dives in as well with the ground slam, and the Twitch, as we saw Praise Twitch building the attack speed. The Blade of the Rune King into that Phantom Dancer and also helping it scale with his coming out of Q invisibility. So it's different build rather than impact damage off an Infinity
He's
Edge.
opted for barrier.
Yeah,
so
and barrier as well.
It's going to be it's much stronger for laning when you run that barrier, and it does mean that he's giving up, being able to cleanse off that attack speed debuff. But most of the CCs here from Gambit are knock-ups or movement displacements, which you can't cleanse. You can't cleanse knock-up, can't cleanse Shockwave. The only thing he would be using that on would probably be the attack speed debuff or the Sona Crescendo. So we'll have to see how Gambit can make use of this. They'll probably be looking towards Dragon a lot earlier than before because they have a really high Dragon potential, especially when Malphite is 6 and Sona is 6.
All right, so we are into match 2 here in this best of 3. We're trying to see Gambit, the second European team to come out of their group stage, get the second win here in the quarterfinals. Will they be able to do it against Najin? This is match point for them. If Najin keep themselves alive here, they're going to stretch Gambit into one more game of banning out their champions, figuring out how they work. We'll have to see if they can do it. Gambit, like you said, coming in with another fight, team comp. See if Najin can avoid that again and go for the objectives as they did last game.
Interesting. So we have had Diamond, much like Loveland when Loveland uses the jungle Aatrox, start out with his Q very early, try and get a little bit of charge into his Blood Will in the fountain so he can heal back up.
There it is.
You want to keep that thing very high for the potential of a level 1 fight, because if you don't fill it up at all, then your passive, you won't revive. If you'll just have a few health, come back to life with like 10 health, and it doesn't matter. You have to use health to be able to use that passive.
Praying Kane patiently waiting here off in the side. It doesn't look like they're going to get any aggression, but very safe wards coming from Gambit. Neither of these teams, we have to remember Najin, they were on red last time, but they put wards all down the bottom side, and it looks like we're actually going to get matched up lanes here.
All right, so this ward definitely sees what Praying Kane are trying to pull off, and
Voidal trying to get the Q off.
Giving them a little song. But Diamond, though. Okay, so now I finally get to talk about some jungle Aatrox. He does use his Smite, but Aatrox does not need that at all to clear anything in the jungle. He just wants to get to level 2 as quick as possible to get his W. The W is what Aatrox is all about in the jungle because he can sustain forever. You won't see Diamond having to buy potions. When he gets below 50% HP like this, switches W over to the heal, and it heals for 3 times as much. That's why he also can start that Doran's Blade. The drawback for jungle Aatrox is that if you do fail your first gank and you do lose your passive, then the other team knows that they have this window, 3.5, almost 4 minutes, that they can go completely aggressive on you. Kane now going extremely aggressive.
On to Voidal. Will be able to take him out.
Voidal's
Sona,
deep.
some of that low HP. The expunge is there. They get the first blood down onto Voidal. A little too sure of himself in lane there.
Kane able to walk up right in range for that flay, and there was no coming out for Voidal. Didn't even burn his flash there. Just resigned to his death.
Good bit of trade in damage. We see Alex trying to grab an upper hand in mid as well. Draw attention there. All the buffs now picked up by Diamond. We'll see if he can get into a lane and facilitate any kind of gank for his team. Alex Ish is a level up here as the mid laners go back and forth. So we'll see if he tries any more aggression as he hits that 6 first.
This is extremely scary for all of Gambit because we saw how much Prey was able to do last game without that early first blood. Now that he's got a strong, very early start, well, actually, we may even see him start to roam around and make use of his invisibility once he gets his Blade of the Ruined King. He has shown that he's a very offensive Twitch player, and he will not hesitate to look for those solo picks.
Alex in that mid lane choosing heavily to go for his dissonance damage, leveling that up. You can see it chunking out Nagne here. So as he hits 5 again, more points, more damage, and we're going to maybe have somewhat of a dive here. They're playing this one safe.
2 versus 2 here.
It's going to be a good counter gank. There it is onto Alex. Diamond waiting, and now he's going to go in. They try to get the damage right onto Nagne. Alex is going to go down. They are able to pick up a kill there. Nagne on the wing actually got it for himself. He gets a lifesteal back. No buffs are going to be secured for Nagne.
Watch didn't want to go in on that because the amount of healing that can come out of Aatrox at low levels can definitely bait you, but going for that passive on Aatrox would have been huge. That 2 versus 2 situation, though, it was all about initiative. because Watch was the first one to make the move and he landed the cocoon, so much early damage went in the favor of Najin's sword that it was very, very difficult for Gambit to come out ahead in that one after just the initial few seconds.
Najin trying to pressure every lane now. They saw Diamond was low in mid. They know they can throw out some kind of careless hooks in the bottom lane and relieve that pressure, but still hold it quite well. 5 minutes in, 2 kills already from Najin, and it's been almost a flip-flop in the mid lane. We don't have the CS there for Nagane yet.
Oh, another play!
Again, going in on the fight. Kane going hard. They pull him in for a bit more damage, and they are just constantly pushing these guys out of lane. The expunge as well, affecting both of them.
Really, really scary for Gambit here. Already this early into the game, they're having so much trouble bottom, they have to call Diamond to try and swing this.
Both mid laners have backed. Throwing on the Doran's rings.
Oh,
That's
no.
going to give Alex HP, but will it give him enough? He dances around the minions to try and get out of this one. I don't think he's got the tap dance for it, though. Nagane takes him down, and they continuously pressure down on that summoner. Summoner's gone mid lane.
This also draws Diamond away from the bottom lane. He can't farm the jungle. He has to show in lane. So Najin's Sword have complete control right now. They can take advantage knowing there's no more threat can come out of the Fog of War. Beautiful job by Watch here. This is why he was talked up so much for the early ganks. He immediately repeat ganks Alex because the flash is down.
And now with a champion that he can activate some ganks on, he can use the mechanics that Monty was talking about. He already gets his team 3 up, 6 minutes into the game, participated in 2 of those kills. Looks like they are going to secure Dragon sub 7 minutes as well. That's going to be very good for them right now with a 2,500 gold lead, 3,000 gold lead actually.
Grabbing that kill and turning level 6 for at least pretty huge for them right there. Very easy Dragon because their bottom lane was winning so easily. If he ganks mid, then that means there's no way that Gambit can come contest it. Bottom lane's losing, mid is dead, and Diamond is in the middle lane here showing. So very, very good capitalization here from Najin's Sword. Looks like switching up the jungle position to be a much more aggressive jungle, really much more their style, and they feel like they're playing much more of a normal game for them.
So with that, with how Najin is playing,
another
oh
play
my
on
gosh,
Portal.
Kane knows he's going to take 70% of his HP, but the expunge, along with both attacks, allows him to get in. The teleport to the bottom lane.
Big ward.
The unstoppable force has been used. Voidal actually goes down. Prey makes sure he makes his mark before he goes into the death chamber. They're able to answer with a few kills there, but that was big still. They're getting their kills even in depths.
Yep, and that leaves Expression up top, farming behind the turret here so that every single minion is dying to that turret. And Darien, though he came down and turned it into 2 kills for his team, gonna go down very heavily in CS here as well. Diamond pays for it. By venturing bottom, he loses his topside jungle.
So, as I was saying before that, with all the pressure that Najin continuously puts on, we've seen Aatrox in the jungle a few times. How does he play with his team from behind? Is he a champion that needs to be ahead to do really well, or is he still going to be able to be what he needs to for his team?
Yeah, without the flash, actually, the surprise ganks from him, they definitely need setting up because it's very hard to get that Q to hit on people that see you coming. He has a very easy time of farming his jungle, but he needs to help all his lanes. So that's why he's, again, rushing this Cutlass. That's going to give him an extra slow.
Okay.
And he's going to have to make sure that he has vision of Watch, because if Watch is there, the even fights are going to go in Najin's Sword's favor. This is the most difficult time for a jungler. When all of your lanes are behind, you have to be very careful about where you gank, because if the other jungler counters, you're going to lose.
So, already we see the pink wards coming out again. 2 in that bottom lane, keeping Prey and Kane safe, with 1 just above them in the mid lane for the rotation as well. They have clear aggression on this turret. Kane is almost 6 as well, so that may mean something for an initiation there.
And Watch has just shown bottom there as they use the pink ward and clear it out. So it's very dangerous here from Gambit. He even wards behind them to know that this is a safe dive. Oh, Genja face checks it.
Warding your flanks, one of the safest things to do, and it allows them to go even deeper on the fights. Fight Genja 1v1, even in a pile of minions. Watch, almost turning that into a bad situation. Kane takes another hit. This is going to be an eco. No, he misses Kane.
Oh, there's
just
the
on the outside. Throws down the ultimate, tries to get himself in. That's the flash we were talking about that he needed. Didn't have to walk
Alex,
it in.
Though.
A good ward. the pink wards are actually being used for somewhere they're not really going to be fighting in right now. So a little bit of money may be wasted here, but they'll have control and the guard on this turret.
Even with those mobility boots, Diamond was barely able to follow up on that. Again, watch, makes the first move, gets hugely rewarded here. It's been all about initiative in this jungle. Meanwhile, the turret dive that was going on underneath it, another very well played initiation by Kane. He is. They might start banning out the Thresh. Kane has just been plays on top of plays in that bottom lane.
Keeping it very safe, especially in the non-sustained lane, to be taking that early level burst from a Corki, from a Sona, and still be able to hold your own. So much play by those two. Much better than last game, and they're coming out on top. 73 to 44 in CS is a bit painful for the AD carries.
Yeah, we saw this was going to happen very early on after Kane made the initial 2 versus 2 first blood onto Voidal there, and it's been very hard for Genji to get back into it because of the repeat attention they've received. And it doesn't look like Naj and Sword are a team that gives up on a weak lane. They continue to go back again to the bottom lane, just making Voidal. Voidal stays! Genji leaves, Voidal stays.
It's the thing is that one person's making it out, but even if you're the last one in the Stampede, you're the one that's going to get caught.
Live, Genji. Live. It was nice knowing you. Voidal dies by his turret.
And that shows just how much control that Najin has right now. Even with the pink board in the bottom brush, the power that they're holding, Voidal knew. He's like, I'm going to be second one to leave. I'm still going to die. Genja, you make it out. We'll be able to get mid. Expression answers back with top, and they're still pressuring the second tier.
That's a good thing for, there have jungle Aatrox here. Jungle Aatrox can get plus 90% attack speed with a full Bloodwell and his ultimate activated. That's a huge amount of attack speed for taking out turrets. He does have to worry, though.
Nagane trying to 2v1 with a little bit of help from the turret on his shoulder there.
He's doing it,
too. The Bloodwell, he actually gets the 1. That's not enough on the command Shockwave, and he actually wins a 2v1 trade. Expression to come up and give him the assist on the shutdown for 2-kill Aatrox.
Imagine sort of quickly running away with this game here. That was a very beautiful 2 versus 1 from Nagne, setting up that kill onto Diamond. He popped passive. Good rotation down from Expression.
One of the biggest things in League is knowing what you can do in a certain instance. The durability of your champion, Nagane 2v1ing there. Expression, knowing that there was going to be trouble, came down to clean up the kill. It leads to a mid turret now, 4-1 in turrets. The swing has completely been in Najin's favor now, about 7,000 to 8,000 gold, and Gambit has not been able to grab it back like they did last game. So on their heels, it's going to be Gambit really to make the moves to get back into this one.
Look at the combat effectiveness of these AD carries right now too. Okay, never mind. Let's look at the 2 versus 1 again. Because we saw Nagne come in. The Ignite last tick gets the passive. So during the revive, he's actually 1 versus 1ing Alex and gets the Shockwave out as well.
I like the last Spirit Rush in.
Yeah.
Diamond was like, ooh, he might fight. Oh wait, they're just baiting me in for that kill on Expression.
Very good rotation down from Expression. He's been able to take that top turret because of all Darian's teleports and also get a nice CS lead.
Something we have to watch as well. That teleport is up. But with that, Expression gets himself a kill, leaving lane, comes back to still be 40 CS in that lane, ahead. These guys are really putting their mark on this game.
13 minutes in, Gambit are already feeling pretty desperate here.
Yeah.
They're hoping that Genja can even up or at least close the gap in that CS down there bottom, trying to just get as much as he can, while the rest of the team desperately holds on to what turrets they have left. Right now, if they get into a fight, it's a Corki with Phage versus a Twitch with a Blade of the Ruin King here.
They are on the hunt. Oracle's already out onto watch here. It's not even 15 minutes in. The hunt is going to find a prize, and it becomes Voidal. Now the 5th time going down in the game, only 14 minutes in. Watch creating these options for his team right now.
And Nagne still has his Deathfire Grasp too. So they still have first potential for more picks as the rest of the team rotates down.
We'll see what they can do. They don't have to worry too much. They still have their hard hats on, but they know even a semi-failed dive is going to go in their favor at this point with the lead that they have. The strong 8,000 gold 15 minutes in. Already getting that split push on with Renekton in the top lane. And he's already able to itemize onto that magic resistance, so these guys are almost ready to fight. Continue to take it to the inhibitors.
Sword are not going to let Gambit back in this game either. You can see Watch investing his money into that Oracle's Elixir so that he can continue to play the same style he has been. He clears out all the wards from Gambit so he can, again, make these picks over and over again. Huge, huge vision advantage for Najin Sword in this top lizard side jungle here. It's very dangerous for anyone on Gambit to be going in there, especially Voidal.
And it's very interesting the way. Oh, Genja.
Good bait.
He's just scratching his nose. He's like, yeah, I see you. Don't worry about it. He gets himself out. And it's interesting to watch, the way that Nagane plays mid. He was down in CS in both games on Alex. Alex actually had the first back, but Nagane's positioned himself, made plays, and been in the plays to still be up. Still not worried that he's down in farm. They kind of know when it's going wrong and when they can be down 20 to 30 CS. Right now it's working out for them.
Oh, Voidal. No, not too close.
They're getting some good takes there. Wasting the cooldowns.
He was ready.
The flash.
Voidal was ready for that flash there. He knew there was a high percentage chance somebody was waiting in there. Just wanted to get the ward down, but his finger was over flash. Prey looking for that assassination we're talking about. He's stealth next to Diamond. Diamond able to jump out of that barely, though.
And Prey still going for that attack speed build. Looks like he is scaling the Q.
He used his Blade of the Rune King active as well on Diamond in that last try and attempt at a hit.
These guys, they dive this mid turret like you would dive the outer second tier turrets. The ability to go behind the turret's a little harder in mid, but they don't care. They're going to do it anyways. 9-3 there, picking up the 6th turret of the game. The global gold increases even more. And from a game that we had within hundreds of gold, that was even in gold, there's a 10K gold lead now, 16 minutes in for Najin Sword.
Started very early with the advantage bottom and then just completely got out of hand with Watch's interference. Nagne does not go deep. He is a very safe player. That's what I just learned right there because Genja was very
That was one Foxfire and 3 bolts from an ultimate, so with a Q. That's pretty painful.
He didn't want to overextend. They didn't have any deeper vision, and they were missing 2 members there from Gambit, so.
Gambit not in a position to itemize as well as they did last game. We see Genja still building up to that Triforce. The second core item for Prey almost finished as that critical cloak will come in. He likes to build into the Phantom Dancer, the attack speed twitch that we saw before. Genja with that Phage into a Zeal. 3,000 gold separate these 2 AD carries alone.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough game here for Genja. We don't even know if we will see him finish a Trinity Force.
It's a big pressure here by Najin. They haven't really dictated any kind of central mid push like we saw in the SKT OMG game. They are definitely still respecting the power that Gambit brings. Orianna, Malphite, Aatrox will change a team fight with a crescendo on the backside that you're looking for. So they're doing this methodically and just surgically taking out everything they can without taking too much damage.
The thing is, when you're against a team like Gambit has, who is a huge combo team that relies on the timing with all their ultimates.
Oh my word.
Stacking all these Unstoppable Force and Crescendo and Shockwave and all
this
that.
This is the time to do it.
If you're up against a team that won every single lane, it guarantees all those lanes are pushing. The 3-1-1 split push is very easy to pull off. And Najin's Sword just completely overwhelming Gambit here. There's nothing they can do.
That's right on. Oh no, he turns on the Sands. Gets back, Expression with the ultimate on. He will be all right with Dominus there. It looks like they can't even really hurt him. He's taken 4 members, damages, and cooldowns, and they're walking this one in and out, waiting for Gambit to just spell reel until they can go back in for the fight. You can see that Najin really isn't even worried about this. Now onto Darien. They're able to take him out instantly. Malphite, the first one to go down. Najin knows what they can do in this fight. They continue to execute. Darien coming out of Bloodwell, but they get a kill in between that window, and they pressure Gambit off the inhibitor.
Good Shockwave, but everyone else is dead already. Najin Sword rewarded with the inhibitor. They're so far ahead right now. They could just damage the front line. They poke down Darien from the beginning and then finish him off. A good job of them landing that CC very late on Darien, so that by the time he wanted to pop that Unstoppable Force, he was already going down, and they just executed.
Just see, goes in quite
Look at
hard.
That flash from Prey, avoiding Diamond's Q, and after that's done, there's no more initiate here because the stun into Cocoon, Darren is not able to have any amount of time to get on a Unstoppable Force off. The charm onto Voidal there was just icing on top of the cake. Diamond goes back in to try and capitalize, but it's over from here.
Najin is pressuring these fights perfectly. Voidal was in his own base, and after that crescendo, he had 0 mana. It's unfortunate, but Najin's forcing them into those fights.
You have to shout out the coordination here from Najin.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Being able to poke down a tank, an initiation tank like that, and then commit your damage to him with your CCs is very, very bold here. If they had let, a split second in between of those CCs, he could have gotten his Unstoppable Force off and done his whole combo. And that's basically what Malphite wants to do.
Oh, baby!
Looking for more.
There it goes. Expunge. No, he doesn't actually get the ending damage. It's forcing the flash, though. Good guy Diamond was about to take that hook.
Yeah, we said, Frey's going to be looking for those solo assassinates, and he definitely feels confident now because he has his favorite combo of the Blade of Ruin King and Phantom Dancer on top of that red buff. They get the flash from Alex.
Let's take stock of what is going on here. Expression running rampant in the top lane. 205 CS to his lane partner, 150 on Darien. We also see it's kind of matched up back and forth on the lanes. 102 CS for Diamond to 70 in the jungle, 177 to 159, which Nagane has been closing in on. Darien, again, hit up first.
So the thing about the CS here between the jungles is actually, Diamond wasn't even hard farming his jungle.
Right.
It was because Watch was making the first moves on his ganks, he would kill the laner, and then Diamond would have to show up in that lane to hold the lane. The extra farm he has is just lane farm because he was late. Frey again, right next to everyone.
Whoa, he gets hit in the face with the Unstoppable Force, but he's brought back into the fight by Kane. A great move there. He actually picks up a kill off of it as well. Amazing coordination in the team fight.
Yeah, we finally got to see the long-range Dark Passage there. It's so late, though, that Najin Sword, they definitely didn't even really need that huge play, but they're going to walk this one in. Gensha continuing to run from the giant crocodile.
And you even said it, Kobe. He's a bit behind on that build. 22 minutes in, we've seen 13-minute Triforces come out. They are making sure to put the entire team of Gambit on an island here in each one of their lanes.
Second inhibitor is going to go down here. 3 members up. Alex going to revive soon. They might be able to defend their double Nexus turrets. Najin Sword could play safe here, and they do. They're just going to take that gold and not throw away their advantage.
This is the momentum now coming in as we
see Frey
this
goes
fight.
In right next to Malphite. He says, okay, you're gonna Unstoppable Force me? Not scared. Meanwhile, Voidal on the other side was 100% bursted down through the seed there. Even though he got off the crescendo, there was no hope for Gambit coming back from that one. Diamond didn't follow up on that Unstoppable Force either. He used the Dark Flight to run away.
I thought they had it in the beginning there. It was a great pressure out by Darien. But the plays and coordination coming in very strong. Najin, with that one game under the belt on the stage, seems like they have warmed up quite a bit here and are able to stop the momentum of Gambit throughout these group stages.
Yeah, definitely their bottom lane showed up big.
Yep.
Their jungler, a new face here with Elise rather than Nunu, and it's completely different team here.
The kills spread out a little better for them, beating out everybody at 2-0 and 5 in the top, 3-0 and 8 for the jungler. They are getting the kills onto Nagane this game at 6-0 and 5. Everybody enough kills to be thousands of gold over their opponents right now, and they are now going to focus this bottom lane as the map is objective free and only turrets and inhibitors in their eyes. 3 more stand on the map for Gambit, and they're going to try to hold strong.
All right, Genja has finished his Trinity Force, so he at least got to get that item one time here, and they actually have a good amount of burst now. If they can actually land this CC combo, they will have a chance at taking out Prey, but if they are not able to capitalize on it, it's just going to be Najin Sword walking in.
One turret goes down, a nice crescendo by Voidal, but he goes down. Was it in vain? Watch is now into the fight. Alex East gets exploded instantly. Not the Zanya's there to be activated. Genja on the back line is trying to get back into the fight. It's going to be an ace. The double kill coming up big for Prey. very well played and a complete change in mindset, gameplay, and play style from Najin here in Game 2.
And Gambit finally got to try and pull off their combo right there, but it was not enough. They're just way too far behind in items at this point. Congratulations, Najin Sword.
That's all she wrote for Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. We take it to a Game 3. Najin Sword turning it up a notch here in Game 2 to bring it to 1-1 in the best of 3 series.
This just got a whole lot more exciting.
So, we see that switch of Nunu in the jungle. Monty was a little right when that hindered a lot of any mechanics and strategy that could be done with the dive. A little bit more of a dive composition, I should say. A little bit more focus on Nagane help in the middle. They really came through on that one. And the bottom lane did its own job. They didn't even need any help.
Now it's Gambit's turn to make the adjustments, though. So you got to think, are they going to go after Nagne's Ahri, which he's pretty much always played, or do they take something away from that bottom lane, either the Thresh or the Twitch? I think the Thresh might have been the biggest issue here because he's the one who set Twitch up to get all that money and become a monster.
Right, you ban out Prey and he's just going to go ahead and play Ezreal.
Ezreal, exactly, at Trinity Force. So.
It's going to be different. All right, guys, let's send it over to the analyst desk for their take on Najin Blacksword's high-pressure win.
Thank you very much, Riv. And what a turnaround game there from Sword. That was the closest thing to a shutout that we've seen against a team like Gambit. And the one thing I want to really highlight about this game is how individually every single member of Sword stepped up their game from the previous matchup. We've seen Watch on Elise. He was absolutely everywhere. Nagne's Ahri, he landed charms crucially earlier than in the previous game. And Prey and Kane, what on earth is Gambit going to do about that duo?
Yeah, that duo lane is incredibly powerful. And at the very beginning, I thought...
That's wrong.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even know Monty wanted to talk first. I just got really excited for Prey and Kane.
Go for it.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't even look at the organization. I just got excited. All right. But yeah, Prey and Kane played absolutely amazingly, as your face beautifully said a second ago. And coming into it, I thought that Gambit should have 2v1'd it because Malphite would do better than Renekton at no farm. And just dodging Thresh Twitch because they're just so scary and have so much kill pressure. And you saw how scary and kill pressure those guys got.
Yeah, and the Prey and Kane lane are known for their all-in kill potential. I mean, they pick up a staggering amount of first bloods, and they play those trades so well, and that came in really important here. And yeah, going back to Watch, too. Watch is known. He's the quintessential carnivore jungler in Korea. He's known for his extreme early aggression. And that Nunu pick was so weird last game, and I'm glad we got to see him on Elise. And I also want to point out the difference in styles between the Korean teams. I mean, we've all been criticizing SK Telecom's vulnerability in the early game to these 3v1 dive situations, but Najin Sword is the diving team of Korea. Their motto is do dive. You see the fans have the do dive signs whenever they play. And this is a team that has always had these tactics. And you can see the big difference. They know how to defend against it better. We saw that in the first game. And they also know how to execute it better and take those dives to create massive snowball leads.
Even with Maknoon coming off the team, they're still playing the do dive style.
Yep.
I really think that the quintessential point of this game, the difference between first and second game, was not only nerves, but I feel like Nagne played a much more solid game than the first one. But 2v1 seems to really throw Korean teams off. This game, they had standard lane setups. You saw Expression beat Darien by almost 30 CS at 10 minutes. You saw Nagne do a lot better. He was actually able to use his jungler instead of the jungler being used to hold the 2v1 lane. And you saw Prey and Kane really just crush Genja and Voidal. It was not even close. He had a Blade of the Ruin King against a Phage.
That was mostly due to matchups, though. I think Renekton does have a favorable matchup against Malphite. In the middle, Ahri and Elise have a really good synergy, which they actually killed Alex with. He was hoping for a counter gank from Aatrox, got caught by the cocoon. And then on bottom lane, it was a straight up 2v2, and it generally indicates whoever pushes first wins, especially with Fresh and Twitch. They got the free push off from Gambit. I think that Gambit really dropped the ball there on bottom lane. Corki and Sona had vision on them all times. They should have won that push war for sure.
I think there was also an issue with coordination towards the mid game for Gambit as well. There was one team fight where Twitch basically stealth engages like 400 units away from Malphite, and Darien jumps him immediately and lands the Unstoppable Force. Diamond goes the other way with Dark Flight, and it's just like, all right, well, Twitch is going to go escape with a lantern now. And it was like this is a team who you have do die from the Koreans, but you have see hero, kill hero from Gambit. And Diamond saw a hero and was like, late.
By that time, though, it didn't even matter what they did.
Sure.
Twitch could have gotten killed immediately there, and Najin Blackshield would have just Sword rather, and would have cleaned up.
So talk to me a little bit about the comps here, because, cleanly and plainly simply, Sword outplayed Gambit, right? I think individually in every single lane, they got so far ahead that by time the team fight phase came about and Gambit's, I don't really want to call it a wombo combo comp, but that Malphite, Aatrox, Orianna, it never got into a position to really make an impact in the game. And I felt like it was too risky to play against an incredibly mobile team with Renekton, Elise, and Ahri. So, what's your take on the picks and bans that Gambit had coming into this match?
I really like that they took out Shen away from Gambit and the Fizz from Alex E. At the same time, Gambit's comp is really a do or die. If they get behind, it's not going to work. You could see that Alex at the end of the game ran the 5-man Orianna ulti, and it just didn't do enough. But if you get snowballing with Malphite and with Aatrox, he's just going to annihilate Twitch wherever he shows up.
Yeah, I thought it was a really cool idea to save the pocket Malphite at the very, very end there, knowing they were likely to pick Twitch once more. But the issue is that Prey is just so good. He got unstoppable for sometimes, he would flash out of the way other times, and just generally speaking, his synergy with Kayn in teamfights to spread out to Lantern away from the melee champions is very successful, and you don't get to play divers against Twitch. We saw that in the first game, we saw it here as well.
They really picked the wrong game to pick Malphite. This was not an AD-centric team comp. They just had Twitch as an alternative source of DPS because Renekton, Elise, and Ahri are really good sources of damage. The first game was the best game to play Malphite because they had a Nunu Twitch combo. So I don't really think Malphite was the best pick here. And really, there's just nobody to deal with the Renekton Elise combo that's going to shred your backline.
So talk to me a little bit now about the thought process going into Game 3, right? Seeing that Gambit really had to scrap and to fight for their victory in Game 1. It was a lot closer with Sword. Game 2, Sword come out and completely take control of this matchup. Now we're going into picks and bans for Game 3, where I feel in Game 2, a lot of the game was decided by this composition. Like you said, it's do or die. What do both of these teams have to do? Because we've seen a lot of emphasis on that Kassadin, the Evelynn, the Zed, those types of bans. Are we going to stick to the same, and how are we going to go forward?
Gambit's going to be blue side now. I think last game they actually banned Shen themselves. This game it won't happen, so it's another ban forced upon Sword. At the same time, I don't think they want to go up against Fizz again. They seem to struggle against that as well. If I was Gambit, I would target the comfort picks, maybe hit the Ahri, get him off that, hit the Fresh as well, make them at least change their routine so they can't draw on the confidence from the last few games and they have to come in completely fresh. Aside from that, I would really hope for Gambit to go into 2v1 lanes because I think they'll probably be better off than a straight lane matchup.
Yeah, and going off that, I fully expect Sword to do everything in their power to go into standard 2v2, 1v1 lanes because that's where I think they excel. Prey and Kayn should be able to consistently beat Genja and Voidal if they're on their A game, especially if there's such a dangerous lane like Thresh Twitch.
So what do the teams do then coming into this one? Are we going to be seeing those ozone wards that we keep talking about? Very deep invade. And also, thinking about the 2v1s, we've seen Genja playing the likes of Kog'Maw over the course of the weekend. And, is that a champion that he could fall to try and force a 2v1, get the range? Is he going to play maybe someone safer, stick with a Corki if it's possible?
I don't know if there's anything that Gambit could pick straight up that would survive the 2v2 unless they refocused all their bans and removed all the aggressive supports, removed Twitch and said, all right, we're going to first pick Zyra and try to get lane pressure, but I think that sacrifices too much strategically. As far as champion pick specifically, it really depends on what kind of comp they want to run, but it's really up to their level 1 to get some ward coverage and pick good lanes.
If they manage to put a Diamond at the solo lane, starting his jungle pretty safely, that would free up Genja and Voidal to allow them to fast push early. And I think that's really what they need to do. They need to get XP advantage, put the pressure on the enemy bot lane, make sure they're ahead of it in experience, because else they will lose the 2v2 trade that they will be forced upon.
I think that the key to Gambit's victory is Alex Jitz getting ahead like he did the first game, but it's going to be really hard if standard lane setups are how they are, because Watch is such an aggressive ganking jungler. He's going to be keeping Alex Jitz down, making sure that Nagne doesn't fall behind.
Now talk to me a little bit about Sword and how you've seen them playing Monty, because you've had a little bit more first-hand knowledge with him. We've seen 2 games. Game 1, a little bit questionable, maybe more picks and bans. In Game 2, they definitely bounced back.
Sword is a very inconsistent team, and yes, they lost out in the group stages, but did they ever? And we have 2 games, just like we had in the round robin here in OGN, and they never actually lost both games. They split every one of their games in groups. They just didn't get enough points to get out of those groups. So, it's all big ups and downs, and I didn't know what to think about them coming in here. Game 1, I thought they were very disappointing. They made incredible errors in team fighting positioning. Game 2, they looked nearly perfect, right? So you never know what
Same
sword
for
you're
Gambit.
going to get from
Yeah.
game to game.
Very similar with Gambit. We'll have to see. We'll find out which one of these teams is going to secure that third victory. We do have to take a very quick break and mentally prepare ourselves for that game 3 between Gambit and Najin Black Sword. The winner moves on to the semifinals. The loser packs their bags and goes home. But first, let's turn up the sound of the game and listen in on Najin Black Sword as they call their punches and win one of those epic fights.
말파 피 없다. 나 해볼래? 말파 잡겠다. 오케이. 이니빗 가자.
안쪽으로 쏘는 거야, 안쪽으로 쏘는 거야. 안쪽으로
죽었어. 오 마이 갓. 아프다.
나쁘지 않아. 그냥 다 죽여.
오케이. 밀어.
시즌3 우승컵을 한국으로 가져올 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. And for the two teams sitting up on the stage, the next match will determine whether their path to the Summoners Cup continues or it hits an abrupt dead end. It's Game 3 between Europe's Gambit and Najin's Black Sword.
After dropping Game 1, Najin Sword pushed Gambit around the rift in Game 2. They got 21 kills in only 24 minutes. Guess they're warmed up now.
Absolutely. I'd say Nagane and the team was a little more than warm after that performance.
All right, Europe's mid laners, they've been getting a lot of praise all day long, but in this last match, Nagne came up bigger than them. With help from his jungler Watch, he was able to control the mid lane against Alex, and that was only his second game on this world stage. He's pretty cool about it, yep, no big deal.
He's enjoying it. He's like, I just got to pretty much win my team the game along with everyone else stepping up. And that's really what came from our analyst desk, is that everybody stepped up that game and they were able to pretty much either win their lane huge with the matchup in that top lane, Renekton and Mal. Just everything they were able to do. And they banned out 2 and picked one of the champions Gambit used in the first game. So they're just trying to get in their mind.
So that top lane, you got to give Darren credit, though. He had to leave lane with his teleport a couple times. That's where the early CS deficit came in. And then as the game got longer, because he kept leaving and because especially got to stay up there, Darren, I felt like Darren was the least of Gambit's problems in that game.
It's true. And usually Malphite, not like a Rumble, but Unstoppable Force is always going to be there. You're always going to be able to affect something in the late game, even if you're down on gold. That's how Malphite works.
The bottom lane, though, they have to do something about this bottom lane for Gambit. They got to focus.
Absolutely.
Maybe a ban down there. They need to change up something because Genja and Voidal are not having a good time. 2 bans down already, and no bot lane influence yet.
And now the Elise in both games that we have seen so far gets banned out. Kassadin will not find gameplay. They notice Alex Each's Fizz as well. So the ban's coming out slowly but surely as the Ahri goes down.
Okay, nope.
I was thinking Alex might go for a Gragas this game, something in that order. The Orianna is still left up. A lot of people on social media want Alex to get Zed this game, but it's obviously not going to happen. The fans are hoping.
That's a hard one to get here at Worlds.
A little bit.
People don't let Zed through. Shen, however, again, first pick once again for Gambit. Worked out very well for them the first time. That's a very good omen for them that they were able to get it again. But meanwhile, Twitch and Thresh both still available for Najin Sword, as well as whatever Trinity Force AD carry they want to pick. They decided to go for Nagne's mid, though, so we'll finally see another mid champion from Nagne. Very, very excited to see what that will be, because they also have last pick.
I thought you meant they picked it. I was like, no way, where?
They also have last pick, so they can use that last pick for their mid and try to counter whatever Alex goes with.
Eve has been left open. Both Watch and Diamond have that in the champion pool. This is really a good game for Gambit, at least. They don't have to stretch Darian's champion pool too much, which we've seen was pressured last game. He does get his Shen, falling back on that pick very quickly. To see now what Gambit comes out with 30 seconds left.
I think that they're trying to take away the Elise, and then also Evelyn is another thing that Watch jungles very heavily, very heavy early influence in those ganks. They're hoping that he'll go back on something like Tanunu, but I don't think Najin Sword will return to that. They'll probably use one of the AD early pressure junglers like Lee Sin or Jarvan. And yes, Riv, you get the gold star today. Nice call.
Woo! All right, so we do see the Gragas coming out instead of the Orianna here. A lot of people also were stating that Thresh play that came out of Kayn last game was really just changing for everything. Was able to start fights. We have it again. So they have comfort pick and top tier, Triforce pick in general for Prey coming out in the 3.11 patch. And Kane gets his support.
We do finally get to see one of Prey's famed Trinity Force champions. Cork is definitely, in my opinion, the stronger of the two between him and Ezreal. The Nidalee mouths over. That is a very interesting pick because she's actually, if you build her tanky, decent split pusher. And she can get to the point where she can handle a Shen split push, but she cannot join the team fights as quickly as Shen.
They are playing with some fire
Corky's
right
not an
here.
auto attack AD carry.
This is going, wow. Okay, so yeah, you're right. They pull this out. This does, obviously you get attack speed out of heal from Nid, you get heal from Blood Boil. You're going to be able to take down turrets quite quickly. She still can pressure those, but they're putting a lot in one basket here.
Corky has to use some of his animation frames for his spells, though, that come out.
Right.
A lot of missiles are threaded in between auto attacks. So if they stack the Nidalee and the Blood Boil attack speed buffs onto Corky, it's not the most efficient, especially if he does build Trinity Force. So I'm really wondering what their final pick is going to be. The Nidalee could be mid, and they could go with a carry for top lane here for Expression.
Very interesting. Seeing the Nidalee pick out and come of some of the season, the spring and summer season, but never really here at Worlds. Nidalee was used quite a bit in the spring LCS as a kind of a retort to just having high burst, that Jace that came out and whatnot. You're going to get that half health fight start that really allows you to win, but an interesting composition, like I said. I think too much in one basket because the composition that Gambit brings, one, if you get caught, they can still pick out champions, and they have a great team fight composition.
Nidalee is a completely different champion from Ahri. Ahri, assassin base, looking to pick people off. Nidalee, if he builds her AP, is heavy poke. Gragas is already an amazing answer to any team that wants to siege up and poke. Just a one-man answer pretty much. And Diamond's going to have a lot of early presence here on this Evelynn. I'm liking Gambit's chances here because they also have, right now, the global advantage. No teleports here either from Najin Sword.
Nagane is no stranger to being on the roam, which is going to be help from Nunu as well. We did see when he was down against Alex Heach's Fizz, he was up in kills down in CS. He makes those plays for himself, so even if he won't be finding it in mid.
Kill potential, oh my goodness. The kill potential in mid, there is almost no kill potential for Najin Sword. A Nidalee and a Nunu support, the early level kill potential there is pretty much non-existent.
They got to make some moves. So we'll see. Early part of the game, it's actually going to be no invade so far that we've seen. The first game did show that Najin was red, and they warded the heck out of the bottom blue side. We'll see if they go for a repeat on that. We do have Gambit back on blue. That's where they found their win. It's where Najin found their win as well. We'll see if that first pick, first ban, or really just organization of that level 1 strat is what can bring these teams to win. We're about to enter onto the Rift as both teams are ready. We are into the third and final game between Gambit and Najin Black Sword. Europe versus Korea, now to be finalized.
Let's see about that 2 versus 2 matchup that all the analysts were putting so much weight on. Kane and Prey definitely got a huge, huge upper hand in that last time. And with a very similar early pairing here, we'll have to see if they actually get it. Right now already, Gambit are headed towards it though. So it looks like standard lanes for Gambit.
Wow, line of scrimmage from both teams. They're not doing anything dangerous, just spreading themselves out thin, acting as personal sentries to make sure nothing gets by them.
No excess of pink wards either here from Najin Sword. So Diamond can have a pretty easy time ganking very early. The bottom lane pink wards are usually used for that side lane bush control when you have Thresh. Meanwhile, Voidal has one of his own, so he could easily set something up along that tri-bush. This is, like you said, a very, very passive early Lelis here. Looks like both teams are pretty confident then.
Yeah, the hard hats are completely on. Both in mid are going to be starting with that Doran's ring, as they know.
Yeah.
Going back and forth with the fight isn't going to be in their benefit.
Nidalee has 40 AP at level 1.
I think she's going Bruiser.
Yeah.
We'll see
That's
if those
why
spears...
you're the play-by-play.
We'll see if these spears actually really affect the game. Alex can more easily play behind the minions than Nidalee can. She has to get herself out in the open to throw those spears. So he should have a good time in mid, pushing Nidalee back to the turret. And that's actually going to hurt Nagane's roam a little bit here if Alex goes quite hard.
This combination of the mid laner and jungler is so perplexing to me because counter jungling relies pretty heavily on your mid laner's ability to collapse and assist you. Nidalee does not have very strong lane presence this early. And I don't think Nunu's going to have much backup if he decides to make any moves early. Very interesting to see how Watch is going to play this one.
Have you ever wondered how much level 1 damage Corki does? That is the Phosphorus Bomb auto attack right there. The combo you want to get out if you're playing Corki. Level 2 and 3 allows the other AD carry to really start to answer back, and they're doing it well in the bottom lane. Prey and Kayn taking control again.
You can already see what type of game Diamond's planning for too on Evelynn. Using the smite on his blue buff means that he's going to hard farm the first full clear of this jungle and come out at least level 4, maybe even level 5 for his first gank.
You said it before, Kobe, especially if the lane is up, you can sometimes, that gank goes awry, and that would be 3 people going down. So with those levels, he's definitely given himself the durability to go into a lane such as Corki Thresh if he chooses to. 3 minutes on the clock, not too much action. Like you said, the junglers are going to be keeping themselves safe, trying to get that farm up. Again, Watch is put back onto Nunu, and we will have to see if that hurts the strategies and mechanics that Watch can bring to his team.
It's interesting here. Diamond comes in through the side bush because the pink ward was actually used in lane. I called that it was going to be used in side lane. Very, very wrong here. And it might cost Najin's sword.
Nunu all the way on the top side. If they get vision of Watch at any point right here, they're instantly going in, but they're waiting for that. If they can get it.
Oh, that heal went right into the bush. Whoopsies.
So, very smart play by Prey and Kayn on the visuals there. They back off, and Diamond is forced to run out of this situation.
They had the right idea there. They were trying to get the early advantage for Genja and Voidal, though, because they had such a hard time. And Diamond doesn't really have to worry about the ganks from Nunu for his other lanes. So he's going to be trying to hard farm and then making his visits down bottom. Watch does come around mid, and Alex is pretty far extended in this lane.
This is great from Watch, seeing that Diamond went back up into the lane. He knows he's either getting countered. Oh, the spear just on the backside. He's a big man, but he can move quick. Looks like Alex stays safe for that one. 100 gold lead with a little bit of the pressure that's been going on in the lanes, but really no deficit to be seen right
Watch looks for his first steps into Diamond's jungle and finds the single camp that Diamond had just cleared, though. So no counter jungling advantage yet with that Nunu. He does get down the ward, so they will have a tiny bit of information. When you go against an Evelynn, by the way, the best places to ward, if you don't have the money for pink wards, are at the jungle camps, because that's where Evelynn will actually be visible because she's hacking. Here we go, some more action down bottom though. Combo from Kayn!
On the Voidal, the Ignite is down. There goes the Valkyrie. The 1, the 2, the uppercut coming in.
Another play!
Kayn grabs first blood a second time in a row. Genja wants to answer, but it's just on the edge. That's the way the cookie crumbles. The flash comes in. The Valkyrie was down. The Acathian surprise. It's not enough to take him down.
All right, bottom lane outplay once again. Kayn is just destroying Gambit by himself here. Again, Voidal in the range of that play, and then followed up by a beautiful chain from Kayn. Also, the capitalization on that by Prey. He doesn't hesitate to follow up his support. This is great synergy by them. Prey also able to finish this one off. He ends this with 20 HP after the explosion from the Acathian surprise.
Bit of a fast forward. Coming out huge in the bottom lane. Prey 1-0-1. And again, Prey and Kayn coming out huge for their team. Already swaying this one by 1.3 thousand gold. Communication from Nagane in mid. You can see these guys are always communicating that bottom right portion of the screen. Looks like Nagane is actually being one to make shot calls with Kayn right now.
This bottom lane is definitely going to be carrying Najin's sword here. They're going to have to worry about Diamond's attention, though, because they've just got this double kill. Diamond is definitely worried about this Genja lane once again, and they're going to have to buy a lot more pink wards if they want to keep safe. Diamond thinking about it.
He's creeping.
Oh, he is going to go up into the single pink ward Najin Sword actually have. That one by
Ping,
Dragon.
ping.
So Evelyn being found out counter jungling here is huge because, well, no, it's not that huge. Nunu's recalling right now. He was not taking advantage of this information they have on Evelyn.
I think Diamond has noticed the movement of Nagane, and he does not like the situation as he takes a look at his mini-map. But still hovering between this pink ward with the movement of the outer lanes, he's have to have considered now that he's been seeing. It's been almost 15 seconds.
He's used so much time over here. He really just wants to make use of his level 6, though. He got his level 6. He wants to get that shield. He wants to go for the dive.
Are just walking through
Alex
wards.
is collapsing, but Alex is pretty far behind here, so this would be a poor decision. Diamond does see the pink ward.
They're walking through so many wards right now, and they have to consider that this fight is also
Nagane
being
comes
set
through.
up by Najin. Though they stand united coming in at a Diamond. Nagane throws a spear for the left. Voidal goes down before the fight even really starts. Prey gets exploded there. Very nice job. Agony's Embrace to take him down as well. And they are getting good damage. Gambit made the moves that they needed to here. It took them a little bit of time, but they were able to execute perfectly, Kobe.
Here's Nagane's spear!
Oh, it's not stopped. Into Alex. Pie in the face there as it almost hit Darian. Another one going across. And these are the things they have to be careful about if the fights go extended.
They had to call Darian down for that one. Huge loss for Gambit. They also used Stand United for this one. They think that they're going to take out... They're focusing the Nunu here. It's only because Prey extends for the kill that they actually get him. Nagne as well had burned his flash to get that. So now it's Genja auto-attacking here. He doesn't even get the aggro from the tower because he skirts that outside. This is a... Let's see when the ward vision of Nagne ward vision right now. Alex was not even looking at it. So that ward in that pink ward in that tri-bush didn't tip him off enough. He actually tried to body slam forward. He's not quick enough.
Going into that fight, and they still are. Prey and Kane are 5. Watch leveled up to 6 in that fight when he threw down the absolute 0. Gambit came in all at level 6s. So Najin did an amazing job at covering that. Few levels down on each champion.
You have to have an internal timer as a jungler when going for ganks like this. Anytime you sit around that long setting it up, you have to start getting really worried about how much information your enemies have. Najin Sword did an amazing job there of making the best of that tower dive, even though they came out a little bit behind there. They're able to take advantage of this Stand United being down, grab a dragon for themselves.
Coming in on these picks as well, Najin grabbing up Dragon there. It's interesting to see, you know, Diamond's Lee Sin left up. He chose not to go for that as well in all of these games so far. We can see what kind of focus that Gambit really has on where their attacks want to come from. 9.5 in this bottom lane. Still the pressure from Kane and Prey. They have gone down here, though. This is not going as it did last time. Genjo, Voidal, and team were able to thwart at least the bit of snowball they were creating. But we'll have to see what happens. Once Najin breaks these turrets, they have the pink wards to move around the map. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and more wards in the bottom.
It's pretty much as we expected, this bottom lane for Najin Sword. That's the reason they're so far ahead here. Gambit tunnel visioned onto that bottom lane. They wanted to force something, make it happen, and turn it around, when really they didn't have to force anything down there. It's a Nunu jungle that's not counter jungling, and it's a Nidalee at mid, hasn't scaled up with her AP yet, but they forced the dive, waited so long to do it, which turned into top turret for Najin Sword plus dragon. Anytime you don't have to trade for the early dragon and you get the top turret as well, it's just such a giant early lead to try and come back from. Oh, flash crescendo.
The crescendo comes in from Voidal. There's the living artillery. They're going to walk into it. Voidal goes down to half HP. Can they zero him out in time? Diamond puts himself in the front. Agony Embrace goes off. Kane just on the outside goes down for the Dark Passage shield. It wasn't enough, and they're going to be able to focus the fire and fight down onto Prey. They push him back, but we do see Nagane coming in on the side here. It's going to be the pincer as well from Alex Ish on the backside.
Darian prioritizes the AD carry with his shield from Stand United there instead of the low health Diamond. It does end up costing them the jungler's life. And again, as soon as Garen's gone, hard pushing from Expression onto the second turret. They are making the most of this.
And Najin Sword not making the same. Oh! Big hit on an area there.
Though.
Barrier Nidalee with the heal is going to keep him nice and safe. And we can see Najin not making the same mistake that SKT did when they played against the Evelyn. They are keeping these pink wards everywhere on the map. There's even one in that mid lane to make sure that Nagane is not getting hit up with that Gragas ultimate. It's left everybody to try and 1v1, and the kill potential is really going away for Gambit right now with their fight team.
Najin sort of aware that all of Gambit's focus has been on that bottom lane, so they just covered that thing in pink wards, and that has enabled them to turn around all these ganks here. Meanwhile, top lane is just being destroyed for Gambit because Darien has to keep leaving.
Nagane more than happy to heal up. 2 attacks coming in from Alex Ish. He's doing what he can to be a nuisance. Nobody there to help him though. 99 to 107 on that CS. 74 to 113 as Expression again goes very hard in that top lane and wins his 1v1 so far.
All right, so if we leave the bottom lane alone at this point, it's going to keep going the way that it has. It's not a huge CS discrepancy, and it's not a huge kill differential, but the outplays from Kane have just been there time and again.
Genja having a much better game than last time. Looks like he is going for the Dorans. He puts the Phage in at 13, but he is a Sheen behind right now on Prey, who's doing quite well with 1, 1, and 3. That extra assist kind of bumping up his gold. Darien getting a bit of pressure here from Expression. It looks like not good that Najin Sword starting to take over the jungle here.
Here comes Diamond bottom again, though. Kane is very deep.
Not enough pink wards just yet. He gets Kane, misses that flay, which gives Diamond a bit of time to reassess the fight, get himself out of it.
2-man roam there from mid. Only reason Diamond backed off. That's a blue-potted Nidalee right now.
Yeah, 13.
She's going
for there's 25% of your HP in a second.
162 ability power on her at almost 14 minutes.
This turret looks to be theirs. There's not much they can do, especially if they get that Blood Boil. Actually, they're giving the Blood Boil right now to Nagane, knowing that Prey, as you said, is going to be filtering in those missiles with his auto attacks. Just a few more onto this turret with a slight rotation from Alex is not going to be enough to save it. He goes back mid. It's going to be for nothing for this bottom turret, so he's got to get the push on there.
Oh, Darien taunts, but he's not quite under the turret.
Oh my.
And now Expression
throws down Dominus. He printed this one out. He said, all right, we're going to fight. I'm going to use Dominus. Darien knows that, just kind of waltzes around the turret, uses it for ring around the rosy, keeps himself safe, but that lets them know they're safe from the Crocodile in the top lane.
It's invisible blue right there.
He's going to try to grab this one up. Alex does not want that to happen, but this now puts Gambit in kind of the roam and chase situation. Najin can start to prepare what they want to do next.
They're slowly creeping in. You can see how the ward line has slowly encroached into
their neighbors don't stop.
That bottom lane is not going to go back in favor of Gambit. It's again Genja in his classic situation where he's trying to freeze the bottom here, catch up and farm. But they're so far behind, it's going to be hard for the rest of his team to hold the objectives elsewhere. Being down an extra champion and this huge gold differential is going to be very, very hard for Gambit to hold out.
We pointed out earlier that Nagane wouldn't be getting these kills really out of mid lane. Even though he's been pressured back here, down in CS, he's keeping up now. Cougar form helping him do that, but the roam has given him 2 kills. He's been able to participate in a good amount that his team has put around the map. But Watch is also doing a lot better than he did last time. 1-0-1, and he's been putting himself in better spots for these ganks as well. He's not coming up in the end to defend. He's actually being an initiator.
Meanwhile, Expression up top is just becoming a monster. He's got his Sunfire Cape for split pushing, and now he's also got the Negatron Cloak. Very good resistances on both sources of damage there. That with the extra health from Dominus means it's so hard to take him down.
Oh, pink battle. Very nice. Well played by Quirky and Sona on that one. So we're going to see Vision starting to die out in that bottom lane. How much longer will Genja actually spend there? I feel that Gambit's going to need more than 3 members in the mid lane to start stopping these sieges.
Especially with that blue elixir Nidalee now with blue buff. The late game poke has come very early for her.
It's going to be big. Stand United is up. But it's going to be the pincer here. It is a forced spread from Gambit.
If Diamond's going to go, it's got to go now.
They are on him. It's going to be Agony's Embrace going down right there. Stand United comes in as well. Expression is a very big focus here. They get a good hook onto Darian as he's getting moved around. All of Najin is combining themselves on each other right now. Very hard to click into the damage. They now focus onto Darian, and it was just too hard to get the shots out for Genja.
Great initiation there from Diamond, getting around the side and getting the ult onto Prey. And he also got the Dragon, but the zoning there. Watch, popping off the Nunu ultimate did so much to slow everyone from Gambit after they dove in. Prey was able to live through that end of that fight, and he put out so much damage. Alex gets zoned by Nagne, by the way, this entire time.
That's the thing that hurts when you start a fight.
We're thinking it was coming in. The double spear, that fight up top is pretty interesting, but down bottom, Genja getting hooked in there. And then Watch throws off the absolute zero, allowing Prey with the red buff from the back line, able to stay in this with only 30% HP.
Oh, so amazing how once that Watch ultimate off, he's like, everybody on me right now, and it's just not enough combined damage from Gambit to pull that fight out. Again, the chase of Nagane, now overthrowing Alex Ishu. He's got to worry about that in the fight. He can no longer be appealed for his AD carry, and that was kind of pointed out when they went into the fight. It was a pincer, you know? It was all about Genja trying to run with Voidal, and as you're getting dove on by Expression, Watch, and Nagne, those guys are ready to fight an objective.
Yeah, Nagne, he did a really good job there of zoning Alex.
Yeah.
Keeping him on the outside, and then even came up with the solo kill.
So 3-0 now, or 3-0, I should say, in that mid lane for Nagne. Coming up big. Watch says, check this out. And he looks over at Darian before he takes the lantern. The Oracle coming out on their side is going to help with Eve, as well as assist their pink wards that they are still laying down the map in handfuls as they start to clear out and gain control of the other side. Here, Darian getting hit up in the top lane. The snowball is going to keep him within range. And it looks like everybody else is coming up too. They want assists on this. So we're going to get a Thresh Hook here. We may even get a Nidalee Spear, maybe even a heal. Oh, he gets him in just to get it for the assist. Very nice job. Najin cleaning this up perfectly here in this mid game.
Nice pickup there. Grabbing Darian with no vision. It's going to mean that they can easily push in now onto these secondary turrets. Genja's still, by the way, off by himself farming here, so they don't even have the extra Kog'Maw damage. It's going to be a two-pronged approach here from Najin's sword.
Looks like Genja, again, maybe not falling behind, but did switch his choice as he double dips in the build on the BF sword. Kog'Maw can get to that late game king carry position, but he is far from it right now, and they're going to need a lot of time in this game.
Meanwhile, over at mid, Prey hitting level 11 with those Sork shoes is a tremendous amount of magic damage from his ultimate. The second level of the ultimate, Corki's bombs go up pretty high in damage, 70 extra, and he becomes a poking menace himself. Now, that plus Nagne's spears are just whittling Gambit down, and they don't have enough HP to engage upon.
Still clearing out all the wards. You can see that Najin has definitely made this a game where at the point they take objectives, they have more control of the map than Gambit. They're not allowing Gambit to win through fights. And it's interesting because the past two games, Najin has avoided every fight that Gambit has brought to the table and dropped structures. But this time they said, we're taking it to you and we're going to beat you with your own medicine. So they bring a fight team to the table, 11-4, a 6,000 gold lead. I think the quickest and most we've seen within this game. It was 10,000 last game, but that was a little bit later. 4-1 in turrets. That map vision is falling for Gambit.
Talking about map vision, there's an Oracle's in Kane's pocket right now too, so it's not going to get any better for Gambit. From here on out, it's Najin slowly closing in with that ward line around the Gambit jungle and forcing Gambit into bad spots, even though they have Evelyn. The vision advantage definitely there for Najin's sword, and they can force Gambit to play into their hands.
So I lied, and Genja tricked us again because he bought the Zeal. So he may not be going for the Infinity Edge. He still wants to double dip into both of those items, trying to get that BF sword for a bit of damage on Living Artillery and his Arcane Barrage. Or not Arcane Barrage, Bio Arcane Barrage. So we'll see what they can do with that. Still not trying to activate anything. Alex pushing solo. Everybody back in base trying to get items. Pink Ward's coming out for Voidal on top of the Ruby, but he does not have the Moby boots yet. So their fights are going to be quite scary, and they're going to have to stay towards that back line.
I wonder if there's ever going to be Negatives of the Legion here for Gambit, because that plus the Sona helps out a whole lot when you're trying to deal with magic damage poke. Prey is actually in a pretty bad spot here. Diamond right in that bush. Oh, there's a Shen ulti onto Diamond.
Coming in onto Diamond.
Oh,
Prey is quite close, but they don't get it. The Valkyrie was too fast. Throwing down the Nunu ultimate. Hits it immediately to get the slowdown. They start dropping onto Alex. Kane is very low, but he is the one they want to go down first. He is all right to go down. They still have enough peel and attack from the outside line.
Did Darian just short that taunt? Did he just point blank it? Because that was huge. Prey didn't get locked down. As soon as that happened, easy turnaround.
There's the taunt! The crescendo consecutively on top. A great job there. It may have been too much crowd control, but it's enough for the Corki 3-kill shutdown.
All right, Darian makes up. He grabs that one. And a good follow-up crescendo there from Voidal as well. They've now taken out the huge source of damage from Najin Sword. That's going to stop this push right in its tracks. Okay, we get another look at it this time. In comes the Shen on top of Diamond. Point blank, he shorts the taunt. Right there, that could have been a completely different story for Gambit. If they had Prey down at the beginning of this, then Alex coming in right there, they actually might have been able to close out a bigger win for that team and then, you know, turn it into something else like a Dragon to turn this game around. But regardless, they came out with one extra kill, so it's a small victory for them.
And also something that is scary about Najin Black Sword right now is they are showing constraint. They're showing when they don't need to go in. They got that one kill. They said we can get more off of this, and they backed off. Knowing they didn't have Prey is a huge factor, so they're not tunneling into these fights, which Gambit really needs them to do right now. Gambit on their heels, trying to go hard on this one. Alex again putting that farm over his safety. He's going to be taken down here, but Diamond, a very good attack. Could get another kill coming into the Prey here. They don't get it, and he is safe to get out. Oh, this spear just over the shoulder of Diamond.
Heal coming in at the end for Nagne, just for good measure on Prey as well. Good job not overextending. They do trade mid laner for support. So at the moment, Najin Sword with a slightly better map control, the map presence in their favor. Oracles has run out on Watch though.
14 seconds left on to Alex. Pings are going down on the Baron for Gambit. They are saying we need vision there, and this is scary because Voidal is the one that has to make that journey, and he's about to do it, I think.
It's so scary as a support going by yourself.
He is creeping so slowly, you're just looking on the minimap. Where's he going?
Yeah, it's the point where your whole team's like, what the heck? No vision on Baron. Get some vision on Baron. You need an escort, actually, at this point in the game.
And you can even see Najin's eyes are on that as well. They saw the ward go over the wall in time, so they have the ping down. They know they will be hatching a ward if they go to Baron. But right now, their focus is down here in the bottom. They want to be able to damage, hurt, maim, do anything they can to Gambit before they take that objective. Like I said, they're using Gambit, their own strategy against them, and just fighting always.
They're going to try and poke him down here with the missiles plus spears. Prey again with a red buff. They just put so much power onto Prey, and he carries extremely well.
One of those things, Alex could have walked right into range of Expression there. Fire Sunfire Cape damage, turret aggro, back out, just get a little bit of mind games on him, but they're playing very
Diamond
very
is looking
safe.
to come around the back, but he's been spotted by the pink ward coverage.
God,
he comes
Alex
in.
eats it. A very nice ultimate. Diamond and Darian both get hit up as Darian came in before the absolute zero popped. Diamond taking damage. 1, 2, 3. Bray gives them the combo. They're going to continue now. Darian very low on health, but they don't have the gap closed. They slow down for now. They look for the turret.
Watch single-handedly foils that entire attempt by Gambit. He pops off the absolute zero as Diamond tries to come in. Didn't have the W active to try and get through it. Diamond tries to back out. Darian goes in. Great split there from Najin Sword. Watch comes up huge.
And you can see the type of impact Nagne is trying to create with Nidalee. Void Staff and the Athene's Unholy Grail. He instantly wants that to hurt. Boom! Right in Genji's face. 1 or 2 of those, and you can't fight anything.
That's why they keep choosing Nunu. The zoning potential there with the absolute
It worked this
zero.
time, right.
It worked this time.
A crazy sway to this game. Najin finding 2 games in a row, a 10,000 gold lead now over Gambit. They have completely turned it on. The one game that they lost was the game they needed to warm up on the main stage here at Worlds, and it looks like the train isn't stopping for them.
They are able to take away the red buff and litter both sides of the jungle in wards. So now, with this almost 10 10K gold.
Yeah.
Whoa, 10 gold! They are almost 10 gold ahead, Rib.
Explore awards for the win. Get it. We'll have to see what they can do. Gambit, not completely out of this one. Alex in his interview said, there are games when we know we shouldn't win that we're able to win. It happened here at the Championship Forum. They were able to come back on Balkan in their game, and they are waiting, bated breath, for that to happen. But Najin, not even on the brink of making one of those mistakes right now. So Gambit is really going to have to create some of their own impact plays here quite soon.
Yeah, with Najin's team right here, they're going to play the siege game. They siege up and they just try and poke you down. So it's up to Gambit to take the initiative and make the first move here. Last time, they totally got stopped by Watch there, popping off the absolute zero. He saw the side that Diamond was trying to come around from and completely countered their plan. And this time, Diamond has to save his W so that he can remove the slowing effects and get right into the middle.
Absolute incredible flank warding going on here with the pink wards. They leave a position, Diamond can come from that position. We need to pink ward it. They move somewhere else, they pink ward it. Everywhere they've gone is a trail of breadcrumb pink wards right now. 28 minutes into the game, they're completely safe here at the bottom side of the turret. They know that Diamond is actually in that group, and they have 2 pink wards to keep themselves safe even in the bush right there. Both just placed down.
It has been a while since we've seen a poke comp here played out like this.
Oh my gosh, even Darien is taking hits that don't let them fight. This turret is going to be theirs. Alex just dodging out onto that one. Genja trying to come in and thwart off what was happening on the left side, but a turret goes in favor of Najin's sword. They really have this in their favor.
Definitely another strength of poke comps are that when you get to those inhibitor turrets that are usually quite daunting for most teams, all they have to do is the exact same thing they've been doing all game long and siege up outside of it once again. Wait for that spear to land on a high priority target, and then you get a few more chips off the turret, a few more auto attacks. Then they just have to be patient, control both blue buffs, and that's basically the end game plan.
A lot of what Gambit brought to the table within their first 2 games would be perfect for this composition that Najin has. But Najin making sure they banned all that out or picked it. That Elise is gone. Best thing for a poke comp is a dive comp, but the only thing they got there, Genja poking back and Alex poking back. They don't have the dive comp they need.
Well, Alex, with that Gragas, what I was talking about in Champion Select, how it's good against a Nidalee here in this sort of poke comp, is that if he lands a good ultimate, if there's any misstep in positioning from Najin's sword, then that acts as your hard initiate, because that Gragas ult knocking someone into your team allows Darien to go in with that flash taunt, and that's the hard initiate that they wait for. They're hoping for a really strong ultimate from Alex.
Najin on their toes and definitely waiting for that. Trying to get some wards out here as well as clear wards. You see Expression taking Dark Passage just above near Baron as they position themselves. Oh my word, and Spear taking half the HP from Diamond. He is not working with any home guard boots as well, so he is stuck with the amount of HP he's bringing to this fight here, except for what he takes off of these golems if he has any vamp.
Gambit trying to play to their strengths here. They have Darien down bottom split pushing. Right now, they can hope to delay Najin's sword at this Baron. That would be best for them. If they could get Alex over there very quickly, then they can... that's burning down so fast.
Well, he's going on the reds. Alex East is trying to get himself on the side to take this with explosive exploding cast. Can he get there in time? They don't have it. It's going to be Prey over the wall, but he's by himself, and it actually is enough to pressure out Alex and team. Darien is watching for the Stand United here, but doing what he can to pressure the bottom lane with a Sunfire. Will Gambit decide to head down there with him, or will they decide to try and hold off this mid lane?
Darien probably going to have to start running because he doesn't want to let any of this team catch up to them. They're actually quite good at chasing people down with the Blood Boil and the Nunu slows.
Blood Boil, 2 Moby boots coming out. You got 1 on Kane, 1 on Watch. We have the chase here. I thought that Prey he is actually going hard. He's just going for the minions though. I thought he was trying to stop the back and start a fight for himself. It's been what Najin has actually turned to this game. Now 11.3 thousand gold in the lead. 6-1 in turrets right now means map vision is also being dwindled down here for Gambit. They sit with the inhibitor turrets down. At least the waves right now for them pushed up to the river, so they have some time to recoup and see what they can do.
Another small ray of hope for Gambit. They've gotten the blue buff onto Alex. And since Alex has the combo of Death Cap and Void Staff, His ultimate does pack a very strong punch here. So they have a little bit of hope as long as he can land one of those game-changing ultis. Someone like Nagne or someone like Prey Arcane are low enough HP that they could actually be bursted down if Alex gets one of those ults.
I'm definitely going to go back and watch this game because I don't know if there has been a moment when a pink ward has died and there has been another pink ward on the map here for Najin. There has to be like 5,000 gold spent in pink wards right now.
That's what you have to do when you get
Good
ahead
Lord.
versus an Evelyn team is litter the map with pink wards.
They're just dodging out spears right now. Nagne is putting these spot on, threading each needle that he has to, and it's making them have to reposition and dodge. They're trying to guard this turret. Darian's out in front, still getting harassed himself, and they're going to be able to take at least 65% of health off that turret with a full Gambit team there.
It's exactly what we talked about. You throw out a spear, you get one target, that's another few hits on the turret.
Yeah.
You get a Sheen proc, that's a huge chunk out of the turret. Nagne has been perma-blue elixired since about 12 minutes into this game.
Oh, almost hitting Voidal on the backside. You got to be careful when everybody dodges that spear. If you're still in the way, you're going to take it to the face, Genja. That hurt. 14-7 on the scoreboard. The gold is showing you the damage that Najin is able to put out right now. The first inhibitor turret to fall now at 32 minutes into the game. If they can get the last shots, it looks like Expression has had enough. He puts himself in the fire, and it looks like it's going to be enough to cool off the inhibitor turret.
Now they do the exact same thing at the inhibitor. They've got Baron buff regen. Don't see them backing off anytime soon.
Only getting the waves, dodging out perfectly. Nagane's now out of mana. They have to be careful on this one, but they do have that Baron buff regen on them. They're going to be able to have enough pressure for the inhibitor and make their way out, but that was almost completely unanswered from Gambit.
Diamond cannot go in here. He keeps getting speared in the eyes, and he got chunked out so low before that, there was no possibility of initiate for Gambit.
See what they're trying to itemize into. You can see Diamond not going for auras for the team, not going for anything else, but we need to win these fights with damage that they are not expecting. The Warmog's now coming out into Darian. He's able to take those Nidalee spears now. He had to itemize into that health. The magic resistance really wasn't going to help too much.
It is looking quite grim for the second European team here today.
Genja got big. It could be an impact, but he's matching the items now, and even a Last Whisper Negatron Cloak behind here.
Genja made me big. Prey is bigger.
Yeah.
He also has some defenses as well. He's got that
defense,
Negatron
the
cloak.
escape ability as well. Kog'Maw not the greatest at getting out of a fight, but if they can grab something here in the jungle, it might be in their favor. Now that the pink wards have died down, if they can start to get vision, lay down a good Void Ooze, and really catch Najin out of place, Diamond will get his man, I want to come around and slaughter your whole team effect in. But Najin, again, trying to control and dictate the game as they send their team bottom lane. We're going to have Nagane split pushing in the mid.
The next inhibitor turret team fight is going to decide the end here for Gambit. One inhibitor they can actually deal with because Darian can split push, Stand United available. But two inhibitors against this poke comp is pretty much a death sentence. The next engage is going to be so huge for them. Darian's actually even joined the team. So they'll have Shen for the beginning of this. If you're going to make a move, you have to make it before your main carries get poked down. The earlier, the better here.
Still
no
waiting.
Valkyrie down. This is the window.
Where is it? Voidal's still on the backside. The crescendo's not there. They have the flash up, but they are not positioning themselves to be aggressed on whatsoever. They're saying, we have a flood of minions in that top lane. Let's dance this out.
Exactly. Najin Sword are happy to play this slow game. Keep all of Gambit here.
Gambit's not leaving.
The minions will take a side Nexus turret by themselves. The middle lane, they can't actually do that, but the side lanes will take those turrets. Genja has to go over there.
Najin Sword has played this game almost perfectly, putting too many objectives on the plate for Gambit to think about. Now it's going to be saving a Nexus turret as another inhibitor falls. Dragon is alive, Baron will be alive, but Najin won't even need that with the way they've orchestrated this possible win here on a next fight.
Shooting fish in a barrel here for Nagne. He
oh my
lands
lord.
another one. Okay, so they're chunking both turrets down at once. Every time we get that Trinity Force proc on Prey, it's another giant chunk out of each turret. It's only a matter of time here. Gambit they're not making a move.
They are showing their strength. Not do you see at 36 minutes an AD carry take 2 turret shots to the face in front of a Shen. They know the power they have right now. It's not even disrespect. They are trying to make Gambit fear them completely. Voidal getting taken down to 20% HP. They get the turret in the eyes of Gambit, and they look for more.
Now it's going to be even harder. They still haven't pulled the trigger. Gambit just walking back and forth here. Now the back lines both at 50%. And they make the move now.
They go in. That Cask did not go on to watch. He got a pretty good ultimate off of the Crescendo, shut down most of the damage. Darien goes down in the back line. The minions are flooding down the mid lane. Najin takes this. They move up to the top. The chess pieces are in order for checkmate, and they're going to try to make the move.
Genja had to go back to Fountain right when that started. This is pretty much good night for Gambit.
Kane coming in quite low here. They all have quite low HP, but the burst coming out of Gambit at this point has not been built up enough yet. Alex Ish, the only level 18. No, Genja is as well in the team, but they're fighting the same thing on the other side as well, with Expression and the team being much farther ahead.
Pings on to Baron here from Najin Sword, but they pull a full man recall here. The only way for them to really throw this game away would be to get a Baron stolen. And even then, it would be rough for Gambit. Right now, they're going to be trapped inside of their base, trying to clear out minion waves.
We'll see what they have.
Oh man, even the Observer wants to rage quit.
We can see how much farther ahead these guys are. Expression now putting the Thornmail into his build. Not exactly an item you say, that'll be my third one. He can put a little extra gold into itemizing to even get back at his opponents. One turret down for Gambit. The global presence here just has not been there.
Yellow pings firing off really quick there as soon as they aggro the Baron.
Like I said, we've seen these guys. They don't tunnel. They know and hold themselves back.
This is another. This is actually a really good spot for them to make use of all these skill shots that they have. If they continue to just throw out Nidalee Spears here for days, they can do the same thing. Chunk down Gambit, and if they keep Gambit here, then the minions will do the work for them. Gambit they have so few choices right now.
And this is the thing that's really going to put fear into the other teams as well. Yep. Again, losing with Nunu the first time, but they bring out Nidalee the second time. They bring out a different composition somebody has not used yet, and these guys are still able to come through with wins. An amazing play here from Najin as they may make a final push into the base. Genja is at a point where he can come up big on one of these fights, but there can be zero focus to him.
I think you're right. The bottom lane here for this team has definitely solidified themselves as a huge threat. Also in this game, Nagne showed a new champion. That's also very huge for them. This Nidalee has been quite effective.
They also have somebody else to play mid if they want in the presence of Song. Nagne, however, coming up very big for the team. We see a 14,000 gold lead from downtown. The Spear coming up big, going on to Voidal. This could be a final push here. Darien taking a lot of damage on the outside. It looks like the composition brought out with Nunu in the jungle again wasn't too much for Watch. He shows his privy. They are able to come up big on this one. Najin going big. They're going for all the kills. They've gotten all the turrets. They've gotten everything they wanted in this game, including the win. They lost the first one, but were able to get out warm after that first match and find the win over Gambit here in the quarterfinals.
Congratulations to Najin Sword. Well-deserved win right there. They show they are not afraid to return to the same champion picks even after losing. They have confidence in that Nunu, and they pulled it off this time.
Masterful play by the man on your screen, Prey. Kane to his left. They completely came up huge in the bottom lane. Always pressuring for Diamond to be somewhere he didn't want to be. Alex, like you said in that mid lane, it was a lot of kill potential, and it really came from Nagane.
I mean, Sword were able to use their very powerful bottom lane as bait, as a beacon really, to attract all of Gambit down there. And then they used that to turn the tables and gave Expression so much free farm up top, getting these turrets every time Gambit would go down bottom. And as long as Najin Sword were able to answer bottom, they came out overall ahead every single time.
It was a very strong play when you go into picks and bans with something different every time. You stop the team with 3 things they just played with by banning out the Fizz, banning out something else, and taking the Elise game 2. It really, I think, got in the heads of Gambit. And although we didn't know too much about the champion pools of Najin there, they sure showed that they can go outside the box.
I mean, going back to that Nunu again after didn't have that big of an effect, that shows so much confidence. And I think it really plays into their playstyle of having Prey be that mid-game carry for them and late-game extreme hard carry.
And the things we thought they were going to see, I mean, it's their choice to pick what champions they want to play, but we were like, yeah, Prey's Ezreal. It's going to be huge. Hasn't been seen in this tournament. He went with Corki that game. And then we questioned the Blood Boil on Corki as well. You're like, wait, he's got the missiles, but it worked out. They were able to use it on Nidalee more than not and kind of just make it happen in their own way.
Yeah, that one play where Watch zoned out Diamond from Diamond's
with
flank
the Stand
in the
United
side,
coming
with
in.
Stand United completely foiling Darren,
Real
completely
good.
foiling Diamond. That to me was really a game-changing team fight.
I think all of them were almost game-changing. We saw level 1 of the third game, nothing happened. First game, Najin tried to get as many wards onto that blue bottom side as they could. And really, Najin, everybody's like, why are there so many blue side wins? Well, there you go. Najin made it happen. They came out strong in that game. And it doesn't matter what side they're on. Also bringing out the Nunu. It's kind of hard not to go back to that. It was like, yeah, Watch was not used strategically well on Nunu. But that game, it just showed us they just didn't perform the way they wanted to in the early part of the game.
All right, so looking forward, we had one European team move on
Fnatic
so far
moves through.
today, and one Korean team. There's still another Korean team playing in the other side of the bracket here. SKT1 will be going up against Gamma Bears. That's going to be interesting because in that match, it's Gamma Bears who are the one that nobody has any information on. They're the ones with all this unpredictability like Najin Sword had here. It worked out for Najin. We'll have to see if Gamma Bears can actually make use.
So I think this was a bit of a learning experience for everyone. And I'll see what Najin Black Sword has to put on the table. And I think it was a bit of, not a wake-up for Gambit, but for all of these teams to think, we're warmed up and we're ready to go, and be surprised by a team that hasn't played on the stage yet is a little scary, I bet, for some as well. Because you don't know what to expect, and it definitely mattered in that game.
Right. Before this, everyone was like, oh, I don't know, 50-50. Is Najin Sword scary? Don't know yet. Now the answer is yes.
Absolutely scary as well, because how many people are now going to be considering, probably not impressionable on the Nunu pick, but the fact that they can do that. Who's going to ban out Nunu? They're not going to ban out Watch on Nunu because it wasn't a game changer, but it's something they can play to help other people change the game. And that's when it becomes really scary picks, when things are working that you don't initially want to ban out.
The bans, I think, are probably going to be focused on the bottom lane for this.
You think they'll get that
team.
Twitch out of there?
Yeah. Well, the Thresh, I think, is huge.
More than the Twitch, though?
Tricky.
I'm going to hold you to it. No, I'm just kidding. All right, guys, we're going to send it down to the main stage where Shox is standing by with a member of the semifinal bound Najin Black Sword.
Thank you very much, Rivington. I'm joined on stage by AD Carry Prey. Congratulations, first off. And I'd like to ask you about that game one. Was it the nerves that got the better of you guys being on this stage for the first time?
안녕하세요, 프레이 선수. 일단 그 승리를 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 경기부터 질문을 드릴게요. 첫 번째 경기에서 이게 첫 경기다 보니까 좀 긴장을 하셨나요?
이게 오랜만에 큰 무대에서 하는 거라서 좀 많이 긴장됐어요.
Yeah, this bigger stage, it's been a while for us, so yeah, we were nervous a bit.
Okay. But then from that game on, game 2 and 3 specifically, I saw that the bot lane really stepped up. What was your impression of Gambit's bottom lane?
첫 번째 경기 다음에는 그 봇 듀오가 정말로 잘해주셨는데요. 두 번째, 세 번째 경기에서 그 갬빗의 봇 듀오에 대한 인상은 어떠신지요?
이게 첫 경기는 라인 수합 때문에 라인전을 잘 못했는데 이 경기 때 라인전을 해보니까 생각보다 쉬워서 3경기도 좀 어떻게든 라인전을 2대를 맨 처음부터 하려고 했더니 좀 쉽게 풀린 것 같아요.
The first game was difficult for us due to the lane swapping. The second game we didn't lane swap and we went 2 versus 2 and we did pretty well. So third game we tried to do the same thing and I think that kind of worked well for us.
Absolutely, clenching a victory here. Can you fill us in a little bit as what evolution the team has gone through after winning OGN Winter and then dropping out later in the OGN tournaments? What has been the road to here?
그 윈터를 우승을 하신 다음에 그 조별 예선에서 탈락을 하시고 다시 여기까지 진출을 하셨잖아요. 그 동안에 팀이 어떻게 진화했는지에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주시죠.
저희가 좀 성적이 많이 부진했기 때문에 빨리 탈락을 했으므로 좀 준비했던 시간이 정말 많은 것 같아요. 그래서 이번 롤드컵은 다른 팀보다 좀 많이 유리하지 않나 싶습니다.
We didn't do too well, so we disqualified kind of early. So we had ample time to prepare and train. So I believe we are at an advantage since we had so much time to prepare for this World Championship.
Yeah, you're certainly looking strong now. You will be meeting SK Telecom T1 or the Gamma Bears in the semifinal. One of those teams you know very well. Who do you think is going to be your opponent there, and how do you think it's going to go?
이제 4강에 진출하셨는데 4강에서 SK텔레콤 T1 또는 가마베어즈를 만나게 되셨는데요. SK텔레콤은 잘 아시고 가마베어즈 그 두 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각을 하시는지요?
일단 SKT 팀은 저희가 한국에 있을 때 좀 많이 스크림을 연습을 했기 때문에 좀 많이 만나고 싶지 않는 상대고요. 가마니아 베어스는 아직 저희가 정보가 없기 때문에 좀 무서운 팀인 것 같아요.
For SKT1, we scrimmed a lot against them in Korea, so they're definitely not a team that we want to meet. But Gamma Bears, we don't have much information on them, so we're afraid and we kind of don't want to meet them also.
You'd rather just go to finals. Well, but anyway, congratulations. Great performance here. And for now, let's send it over to the guys at the analyst desk for a closer look at Blacksword's big win.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And what a game there. Once again, we see Sword. They bounce back. They picked the Nunu. I was a little bit concerned about that. And I was even more concerned about the Midley versus the Gragas. It reminded me immensely of last year, where I believe Moscow 5 and TPA had the same mid picks. And last year, Moscow 5 couldn't deal with that immense poke of that Needly. This year, Gambit couldn't deal with the immense poke of the Needly. What did you guys think of the picks and bans phase and how it went for Sword?
I mean, we were all really surprised to see that Nunu pick coming up again, especially with a caster carry like Corki. I mean, it makes sense later once he gets the Infinity Edge, but there's not a lot of synergy right after he gets the Trinity Force. And also, I think we all agreed too that that's a composition that if you fall behind, you're going to have an extremely difficult time getting back into the game. It's not very versatile. It's all about that siege.
I think that was interesting, though, because one of the core strengths for Sword coming into this match was, I think, their individual lane skill. We saw the 2v2 win in Game 2 and 3. We saw the 1v1 win for them in Game 2 and 3 as well. And I think that guarantees them a pretty decent early game lead, just from minion farm, that they can just transition into that. And the Nunu gives them Dragon Control to guarantee some more early game leads and just play from ahead.
I think everything you've just mentioned, Lee Sin would have done better and more. Lee Sin... If you want a counter jungle, okay, Nunu can work, but there was zero counter jungle in both Nunu games. Lee Sin would have jungled quicker, safer. He was really good against Evelynn, possibly better at Drake, same. And then I didn't really get the attack speed steroids. Both Nidalee and Nunu offer an attack speed steroid, but Corki doesn't benefit from it at all. Renekton doesn't really benefit from it either. I did like the Renekton pick against the Shen. They actually let Darren have Shen, and they played really well dodging the ultis. Could have gone a lot worse for them, but the Expression just got a huge lead on top lane.
Yeah, and just going off that, Nunu, immediately when you pick him, your team comp is very AD-centric. A lot of your damage is going to be focused on your AD carry, and they picked the Nunu after they had already seen Gragas. They have a 60% attack speed steroid from Nidalee, a 45% attack speed steroid from Nunu's Blood Boil, and they picked Corki, which I think is the only ADs that come to mind that are worse with attack speed steroids are Urgot and like blue build Ezreal. So it was just really strange, especially picking it after they see Gragas, whose barrel will like almost cut Corki's attack speed in half.
Well, congratulations to Sword. They do manage to advance to the semifinals. We're going to throw this one over to Jat at the telestrator. He does have a play from Najin's quarterfinal win, all queued up and ready to scribble on.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And this is just the bottom lane of Sword, Prey and Kayn. This is game 2, by the way, and it's a very key fight for them because in both games 2 and 3, Najin and Sword's bottom lane beat up Gambit's bottom lane in a 2v2 situation. The things to track here are the levels of everyone and some very critical minions. This guy, which is going to give level 2 to Genja and Voidal, and this guy, which is going to give level 2 to Prey and Kayn. And both AD carries should know this. Let's roll this at half speed. Voidal and Genja are waiting for level 2 so they can go in. They get the 2, and immediately Voidal gets aggressive. Pause it right here. This last hit the Prey just got pinged level 2 for Prey and Kayn, and it immediately told Kayn to go on the offensive. He gets the flay on both Voidal and Genja, and then if we keep rolling this at half speed, we get to see how Prey focuses his first few hits on Genja to push him out of the fight, and then turns to finish off Voidal. He also barriered to make sure that Genja could not trade damage effectively. Genja was out of range of Kayn and could only hit through the barrier. It was brilliant play by Najin Sword's bottom lane, and it was the big reason they were able to win games 2 and 3. We heard the analyst desk just talk how much about Najin Sword's team comps maybe didn't make sense, but none of that really matters that much if Kayn and Prey can dominate the bottom lane like this throughout the rest of the World Championships. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jats. And with 2 quarterfinal series in our match history, let's take a look at the updated bracket. Najin Black Sword sits in the first semi-final matchup, waiting for the winner of tomorrow's Gamma Bears versus SKT series.
And in the bottom half of the bracket, it's the European champs Fnatic that are waiting to see which Chinese squad they'll be playing at the Galen Center.
And coming up tomorrow, we'll fill in another 2 semi-final participants with the winners of our next quarter-final battles. Up first, it is Taiwan's Gamma Bears as they make their World Championship debut against SK Telecom T1 and Faker.
And after that, best of 3 wraps up China's 2 teams, Royal Club and OMG. They're going to take to the Rift for a rematch of the Chinese regionals. Our second day of quarterfinal coverage kicks off Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific, 4 a.m. Wednesday, Central European Summer Time, about 24 hours from now.
Well, now let's send it over to Shox, who is hanging out over on the main stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Trevor. And that does it for our first day of quarterfinal matches. Now, if you missed any of the action or you just want to see it again, you can find everything you need over at lolesports.com. And now I'd like to say congratulations to our 2 semifinal teams, Najin Black Sword and Fnatic. And if you want to watch them compete live in the semifinals, then head over to lolesports.com/tickets and grab your seats for the Galen Center. And now from all of us here in Los Angeles, good night. Thanks for watching and see you tomorrow.
Go for Peke, and he's not really the right target because the Stranglethorns is going to bounce Meteors up. That's going to be high going down. Massive kill for Fnatic here. Game 1 of the quarterfinals as the Season 3 World Championships will go to Europe's Fnatic. Look at the damage coming out from Balls! Absolutely melt Fnatic down. We go into Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. North America strikes back.
Fnatic catches him in the brush.
The catch on towards Sneaky. He's going down. He's going to get dropped. First blood comes out. They may get a second as well. Lemonation's going to be the focus target. He gets locked up. Yellowstar goes in. And Cyanide gets a double kill. Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down the North American champions, Cloud9.
Consume Feast!
I got it! Oh, he got it so big!
Using Flash. Using Flash. The second piercing arrow from Genja, spot on. Takes the apple off the head. Gambit with a definitive win after an amazing 50-50 game for the first 20 minutes.
Whoa, he gets hit in the face with the unstoppable force, but he's brought back into the fight by Kayn. They've gotten everything they wanted in this game, including the win. They lost the first one, but were able to get out warm after that first match and find the win over Gambit here in the quarterfinals. It is a clean victory for OMG.
反正就代表中国最强的实力去参加这次最后的比赛吧。
Today's OMG is much stronger than those days we beat them.
我觉得他们强的原因是他们中路的操作是没话讲的。
Beautiful! All the way back to the turret. Faker with a beautiful play.
롤드컵 나오면서 결승전까지 꼭 가자 하는 마음가짐을 왔거든요. 그래서 지금 5분의 2 확률을 뚫은 거잖아요. 4강 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
I'm your host, Eefje Sjoksepoortere, and tonight SK Telecom T1, OMG, Royal Club, and the Gamma Bears take to the Rift in a battle for the last 2 semifinal spots. But before we get to the matches, let's send it around the League of Legends studio and check in with all the casters that will be bringing you tonight's quarterfinal action, starting with Trevor and Freak over at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and this is, of course, David Freak Turley. Besides headbanging during the commercial breaks, we'll be calling tonight's first quarterfinal matchup, Taiwan's Gamma Bears versus SK Telecom T1 and their MVP mid laner, Faker.
And I'm excited to get our first look at these Taiwanese champions here at Worlds and just see how they stack up against an SK Telecom team that, well, they kind of destroyed OMG in the last group stage game. And honestly, I'm so excited, I can barely wait.
With that, let's send it over to D-Man, who's kicking back up in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am, of course, D-Man Smith, and tonight I'll be sitting down with some of the LCS pros to get their take on the World Championship so far. But for now, let's keep this trip around the studio rolling and send it over to Riv and the guys at the analysis desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Rivington Bills in the third, and locking down the analyst desk with me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, plus grouping up with us in our 5-man push through the 2 quarterfinal matches is OG Caster Monte Cristo, Evil Genius's Crepo, and Counter Logic Gaming's Double Lift. But before we insta-lock our predictions for tonight's series, we need to get our flux capacitors up to speed and head back to Monday's games for another look at our first 2 semifinal qualifying teams.
In the first game of the Season 3 World Championship quarterfinals, the #1 seed from Europe and the top team from North America faced off in an all-out brawl.
Pushu gets focused on, he has to get away. He's actually tanking up the dragon. Soaz hasn't used that ultimate yet. He's going to lock down Lemonation. Lemonation with no mana at all, but look at this.
Can you flash?
Yeah, oh nice.
Okay, get him. Get minions.
Chase on through, he may be the death of him. Yes, he will. Soaz in the meantime, he comes around. He is going to get one down, but look at that. Sneaky once again gets the kill this time on Peke. Soaz though comes in. He takes down high in the mid. Lemonation getting taken low, gets dunked on by Cyanide. Yellowstar off the back.
I can arrow. You have an arrow? I'm arrowing Yellowstar.
Goes down, it's a 2 for 2. The arrow on towards Yellowstar. He's so low on hit points, he's going to get locked up. It will be another. It's a double kill for Balls. Cyanide now, he's in trouble. He's not going to be able to escape this one, surely. The slow arrow from Sneaky does catch him down. Hawkshot's going to give his vision away. Balls is ready and waiting to chase, but it's not going to be. It's a 3 for 3. Wow, what a fight.
These fights
Dragon didn't even go down.
Absolute chaos.
Fnatic's unpredictable rotations would catch Cloud9 by surprise.
Balls getting locked up, Stranglethorns comes out, he's already used that Shadow Dash, Meteor's doing what he can, but he may get locked up as well. The whole of Cloud, Fnatic coming on towards him, he does get away, Soaz is going to follow him through!
And that is the legendary Fnatic rotations that we talk about.
And Fnatic's ace would secure them the win in Game 1.
Peke picks up one. Peke going to close in towards Lemonation. He's going to be the next focus target. There it is. The Rift Walk force pulls straight on towards High. Going to be next. Sneaky goes down off the side. Peke's going to roam in. There's the triple kill. And it's Fnatic cleanup duty. That's an ace. They have struck first blood on North America's Cloud9.
Fnatic were 1 win away from a trip to the semifinals.
But it is going to be High going aggressive. Urgent Strike is available on Peke. You can see he's already used the Ignite. It's going to take him very low. High should get this one. First blood for High.
That is exactly what Cloud9 needs in this game.
Cloud9 were able to turn the series on its head to force a third and deciding game.
Whoa! But they've gone a little deep. What a fantastic kill there, though. Straight away, push you down. That's a massive damage dealer for Fnatic. They've got to back out of this fight. And you can see High, he wants to go in. Urgent Strike on towards Cyanide. He's going to go down the dot, ticking away. There's nothing Fnatic can do. We're going to Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. North America strikes back.
Game 3 started with disaster for Cloud9, and North America's last hope was dashed before minions even hit lane.
Fnatic catches him in the brush.
The catch on towards Sneaky, he's going down, he's going to get dropped. First blood comes out, they may get a second as well. Lemonation's going to be the focus target, he gets locked up, Yellowstar goes in, and Cyanide gets a double kill.
That is immensely huge for Fnatic.
Fnatic would snowball that advantage, and Xpeke cleaned up once again to send Fnatic into the next round.
But it is going to be another triple for Peke. Here comes the Quadra. They're going to give it to him. Yes, they are. It is Peke dominating 11-0-7. Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals, taking down the North American champions, Cloud9.
In the second match of the day, Gambit Gaming were looking to be the second European team to advance to the semi-finals. They faced off against Korean Najin Black Sword. Gambit stood united behind Darian Shen.
They see Shen to start to come in. Nagane gets hit up. There's the attack. They pull it around.
Oh no, Genja's gonna eat it.
Prey walks right on a Genja, but there's the Stand United coming in. The taunt to come out, and that is a dead Prey. Buff transfer to Genja secured.
It was a back and forth game, but Gambit's dive would swing the game back in their favor to give them the win and a 1-0 lead in the best-of-3 series.
It's like, yes, everyone build Magic.
Oh, wow.
Defense.
Oh, again, Nagane gets taken down instantly. They didn't see that one coming. This is a choose-your-own-adventure
Prey's
for
still up,
Gambit.
though.
They are still going on to the next chapter. Prey goes down to the back line, or gets the takedown onto Alex Ish, I should say, using Flash. Using Flash. The second piercing arrow from Genja, spot on. Takes the apple off the head. Gambit with a definitive win after an amazing 50-50 game for the first 20 minutes.
Najin Black Sword turned things around in Game 2 by getting Prey's Twitch fed early.
Mount Sona, some of that low HP, the expunge is there, they get the first blood down onto Voidal.
And this game was never in doubt, as Najin's Sword would secure the win to even the series at 1 game apiece.
Prey again, right next to everyone.
Just, whoa, he gets hit in the face with the unstoppable force, but he's brought back into the fight by Kane. A great move there. He actually picks up a kill off of it as well. Amazing coordination in the team.
Congratulations, Magic Sword.
That's all she wrote for Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. We take it to a Game 3. Najin Sword turning it up a notch here in Game 2 to bring it to 1-1 in the best-of-3 series.
In the final game of the set, Sword got kick-started by their bot lane.
Combo from Kane!
On to Voidal, the Ignite is down. There goes the Valkyrie.
God.
The 1, the 2, the uppercut coming in.
Another play!
Kane grabs first blood a second time in a row. Genja wants to answer, but it's just on the edge. That's the way the cookie crumbles. The flash comes in. The Valkyrie was down. The Acathian surprise. It's not enough to take him down.
All right, bottom lane outplay once again. Kane is just destroying Gambit.
An ace for Najin Sword would all but secure the win.
All of Najin is combining themselves on each other right now. Very hard to click into the damage. They now focus on Darian.
오케이. 오케이. 나 잡았어. 형이다. 플래시 있는데.
오케이, 에이스.
밀어.
탑 올라간다.
And Najin's patient poke comp allowed them to push to victory, earning their ticket into the semifinals.
Goal lead from downtown. The spear coming up big, going on to Voidal. This could be a final push here.
Congratulations to Najin Sword. Well-deserved win right there.
And with half of the quarterfinals in our rearview mirror, let's take a look at the updated tournament bracket as it stands now. After cruising through the group stage, blowing away Cloud9, and earning a spot in the semifinals, Fnatic has guaranteed themselves at least a top 4 finish here at Worlds.
While in our second match, Najin Black Sword shook off a Game 1 loss to get past Gambit and earn the second spot in the semifinals.
And remember, if you want to watch Fnatic, Najin Black Sword, and tonight's 2 winners throw down at the Galen Center, there are still a few tickets available.
Head over to lolesports.com/tickets to secure your seats to watch the 4 best teams in the world compete for their spot at the Summoners Cup.
All right, gentlemen, it's your time again to drop some knowledge. What were your thoughts on yesterday's 2 quarterfinal matches? Crepo, we're going to start off with you. What were you feeling about yesterday now that you've had some time to sleep on it?
I was just really impressed with Fnatic. The way they came out to play, like really prepared. They got their Kassadin through. I have no idea how. Their rotations were really amazing. The way they hide in brushes even between lanes, and people, they basically force people to keep falling for it, and just really well played by them.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Cloud9 actually kept up in laning phase. If you had asked me after groups who would win in lane between Fnatic and Cloud9, I would definitely have said, you know, Fnatic all the way. But even high even first-blooded, expect a 1v1 mid in the second game, and I just expect them to lose really hard. And I'm also really surprised that Sword seems so uncoordinated. Their team comps were kind of weird, to me at least, and they play the game really slow even when they're ahead, which is really uncharacteristic of Korean teams.
That was the big surprise to me as well, and we knew that Sword a month or so ago wasn't looking so hot, even though they have all of this talent on paper. This is a great patch for them. We saw those Jax bans coming out against Expression because he's such an interesting top laner carry.
Right.
But they still haven't fixed their problems, which were a bad pick and ban phase, and that pick and ban phase sunk them in Champions Summer. The Syndra-Draven combo is an absolute horror in that tournament. I think that's why Prey yesterday was trolling a little bit, mousing over the Draven, because it's kind of become a joke in Korea about how bad he is at playing that champion. But the issues, they're still there. They're not aggressive enough. They're not decisive enough. They lack that crisp shot calling.
Right.
I mean, even though these guys are talking about how their pick and bans were kind of lacking, their team synergy was kind of lacking, they still had some very, very strong individual play. What impressed me most was that bottom lane. Kane and Prey almost just single-handedly won them that series.
Well, gentlemen, tonight we'll be finding out which teams will be joining Fnatic and Najin Black Sword in the semifinals. So let's take a look at our first match of the day. The Taiwanese champs, Gamma Bears versus Korea's SK Telecom T1. What are your thoughts going into this best-of-3 series? Double if, take it away.
Well, I think Gamma Bears needs to play the best games of their life if they want to beat SKT. And the reason is SKT has been getting better and better every game I watch them. As they entered groups and they lost to OMG, I was like, wow, SKT doesn't know what to do against these early game stuff. They don't seem that crisp and clean. Now I see them, they're just a machine. Their last game against OMG, they took an inhibitor at like 13 minutes. So they're just getting better and better.
I completely agree. At this point, I need a very compelling reason to choose anyone against SKT, and we haven't even seen Gamma play under the pressure here at Worlds yet.
Well, it's also just looking at the Gamma Bears record. I mean, yes, they had a spectacular run to make it through the Taiwanese qualifiers, but if we actually look at the Taiwan Esports League where they were playing, they were 12-13 in that league. And yes, they beat a lot of those teams to get here, but they're a young team. They're pretty new with their current roster, and we haven't just seen that consistency. And you look at SK Telecom, the pinnacle of consistency. They've only ever lost a best-of-series to Ozone.
Right.
There's not much more left to say. Mona said it all pretty much.
Yeah.
If you struggle to get out of the groups and just barely make it here, no pun intended, then you have to play against SKT1. Well, I wouldn't be happy if I draw that card.
All right, well, now I'm going to ask you to predict the winner of the first quarterfinal series here in just a moment. Right now, let's take a look at the leaderboard and see how everything is added up. Thanks to yesterday's 2-0 record, Monte Cristo has taken over the top of the analyst desk standing so far, while the casters, Crepo, and the viewers are 1 game back. And finally, there's the man who changes his mind almost as much as he changes supports, Double Lift.
Dude, that's not even fair. That's not even fair. I believed in America. I watched the American Dream die on game 2. I was
then
like,
you hopped off the train right before it
because
crashed.
I thought like
it's all right. If we turn the analyst desk into a show,
I'll
I'll give you an entire episode to talk about it. I promise. So, guys, just so you know, you're probably going to get into a little flack tonight if you don't make the right choices. So better get your choices right. It's time to put your analytical abilities to work and tell me who you think is going to be winning the first quarterfinal matchup here. Gamma Bears versus SK Telecom T1. Remember, gentlemen, the quarterfinals, each correct guess is worth 2 points, and each fail count as 2 losses. So, Kobe, let's start with you, since you have the courage to stick with your picks more than not.
All right, well, for all the reasons that we just listed earlier, I'm going to have to pick SKT, their individual players. I mean, they have Faker, and Gamma really have to prove themselves against them.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to be picking SK Telecom T1 as well. Again, we've talked about it. They're just that very consistent team. And I talked with their coach again before the match today. I said, how are you feeling about the Gamma Bears? And he said, we're just going to play solid. They're not cocky at all. They just want to play as methodically as possible, get the win, move on to the semis.
All right.
It'll be SKT. I don't have much hopes for the Bears.
All righty, Double Lift.
Yep, I'm with SKT as well. Even if Faker has a bad game, as you see, he can give first blood and he'll still win the game because his team is just so good.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Everybody, here's your chance to let us know whether you agree or disagree with our casters' picks.
All you have to do is head over to lolesports.com, click on Schedule, select the quarterfinals, and hit the thumbs up under the team that you think is going to win.
Then, when you're done making your picks, head over to Twitter and let us know what has been your favorite moment from the quarterfinals so far and why.
Can hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. If you want a chance at winning a Logitech G602S gaming mouse,
I'd want one, but we can't win.
No.
I'm still going to try to tweet. Crepo did. He got one on. All right, we got to take a quick break, but when we return, the Gamma Bears and SK Telecom T1 take to the Rift for our first game of the day. But right now, we take a closer look at the Bears, a team that went from unknown to underdog to champions of Taiwan in less than a year.
就是觉得我们一开始本来就对自己很有自信，可是又想到对方是 TBS 就很难打。
今天晚上就是刚上台比赛的时候，看到小巨蛋下面那么多人，就觉得有点紧张。
其实不太会紧张，因为自己本身喜欢在大家面前表演那样吧。
就是最后我抢到霸王的时候，抢到霸王，并且把对方 A 起，然后时间秒速狗的时候，我们就能知道我们。
Rocking down, Zonda pops an ultimate. Oh, and the Bears steal coming in wins.
对，可是等到真的珠宝爆掉那一瞬间，我们才真的就是恍惚。对，是珠宝那瞬间，我们才确定我们真的赢了。
We have your champions, Gamina Bears. They are going to the World Finals.
当我们赢下来这场就是 S3 资格赛的时候，就是觉得很开心，能够就是跟队伍证明自己的实力。对，
其实老实讲，就是另外一队的粉丝人数远远高过我们这队，然后我们可能拿到冠军的时候，呼声还没有他们一个击杀还高，就是真的这样拿到冠军真的是蛮开心的。
今天比赛完就真的蛮想哭的啊！有一次看到队友们就是都有在掉泪，都觉得很感动。
平常不会，只是因为今天真的太开心了。对，因为
我们就是可能会是被看好的队伍，然后尽量就是研究下一场对手的战术之类的，来确保胜利。
去LA 一定非常的开心啊！然后，因为这次我们是没有奖杯，只有 GPL 有奖杯，所以打算去 LA 拿一个奖杯回来。
其实我以前对于 LA 就是比较偏篮球啊，就 NBA 啊，就是什么洛杉矶湖人，因为以前很喜欢洛杉矶湖人这个队伍。然后当听说今年的那个 LA 比赛主场是放在那个洛杉矶湖人篮球场，我就觉得哇，好兴奋！以前只看那个场地，没想到今天是真的人到那边。
我觉得应该会比这次小巨蛋厉害很多很多。
去年看 TBA 就是表现的，就是在世界舞台表现的那么好，所以我们今年也要跟他们一样。
之前在去年的时候是看着那个 TPA， 就是 S02 台湾代表队去打那个世界冠军赛，就是在家里的时候看的时候觉得非常兴奋，没有想到就是今年的话会换成自己去打，对，然后也是希望能够帮台湾拿下第2个冠军。
我们一定会。
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from the League of Legends studio here in Los Angeles, California. It is time for tonight's first quarterfinal best-of-3 series between Taiwan champions the Gamma Bears and Korea's SK Telecom T1. Right now, though, let's send it over to Shox on the main stage for the introduction of tonight's starting lineups.
Thank you very much, Trevor. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the teams for tonight's first quarterfinal best-of-3 series between the Gamma Bears and SK Telecom T1. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's the Gamma Bears. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, State. In the jungle, Winds. In mid, Maples. At AD carry, NL. And at support, Sword Art. They are the Gamma Bears.
And starting on the red side for Game 1, it's SK Telecom T1. Here's tonight's starting lineup.
Starting in the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Bengi. In mid lane, Faker. At AD carry, Piglet. And at support, Pu Mandu. They are SK Telecom T1.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, the Gamma Bears and SK Telecom T1. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. Now let's send it back over to Freak and Quick Shot at the caster desk for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And now that we've met the players, let's talk a little bit about the team, starting with the Gamma Bears, because frankly, not too much is actually known about these guys. Just like last year's world champion, the Taipei Assassins, the Bears are coming into this tournament flying very much under the radar.
Yeah, the Gamma Bears are really one of the youngest Cubs in this tournament, but don't let that fool you. They're actually a very, very aggressive team that's already beat some of the best teams in the world at the Taiwanese regionals. They only lost one game in the group stage there, and even though they got dropped to the lower bracket, they stepped up and beat Mistake and his Taipei Snipers in the grand finals. A lot of this was due to their AD carry NL. The man put up incredible numbers in that tournament. He farms a lot during the game, has high CS numbers, and though he normally plays safe, sometimes jumps in there and makes flashy plays.
Yeah, during the regionals, he really played a lot of Caitlyn and Varus, and we'll have to see if he sticks with what he knows, or if he's going to be expanding his champion pool as the Gamma Bears make their World Championship debut against one of the pre-tournament favorites to win the entire Season 3 title, SK Telecom T1.
Yeah, SKT started out the group stage a little bit shaky, but they got better with every single game. And they ended Week 1 of Worlds by crushing the previously undefeated OMG with like a 12.5-minute inhibitor kill, landing like every single skill shot in that push.
Yeah, it was really scary. Speaking of skills, SKT's near mythical mid laner Faker proved once again why he has the world's respect and recognition as one of the best players on the planet, one of, if not the strongest mid laner.
Exactly. OMG's cool called Faker the unkillable Demon King after facing him, and it wasn't just his stats, which aren't even the best on his team, but it's the plays that Faker made. He beats almost everyone in duels in lane, and his play creates huge openings for SKT. Though, even though he's that core playmaker, the rest of the team is actually very, very skilled, and that complete package is what's so scary for teams to face.
Yeah, coming into this match, SKT has been scarily good at the Season 3 Championship so far, and while the Gamma Bears know that this matchup will be the most challenging of their careers, if they can pull out the win, they'll instantly become a favorite at Worlds.
其实一开始我之前都有在看欧圈，就韩国他们的球员赛。那时候我在发现，我都觉得其实 SKT T1 真是一队很可怕的对手。
SKT 会这么强，是因为他们的中路玩家是现在世界上最强的 AP 嘛 ，Faker。
일단 8강에 올라온 팀들은 저희보다 준비를 더 많이 했을 거기 때문에 모든 팀이 다 무서웠고요.
일단 그 감마웨어스의 키플레이어가 정글이랑 탑이라고 하는데 저희 정글 탑이 좀 잘해주면 게임을 쉽게 풀어내는 것 같아요.
感觉一开始就直接挑战魔王那种感觉。
그러니까 이번에 저희 목표는 결승이니까 가뿐하게 8강 넘겨서 4강 진출하도록 하겠습니다.
而且碰上 SKT T1，我觉得如果我们赢下这场的话，我们很有把握可以拿下世界冠军。
I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup because of that surprise factor that the Gamma Bears has.
Yeah.
We noticed that the Korean teams, they trended towards starting off slowly. All of the teams that we've seen so far have not done particularly well in their first couple of games. And if the Gamma Bears can exploit that, they might be able to get an early advantage against SKT.
There's definitely a chance here, and it's going to be interesting watching just how much these teams have gotten to research, just because even if you try to look at the games that Gamma Bears have been playing, most of that regional was actually a couple patches back where Ryze and Jace were really huge champions, and so there's even less research you get to put on these guys, whereas, of course, if we've seen 8 group stage games, a lot to look at. And the one thing I actually want to point out here is going to be Zed, because so far we've never seen Maple play that champion. Even when they're blue side, they'll ban it out. Faker's never been allowed to play Zed all tournament. It's been a perennial ban the entire time, and I want to see if it's the Bears who have to ban it themselves.
Well, we'll have to see how this plays out for them. We know there are a couple of contested picks here, and both of these top laners like to run Shen. Now both of the mid laners like their Ahri and their Orianna and Fizz. We see the bans. Gamma Bears have taken out Corki, Aatrox, and Zed.
Yep.
As you've already highlighted, on that blue side, it's something they don't want to play against at all.
But what he does have open is his Ahri, which is a pretty important one for him. Maple does a very good job on Ahri, making a bunch of plays throughout the mid lane. And I also have to respect SKT banning away Thresh, because Sword Art is scary good. Now, his Sona is great as well. He really doesn't miss his flash crescendos, and that's really powerful, but you give him Thresh, he's going to land all those hooks as well.
Well, we'll see how it pans out for them. Thresh was that third and final ban from SKT. The very first lock-in is going to be that Elise. So not only are they locking that in for themselves, they're denying it from Bengi. If you remember how SKT demolished OMG in the last group stage game, quite a bit of that was the cocoons and the charms from Bengi and from Faker.
And of course, the Ari is still available as well, which is a bit of a scary thing here. You've got to kind of be afraid of that one. Of course, the Varus, not a surprising pick here at all for NL. He played basically Caitlyn and Varus the entire time in the last couple of months. So with the Caitlyn being stolen away there, I actually have to respect the early pick there from SKT. It kind of guarantees the other side. The Zyra being taken away is actually Mandu's most played support here at Worlds, who's going to have to take kind of a run down and probably play the Sona there himself.
All right, we'll see how it works out for them. Faker is going to lock in that Ari, making it to the 3rd round of picks. A little bit non-traditional for what we're seeing on most of the games this tournament. We have been seeing a lot of priority on those single, assassin-type mid laners. And of course, for their jungle, it is going to be Vi. So we'll see Bengi on another very powerful ganking jungler once he hits that level 6.
And that is really going to be a tricky thing here, because if we do see Maple go for Kassadin, he's notably weak pre-6. And that's going to be an interesting thing to deal with, because Vi's not the best ganker pre-6. A soul laner should reach the ultimate before a jungler could. But if you do something crazy, Bane gets a really good gank, or he gets a lot of help in the jungle or something, or you force Maple back a couple of times, you might get those Assault and Batteries before Riftwalk, which could completely just demolish that lane.
All right, we'll see how this works out for them, because I distinctly remember the odd one running that jungle Vi against Nuke Duck's Ari. And that Spirit Rush didn't allow you to get away. It's going to be a similar situation with that Riftwalk. Bengi should be able to just lock on and completely shut down their Kassadin once he hits 6. 3 seconds left to go in this pick and ban, and the Gamma Bears are going to lock in Kassadin and Shyvana. So most likely going to be a top lane Shyvana.
That's my guess here.
That's what my gut's telling me.
Yeah, from what I've been told by other pro top laners, Renekton's actually a good matchup to play as when you're fighting an Elise. You can generally sustain through it. You have pretty good trades as well, and so I don't think they want to fight that matchup. Shyvana, on the other hand, though, has really good one-on-one trading. Shyvana can proxy waves if she wants to as well. And there's still a lot of pushing pressure there that can actually keep impact away from the rest of the team. Honestly, both these top laners, you'll see picks like this the rest of the way through. They're heavy brawlers who want to fight things.
So the SK Telecom team is a lot more traditional from what we've been seeing from the Worlds. These are all picks that have been, trended towards, with the exception of maybe the Nami. I think this may be her first appearance, actually.
He played it once already in the group stage, but only the one time here. So SKT's pretty much got sort of their style of lineup. They've got the easy, safe backline. They've got the ability to dive into fights with Ari, Nami, Vi, and Renekton. So they've got a bunch of chaos, and then Piglet's just there shooting people in the back lines, relatively safe. It's a good SKT lineup.
Relatively safe. We'll see how well that Shyvana and Elise can get to him. And while the teams are loading into the very first game of this best of 3, let's take a look who you guys at home think is going to win this series. According to LOLesports.com, 72% of you think that SKT will be taking a Najin Black sword in the semifinals.
Yeah, and of course the analysts said SKT as well. Honestly, these guys were the favorites to win the whole thing before we ever even saw them play. We're looking at them now. You heard the analysts say how scary they are. Certainly, the SKT lineup is merciless, but I always want to play the underdog story. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. Gamma Bears here are in the exact same position as Taipei Assassins last year. They have to play a Korean team in the quarterfinals. Oh, yeah, that's going to be hilarious, right? Sword's going to demolish them. No, right? And the entire way through, TPA was the sleeper who kept hitting there. And maybe the Bears are coming out of hibernation.
We'll have to see how well they perform on the Rift. They've already pulled out... That's a sigh from the audience. I like these guys.
That was not applause.
I definitely want to see how this composition is going to work out for them. We have seen a top lane Shyvana once this tournament already. Darian ran it against Fnatic, and I was not particularly impressed by it. You can see we are loading onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for the 3rd quarterfinal of Worlds. It's the Gamma Bears taking on SK Telecom T1. And we'll see how well this team comp works for them. We talked about how they're a little more difficult to scout, and we're already seeing a composition that we have not seen from them this weekend. All the crowd control is actually mostly coming from their duo lane. You can see that large numbers of SK Telecom are hanging out in and around the river.
Yeah, this is just interesting because you talk about the unscoutability. A lot of these picks are completely new for the Gamania Bears. The top laner and mid laner specifically are things that wouldn't have been easily scouted. These are new things they've picked up that SKT is going to have to adapt their bans to as this game goes through. But we're looking at the level 1 setups here, and it's I think, proper deep warding. These are wards that will let these teams know the jungle routes, so that teams will know if they're about to get ganked or if they're safe to push really hard. And those are just important for the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game to know what you can get away with.
Well, we'll see how the teams do decide to settle their lanes. There is a lot of options available to try and shut down your opponent's solo laners if they wanted to go for those lane swaps. But as it stands, we may be having head-to-head matchups as both of these teams just do this warding dance, really. They've got full vision of one another over the last 20 or 30 seconds, and it doesn't look like we're going to have any invades.
No real invades, just for the wards right there. And both these teams got relatively equal information out of this, though SKT's ward in the bottom jungle is a little bit deeper. At the end of the day, it really just means they'll see when they go towards red buff and near the wraiths and whatnot, and it tracks jungle movements. That's what those wards are for. And when you consider how scary jungle Elise is, the fact that you can gank for Zyra with a 0.75 second root, I believe it's a 1.5 second stun off Cocoon, you can kill someone with that kind of damage. So it's important for SKT specifically to know where Wins is going.
Well, we'll see how well it works out for them. You can see Win starting on his blue buff, while Bengi is about to secure his own buff. And we're going to have this straight up 1v1 matchup. You can see Faker already just landing auto attack after auto attack onto that melee carry of Kassadin. We'll see how well Maple can do in this mid lane, because Faker's Ahri has been incredibly good throughout this tournament.
We've already got an inkling of offense, so you actually saw Bengi running down early on. He didn't actually decide to get anything for that. But the one thing to point out actually is that the duo lane for the Gamania Bears is pushing first. They're actually going to have level 2 first. They'll have the ability to trade a little bit more. And dealing with Zyra spawning plants on you like forever and ever is very difficult. They're actually going to go in, almost.
A little excited there. It's not landing on Mandu. He's able to sidestep it, but we do see a small CS advantage for NL thanks to that aggressive pushing on this bottom lane. And managed to push the wave up to the tower, so this should reset lane overall. We do see Maple falling behind in the CS in the mid lane, 6-11, but that is to be expected in this matchup.
It is going to happen right here. It's a melee versus range matchup, and Kassadin's forced to last hit with spells half the time. And as you've sort of seen, even from Peke's cast and whatnot, you can sit there, as long as you don't die or miss XP, you're pretty much going to do okay as far as a Kassadin lane goes. It's really when you get the tier and the catalyst completed that you sort of turn on. When you hit close to level 13, you really start getting abusive and scary. So that's the lineup we're going to look for here. One thing I want to point out for the Bears, though, is they've hit literally every minion in the bottom lane so far. 19 is perfect for this point.
Well, let's see if they can keep that one up. NL, we talked about him coming into this matchup. He does have that passive CSing style in the laning phase. He likes to farm a lot during the qualifiers against the likes of the Type A snipers. He was actually averaging about 10 CS a minute for the majority of that playoff bracket. So mechanically very strong, and he's on one of his most played AD carries. So pretty good start for them. We'll see if they can secure the kills, though, because that's what's really going to help them get objectives. And we still see the mid lane Maple falling behind on those CS numbers.
One thing I am going to point out, though, as we kind of look through these lanes, though, is that ward control is in favor of the Bears at the bottom lane right here. There's like one ward and a brush, but if this lane ever resets, the Elise from Wins can sneak in and force a gank here. And Nami doesn't escape all that well. They could probably pick her up with Grass Roots in a Cocoon.
See if they can manage to land any of that CC. That's what's going to help them pick those kills up. Maple now chugging through his very last potion, as Bengi does once again roam to look for an invade. He's going to run into Wins. The Cocoon does land, as well as the volatile Spiderling. Bengi's going to charge up the Vault Breaker. Does manage to get up, but we see Wins is chasing for this one. He does repel forward. Now there's no Spirit Rush down in the bottom lane. Piglet's now in trouble. He's claims the Ignite. That's a flashball from NL. A great bubble from Mandu. Throws NL up in the air. NL continues to auto-attack down. And we see Mandu force backwards. That's a 2v2 win for the Gamma Bears.
It's three summoners belts for three summoners for three summoners, but really good trade right there. There's only a flash up for Mandu and a barrier for NL. And now you can see Wins. I like this move by him. He's come to the mid lane to shove it out to allow Maple to run back to base. A fight in the top lane.
Oh, Impact's going to slice out. Does have that dice available. Not going to be needed, as now Bengi's coming in from the river. The question is, can he get onto Stake? Stake's caught between a rock and a hard place. He may be able to pick up first, but Impact gets away. That's a flash. Flash for flash. Bengi lands the killing blow, securing it for SKT.
Very well played right there by Impact, making sure he didn't take too much damage. And that was the gank we also needed to see coming, was neither of these top laners came in with wards in their opening build, and you saw it capitalized there by Bengi. Well played.
Congratulations to Bengi and Impact there, able to give them even more of a lead up top. Their Stake is already 10 CS behind. thanks to Wins sort of babysitting that middle lane a little bit, Maple still holds on to that 10 CS deficit, and he's about to hit level 6, and once he's got that Riftwalk available, it's going to be much more difficult to catch him and lock him down.
It looks like he'll hit that level 6 mark in time to survive any of the major ganks, and we'll probably see him be okay. The other thing to point out, though, is that even though that bottom lane should have went well for the Bears, the one thing to point out, actually, is that they both went back to base and got the same items. Both AD carries have Vamp Scepter and Doran's Blade, so the CS lead doesn't mean much yet.
Oh, take a look at this. NL and Sword Art going super aggressive, but now the bubble catches Sword Art out. We do see Piglet not going in for more auto attacks, but thanks to that bubble, they do trade relatively evenly.
And Wins is looking for a counter gank here in this mid lane, expecting Faker to go in, but he won't jump into that minion wave, so this will take a while for anything to pay off for Wins.
Oh, the charm does land, though. Maple gets the silence down. Faker still not used that Spirit Rush. They decide to continue fighting. Up in the top lane, Stake is actually doing very well in the 1v1 against Impact. However, it does look like Dragon's Descent was used, so Ultimate's going to be unavailable until he's got all that Rage built back up.
And Impact still has his, so you're going to have the Dominus back available. But Wins is showing up for the bottom lane. Gets spotted by a Cupcake, though.
Does manage to get caught out. Piglet is going to back away just a little bit. You've seen Bengi. He's hanging out in that bottom lane as well. Assault and Battery is available, so a squishy Zyra or a squishy Varus could be squished into the ground if they decide to go in. Maple, once again, just CSing in this mid lane against Faker. It does look like Bengi is backing off on the minimap.
Yeah, it looks like nothing's going to really happen here. I do want to point out, though, this top lane you were talking about, because even before the kill, Impact had a pretty large minion kill lead, holds on to a level lead right now as well, and Impact has gone for early magic resist. That's actually most of the damage that Shyvana deals with her burnout, with her flame breath. This is going to be an interesting fight, though.
Oh, we do see Impact. He throws down the Dominus, slices and just manages to chase Stake back. Stake's still trying to build up that fury. Impact now with some minions behind him. I don't think he's going to be confident enough to dive without that ignite, but got himself a chunk of HP and is going to sustain a little bit in lane thanks to getting that back.
Yeah, absolutely. So Impact's honestly going to probably keep scaling up in this lane. He's just plus a Negatron Cloak right now, has the same other items, so that's probably going to be a point where Wins needs to turn something around, or Impact will be very hard to deal with in these fights. It's something to keep in mind in this game.
Well, Wins, we've seen him moving to that mid lane to help cover off some of those minions. Faker only 10 CS ahead. In the bottom lane, Mandu's now managed to flash away. These do see NL, he's just hit level 6. Chain of Corruption could come out. He's got the mana for it. Decides against it thanks to that massive minion wave in front of him. But Pumandu's only on a couple hundred hit points. Bengi is waiting in the wings, though.
Oh, and they've got the Renekton as well. It's going to be a 3-on-2 in SKT's favor.
That was a great silence onto Bengi, meant the Assault and Battery couldn't come out. Maple tries to get the blue buff, but Bengi is going to smite that one away. Now Bengi charges the Vault Breaker and gets out cleanly. So a good blue buff steal there from SKT.
That was incredibly well played right here. I don't think Gaminia Bears can capitalize anything here. Bottom lane is taking more damage.
Oh, Tidal Wave actually gets pulled out. Pumandu was afraid of the committed attacker from Gamma Bears, and this is going well. You do see NL still 10 CS in the lead. Well, Bengi's going to secure his red buff in the background, but they're trading blow for blow with the exception of that first blood.
And the buff steals, though, start to push yourselves towards SKT. There was actually an early gold lead for Gaminia Bears, but even if you subtract the 600 gold lead that SKT has from the first blood, they actually still hold pretty equally despite the buff steals, despite everything else. I have to say lanes are completely holding on right now. What's going to matter is actually the teamwork, the mid-game rotations, which is the one point we have praised SKT for the entire tournament. If there's one strength that's going to win them the game, it's the core SKT strength.
Well, we'll see if they can make it work for them. As it stands, no pressure has been applied to Dragon, as we do see Bengi moving his way towards this bottom half of the map. Still has not used that Assault and Battery either. Remember that NL is alone in this lane. Here comes Bengi from behind. The bubble doesn't land. The Vault Breaker does. Assault and Battery should be channeled in the not too distant future. In the background, Piglet and Mandu were locked up by the Chain of Corruption, but it was all too easy for Gamma Bears as they secure this, for SKT as they secure the second kill.
And look how coordinated that was. Pink wards all over the river, or towards the bottom lane for the river, for Mandu to make sure that Bengi got to get in there for free without getting spotted. Those are the kind of moves we're going to keep seeing. Bengi has both the kills, keep that in mind, so it's actually on him to do well in the fights as we move forward.
Well, Stake right now does have the option to dive into that Dragon form onto Impact. However, playing it a little bit more passively. Now finally dives in. Dominus has just been popped, so they've traded Ultimate for Ultimate. Impact is going to have much more sustain thanks to that Culver Meek, and we'll see if he jumps on him for the time being. Just using that AoE to at least farm up. A flash away from Stake into Burnout. decides to back away, a little afraid of Bengi's presence.
Steak, no! Steak, why? Bengi's going to get this
Bengi
one.
comes in, the red buff is busy sticking. Impact throws down the Ignite, plus the damage over time. That's a flash ball from Bengi to get the last auto attack and kill number 3 for SK Telecom.
Very well done. Bengi has all of them. Keep that in mind. In this mid lane, already almost going down. Faker doing a very good job in this matchup as well. You're seeing the game just start pushing more and more and more towards SK2's favor.
Very good charm there onto Wins as well. Gets a lot of additional damage onto that jungle Elise. He's going to be forced to back away. I think the best he can to farm. Does have a 15 CS lead over Bengi, but it's 3 kills down, so there's a pretty big disparity there as far as gold available. Charm goes out once again, connecting with Maple. Maple actually goes in. This may be more than he should have chewed. Flashes out cleanly, afraid of the Sultan Battery, but wasn't available for Bengi to use.
And it's worth pointing out that all the money that's gone into Bengi has been jumped into a very fast Oracles. I feel like he's going to live here. There's a fast Oracles and fast boots mobility, so Bengi will keep finding openings like this, but has no combat stats, which is why you're seeing Wins do so well here.
Well, Wins does a lot of damage, does force Bengi away. Bolt Break is out. He does get out cleanly. However, Sword Art is now caught. We do see the bubble lands. Tidal Wave follows as well. NL decides not to use that Chain of Corruption. Now, Dragon is still standing. Neither team has made a move for it. And as it stands, SKT are just accelerating ahead in the gold values. Already a 3,000 gold lead with only kills and CS on the board.
That's very well done by them. And even though Bengi got forced out of lane, there's just not enough power on the map for the Bears right here. Their dual lanes are basically equal. They traded an ultimate for health, which is rather important in a team fight, and so even on what would be a 4v3, Bears can't go for these kind of moves.
Well, we do see Piglet gets rooted up, takes a lot of damage. The Chain of Corruption doesn't connect. Once again, we see a Varus ultimate miss. I'm sure nobody in the audience has ever seen that before. And SK Telecom managed to get away. However, Gamma Bears have started Dragon.
This is risky. They actually decided to go when Faker left instead of when Bengi left, so the Smite War could happen here.
Now there's no Tidal Wave available. We do see Bengi with the Sultan Battery available. Does look like SKT are going to back away from this one, and Gamma Bears hold on to the goal difference as they secure the first Dragon of the game.
That's very, very well done. We actually saw Steak pulling his way down the map partway until they realized SKT weren't looking to really engage in that battle, so Steak went back. But that matchup, these top lane bruisers who are going to keep pushing against each other, you're seeing now a 20 minion kill lead grow for Impact, which is rather valuable. These guys are going to keep throwing their stats at each other, and Impact's going to have more of them.
And as it stands right now, is nearing a 50 CS advantage for Faker in that mid lane. It was even for a very long time, but with Maple's tower going down and the inability to stay in that lane, he has lost significantly more CS, and of course it was picked up by Wins the times he was covering those lanes out. We do see that both Bengi and Faker are moving towards the bottom half of the map, so this could be a 4v3 in favor of SKT.
And they've got pretty good ward coverage. You saw the Oracles, the pink ward's already used. They're going to be able to go into this one without getting spotted.
Well, Wins is going to be around to counter gank and see if they can manage to pick up a kill before SKT get the numbers advantage. We talked about how Shyvana could do that sort of lane cutting. As it stands, Impact on Renekton is going behind the tower. Wins, throws himself at Piglet. Chain of Corruption is not available. That looked like a flash forward. No, it wasn't. It was just a move there. Tidal Wave is going to slow all of the Gamma Bears. And SKT managed to get out with just the use of that Tidal Wave.
And as tacked for going to the bottom lane, the blue buff has once again been stolen here by Bengi. Really good read there by the Vi player. And we've noticed now that Maple has not gotten a blue buff all game and is falling behind now 50 minions away from Faker.
I don't think Faker has missed one of those charms yet. Every time we look at him applying damage to these mid lane towers, he's catching Maple out. He's catching Wins out. We'll have to see if it does result in kills. A 3-man Gamma Bears is now hammering away on this bottom tower. However, they're a little nervous about their HP bars and they back away. Piglet now with the CS advantage against NL. All of that early aggression hasn't worked out in Gamma Bears' favor.
It really hasn't for these guys, unfortunately. The minion leads you're seeing grow and grow every single lane. The levels going up for them. And Bengi, of course, standing on pink wards, wearing an Oracles. Maple will not see this coming either.
Well, we'll wait for the Assault and Battery. Is going to follow in. Here comes Faker. Maple tries to get away. He is going to get taken down. And that Assault and Battery just locking up Cassidy for too long. Not even he could escape it.
Well played by Faker. He saved the charm until it was guaranteed. They knew their first attacks were going to miss thanks to Rift Walk. But once you get Assault and Battery, just one more push forward by Ahri, and they're going to have the lockdown. Well-executed gank. And honestly, this can just keep happening over and over again against Maple.
SKT now approaching the 4,000 gold lead. They have 2 towers in their back pockets. They didn't secure the first Dragon. I'm sure they'll be willing to fight for the next one as Their power spike is a little bit higher. We see that Maple is sort of rushing that Rod of Ages right now. Decided to forego the likes of a TL or even a Chalice, as I've seen some Kassadin's build. But we'll have to keep our eyes on his itemization and see how it works out. NL forced back by the auto attacks of Piglets.
And it's going to keep happening here, honestly. You're now starting to see the individual skill really stack up for SKT, and they're just controlling the game. And the thing is, they've never been the most hyper-aggressive team. They don't dive a lot. They'll gank you on your turn if it's there. Yeah.
He does manage to cleanse out of that chain of corruption, and the rest of Gamba Bears, it was a bit of a half-hearted gank, but the chain did connect, and it did get the summoner spell.
Yeah, so SKT, honestly, they're happy to play the control game. An aggressive control game, to be fair, where they'll take anything that's there for them. But you've seen from the buff steals, from the turrets going down now, 2 of them so far. It's just going to be controlled aggression, rolling over the map here for SKT. For the Bears, they've got to learn how to actually make some plays. They've got Catalyst on Kassadin. He's spiked up. They can use him.
Oh, we do see a root now lands onto Piglet. There's no chain available. A very good tidal wave from Pumandu. He actually exhausts Sword Art though. NL throws out the piercing arrow, does not connect as now Piglet throws out his Piltover Peacemaker. Ace in the hole is channel, doesn't secure a kill. Now Bengi comes in from the side. Repel lands onto Piglet, gets caught in the bubble. Piglet is still alive. Faker comes from the background. They've killed AD carry for AD carriers. Now Pumandu is the next target. We do see Wins getting dropped by Bengi as Maple is chasing forward. He's got 1. Ignite may get number 2. Assault and battery plus the tower and the shield is not going to be enough to save Bengi as a double kill is secured for Maple.
That was very, very good because that was the shutdown gold as well onto Bengi. So Maple just got massive. This is going to be a fun game for Kassadin. Look at this fight. So good barrier by NL keeps him alive. And Wins just has nice low cooldowns. Piglet just gets to be jumped on. Despite an amazing bubble there by Monju, Faker wastes every major cooldown and is now basically out of the fight. He's got to get over a wall with basically 1 dash left. And so he can't reach Sword Art anymore. And Maple just gets to be a Kassadin who's not getting bursted down. Kassadin's actual DPS very, very high, and just gets to take kill after kill after kill.
Well, works in his favor, and now we'll see whether or not he can make it count. His Rod of Ages has just been completed. 2-1-0. He is 90 CS behind Faker right now, which is an incredible amount, and all of SKT's solo lanes are now starting to pull ahead. 177 to 142 for the top laners, 157 to 139 for their AD carries. So SKT, even though they gave up a couple of kills, they still hold on to about a 5,000 gold lead, and they're still looking very good for the next fights.
And the gold is actually in a lot of really good plays for SKT as well. Impact is up about 1,400 gold over his lane opponent. So you're seeing like he has Spirit Blizzard versus the makings of a Sunfire Cape. Look at Faker, he's 1,600 gold up despite Maple getting that double kill in the shutdown Muddy. And SKT, look at this. They do it with Baron a lot. They're doing this bait with Dragon to a certain extent, seeing if someone's want to look from the side. Instead, they'll just get free neutral objectives to grow their gold lead.
Yeah, we've talked about how Faker likes to just destroy support when he's on any of the assassins, and SKT pick up an uncontested Dragon. Nobody from Gammon Bears was brave enough to move in there. They didn't have any vision in the pit. I think they were going to be fully aware of SKT's positioning. Stake and Wins now trying to get some damage on this top lane tower, but Impact is going to respond in time and clears the wave with a couple of abilities.
And one thing actually, as I looked down the lineups as well, that I sort of wanted to see from Gamania Bears was actually putting some pressure onto Faker himself, because you look at that minion kill lead, you look at the effect Faker's going to have in this game. And actually, I believe they never really did much with Elise Kassadin, who could have jumped in, silenced to prevent a flash, prevent a Spirit Rush away, and chain the cocoon off of it, and then chase down Faker. But now, well, now Faker's got a whole bunch of health. He's level 14. He's got a Negatron Cloak. That option no longer exists, not to mention the fact that Mondu started to pink ward everything. The vision control is now SKT's, and they can start strangling even more of the map.
Yeah, as it stands right now, Wins tried to make some ganks happen with that Elise, and he had presence on the map, but it wasn't enough to secure kills or shut down any of SKT's lanes. We see Bengi, he's roaming up to this top lane. Does have those home guards, boots of mobility. He really wants to be omnipresent on this map and make sure he has an impact everywhere. Piglet, with that Avarice Blade, earning some additional CS and trying to work towards what's going to be that static shift. So that's going to be a lot of, on-hit damage for those first couple of shots.
And actually, as the AD carries have gotten more accustomed to Season 3, I believe it was Doublelift said that he actually likes Static Shiv a lot more than Phantom Dancer, because team fights now, you have to be very mobile as an AD carry. You're actually going to stack up that static shift charge a lot more in team fights. And so even though Phantom Dancer gives you more stats for your Infinity Edge, you're just going to get more static shift procs. And Double, if I get the player right, was saying that's actually worth more overall.
Well, let's see if it works out for Piglet. He's currently 0-1-3. Does have a 20 CS advantage over NL and a fair amount of items. It looks like NL's going for what we've become calling the Legolas build, thanks to Crepo. Is of course that Bloodthirster into the likes of a Lost Whisper, and you just start sniping people as a marksman should.
Yeah, you really should there, and honestly, NL's done a very good job of not dying much in fights, and here's going to be interesting. Can Impact survive a 2v1? Yeah, he'll walk away.
He's just going to slice and dice out cleanly, and once again, Gamma Bear's trying to make something happen, but not fully invested or fully committing to it. As it stands, Faker is going to spurt rush forward. Sword Art is going to be able to survive for the time being. The Ignite not going to shut him down. Now they dive onto Bengi. Bengi gets caught in place by the Chain of Corruption. Tidal Wave will interrupt the Gamma Bears, and the Charm doesn't land. That's a great pickup for the Taiwanese champs.
That's a really good fight for these guys, and they've pretty much all got health bars here. They've got enough to keep pushing forwards. Wins has an Oracle as well. With this 5v4, with pretty much no important ultis available for SKT, Gamania Bears could start taking over the map and get some ward coverage back here.
Well, we'll see. As it stands, SKT not necessarily too afraid. Another good Charm catches on to Wins, and an Orb of Deception melts his HP bar. But now, Gamma Bears are stacked up as 5. There's no chain or Stranglethorns. Maple's gone in. That's very brave. He flashes out instantly. Now Impact with Dominus. He's just diving the back line. Gamma Bears can't deal with that immensely tanky Renekton. Ace in the Hole is available for Channel, and that's a 4v5 that SKT won.
Yeah, that was really well played by Impact specifically. 2 completed items there, just sat in the front line, taking damage while zoning out the back line himself, and didn't allow any counterattack. There was an exhaust used by Mandu, but way more spent by the Bears. And you could just tell SKT are a stronger team right now.
Well, Bengi right now is going to at least take out a bunch of those minions in the mid lane. Stake and Maple doing the best they can to hold onto this top inner turret. There is some decent AoE wave clear, but Stake's going to get into basically spellcast range of SKT, and he takes a lot of damage for doing it. NL defending this mid lane off. This SKT hold on to a 6,000 gold lead and look to set up some more vision control in the jungle of the Gamma Bears.
Well, let's see if they can do it. I mean, honestly, SKT, this is their hallmark thing. This is the thing that makes SKT win games, is the fact that they just control vision so much. And I expect them to start doing this around Baron now. As items get completed, as their front line is tankier, you're going to see them be able to bait the Bears into trying to take Dragon, or trying to stop Baron, I should say, and getting caught. That's the likely play producing for SKT.
Well, we'll see how many vision wards they manage to pick up for themselves. You see that Lost Whisper getting closer to being completed for NL. Zeal is the word I'm looking for, in the back pocket of Piglet, as well as a pickaxe. And we see Faker, he's got himself a Negatron Cloak as well as that BF Sword to go along with his Deathfire Grasp. So he was almost able to take out Sword on their last rotation, but the Charm didn't land. So Sword Art was able to flash to safety, and that's really what allowed the Gamma Bears to pick up that frag onto Bengi. You know, SKT, they stayed overextended. They were split up by the Stranglethorns, and it was something that Gamma Bears will have to try to repeat in these coming fights.
But here we go. There's the ward control. There's all the sweeps over on Baron, and let's see which option SKT goes for. They're going to hide in one of these brushes, and Gamania Bears has to do something to know what's going on.
The Death Bush has been created. They're now hiding around the corner. Stake is pretty tanky. Almost finished that Spirit Massage. Has a Sunfire Cape. And we'll see how well Gamma can handle this.
Oh, Wins! Goodbye!
Wins is just taken out, blown away by Faker's Ari. And that's going to allow SKT to secure this blue buff. There's no smite available, so we'll have to see if they want to go for what's going to be a pretty safe Baron.
Yeah, there's no jungler. There's no smite steal even possible. None of these champions have individual spike abilities either. The thing is, SKT can always bait for another kill, but Gamania Bears has to realize they can't stop Baron. They should just go for a turret or something instead.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. As it stands, they are once again grouped up as a 4-man, moving closer and closer. Mandu, can he land the bubble? Aqua Prism's being charged. He doesn't manage to connect in the background. Stake is still alive. Dragon's Descent out. That's a great Stranglethorns. Will at least interrupt SK Telecom. Bengi's the first victim of the fight, but it's soon going to be much more of the Gamma Bears down. That's a double kill for Impact as he continues to chase down. Another kill for Faker, and everybody but Wins is dead.
Yeah, Wins is stuck in the base anyway. He's just coming out right now. It's a 4-for-1 battle, and You face-checked into a team with all their abilities up, and even with a Zyra ulti, there is just so much chase potential. Bangy sacrificing his life to lock down the back line. And what do you know? Faker landed a bunch of great charms, guaranteed the kills here. And now with 15 seconds, SKT can get an inhibitor and back to base.
Going to be able to secure this tower. They're going to bash away on this inhibitor. Piglet in the background has lost a little bit of HP. They decide to play it safe. The death timers are still fairly short. You can see all Gammas respawning. Here's a replay.
Yeah, so they do then the charm onto Stake, deal a bunch of damage, get him out of the fight. That tidal wave hits everybody on the Bears, and it's just easy damage onto the back line. You can see how well SKT are able to chase down that max range charm on Maple. Was pretty important to make sure they got those last few kills, but that's what these guys can do. It's a very, very mechanically proficient team who set up that fight perfectly.
Yeah, Faker does not miss those charms when they count. Manages to secure yet more kills. He's 3-0-4 as his Death Fire Grass completed. Now, the Gamma Bears are stacked up in this mid lane. NL is trying to apply damage on the tower. They've brought Faker out. They are going to jump in. We do see Wins is the one that secures the killing blow. Now Mandu's the next target. They have not taken the tower out, as now we see that Piglet has come to defend. He does have red buff on, and he's putting a lot of hurt down as he's built up. The silence goes out. He instantly claims it away. Bengi's on the retreat. Piglet's on the retreat, and the Gamma Bears are holding strong 5v3. Here comes Impact. Dominus is ticking. He's taking on 5 members of the Gamma Bears, and they don't have the bite. Ace in the hole, threading the needle. Tidal wave comes down, and the Gamma Bears are drowning under the pressure of SK Telecom. Impact is still alive. He's been tanking up the Bears for 3 full minutes, and Impact finally backs away. 2 kills on the board for SKT.
That becomes a 2-for-2 fight despite the free kill onto Faker, which was an excellent play to be completely fair, but that's what happened when Impact is huge. SKT said it would be on him to be important. Yeah, they said it. Their top lane is going to be important for this matchup. Just watch Impact here. Dives in to get the reset and jumps on the AD carry, kills him for free, kites out some of the damage, makes sure no one can jump back in. He is basically single-handedly removing the back line of Gamania Bears.
SK Telecom secure the Dragon as well on their way out. They're now 6 kills ahead, 10,000 gold, and have yet to lose a turret right now, defending all of their outer turrets. And Gamma Bears, they found a good pick, but maybe just stuck around a little too long in that mid lane. They're now falling even further behind. We do see that Piglet's got himself those Quira boots completed, and he's also working towards his Lost Whisper.
The Gamma Bears needed to really choose one, because once they were all in, Impact wasn't in that fight yet, and they had time for a 5v4. The exhaust was used early on Maple before he cast any spells, and he didn't have to lose any damage by doing that. They get the catch on the Bangy, but Bangy's really big.
Yeah, there's a lot of tankiness there. He does have his locket available. Stake does get caught out by that Aqua Prism, but the first tower falls. Gamma Bears clawing back some of their goal difference.
They're going to try. Honestly, getting some of these turrets is really nice, and a lot of that I think they were relying on Stake's Shyvana, who is hard to chase. She has a movement speed buff, she can jump really, really far in Dragon form, but because Impact has won the 1v1 so well, because Faker is so huge, any one of those guys can just stop Stake's pushing whenever, and that's actually removing a lot of what would have been the Bears' mid lane pressure, is they don't have a real split pusher. It's not teleport Kassadin, it's ignite Kassadin. So no one gets to do anything by themselves here for the Bears.
As it stands right now, SKT, they played the Baron game a couple minutes ago. It worked out in their favor, winning 2 team fights back-to-back. Now they are a little bit split up. In actual fact, though, Gamma Bears may be the ones that are in trouble. Dominus has been used by Impact. He's dove in. He's between 4. We'll see how much damage he can put down. The Stranglethorns is up. Instantly deleted is Sword Art, and Stake forced to retreat. They have brought Faker, though. They've traded mid laner for support. The Gamma Bears are not doing badly as Maple is retreating over on the background. But look at that Aqua Prison. That locks up NL. They managed to secure the kill. Impact and Mandu are chasing. Vault Breaker catches, wins. Now he's the next target as Piglet is going to 90 caliber over the wall. Doesn't get sight for Ace in the hole, but they trade 1 for 2.
That was a very, very good team fight, once again by SKT. You had Impact on one side, and it's like, well, we either run into the other team and Impact flanks our backline, or we run into Impact and we just don't kill him. So SKT got a surround there. They got a very good Nami ult as well, and they're rewarded with, honestly, this is not a contestable Baron.
Well, Stake is sticking around. Does look like he has his ultimate available. We'll see if he decides to dive in. Piglet is zoning Stake out. Burnout is ticking. Now Stake, once again, not taking as much damage from Piglet as we thought. They've actually backed away. Mandu doesn't land the prison, and they were able to at least interrupt that Baron So well played by Gamma Bears, and more importantly, Steak. That was well done.
I don't know why Piglet was the one to defend the guy jumping in, because he has the highest single target DPS on that team. Any other person could have been able to spot who was coming in and still allow the damage to come through, because still, Wins was far away from that fight. But regardless, good job by Bears to hold on. They've managed to not give any other leads to SKT. But what I have to ask, though, is who's actually going to get rid of Impact in these fights? He's a 5-0-5 Renekton, 320 minions in 31 minutes, and no one's been able to kill him so far. And I think it's pretty unlikely that no one but the Fountain Laser ever does in this game.
I completely agree with that. He's only got himself a Randuin's Omen, a Spirit Visage, a Sunfire Cape, and a Hex Drinker. I don't think he has enough items right now, and as it stands, there's nobody from Gamma that can deal with him. We'll see whether or not Gamma Bears can find more of those picks. They've had some success in it, but they are still 10,000 gold down. And
that's the unfortunate side effect of the Legolas build, is you never get the Infinity Edge for a very long time, which is a really core and very key damage multiplier for single target damage output. Anyone but Impact, great. He's going to snipe them. His Qs will deal 600 damage or so. He even has a static shift burst to follow up. That's all wonderful, but you can't burst a Renekton. And this is part of the reason Impact is getting untouched in these fights.
Well, we'll see how well it works out for them. Once again, Gamma Bears are stacking up in this mid lane. Steak and Impact, they were going toe-to-toe for a while. But you see now Impact has dived in. Dominus is channeling. Steak still yet to use Dragon's Descent. Tidal Wave comes in from the background. Does manage to catch two Sword Art, and NL in trouble. That was a good Stranglethorns, but NL is down. That's a lot of Gamma Bears damage. Removed Wins is going to be the second kill of the fighters. Now they turn onto Sword Art. That's going to be a triple kill for Piglet. If they can get some CC onto Maple, he'll be in trouble. And we do see him actually flashing forward, but Maple was able to get away. We did see Steak going down in the background, but this is an exposed inhibitor that SKT will secure.
This is going to be a very, very easy win for these guys. And if they want, they really could go for Baron afterwards. The inhibitor goes down. They say,
they're going
no,
for
we've
the
got
finish.
Minions instead. They might be able to get this.
There are minions pouring in from behind them. They land the charm. Maple is down. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out, and the Gamma Bears are going to drop 0-1 in this best-of-3 series.
This is a 33-minute game, and SKT are one Nexus away for being one of the top 4 teams in the World Championship here for Season 3. A team that got thrown together just a few months ago, and they're already poised to take the entire world.
SK Telecom playing slower, and I think feeling out their opponents, the Gamma Bears. As it stood in those lanes, we didn't see too many aggressive moves, and we actually seen NL and Sword Art doing very well against Piglet and Pumandu, but just couldn't build the lead for the Gamma Bears.
Yeah, and that's just the sort of, they didn't get the option to make a lot of plays. The run for Dragon was very smart, it was well timed, they had pushed the mid laner out and knew that with the core damage dealer gone in the mid game, then great, they can go take a global objective. And the actual laning mechanics were pretty good for the Bears. Okay, there was a gank without a ward, that was a little bit rough. Eventually the bottom lane turnaround, that was a little bit rough, but there was a pretty good early game for the Bears. They just couldn't find more things to do, which was a big weakness.
Yeah, I definitely think that Wins is going to need to make those ganks work, because I feel like he tried about 4, 5, 6 times during the early stages of the game, but just didn't really get anything, impactful or meaningful. We're going to throw this one over to Riv and the gang for a breakdown of SKT's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And as the players alike start talking about what happened in the game, we as well are going to start discussing it a little bit here on the analyst desk. And right out of Champion Select, as usual, we kind of see some different things. Jarvan being left open, but the Vi pick up there. Piglet getting his AD carry in the bottom lane. But most of all, Gamma trying to show a little bit something new as well.
To break down picks and bans a little bit, coming into today, I didn't know whether T1 would be trying to maybe create some fear in other teams by picking out, maybe using some more different champions. But this is SK Telecom through and through. Nami, Caitlyn, their bread and butter lane. The team has about a 90% win rate when they use those champions. We have the Vi, which we saw Bengi bringing out in the Champions Summer Final. And, of course, Ahri for Faker and Renekton up in top lane. So it's pretty much as standard as you'd expect from this team. What was really confusing to me was Gamma Bears banning out Aatrox.
Right.
Now, we did see SKTT1 play Aatrox against Gaming Gear in groups, but that was the first time a professional Korean team has ever played that champion. So
maybe the last time.
Maybe the last time too.
Ban that out.
It did confuse me somewhat as to why that was such a high priority
and that
ban.
victory with Aatrox was actually against the gaming gear. Not
Yeah.
to take anything away from it, but obviously they almost got in their head a little bit with the homework that they did. It was almost a ban that they put to the wayside.
Yeah, it was strange.
And one thing I want to point out about Gamma Bears is that NL and Sword Art actually did really well in lane. They almost killed Piglet. He lived with like 10 HP, and they were ahead like 15 to 20 CS throughout lane phase until they made a misstep, got 3v1 dove by the Vi when the Zyra wasn't there. And another thing that really caught me as a surprise was the fact that Piglet and Pumandu consistently got chunked or caught as the teamfight would start. And that's actually why Cassidy was almost in that game. He got 2 kills, but he was so far down in lane. He was like 80 CS down from Faker because Faker's a god.
I mean, coming into that too, usually when we see that Nami Caitlyn lane, they 2v1 it. And so I guess I was a bit confused. You want to use that lane because of Caitlyn's range and the power-up from Tidecaller's Blessing. You can really chunk a solo laner hard and take that turret very quickly. So I was not too thrilled seeing the 2v2 matchup, but I guess SK Telecom felt pretty confident. But I think NL and Sword Art did a great job in lane.
I pretty much agree there. I think a 2v1 would have been more optimal for them. While this is the bread and butter SKT comp, I don't feel like Gamma Bears was outpicked at all. I think they had the means to deal with SKT1, and there were a few holes left in strategy-wise by SKT1. The Gamma Bears, if they executed what they did a little more mechanically correct, then they actually had a chance at winning this, because against this team, Cassin can snowball pretty hard.
And this is the second time that I've seen Shyvana top this tournament, the first one being Darien. And I'm really not sold on it because the first time he played it with TF, I don't see synergy there. And this time he played it with Kassadin. I see no synergy between Shyvana and Kassadin. I feel like the old Ori-Shyvana combo is really strong, or potentially just like, I don't know, I just don't see...
Something else that brings crowd control.
Yeah, exactly.
He could have become like an unkillable monster at one point, though. That's what Shyvana does. It's really hard to deal with once he ramps up and has a lot of base damage. Problem was he got caught in lane. He actually flashed out, walked back in, and the jungle got him, which he should have known. With the aggression coming out from the enemy top laner, he should have known that he was probably getting ganked.
Yeah, let's steer this towards the jungle because I want to talk about Bengi here.
Yeah.
He really performed very well. He got that first blood in the top lane, and when you get a first blood as a jungler, you just feel like you won the jackpot because usually you're a very poor, a poor man on the team. But Bengi really put his money to interesting use here. He rushed home guards, upgraded into mobility boots, and bought an Oracles on top of that. So that's 0 combat stats. It's all about him making that first blood money be felt across the entire map by Gamma Bears. He uses the mobility boots to go clear out all the vision, and then he uses that information that he now has to gank lanes where there's no possible way for a counter gank. And that's all that Vi needs. As long as Vi can get off her ultimate into a vault breaker, that's the most CC that anyone in any of those lanes needs to take out a kill when they have the man advantage.
Now, that came back to haunt them a little bit because when they were doing turret dives with
kind of
Vi,
squishy.
later on, he wasn't exactly holding up because we were looking up that it's like, that's a 1475 gold investment in your shoes.
Plus an Oracles on top.
Yeah,
so
and the
even
pink
more.
wards he was buying as well. So
It actually reminds me a lot of Season 2, where you'd see a lot of those Alistars roaming around with mobility boots. Although an Alistar would have his ulti to make the dives a little easier. I don't really agree with the investment. I think if Vi can still manage, especially with vault breaking over walls, can still manage to find paths not warded, or just 1 or 2 pink wards could suffice. I think, as Mondi said, that amount of gold on just your shoes is a little bit too much.
I like to see this difference in jungling styles because, like, coming from NA where everyone's just trying to imitate Meteos, this, like, Bengi will give away every one of his blues. He'll buy these kind of support-ish items like Oracles, and he'll go back to, like, Season 2 throwback. But, you know, in NA, the jungler takes the blue, the jungler buys selfish items, takes your CS. Bengi didn't, like, take any lane CS, really.
All right, we'll see if they can do what they can do in those lanes. We've got to take a quick break right now, but when we return, it is Game 2 between SKT and the Gamma Bears. But first, is it better to win your way out of group stage or get a bye directly into the quarterfinals? So far, the results have been mixed, and so are the opinions of tonight's competitors.
제가 생각하기에는 좀 분석보다는 게임을 많이 하는 쪽이 좀 더 유리한 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 뭐 저희가 좀 자만했었던 것도 있고 그런 것 때문에 좀 경기를 하면서 그런 것도 좀 이제 풀어 나갔고 그렇기 때문에 좀 좀 경기를 좀 더 많이 하는 게 좋지 않을까.
而且我们毕竟是还没开始打，他们还没看我们比赛，而且基本上我觉得我们队伍资料应该算比较少，因为毕竟我们是算干成比较少时间队伍，所以我觉得这是我们有利的地方。
我觉得应该我们比较占有一点小优势吧，因为毕竟我们来得早，然后我们的调整时差方面的状态肯定也比他们调整的好一点。
我觉得一半一半吧，他们能打这么多局，手会很热，就很有那个比赛的状态。但是我们就能分析他们最新的录像，他们不知道我们最近玩了什么新阵容，我们肯定会跟以前不一样，但是他们的新阵容我们已经看到了。头发我大概留了半年了吧，自然卷，所以长长就会变这样。台湾的观众都觉得很可爱。
I love that little introduction. Steak's hair is even better than Charu's hair from CS.
It's true.
And welcome back to the League of Legends.
Who is the number? I don't know what comes through here because Ahri, I think, is still a big pick for Maple so that he can start making moves in the mid game. And Thresh is huge because if you give that Sword Art NL lane Thresh, you can actually have them start winning the lane with kills and not just a little bit of CS.
Well, we'll see how it works out because as it stands, Ahri and Zed are still available. And I think what SKT are doing with that Renekton ban is saying, well, you can only ban one of those and we'll probably lock in the other one. So we'll see how this first couple of picks goes, Renekton being that final ban from SKT.
Oh, it is going to be the Zed, and actually the Shen comes through here. Now, this is actually interesting because every game in the group stage, when SKT had first pick, they would insta-lock Ahri. If it was available, it was always Ahri here. So the Shen coming through, plus the Renekton ban actually is really smart because they said, all right, now you have to really give us one of these champions as well. Ahri, it's interesting that we see Elise here. Now, Thresh is not the most common pick for Mandu. SKT's let that come through the group stage a number of times, but he's still run the champion before. And like I keep hyping up Sword Art here, but I really think that Thresh is an important pick here that has to be dealt with.
Well, neither of these champions have been locked in just yet. For the Gamma Bears, Ahri was one of Maple's most played champions in the mid lane, and they do actually secure it. So with that Ahri and the Elise, we know that wins in Maple most likely going to be on very comfortable, mobile, assassin-y type champions. And we'll see who else they round out the composition with as far as that tankiness is concerned.
And here's Bengi on the Lee Sin as well, which is just such a good pick for him. Bengi's so mechanically good, and putting someone like that on Lee Sin lets him make a whole heck of a lot of plays. And this is now SKT's team, is they are able to just make plays. Anyone who gets a pick can get a Channel. Everyone who gets a pick can set up someone else for a kill. These guys have a lot of long-range engage potential here. So this is still SKT picking a very Arcel's team comp. And I'm going to have to guess that's Support Annie here.
That would be my first guess as well. And I know that Support Annie is something we've actually discussed at length over on the analyst desk. And, you know, Crepo is leaning more towards disliking it and can see the strengths that it offers. But we'll have to see how well Sword Art can make this work. Because as it stands, Piclet's considering playing Ezreal. And, you know, if Ezreal can just Arcane Shift away while the stun is in air or before Tibbers lands, it's going to be difficult to be impactful in that lane.
That's generally going to be incredibly difficult to do, though. It's really hard for you to reflex an Incinerate or a Tibbers. If you stun with Q, then yeah, it's like a free Arcane Shift and it's no big problem. But generally speaking, it'll be hard to dodge Annie's stuns without seeing it coming. But what I'm curious to see, though, is the analysis on Support Annie is that you want a 2v1 mid, but Ahri's not the best like side lane 1v2 champion.
And not only that, but Faker is going to be playing Lissandra here for, I believe, the first time at the World Championship. So going to be very interested to see how this SKT composition plays out. I kind of feel like they're lacking a little bit in the damage side of things. That Ezreal and Lissandra, don't get me wrong, they deal damage, but it's not a Ahri, Elise, Annie, Varus, and probably, you know, Rumble if they add that as well.
This is a nice comp here, I think, more for Germania Bears right now, especially with the Rumble lock-in. That is a champion that we have seen Stake play before. And honestly, the last time I saw this comp from them, it had Varus, but it was Orianna in the mid lane. And Orianna's still available, but they said, you know what, Annie's going to bring enough area of crowd control down. We'll be able to run Ahri some like low crowd control and still make the Rumble work. And I like this Bears comp in terms of team fighting. I think they have the playmaking they need in the mid game for Maple, which was their weakness last time. Maple and Wins together can make a lot of things happen, and then they can run it all together for a team fight. Whereas, as you mentioned for SKT, you're right, their damage is pretty low. These guys, I think, are going to need an early game lead in order to keep winning team fights.
They do have an immense ability to control the team fights,
yes,
though. With that Shen being ever present, with Lissandra's ridiculous amount of utility, that's definitely going to play into their favor. So the game is loading up. There is about 20 seconds left on the clock before we get into this one. And, you know, it's all in the line here for the Gamma Bears. They were the underdogs coming into this matchup, and you have to give props for the very early stages of the game. But Wins needs to make his ganks count in this one in order to help snowball Gamma Bears and get them, you know, pushing forward proactively.
And it's going to be, I think a lot of this does rest on the early game overall. And just sort of to point something out for fun, Sword Art's Runes and Masteries, 21 offense on support Annie, AP Quince, dude wants to do a bunch of damage to you early on, but that's what it's going to be on because he has, you know, no movement speed, no gold generation. He's going to go broke or kill a bunch of things. It's going to be one of those two options, though.
Yeah, go big or go home. And that's literally what's going to happen. They either go big in this game and force the decider, or they literally pack the bags and fly back, as this could be the end of the Gamma Bears tournament. We'll be loading up in just a second. And the one thing that I'm a little nervous about is that 4 out of the 5 members of the Gamma Bears are ability power or magic-based damage. So if SKT can prioritize some of those Spirit Visages, Banshees, Veils, it's going to be very, very difficult for the rest of the team that's not NL to clean up fights.
And that's an important thing that you point out here, actually, because you've got a top lane Shen, remember. You've got Impact here, who gets to go first item Spirit Visage, have 20% cooldown reduction on his Stand United, and keep showing up to keep making plays for these guys. So here we are into the Rift, Game 2.
So, Game 2 loaded up. This time around, SK Telecom are wearing the blue trunks. And, of course, the Gamma Bears are in the red. We'll have to see how well they can take charge of this matchup. I do prefer the damage options for Gamma, but if they are unable to kill through the shields of Lee Sin and Shen and the invulnerability of Lissandra, you can have all the damage in the world if you can't make it all stick to the right targets.
I'll see if they can land enough crowd control together here, Gamma Bears. The early battle line's drawn. No big deal.
I think Wins through the spider the opposite direction to throw SKT off. Yeah. Because I was like, the thing's going the wrong way, dude. All right, now Gamma Bears backing away from the river. SKT, they've got a little bit of a ward over by the red buff side, and this spiderling does manage to find SKT out. So they'll be aware of their positioning as Gamma Bears, once again with a more of a defensive start here.
Yeah, so this little piglet's going to go back into his own jungle. Nope. Maybe? Okay, he is. I got it right. And here actually is going to be the lane matchup situation, because I feel like Varus Annie has so much poke and the ability to turn around and all in from Thresh that life's going to get difficult for the SKT duo lane. Notice that the Bears are already set up here to be in lane. They're already prepared to do all kinds of funky things, right? Early pink ward on the tri-brush. They're trying to come into this unspotted. Oh, that blind hook.
But we do see Sword Art has his stun available, and you see that Pumandu realized he did not want none of that. Does manage to back away. That position revealed, and I think Gamma Bears a little bit of early vision on that side of the map. Impact and Bengi now going to start off on the blue side. Well, it looks like Wins may actually be soloing that red buff. Actually, he's got the help of Stake, so they're both starting on the top half of the map.
And that's interesting because neither team got deep enough wards to know where people were starting. Anytime you start the jungle with only your top laner, you risk getting invaded, you risk bad things happening to you, and neither side capitalized on that. They both got away with the risk. There's the battle on Pumandu early on!
Oh, they've got him out. Ignite is ticking. NL decides not to flash for this one. Flash and barrier available, but that's a lot of damage, and Pumandu is eating through his consumables.
He's going to have to chug a lot of those, but honestly, he started out with just potions and wards, and Mandu will be back to full health pretty soon. Sword Art's going to run low on mana while charging up the stun.
Ignite was burned by Sword Art's Annie rather. So not going to have that available if they decide to jump on Pumandu and Piglet. As it stands, once again, NL and Sword Art with the early lane control thanks to that trade. NL doing the best he can to pull ahead as far as the CS.
And what I'm going to sort of watch as well is how much of that CS goes to Sword Art in order to get those mana-less costs. But look at that. The early pink ward allows Wins to get through. Bengi knows this is already poised to counter gank.
Well, we'll see how well these ganks work. Wins unable to secure kills in the previous game, whereas Bengi did get first blood with his Jungle Vi. The hook catches NL. Rumandi goes forward. The flash comes out. Now NL is going to have his barrier available. Does pop it, but it's not going to be enough. In the background, Wynn's doing the best he can to trade. Now Bengi is sticking to him. Sonic Wave, can it catch? That is the question. It does! He follows up. Sword Art's in trouble. 100 HP. The volatile Spiderling goes down. The Cocoon does not connect.
This could be 3.
Gets a safeguard shield. We do see the Sonic Wave gets dodged by the Repel. Wynn's lands down. Does get taken out. And that's a 3-for-0 in favor of SKT.
Amazing play by these guys. At the end of it, they donated the kill to Piglet just to give him double buffs and that extra gold. Really nice hook there by Manju. I'm glad for SKT that they picked the Thresh up early on, because you make plays like that and everyone gets really sad when they start dying.
Well, 2-0-1 on Piglet's Ezreal. He's going to have a massive spike in power as Impact is also building ahead in the CS. Look how cheeky that is. Arcane Shift and Mystic Shot, and then just takes the Lantern out, and Piglet says, what you gonna do? I've got red, I've got blue, and he's gonna continue piling down the damage onto NL and Sword Art.
My buffs are red, my buffs are blue. When I throw Mystic Shots, I don't have a rhyme.
It was a good attempt nonetheless, as now Maple and Faker
They'll hit you?
are trading damage back and forth here. Maple, 2 CS behind that of Faker's Lissandra. And he's going to have a lot of mobility to deal with the damage that Faker has. Wins on the sideline, no red or buffs available for him. So Faker, as long as he doesn't get caught by too much CC, he can just use that claw to get out clean.
If they're going to go in at all, it'll probably be off of a cannon minion or anytime Faker goes in for one of these last hits. But you just notice how safely Faker's able to play. Wins not having flash, can't go for like a flash cocoon to at least force the summoners out of Faker. There's just no way that Wins gets into range in time. Faker doesn't hug any of those walls.
Well, do you see that Faker's using the range of Lissandra? Going to be throwing out those shards and the splash damage associated. We do see that Stake and Impact now continue to farming up, but Stake is half the CS down. Impact Shen already at 37 to Stake's 18. There is a decent wave in front of him, but as it stands, and lane heavily in favor of Impact once again.
And that is actually a massive lead. Rumble can, do okay with just experience and not much gold, but that kind of a lead is going to let Shen, just like last time for Impact, ignore the enemy back line and just tank forever here. This is a ticking time bomb that I don't think the Bears really want to deal with here. This is dangerous.
Well, with that overheat and flame splitter, there's a lot of damage going onto Impact. So if Stake is able to get some assistance from Maple or from Wins, maybe a kill can swing that lane a little bit more in his favor. As it stands, Piglet, with all of that gold he's accrued, is just spamming out, making use of the buffs that he's got in lane, and just trying to maintain control. And Wins, basically just farming up lane tax here. He's stuck in this lane for the last sort of minute or so, and he's not really having an impact. He's 10 CS to 24. It's not making ganks. As it stands, Bengi does jump onto Stake. Doesn't have his Dragon's Rage available. You see the shield coming up from Stake. He pops down the Equalizer just to clear out some of the waves and just continue farming, but not entirely convinced that was needed.
That wasn't. He wasn't going to have the damage to turn that fight back around, unfortunately. Wins, yeah, they spawned, bro. You can take those away. So at least that was smart, though. Wins, you can clearly still a good player here by going for the counter jungling, spotting out that Bengi was on that side of the map. But of course, by doing this, Wins ran through a ward himself, and Bengi steals away a big golem. So both these guys happy to steal with vision, and
Now Stake is in trouble. We do see the resonating strike follows through Stake. He's burning on the HP. Ignite is ticking down as well. Impact forced to fall backwards, and with the aid of the tower, Stake does survive, but he manages to get out. And you imagine, if Equalizer is available there, maybe could have turned that one around. Maybe could have set up some kills. Piglet, now with the buffs worn off, he's pushing the way basically with the aid of his minions.
Yeah, but mind you that Stake had already gone back to base one time already, had to go back again just from those ganks right here, and now you're seeing pressure on the bottom side of the map as well. These, unlike last game where the duo lane had a really good early lead and the Bears almost took some kills, the Bears almost took a kill, but they're losing in minion kills pretty rapidly, in addition to all the champion kills. And mind you, Piglet hasn't even had to go back to base just yet, so he's sitting on a mountain of cash right here, 2,100 gold. And you're just going to see Piglet be able to take over the game if he wants to. That damage we were concerned about, he's going to have it.
Yeah, we see right now, NL, with that first recall, he comes back and look at that True Shot Barrage plus every other ability there from Piglet, connecting and dropping him down to half HP. Remember, Sword Art does not have any GP10 on his runes or masteries. He went all in for that ability power, and Sword Art falling further behind. That early game kill potential of the Annie has not been made use of just yet.
And look at the build that even Mondi went for here. Early boost of speed to help create catches as well. The SKT lineup are going aggressive with this one. Piglet has finally gone back to base for some items, but you're gonna see them keep trying to make plays. Bengi, even without a ton of kill gold, okay, 1 kill and assist, again boost mobility, again trying to make plays. This time though, just a little bit too late for the blue buff.
Well, blue buff was secured there by Maple, so maybe the additional spamming power of that mana and CDR can work in their favor. Mandu hanging out on the side. They're trying to set up a death sentence over the wall. Now, there's no vision in that tri-bush there for the Gamma Bears, so they've got to be a little careful as that lane is definitely pushing against the SKT tower, so it's risky for Gamma to be that far up.
It just allows them to recall back, though. I don't think they had a ward that spotted that Bengi had gone there, but generally speaking, they knew that SKT's dual lane hadn't gone back yet, just got the quick shove, which will allow them to equalize items a little bit here, but there's just such an item difference. Instead, though, it's the ward control game now turn on for SKT. It's them saying, all right, mid-game's begun, we're ahead, let's start taking objectives.
Well, we do see that Bengi and Pumandu are hanging around in the river. They were putting some wards down, and they have started this one off, both of which are level 6. Faker's coming to help out, and Gamma Bears are going to have to start wondering where are our lane opponents, but it doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to get there in time to contest. Dragon number 1 of Game 2 is secured by SKT.
This is a good start for these guys. The Koreans looking poised to 2-0 this match if they can keep it going. You've seen this battle now between Stake and Impact.
Oh, do you see the trades going back and forth? The Equalizer goes out, clears the wave down, and Stake managing to at least hold on to a 10 CS deficit. He forces Stake backwards. There's not really kill potential from either of those champions just yet. Spirit of Visage, Spectre's Cowl picked up that by Impact, working towards that Spirit Visage.
Yeah, and you're going to see Impact not really take damage for the rest of his landing phase. He's got a lot of health sustain, he's got the shield, and of course the cowl as well for the magic resist. So it's going to be a difficult life for Stake, which is okay as Rumble to just sit there and free farm. It just depends on how well he can last it, because here comes Bengi!
Oh, Bengi once again comes in. Dragon's Rage goes backwards. Sonic Wave does connect, follows up with the resonating. One more auto attack. Bengi and Impact just picking up an easy kill onto Stake.
A good job at Bengi disturbing the piece right there. He's not going to let that guy free farm. They're just going to force the issue. Good taunt flash, though, by Impact to set that up. And here's another one in mid with Shen.
Here comes Stand United. Maple is going to do the best he can to get away. Flashes the taunt. Spirit Rush is not available. Will be in a few seconds. Faker follows the Claw of Doom to end Maple's life. Now the Death Sentence connects onto Sword Art. He tries to flash away. True Shot Barrage into Arcane Shifters. Piglet and Pumandu pick up a kill. And do you see the shield going up? But that's out of tower range. Pumandu, 210 HP, is able to scare NL away.
Just about a half-second late and actually casting the ultimate that would have been a kill secured right here. And you can just see the harass Faker can do. He knows Winds can't kill him off in the minion wave and puts himself in danger just for no good reason. And now Bengi, you're seeing, knowing that the enemy junglers in the mid lane, says, I can steal away the golems. Realizes they actually weren't cleared since last time he counter jungle, and says, fine, I'll go back to base.
Alright, just decides to recall. Gonna go up to those double golems as it stands. You can see him moving on the minimap. And once again, SKT find themselves 5,000 gold ahead. This time at the 12-minute mark. This match's early game has been significantly more in favor of the Korean powerhouse, and there's no more room for error here if you're a Gamma Bears member. You cannot afford to give away more kills or more gold. Mechanically, they're keeping up fairly even in CS.
Sure.
They just haven't made the plays count.
And that's always been sort of the issue is kind of, I feel like the days are gone of teams that could sit there passively, give up a kill or a dragon once in a while and just say, we'll play for late game. The teams that come back are the teams that actually make plays, create openings, and get some kills back in their favor. But unfortunately, it's Bengi the one who's making all the plays here. Bears are looking for mid, I just don't know.
Oh, that is a flash cocoon. It doesn't manage to land as Maple saves the charm. Does catch it out onto Bengi, but flash burned from Winds there. And actually nothing really earned. Faker was able to get out. This time around the death sentence doesn't land. NL is safe for the time being.
And that was just a straight up dodge. Even though that was probably the right play to try to go for, not only was Bengi already there, but the cocoon missed. Bengi's still running around. Early Sightstone as well for him. So this actually helps Bengi make ganks happen, knowing no counter gank is here, even though they're already ahead in gold.
We do see Bengi continues to roam around the jungle here. We do see that Faker is joining him, so probably just going to wait for this blue buff to spawn up, or they may be deciding to go for a tower dive. This is going to be a 4v3 in the bottom lane.
This is going to be very successful for SKT. In fact, the turret likely not be enough.
We'll see how this works out. There comes the Claw of Doom. They land the massive Glacial Doom, and that's just melted. Double kill for Faker. He does get shut down by the Ignite, and the Tibbers of Sword Art in the background, and NL, with the aid of the tower, forces Pumandu to flash. but that was just instant burst in conjunction with that True Shot Barrage.
It's a really, really nice play by these guys. The early steps on helping that one. The dive!
It's not over yet. Piglet and Bengi go forward. NL's the first victim, is now Bengi and Piglet turn onto Maple. They carry on chasing. Maple doesn't have Spirit Rush available. Piglet getting the movement speed from the Phage there. Is going to able to sidestep. Mystic Shot doesn't connect, and it does allow SKT to get out cleanly, but another kill on the board onto NL.
Good dive there by SKT overall. I actually like Piglet. He Mystic Shot it, expecting Maple to dodge, but Maple didn't dodge far enough down to make it connect. He actually led his target, though.
We do see the chomp goes out, that doesn't connect. Maple now forced a little bit backwards. Here comes Wins from the side, there's no smite available. He picks up a kill, that's onto Bengi. Now it turns onto Pumanu, the Cocoon slowed him down, and look at that box slow. Immensely powerful and allows Pumanu to get away. Blue buff has been started and this will be secured by Maple, so at least another kill on the board, and importantly, blue buff for Maple.
Definitely a good job by the Bears. This is, by the way, I think Maple's first blue buff of the game, or sorry, of the tournament, I believe, in fact. But that's really good there by the Bears, turning around fights. NL surviving the tower dive initially and getting one for it. It was Maple coming back and trying to get another one as the dive continued. The team showing up for the blue buff. The Bears have started to make some actual aggressive moves in terms of looking for fights, but they've got to keep doing this to pull themselves back in. SKT are just going to continue to take ward control, continue to take buffs, and they've got to get punished for it for the Bears to have a chance.
Yeah, 8,000 gold is the difference between the two teams right now. We see Fakeout returning to this mid lane, 125 CS to the 110 of Maple's Ari. Bengi secures another buff for himself. He's currently 2-1-4. Death Sentence doesn't connect, as we do see Wynn's able to repel over to the red buff and gets out cleanly. But with an Oracles on the back pocket of Humandu's Thresh, they're getting real good vision control as you see Piglet and Impact on the top lane.
And I like pointing out what Mandu's done with his build right here. Actually, this could be a fight. It's going to be close.
Ignite is burning. Piglet is going to Arcane Shift away. Impact gets caught up by the Cocoon on the Equalizer. In the mid lane, the Tomb locks up Maple. He Spirit Rushes to the side. We do see in the background, Bengi comes in with the Sonic Wave to pick up the kill. Now, Stake running away as best as he can. He's burning from the Ignite. Wins in the background is going to fall victim as Sword Art is now being jumped on. He does get a stun down, but it's not enough as Piglet and Pumandu close out on Stake in the top lane, and they stack on the inner turrets.
This is really good for SKT. They're making much more aggressive moves than they were in the game one. This is a much more comfortable SK Telecom. We talked about them being a little bit slow when they first start out series, but it seems that they're such a strong team that starting out slow means they just won't win really fast. This time around, though, this could be interesting.
Such a corruption lance from NL doesn't follow up with anything else. Another tower falls. That's the third of the game. Faker will be securing this tower if he decides to. In fact, minions should be able to close this one out as well.
Yeah.
Unless anyone gets here in time. Doesn't look like it. And that's going to be 4 towers to 0 in favor of SK Telecom. 10,000 gold in the lead. And Stand United hasn't even been needed in those previous fights. It was so far ahead. Here's a replay of the mid lane.
So it's going to be Faker making a lot of just early bursts that can't be dodged here. And just the flash W guarantees. Bengi's stealing away, but no big deal. And this is just Mandu setting things up. He went boots of speed, but first Impact's getting caught.
So Impact is being chunked down. Stand United was used. In fact, now we see him. He taunts out over the wall. Feint is up. He's got a couple hundred hit points, 380. Still taking everybody on a walk. Just a matter of time before they close him down as Maple is joining from the side. The thing is, how long do they stand? He's still alive! Sonic Wave comes in. Impact runs! Impact is not dead! Impact gets away from 3 members of Gamma Bears. And now SK Telecom turn it on. The Claw of Doom comes in. They root Stake in place. That's a self-cast from Faker to slow down the Gamma Bears. They manage to pick up a kill. It's Impact that closes out Wins, and they turn the focus onto the rest of the Gamma Bears. There's a minion wave behind them. We'll see if they stick around for the tower.
And they've certainly got the ability to push if they want to, but some reasonably low health bars says SKT, you know, let's just take the safe objective here. We know that the Bears are stuck in their lane. We'll take a dragon and secure off this. And you're just seeing now how far ahead SKT are. They're warmed up. The Flame Spitter might have helped that happen. And now they're just ready to go.
Such a great pickup there. Second dragon of the game. Now 13,000 gold. And Impact ran away from 4 members of the Gamma Bears. He tanked them up. He even managed to re-engage on that fight and secure the killing blow onto Wynn's Elise. Wynn's Elise right now 1-4-1. He's behind on CS. And as we've highlighted, he's been present on the map, but he just hasn't made it count. Not like Bengi, 3-1-6 on that Elise. I believe this will continue his 100% win streak on Lee Sin here at the Worlds.
Definitely the case for these guys. And you're just sort of seeing the high skill level of the SKT members, right? Both of these junglers are skill shot based. okay, sure, you can jump in there with Repel, you can jump in there with Safeguard, but you still got to land the skill shots to make anything happen. And time and again, Bangear is making the openings, jumping in and kicking someone back, jumping in and diving a turret. Rush's non-combat items still has better record in fights.
Oh, here comes Faker. He has just melted Stake. And that was just a massive burst of damage.
That was just brutal right there. Actually rushing the Deathfire Grasp to give more burst damage out there. Again, accentuating the damage might be low, so I'll build damage items and destroy you anyway. And SKT just going to continue the siege. I don't think they even need to play the Baron dance. They've got enough damage out of it. They can play a siege game and close it out.
Tower number 5 secured. The rest of SKT group up in this mid lane, and now they turn their attention onto the first inhibitor turret. Even with the charm landing on Pumandu, the Orb of Deception does not. And SKT are in a commanding position right now. They have minions on the top lane, minions in the mid lane, and it's just a matter of time before they set their sights on one of these towers.
And they're going to look for the mid lane right now, actually. 5 members in there. Charm lands an impact. Might be a fight.
It's not the target you want, though. Tibbers goes down, doesn't catch any of the priority targets. Equalizer goes down, and most of SKT avoid it. Pumandu's going to be the first victim, as we see Shen unable to land, thanks to the Stand United. Bengi forced to flash over the wall, and SKT caught a little overcommitted. A single kill for Gamma Bears.
But think about what that fight could have been for Gamma Bears if they had actually used their cooldowns on someone who wasn't impacted. That is the single member of SK2 who is actually poised to take that kind of damage. Mandu died without Tibbers. He died without a lot of the initial burst from the Gamma Bears lineup. If these guys can actually get a real team fight, I mean, maybe this is overselling their chances here, but we've seen crazier comebacks, and the Bears have a team fight composition. If you've got to hope for the Gamma Bears, you hope for a well-executed 5v5.
Well, we'll see Piglet actually securing the blue buff this time round. Let's see, he's picked that up. He's going to return himself to the jungle, continues farming up those large buffs. Faker once again with a massive CS advantage, 220 to Maple's 133. Numbers are fairly close across the rest of the board, but with so many dragons and towers and global gold down, Gamma Bears are 14,000 gold behind. That's roughly 50% difference there that SKT is ahead, and we'll have to see how they decide to close this one out. Faker now with that Zhonya's Hourglass completed. He not only has the ability to use that Frozen Tomb on himself, he can follow it up with an Hourglass, and it's even more difficult to kill him because of all that additional invulnerability that he has.
And it's much more likely now for Faker to target someone with the ultimate there. He can just chain all his abilities down, basically wait for the cooldowns during the Zhonya's on himself, and basically remove Maple from the fight. Now realize that Maple still hasn't completed his own Deathfire Grasp, whereas Faker has his plus a Zhonya's. Like, let's just highlight how far ahead Faker is right now. A full item, 4,000 gold. Like, there's just such a massive lead here for SKT. They're walking bags of gigantic stats.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Gamma Bears to pull themselves out of this one. We do see Baron has been started. There is a ring of wards around the red buff area here, so SKT will be well aware of any sort of invade. The piercing arrow goes out. Baron down to 6,000 HP. Gamma Bears going to try to engage in this one. They've got no vision, though. That's a flash over the wall. Impact does catch him. Look at that massive damage from Impact. The Ring of Frost locks him up for a couple of seconds. Hourglass has not been used yet, as the first victim was Maple. Spear Rush not even used. Now the Hourglass by Faker keeping him alive. NL does throw down the barrier. In the background, Sword Art Ignite lands down the final tick of damage, but that is a 3 for 1. Gamma Bears get out, but Baron still stands, and it's just more control from SKT.
And look at the decisiveness of SKT. We actually talked about that in their Game 2 win over OMG, and they all came over the wall. They all bursted down right away. Maple did not get to do anything. Flash and Spirit Rush still available. Wasn't allowed to do that because Faker just deleted him in that team fight.
Well, there's one thing that we've learned from the 2 games that SKT have played here today, is that they are more than happy to pull you towards Baron. It's the old fake and switch and immediately jump on you. There was no hesitation to hop over that wall. Here's actually a replay of the fight.
So watch Maple here. You ready? The clock comes over, and the flash W into goodbye. Just completely bursted down. You don't get to flash or ult while rooted, so Faker didn't even have to stun his opponent. Smart of him to wait a little bit on that cooldown. The Zhonya's well timed. NL, I like the move there. He flashed, I think, a Q actually from Faker, but unfortunately didn't have anything else to do in that fight.
Couldn't get anywhere far enough away, only sitting on a Bloodthirster. You compare NL's Varus, Bloodthirster, Berserker's Greaves, in comparison to a Hex Drinker, a Cutlass, and a Trinity Force. That is an immense difference here. Piglet going with a slightly different Ezreal build than we've been seeing, but against so much magic damage, that Hex Drinker is probably one of the best items you can pick up.
I do really like that he stopped to pick that one up as well. And he doesn't like need Blade of the Ruined King, but it's a strong item, especially when you don't have a lot of other multiplication there, because you can't multiply the proc damage anyway, so screw it, just get the attack speed from the Trinity Force from the passive and just throw damage at them. It's not bad overall, but it just wouldn't be the most efficient. But it tells me also that SKT are likely to play a fairly short game here in their minds. 24 minutes, they're looking at the Baron dance again, and once again they've got ward coverage. They can take it down or they can jump over the wall.
So Stand United is available here for impact. He's not going to flash taunt this time round. He will piggyback taunt. Bengi is hanging out on the side. Piglet and Faker waiting to find a victim. Who's it going to be? Stake gets booted into the wall. The Claw of Doom goes up, but Faker doesn't follow it up. Bengi is alone on the enemy territory right now as we see. Here comes Stand United. Stake is the first victim of this fight in the background as he gets taken out by Piglet. Now Pumandu running interference and bringing the box in place. A decent chain of corruption is going to slow down Bengi, but that's a double kill for Piglet. Thanks to those Mystic shots, they're going to carry on chasing. Sawdart's going to be the third victim he has. Faker closes it out. Now NL way out of position. That's the third kill of the fight for Little Piglet. Now Maple's in trouble. Claw Doom goes out into the Ring of Frost, and that's 3 for Piglet, 2 for Faker. They're on the inhibitor turret. This could be game.
This is very likely to be the 2-0 here for SKT. They started the group stage 7-1. They're looking to end the quarterfinals 2-0. They've got to look forward to a best-of-5 against Najin Sword later on in the week. SKT really showing they are taking no prisoners here. Their decisiveness is here. Their decision-making is crisp. And they're playing some very good League of Legends.
Playing this one safe as well. Even with those minions, they don't decide to close it out. Here's a replay of the fight.
Yeah, so they jump in, and I like the decisiveness to actually wait here. They didn't actually just immediately jump in. No one went onto the equalizer. Once it's down, then SKT engages. Mandu gets caught out. That's not a big deal because he sets up the rest of the fight, and the front line is able to dive in there, make everything happen in that battle. So I like that they are able to all go in together, but also all wait around a little bit together and not take really silly risks. It's always been a strength of SKT, is they don't really take silly risks.
And you've also got to remember the zoning potential of that glacial path that is Lissandra's E, the ability to just roam. And when you see that thing coming at you, you panic. You're like, I don't want Faker or Lissandra to rock up here and lock me down. And Gamma Bears were backing away. As it stands, 20,000 gold difference between the teams. Inhibitor down in the top lane. Inhibitor exposed in the mid lane. It's really just up to SKT to decide to pull the trigger. You have to feel that Gamma Bears will be going down 0-2 here in their quarterfinal matchup.
There's a real good chance that happens here. SKT, I'm trying to think if there's ever a game I've seen them actually lose from having a lead. I think it's pretty uncommon. And here these guys go. They're looking up towards the mid lane. Of course, they've got an exposed inhibitor down there. I don't see why that wouldn't be their point of ingress. And they can sync up the Nexus with the top lane. The Superman is already pushing in.
Stand United and the box will be available very, very shortly as those cooldowns do begin to pop up and become clickable. Right now, SKT, they go onto the inhibitor. They're bashing this one down. The rest of the Gamma Bears are basically hanging around on the sidelines. We do see NL has been caught. He's been kicked backwards. That's NL dead to rights. Now Stake will be the next one to fall. Who gets the kill credit? It's Faker as Piglet picks up his second. Now Wins is getting dropped down as Sword Art in the background is crushed. A clean ace for SKT, and they're going to close this game out. They're on to the Nexus turrets, and SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semifinals.
Incredibly well played game by the Korean team, convincing 2-0 victory, warming up over the series, and then taking it home right here. 27 minutes, the Nexus goes down. Piglet didn't even die in that last game. 11-0 on that Ezreal. Gotta hand it to SKT. They definitely deserve this victory.
11-0-10 on Piglet's Ezreal. This is going to be an all-Korean semi-final. Najin Black Sword taking on SK Telecom T1, and that's a matchup that is going to be awesome to watch. But what a controlled performance here from SKT. They started a little slow, they respected their opponents, and once they got that lead, they never let it go.
And I actually have to compliment their champion select here as well, because they ran a bit of a different team. But so I actually want to point out something kind of specific, though, because I think it explains how they're able to win the late game so well. Once they were on blue team, they picked a lineup where every single one of them could jump over the wall and participate in the "you're trying to stop us at Baron, oh no, you're not going to" team fight. And the only guy who couldn't easily, which was Mandu's Thresh, was the one waiting outside the pit, waiting to hook someone in. This was actually orchestrated. The end game plan was actually orchestrated from Champion Select. SK2 knew they could fall back on this one to close the game out, and then their decisiveness in those team fights, jumping over and picking things off, was really well done.
Yeah, they just switch it on at a moment's notice. There's no hesitation at all here from SKT when they want to just pull that trigger and take somebody out. And I do not think I have seen a Lissandra burst people down that immensely before. I know I've seen a fair number of Lissandra games. That Deathfire Grasp into the Frozen Tomb, it obliterated Stakes Rumble.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen when you're Faker, when you're that far ahead in your lane. To be honest, I think there's some good players on the Gamma Bears side, but this was definitely an individual skill mismatch, especially in the mid and top lanes. Like we talked about NL and Sword Art being good, and they did very, very, very well against one of the best teams in the world. You've got to compliment these guys for that performance, but Faker just got ahead. One time, okay, he's fighting Cassidy, and Cassidy loses lane. Other time, just obliteration here against Ari, who we see almost all the time. Impact, same.
And it was the same actually in the early stages of the matchup. You know, Faker taking on Maple, they were even for the longest time. And once Faker got ahead, he then just accelerated further. There was no slowdown. You know, once he started getting up to tempo, getting up to pace, I believe he was about 100 CS ahead at around about the 20-minute mark, 21-minute mark, which is a massive number.
And that's what SKT does, both in terms of the mechanics of minion killing, but also in team fighting. Once they say they're confident, once they get word control, they're going to go after you. They're going to pick up kills and snowball the game.
Well, guys, now we know our first semi-final matchup of the Season 3 World Championship. It is a Korean showdown between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Swords.
And remember, if you want to watch those two teams fight it out for a trip to the finals live at the Galen Center, head over to lolesports.com/tickets for details.
All right, let's send it over to Shox, who is hanging out on stage with SKT's jungler, Bengi.
Thank you very much, Freak. First off, congratulations, of course, Bengi. Awesome performance here. You guys didn't have that much time to prepare for this. How were you able to prepare for the Gamma Bears?
벤기 선수 일단 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 가마 베어스 상대로 준비할 시간이 길지 않았을 텐데 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 연습 도와준 로얄 팀에 고맙다고 전하고 싶고 열심히 준비했어요. 스크림 하면서.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Royal who helped us prepare. We scrimmed against him, and I'd like to thank him. And we prepared hard.
And that showed you went with Vi and then Lee Sin in the second game. How was your matchup against Wins in the jungle?
첫 경기에는 바이로 하셨고 두 번째 경기는 리신을 플레이하셨는데 상대편 정글러인 윈스랑 어떠셨나요?
일단 좀 저를 좀 많이 파악하신 것 같더라고요. 처음에 딜교환을 실패해가지고 좀 불리하게 가서 마음이 조급했는데 운 좋게 탑에서 킬을 딸 수 있어서 게임이 쉽게 풀렸던 것 같아요.
I think Wins had a good scouting report on me. He knew me really well. So the first encounter versus him, I kind of messed up. So I felt in a hurry, but I did pretty well in the top lane. So that helped me.
So this means that you guys are going to the semifinal, and there you're meeting a team you know quite well, Najin Black Sword. What's your impression of their current form?
오늘 승리하셔서 이제 4강에 진출하시게 되셨는데 4강에서 이제 본인도 매우 잘하는 나진이랑 붙게 되셨습니다. 나진이 지금 현재 폼이 어느 정도인가요?
최근에는 스크림을 잘 안 해서 모르겠는데 일단 제일 마지막으로 스크림 했을 때는 정말 잘하는 팀이었고 서로를 너무 잘 알아서 걱정이 많이 되는 팀이에요.
Even though we haven't really scrimmed against them recently, the last time we scrimmed against them, they were really good, and we know each other really well. So yeah, they're formidable.
All right, well, thank you very much. Give it up one more time for Bengi and SK Telecom T1. Thank you very much. Looking forward to that semifinal. As for us, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Riv and the guys at the analyst desk are going to break down SKT's dominant victory. Plus, the Evil Geniuses jungler Snoopy will join us to share his thoughts on Worlds so far. And then, it's time for our second quarterfinal match of the night as China's two tournament teams take to the Rift. It's Royal Club versus OMG. So stick around. The Season 3 World Championship will be right back.
I just have to.
Welcome back to Season 3 World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up, it's our second quarterfinal fight between Royal Club and OMG. But right now, I was almost locked. I was almost doomed, ladies and gentlemen. It's Evil Genius's Snoopy. He was staring me down. I was worried.
Well, to be fair, you actually caught a second win. Like, he came in halfway through and then started staring at me, so that's a bit cheating, to be honest.
No, I did you, man. I outstared you.
I have these guys as backup in the audience. They watched some of it, and you were just cheating.
So you've been here pretty much the whole time. What were your takes on the group stages? Did the teams that got through, were you expecting that from the outset when we had the regionals back in Europe?
Oh, definitely not, actually. I thought Fnatic were a good team, but I didn't expect them to come out so strong. Like, we played them through the entire split, for example, at Gamescom. And up until Gamescom, they were a good team, but they weren't like standards, like leagues above anyone else. And then following, I don't know what they did between Gamescom until Worlds, but they must have practiced hard, and they said they did, and it definitely shows they're doing really, really well at this tournament.
And obviously they've got through to the semi-finals now. Do you think they've got it in them to go all the way? And do you think, obviously, the other teams, we've just seen SKT, T1 going through, OMG Royal coming up as well. We've already got Najin Sword in there. Do you think anyone out there that could possibly stop them?
I think it's still up in the air. I don't think anyone's like a clear winner right now. I think OMG had a really solid performance through groups, but everyone thinks that Royal's going to do what they did before and then stop OMG in their tracks again. If they're going to do that, we'll find out. I think Fnatic's, they've got a little bit of momentum behind them right now, but they're not getting too confident. They're very down to earth, and they realize that there's still a long way to go before they're actually in the finals. So I think they're down to earth about it, yeah.
And has there been any players here that have caught your eye and you just thought, wow, I wasn't expecting him to play like that, or somebody that surprised you that previously to this tournament you just, I mean, there's a lot of great players here, let's not go, but anyone that's completely surprised you?
I would say, like, obviously, like, Faker's an exceptional player, and everyone has the Faker hype train, but Putsu, or Pushu?
Pushu, yeah,
Pushu?
we've been calling him Pushu.
Yeah, so I think he actually stood up above quite a lot of people for me. I think he had a fantastic performance. He kind of was in the shadow of Reckles throughout the entire split and back in Europe, but coming out here, he actually proved himself on an international stage, and I think he very much deserves his position in the team. He's a solid player and been really solid games. And I think he's actually one of the guys that was carrying Fnatic, not exactly only PK, to be honest.
And if you had to put your money down, who would you put down as the team that's going to win everything?
I'll have to stay with my home crowd in Europe, so I'm gonna go Fnatic, and I really think those guys can take it. But the crowd appreciates that as well.
And final question, obviously, you're a player yourself. How does it feel to be here and not taking part in this awesome Season 3 World Championships?
It absolutely sucks. It's still too soon, Lee. Still too soon. Actually, it's the same thing last year when we got to the semi-finals as well, and it was me. I was in Gambit there, and then we went to the Galen Center and we were in seeing TPA and Frost play last year. It was the same kind of feeling when you're sitting there and you're not on that stage and you came so close. Same thing here. We came so close to being here at group stages, and we just didn't quite make it. But what can you do?
Yeah, well, exactly the same, unfortunately, for Crepo and Double Lift, who are back there and have said exactly the same things. Thank you very much for the discussion. So let's send it over to the guys at that desk and see how exactly they feel about SKT's impressive performance.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And indeed, an impressive performance. We saw, again, in picks and bans, it just seemed to kind of fall in the bread and butter comfort zone of SKT as they came out very strong. And to think this is Faker's first pro game with Lissandra. He did it with Riven coming out in a pro game, and now Lissandra. What is it?
He brought his own flavor. The Deathfire grasp there on Lissandra. Crepo was talking about in EU, yes, Lissandra does plenty of damage, and Faker definitely showed he can back that up.
Faker just adds a little more because he can.
So what else were we talking about here? We're thinking a little about the Bengi show as well, from first to second game. Monty, do you want to delve into that a little bit?
Well, I mean, this win just started off that huge snowball that was created off those 3 kills in the bottom lane. And first off, starting off with that hook, which, look, I mean, I'd like Crepo to talk about the hitboxes here because he knows as a support player better than I do, but that setup was pretty good.
Yeah, well, everybody knows Mando is being so phenomenal on Nami, so he can land an AoE bubble on somebody, and that's nice and all, but then the hook, he was, like, the enemy AD carry was pretty much behind the creeps, but he knows how far he can shoot it right next to them, so he grabs them at the side of the hitbox and basically pulls them all around, like curving the bullet as if it were, and then beautiful setup, goes in, flays him backwards, and it's pretty much 3 kills.
And then, on top of that,
Bengi does the same.
Bengi goes and chases. He does the exact same thing. He uses the side of the Sonic Wave, because the width of that Sonic Wave is pretty large, to barely hit Annie and get around the Elise there. He follows that up with I don't know where he came out with his juke, but the split second Cocoon comes off cooldown, he also makes a weird side movement up into the bush and dodges it as well. It just seemed like he predicted every single thing that Gambit Bears were going to come out with.
Yeah, and to move on, just to talk about SK Telecom a little bit, they did look a little shaky in that first game, especially coming out of the gates early on. But this is a team that when they get into a best-of series, they pretty much always lose the first 1 or 2 games of a best-of-5, and we've seen that over and over and over again in Korea. But they bounce back. It's almost like they can just instantly adjust between games. It's like you give them a read on your play style, they absorb it, and then just absolutely demolish you in the games after that. I really feel that's what we saw here tonight.
Yeah, and the casters were saying that you can't, when you get behind, you can't just roll over and just wait for the enemy team to end the game on you. Because before, a legitimate strategy was just to turtle the game out, wait for 15 minutes, and maybe the enemy team would throw.
Don't know where you get that from.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, exactly. CLG
plays
style.
like that?
Gambit Bears bot lane actually didn't play scared the entire series. Even though when they got behind, they were still playing aggressive. I feel like their solo lanes and jungle really kind of sat back and didn't make any plays, but their bot lane was always aggressive, and I kind of admire that.
It's actually a way you can play the game. If all 3 lanes play like that, it actually really makes it really hard for enemies to capitalize on it. Sure, the jungler might catch one guy being overextended, but at the same time, the other 2 lanes are getting benefits constantly by being so strong. If one guy only does it, he overextends, he draws the aggro, and the other lanes are actually not capitalizing on the jungle aggro being there. So hyper-aggressive teams or hyper-aggressive laning is actually a valid strategy.
Alrighty, so now that 3 of the 4 quarterfinal series are in our match history, let's take a look at the newly patched bracket. With SK Telecom's victory over the Gamma Bears, our first semifinal showdown has been set. SKT will take on Najin Black Sword this Friday at the Galen Center.
While in the other semifinal series, it'll be the winner of tonight's second quarterfinal match, Royal Club versus OMG, taking on Fnatic.
And if you want to watch the semifinals live and in person, head over to lolesports.com/tickets and grab your seat at the Galen Center. We still have a few spots left, so get them before they're gone. Okay, guys, earlier we asked you what has been your favorite moment from the quarterfinals so far and why. Here's what you had to say. The Walrus watches clutch Baron steal with Nunu, showed composure and timing, and gave his team a way back into the game. And remember, that was not a consume smite, that was just a flash smite, which is pretty damn good.
I was just going to point that out.
Oh!
On top of that, he was 1 level down. Not that it matters that much, the 70 damage or whatever you get from 1 more level. It's just so nice to see the guy just flash in, take the buff, and then just die, and he just stands there taunting the entire team. I just took your Baron. What are you going to do about it?
And it's also heart-wrenching to see that happen to a team that's really far ahead, because when you're that far ahead, you're in control of the game. You can make it so that it's 100% chance for you to get the Baron, or the enemy jungler dies for it. Strategically, it's much smarter to just take another 30 seconds to set it up and make sure that there's no chance of getting it smite slow, because we see it so much in Worlds.
That's actually what SKT1 does a lot. Some people might even say over-baiting Barons, but it's just so efficient, and people will eventually face check, and it's so satisfying after waiting for 35 seconds. It's one of my favorite plays, just getting your team, everybody buys a few pink wards, you get an Oracle, you clean everything, and then you just punish every brush they face check.
All right, next up, Maniac Haywire says, my favorite moments were those Nocturne dives by Cloud9, just watching them pick someone in the back and see them disappear.
Yeah, and that's a testament to how tanky Meteos gets on all of his jungle champions. I believe he had a 4,000 HP Nocturne in one of those games, and so when you're that tanky, it makes it so easy for you to initiate, because you can really tie up the back line and wait for the rest of your team to come up with the secondary engage.
Yeah, I was calling that the super dive, because he was backed up by the Fizz High, who had gotten fed so early, and they would just obliterate their target.
It's funny, though. It's Meteos doing his thing, because the first time he built it, it was that Hydra build, and he just started taking everybody out of the game. So, Blaze77 is our next one, says, the best moment has to be that first double teleport by Expeke and Soaz, completely tearing apart Cloud9 in the first fight. Absolutely. This Fnatic, I think we have said it the entire time. Rotations, the Fnatic brush, them always being where you don't want them to be.
The most surprising thing about that is, well, from what my solo laners have told me, is that when you go TP, you actually have a disadvantage in lane. But you don't see Expeke and Soaz actually losing lane very much, even though they have TP. They don't have Ignite for all in, so they have to play passive, and they have to wait for the time to use TP. There's only a few opportunities throughout the game. But they just never lose lane. They always use TP well.
You calling out your solo laners now? They need to step
up
here?
No. It's actually true. That philosophy is true, I think. I love my solo laners. Please,
at the same time,
give me a raise.
Really... Okay, it's really hard to gank a bot lane. It's actually, I don't even know why people do it against double TP. You should actually aim at getting one of the TPs out, because they have an innate disadvantage. Like Doublelift said, the summoner down, the target should be on those lanes. But Peke and Soaz, they kind of nullify both of their weaknesses because they can still TP to each other's lanes, and they've been playing with it for so long that they know exactly how far they can go with a TP or not. And if they get too far behind the lane, they just base and TP to the lane. So I really hope a lot more teams pick up teleport because it's such a viable tool.
So you're just trying to like put out a subliminal message that says don't gank bottom lanes?
Maybe.
Don't gank the bottom lane. It won't work, guys.
Never,
I swear.
You can't do it.
Even
All
with
right.
teleport on cooldown.
Because those 3 tweets made it on air, the authors get the Logitech gaming mouse. Congratulations to all of you.
And if you want to hear your handle read by Riv, then keep sending us your tweets. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
And when you're done sending us your picks, head over to bit.ly/Worlds1 and give us some feedback on our broadcast. It's fun, it's easy, and you'll help us level up our game even more. Guys, 3 quarterfinals down. When to go? Up next, it is going to be Royal Club versus OMG. I think a much awaited match here by a lot. Mani, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
I want to start actually by talking about Royal just a little bit and introducing them here. And you know, a lot of people may have heard about Uzi, and he's a lot like Faker. He's a very young prodigy and extremely fun to watch. And the whole strategy of Royal is built around what they call raising the puppy. It's a lot like protecting the double lift, except more effective.
Except it works.
Except more effective, yeah. And so he's known as the puppy in China because of his youth. So, but we may see some really unorthodox strats here as well. These guys are so used to playing each other. Usually OMG has had the edge, but Royal did win in the regional finals. So,
and that's the most recent matchup.
Yeah.
So that's the one that sort of counts here.
Yeah, and Uzi is one of the most, if not the most respected AD in China. People always say Royal is a team where if Uzi gets ahead, they will win. And the thing is that Uzi doesn't have bad games. When I watch Royal games, Uzi, he just never has bad games. So it's going to be interesting to see what does OMG do against this godlike AD carry.
All right, Matt, words on you. You said that. So if he has a bad game, it's all coming on to you.
Yep, I'm taking it, dude.
Trepo, your thoughts?
I pretty much agree with Mani. It's always interesting to see teams battle each other again when they have faced each other so many times before. It can either go 2 ways. Either they stick to their guns and they have these very significant playstyles that both of them know, and they'll just duke it out. Hey, we're better than you. Even if you know what we're playing, we'll bring it to you anyways. Or they go the complete opposite way. They stray from their usual picks. They have been practicing in the dark. Royals coming in cold. OMG had group stages. So it's pretty unpredictable what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Unpredictable here does not mean a support Annie. Like, that's very common for Royal. I think they will be sticking to their guns, though.
All right, well, before we get to the game, I have to get all of your picks, so let's make it official. Royal Club or OMG? What's it going to be in the semifinals? It started off with Crepo. Give us your pick.
It's going to be OMG. They played really well in group stages. I believe it was a fluke when they lost to Royal. I'm just not sure if it's going to be 2-0 or 2-1. Yeah, my gut says 2-0 for OMG.
I think it's going to be a really close series, 2-1, but I think OMG is going to take it. As much as I respect Uzi and as much as I actually studied him halfway through the season because of his immense skill, OMG just seems a lot better as a team.
Yeah, I agree. I think the teamwork from OMG, I'm going to pick them as well. That teamwork is going to put them over the top, and they know how basically Royal tries to feed Uzi with a lot of all-in dives early in the game, and I'm sure they have a great plan coming into this series.
You know, I'm going to have to jump on that OMG train, but I really want to go with Royal because not actually Uzi, but actually Whites and Tabe, they used to play on the North American server. We know them from long time ago, but I'm going to have to take OMG here. My boy Loveland just too strong in the jungle.
All right, gentlemen. As a side note, again, you've picked the same team, and you cannot catch Mani if you all get the same picks right at the same time. So there may be some thinking involved with the next ones.
I'm okay with this.
We need to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see how those predictions hold up when China's team takes to the Rift. It's Royal Club versus OMG when the Season 3 World Championship continues.
我取 Never Lose 的原因是因为我不想输。如果我遇上一个叫做永远都会赢的对手，我应该还是会赢他。
원래는 익스프레션이 표현이라는 뜻이잖아요. 네, 근데 제가 영어 단어를 깜빡해서 R을 빼먹고 했는데 그냥 거기서부터 그냥 계속 쓰게 됐어요.
그게 딱히 의미가 있는 게 아니라 어렸을 때부터 그러니까 게임을 했을 때 친누나랑 많이 했어요. 같이 할 수 있는 걸 해서 누나가 그냥 그 푸우만드 아이디를 쓴 걸 그대로 따라 쓰고 있는 거예요. 그게 저도 어감이 좋아서 그냥 계속 쓰고 있어요. 그 어감은 전체적으로보다 좋아하는 것 같긴 해요.
我想不起来了，但是也是因为玩游戏取的，而且我很喜欢白色。
有时候想说取一个简单一点的，对，就取牛排。因为我最喜欢的食物。
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. I'm Joe Miller because I'm not as creative as those guys and don't get a video about my easy name. But joining me is Jat. A very familiar face who did pick a nickname, so good job with that one, Jat. It's time for our fourth and final quarterfinals matchup of Worlds, and it's China's #1 seed Royal Club versus the second seed from China, OMG. But guys, before we get to the match, we're going to send it over to Shocks on the stage for tonight's starting lineups.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to meet the teams for tonight's second quarterfinal best-of-3 series between China's Royal Club and OMG. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's Royal Club. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, Godlike. In the jungle, Lucky. In mid lane, White. At AD carry, Uzi. And at support, Tabe. They are Royal Club.
And starting on the red side for Game 1, it's OMG. Let's meet the players.
Starting in the top lane, Going. In the jungle, Loveland. In mid lane, Cool. At AD carry, San. And at support, Big Pomelo. They are OMG.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, Royal Club and OMG. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And let's send it back over to Joe and Jat at the caster desk for the game.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And while I'm sure China's a little bit disappointed that their two teams have to face off this early on in the tournament, it does mean that unlike the other quarterfinal matchups, these squads are very, very familiar with how the other team plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And to talk about OMG, they had a very impressive regular season record. They won the spring playoffs, and then they actually took first during the regular season of the summer, whereas Royal Club, on the other hand, finished 5th in the spring, missing those playoffs, but then in the summer season they improved to 2nd place, and that eventually seeded them into the qualifier tournament that got them here. But you know, despite the 10-win discrepancy in these teams' regular season records, with OMG having the upper hand then, when they play each other, the games are actually very close. All-time regular season record against each other, 4-3 for OMG over Royal. So this one is definitely going to be a close one, Joe.
It certainly is, and it's really hard to call. One thing that we know that these teams are so very, very aggressive. So we're in for an explosive match. And then, of course, there's the fact that Royal Club beat OMG in the Chinese regionals to actually claim this #1 seed and come straight to the quarters.
Yeah, and we're going to get to see which team was better off with that result because they have just been so close the entire season. Actually, to go back a bit, in 2011, this is a story about Tabe. In WCG, he was actually on IG, and my team played against him then. He played mid lane Annie and just stomped all over us. It's nice to see he's now moved on to support Annie and made it to the World Championships. I was always happy to see that. And of course, Uzi, we've talked about him a lot. He doesn't run any unusual champions, but he is the player to watch on Royal.
Well, while Royal is making their first appearance on this world stage, we've seen already what OMG is capable of here. They've done very well in the groups.
Sometimes just running absolutely crazy things like when they did against Lemon Dogs, but honestly, the leader for them seems to be Loveland. That guy has just been all over the map. I was trying to compare the jungler styles of the regions, and China's junglers were always the one that created the most action. They were very hesitant to farm, but pretty much always found ways to make plays. I didn't actually think it was going to work that well on the world stage, but the way they move around the jungler, and specifically how unpredictable and how he doesn't necessarily use patterns, just makes Loveland just on the next level.
So, guys, while both of these teams are determined to get one step closer to Staples and the Summoners Cup, they're just a little bit sad that their path has to go through their regional rivals.
就是
是很不想抽到中国战队吧。
最不好的一个前辈他抽到了吧？还有抽到 OMG 的话，肯定是比较不开心，因为不想在8强就要淘汰掉随便一个中国队。
应该是很好的竞争对手吧，因为我们在国内就是2支队伍一起出现参加 S3嘛。
Today's OMG is much more stronger than those days we beat them in the finals.
就是我们这次交战肯定比上次更有信心。
基本上我觉得银皇族信心还是很大的，我觉得胜率也是非常高的，因为我们对皇族了解比较多嘛。
非常期待，我会全力以赴。
准备好了。
This is our time, like our destiny, because if we lose, we just go out.
Two very big rivals coming out of China, and we're going to find out who's better right now. But Jack, that week of playing group stage here for OMG, we can't underestimate how that's put them into a great place, probably mentally and physically here coming into this game.
Well, there's definitely that inherent advantage of being here before, but honestly, getting past all that and being in the quarterfinals and then knowing that they have this 8 games to scout what OMG's been doing, they get to look at if they've developed any patterns. It might give Royal chances to go at them at level 1. And they were already familiar with OMG here, and also because of how isolated the Chinese metagame is from the rest of the world, they're back into it now. Even though OMG has just played 8 games removed from it, I wonder if they're going to jump back in or if it's going to change OMG's style at all.
Well, let's have a look at the bans coming into this one right now. Oriana, Zed, both banned out here by Royal Club. Obviously aimed at Cool, a man who has done so incredibly well so far.
And one thing we also want to point out in picks and bans here is Renekton in these teams' last 6 games against each other was either first picked or banned. So I really wonder if that's changed at all in this matchup. There's also the support Annie, which gets banned out frequently against Royal. They're willing to pick that within the top 3 picks, like almost any time. And obviously the Jungle York by OMG is something that is heavily banned away from him. So those are the 2 big things to watch for, or I guess 3. And there's just not enough bans left. We're going to see one of those 3 things.
Well, we see Aatrox banned out here by Royal, and OMG have ran him already in the top lane and in the jungle there, so a little bit of variety going on with that one. We'll see how that kind of shapes up OMG's picking phase from this. They're taking a good while on their last ban, but they're going to go and finish off with the Elise ban. There's that Renekton first pick.
Absolutely. Banned 4 times. The 2 games he wasn't. He got first pick once by Royal and once by OMG. So we're going to see whether Godlike can deal with that one. We know that these teams are actually very involved in the 3v1 dives. When we first started watching them playing against each other, we're like, are they still doing the 3v1 dive tower push thing? Yeah,
they
and
are.
It works really well.
They're doing a lot of it.
Because they executed so well.
Yeah, and these, if you've watched any of those games, you'll know how almost crazy these 2 teams are to just fight each other. They love just getting dirty and getting in there straight for the fight. So let's have a look at the picks on the other side. Corki and Ari, probably the 2 most hotly contested champions coming out of group stage.
Yeah, the only one I'd have to throw in there would be Zyra as well because she gets picked so much, but this is very much, I almost want to call it the things we've seen at Worlds so far as opposed to not the things we were seeing all the time in China. When these 2 teams were battling up against each other, we saw a lot more Fizz, some Gragas, some Oriana and stuff, and obviously the Oriana, Zed, and Fizz have all been banned, so I guess, yeah, the Ahri is going to be left so far for OMG, but we look at Royal's picks, and those are very much Royal Chinese metagame picks, whereas the picks right now for OMG are very much what they've been playing so far at the World Championships.
That support Annie going to be coming in from this one. We mentioned earlier on, Tabe loves to play that Annie. Actually plays Cassiopeia support as well. Has done over in LPL. So he's a little bit funky in terms of his picks. Let's have a look then back over towards OMG. We talked about Zyra and how popular she's been, quite frankly, here through Worlds.
And it's strange because Zyra is both weak and strong to different things. Zyra's weak against assassins, which we've seen a ton of. But Zyra is extremely strong at counter-initiating and stopping dives, which we've seen a bunch of as well. So if somehow a team can pick Zyra and not get killed by the assassin, it's an amazing pick. But, there's some pretty good Aris in this tournament.
Couple we've seen so far. Pretty decent. So it's going to be Lee Sin picked up here for Lovelin in the jungle, someone who Kobe mentioned, yourself mentioned earlier. He's been incredibly good for OMG so far.
Lovelin's Lee Sin will be very exciting to watch, assuming we don't see a total curveball and see going with it in the top lane. Probably not.
See what you did there.
I didn't mean to. I never mean to do these things. But anyway, looking back at Royal, Uzi getting to pick Caitlyn is one of his bread and butter champions. There's actually a clip online of him pulling off an amazing kite with Blade of the Ruin King Caitlyn, which is something you almost never see. But I know a lot of the really popular AD carries, or the best carries here at the World Championships, value mobility so highly. So I actually think that Uzi might do something like that again, and he's going to be laning with the Annie, most likely in the mid lane, because that's where Royal likes to go with her.
Yeah, and the Vladimir actually picked up for this one, added in. What's your thoughts on that one, Jack?
So, because specifically they like running Annie in the mid lane, they picked two strong side laners, meaning Renekton and Vladimir can both go top and bottom once they get into this game. I think that's why they go for it. I wonder if it's going to burn them not having enough crowd control overall, but that's definitely their plan.
So a Jax going to come out here for Go-Going by the looks of it. I actually did play Jax in the third and final game of the qualifier final where Royal Club actually took down OMG in a clean sweep there. So he's already got some history with that Jax in this matchup. We'll see if it's better for him today.
Well, we've seen one Jax so far. I believe it was Impact, who just went crazy with it late into one game. And I was expecting a lot more Jax before the World Championships. With the Trinity Force buffs and how strong it's been bringing Corki back into the game, it seems like a natural progression for Jax here. This is going to be an interesting one, Joe, because OMG has tons of mobility like we've always seen. At least 4 people who can hop over wall to get those Fog of War assassinations we've been so used to seeing here at the World Championships. And then Royal, they have that mid lane Annie that we've been waiting to see. It usually gets banned away, and they get to pull off their strategy here. Most likely, we're seeing that Caitlyn Annie in the mid lane and a split push attack from Royal. Godlike is a crazy split pusher. It's all he likes to do.
And it's really hard to call this game because of the fact that, you know, Royal Club have generally lost out to OMG, except that qualifier final, which was a bit of an anomaly on the results. And very interested to see how, you know, the group stages affect OMG and what Royal Club's preparation has really got for us in this game. But, guys, since they've picked their champions, it's time to see who you guys picked to win this regional rematch. And according to lolesports.com, 63% of you believe it's going to be OMG taking on Fnatic in that semi-final game. All the analysts went for OMG as well.
Yeah, well, they're going with what they've seen so far, because Royal is a fairly large unknown for most coming into this. And one thing I will say that is known about these teams is the aggression that they display, I think, is going to catch a lot of us off guard. I'm wondering how much analyzing I'm going to get to do during this game, because they're going to be fighting again and again and again. In one of the matches I saw against them, Royal had 5 kills before the 3-minute mark.
Yeah.
That was one of the games with their Aatrox jungle, but they definitely are the type of team that just dives absolutely at any opportunity, sometimes to a fault. OMG is more objective focused and generally does better when they're grouped as 5. Royal is, of the two, crazy enough to think, the chaotic ones.
Well, we are going to get into this one and see exactly what the game's got for us. So, match number 1 between Royal Club and OMG. This game, a best of 3 for a place in the semi-finals to take on Fnatic.
Yeah, and this means after this set, we will have 4 teams left in the World Championships. We're definitely going to have one Chinese team. I guess there's a solace in that of getting matched up against each other in the quarterfinals. They will move on, of course, to play Fnatic, but they can't be looking ahead to that game. They're completely focused on each other, and I really just can't wait to see how these 2 Chinese teams almost transported to a new playing environment, whether it affects them at all.
Well, up until now, we've seen nothing crazy, but we're only 1 minute in. There's still time.
All right,
for
there's
that
still
to go
time
down.
for the craziness to happen. They're definitely thinking about it, because Royal, knowing they have Annie, Tabe always starts, charges up his Incinerate, stun on Annie. That's why he's low on mana right now, because he's been charging up his passive to get those stacks. And they can go wherever they want. They can get group stuns if they catch OMG in the right spot, which is why it's actually a little bit scary for OMG to be walking in the way they are. That's actually why Lee Sin was ahead of the pack, because he could theoretically eat a stun and then safeguard back, even though he's already skilled up Sonic Wave, so he couldn't have done that.
Close enough. But they did get in there. They actually walked over the top of the ward there, so Royal know that OMG came onto that blue buff side of the map, and it looks like they may be trying for something similar here on the other side. That's also warded up by OMG, though.
Yeah, OMG's going to see this, and I wonder if they're going to collapse back. They actually haven't committed to any lanes yet. Now Zyra and Corki are going up top. Loveland might try and steal this away. Whoever gets this buff steal is going to put significantly far ahead in the early game.
Oh, Tabby going around the corner there. He's going to get stunned up by Counter-Strike, but we can see that Lucky has been able to take that blue buff away. we could probably expect pressure now coming down onto Royal's blue, surely.
Yeah, I'd actually expect a race to that blue buff, and since Royal has their AD carry support in the bottom lane, it is an uncontestable blue buff as far as Royal is concerned. Loveland's going to get that. It's actually only going to be about a 15-second delay for Loveland when all is said and done, and he should be able to recover from this.
Getting a bit of help there from Big Pomelo. He came down from that top lane. So let's talk about the lanes here as the junglers get back on their way, on their paths. It's going to be 2v1 in this top side of things with the Zyra Corki taking on Renekton. Bottom side, a similar thing with Uzi and Tabe on Caitlyn and Annie taking on GoGoing's Jax.
Yeah, and I really want to see if we're going to get the 3v1 dives in this game, but because of the way the junglers started, the dive would at the very least be delayed here. Knowing GoGoing knows that Lucky started as blue, so he'd have to go all the way to red and then all the way back to get him. And also, since Loveland started at the enemy blue, his gank path would be delayed as well. So we're actually just seeing very standard 2v1 tower pushes and junglers coming to defensively support. It's not that common that we see this in Royal OMG games.
Well, speaking of coming to support, Lucky going up towards his top lane here. And making sure that Godlike, you see a statistic there at Renekton, 75% of the with a win ratio with that one, and has been an incredibly hotly contested pick over in China, that's for sure. Lovely now coming down to the bottom lane to do, well, to pretty much mirror what Lucky's doing in the top side.
And I think a lot of the importance of Renekton in these matchups, actually, they're going right in.
They're going straight in on towards Tabe. He's going to have to flash, puts down the stun as well. Lovely flashes in though. He's going to get Tabe very low. Finishes off there. First blood going over. Meanwhile, White so incredibly low in that mid lane. Manages to survive up for now. Uzi survived in the bottom lane as well, but OMG draw first blood.
That's just Royal not respecting the Jax. GoGoing got early experience from the jungle, was getting experience at his turret, and then all he had to do was charge up his Counter-Strike and go in.
Oh, they're going in for Cool here as well, who does have a flash available. He's going to flash away from the flag and drag that and manages to stay safe, but no flash available for him. He's still level 4 as well. He's going to be a target.
Yeah, like we said, fast ganks all around. We're trying to talk about the bottom lane gank when the mid lane gank happens, but all said and done, OMG absolutely comes out atop that trade because they could combo Jax's stun with Lee Sin's resonating strike and guarantee the kill on Tabe. It's one of the reasons I'm surprised that Royal is doing the 2v1 in the bottom lane. Annie would do better to get back if she's trying to push up mid lane and work on dives and stuns there because the lane is shorter and he would be able to make the retreat. It is very dangerous for them to 1v2 against the Jax Lee Sin because that very thing can happen to them and give them kills.
And the fact is, if you look, with Jax now got himself that Vamp Scepter, Crystalline Flask, plus some potions as well, it's not really that easy to push out of the lane. We'll see how that one all develops. Finally, OMG putting down a bit of damage onto this top tower. Not quite as much as Royal have done in that bottom side, but that first blood coming in there is probably going to make them very, very scared of being pushed that far again.
It's going to absolutely stop the aggression from that Royal lane, unless they continue to disrespect the Jax in that lane. But once he's gotten a whole bunch of levels, they can barely even 1v2 against that Jax. Jax is going to become an absolute monster against that Annie Caitlyn lane.
We can see there, he's freezing up this lane nice. He doesn't want to be pushing it all the way back and make it a bit easier for Uzi and Tabe to be farming there. And this mid lane being quite explosive already so far. We've seen flashes burnt from Cool, the ghost used by White earlier on is Lucky. You're going to get caught out a little bit by Loveland in the jungle. Both at level 4 though. Not too much danger of them really going in for a full-on fight there.
No, especially if the mid laners aren't going to come over and contest. Loveland getting a little cheeky with those wards, but once again, he has no fear of Vladimir collapsing down to stop him because its threat is so minimal when compared to Cool coming down, who can add an Ahri charm and actually catch him out of position.
Yeah, White is up at level 6 now though, so that Hemo Plague that we should factor in. Meanwhile, Lucky coming down towards this bottom lane, and he's just going to go once again full-on pressure. Lee Sin is waiting on the backside. We'll see if Royal can take the first turret of the game here.
So this is a little bit more of a respectful push because they at least have a third person there, meaning if GoGoing jumps in, they would generally be able to turn it around, and Royal has vision on the other 3 members of OMG. This is them trying to re-siege that turret, knowing that Godlike's Renekton has held his turret better than GoGoing has overall.
So let's have a look down some of the early CS here. And, 2 AD carries obviously in the 2v1 lanes. Pretty close there. Uzi at the moment just got a little bit of a lead from that one. Mid laners, Vladimir White's playing that one up against Cool's Ari. Also ahead as we are going to see the stun coming down to Go-Going and Lovelin taking a lot of damage there. This could open up that tower finally.
Yeah, they are taking a lot of harass near there, and it does seem like the next wave could do something, as well as maybe more for Royal. As we were talking about earlier, one of the big reasons Renekton is such a contested pick in the Chinese metagame is because the early and mid-game pushes they make. They don't care if Renekton doesn't have great late-game skill, because he can do this.
Here we go, gonna go in there. The Counter-Strike actually going to stun at one, but it's Go-Going. He's not going to escape this one. Getting stunned in there. The turret went down. They picked up the kill, and Godlike moving down through the map there, undetected as they dive onto that bottom lane.
Yeah, he was... See, that is earlier than you would normally see a Renekton roam, and you're thinking, why would a Renekton leave his turret against a Corki and Azar? Is just going to die. World doesn't care, because this is effectively an exchange of turret and kill and dragon for just a turret, and they're willing to make that exchange.
And the blue buff as well is Cool here, going to go in towards White. The Ignite already ticking. There is a charge in there. White saved his pull till the very last second, didn't have to burn his flash. But either way, Cool's removed any kind of threat now from that mid lane as OMG take the dragon.
Yeah,
sorry,
absolutely.
it's Royal.
Now is where's OMG going to go from here? They just burned their Ahri ultimate in mid lane. Corki and Zyra have pushed down their turret, but there is no dragon to get for Cool's advantage over White's. I mean, so far in that middle lane, Vladimir, who is a pretty good laner early on, but I don't think quite Ahri level, has done enough work to outfarm Cool. I think that was in part because of Lucky's early gank, but it still should be noted that White's is trying to farm up only so he can become a split push threat. He's going for that, what looks like Spirit of the Spectral Wraith split push build, because his summoner spells absolutely show he's doing that, knowing he brought Flash and Ghost on Flash.
So where are we going to see this one develop? The duos have now gone into that mid lane, as we may have thought maybe came in a little bit earlier on. We'll see Ari and Vladimir facing off once again on this top side of the map, and we'll see how White does now that he's built up a lot. There's a Hemo play going down. We can see how much damage is coming in, but there is Lovelin. He doesn't have that pull. Look at the damage though. Cool going so low, but he's managed to walk away from it. White gets kicked back and executed by Lovelin.
Nearly enough burst for Whites, but at the end of the day, it was an overcommit, using his pool aggressively to try to finish off Cool, and Lovelin, like a wizard, is always there at the right spot.
Now Jarvan coming back to this mid lane. See if they're actually able to put that pressure back down. Going to be harder against the Corki, and more importantly, probably that Zyra as well, who can catch you off guard in just the split second. There is Lovelin. Getting himself a nice bit of farming experience and pushing out that top lane as well. He's now 2-0-0 with his Lee Sin.
And we'll see if he can start taking over the game. I remember his Moby Bear from the group stage that got a couple of early kills and then absolutely stomped all over the game. Lee Sin could do something similar. You can see with that extremely early Sightstone, he's going to try and shut down Royal's roam, because Royal loves to roam early on, and that is typically how they beat OMG. We already saw Godlike roam all the way from the top lane to the bottom lane to create Royal's first bit of advantage, which is why they're still sitting on the 400 gold lead. And of course, Lovelin counters that with an early Sightstone. It gives OMG 2 Sightstones overall on the map and should work to control it for them.
That is that blue buff. Giving over actually to Uzi there for that mid lane.
It makes enough sense in this composition because they have the Renekton and the Vladimir, who are typically 2 side laners. The blue buff isn't beneficial or that beneficial to any of them, whereas Caitlyn can definitely run into some mana problems if she's using all of her spells on recharge, which Uzi's going to do now since Tabe and Caitlyn have transitioned to this mid lane for an extended siege.
And between the 2 AD carries, CS is very, very even at this point. We can see that Bloodthirsts are almost done for Uzi. Oh, Cool might be in trouble from this one. He's going to be baited in here by White. There goes Jarvan out of the brush, and there is the Cataclysm. But Cool still got a charm left. Got a charge left on his Spirit Rush to get out of there. Brilliantly avoided by Cool.
Right there, Royal was underestimating their damage. They knew that Cool was going to pop his ultimate to escape, and they tried to burst him down anyway. Lucky no longer has Cataclysm, but it does give them a bit of a turret edge right here if they can take this.
Should be able to finish this one off. See the minions actually going down pretty quickly. They might have to wait until that next wave does come available to them. Meanwhile, Royal stacking themselves up here in this mid lane as Godlike going to get caught out, but will they go diving in onto him? No, they won't. Lee Sin waiting off to the side, but Lovelin decides against it.
And this is very interesting. OMG is sacrificing turret pressure for farm on Jax. Going has been freezing the bottom lane for the past minute or so, while Royal is mercilessly pushing this middle lane. They're about to dive as 5, and Jax is nowhere to be found here.
Oh, Big Pomelo actually going to throw down the Stranglethorns from this one, and we're seeing him go a little bit low, but White's coming in from the backside. Ace in the hole comes through. Uzi picking up a snipe there onto Big Pomelo, but now White's caught out of position. There's a counter-strike, not going to get the stun as White falls, but Lovelin dives straight in there. He'll get back out towards the Warden. This is a difficult decision. Very, very low health bars across the board. Going goes low. He flashes back to safety. Now the focus is lucky as they dive in on towards San. He's lower than half HP. Godlike flashes over towards him as well. He's going to try and chase down San here, who's not got much health remaining, and he will be able to pick up the kill. Meanwhile, in middle, the rest of them kind of just had a ceasefire, broke up that fight, but a crazy one.
Crazy to think there were only 2 deaths there, but of course they went to Royal because they had the advantage. They got the initiation onto Big Pomelo, and then it was all about chasing. Lovelin actually did a spectacular job landing his Q right as Whites came out of his pool of blood, but then the rest of this chase was just teams collapsing on each other. Flashes were saved to the last instant to get away from this fight, and then Ignites just weren't quite taking people down. Godlike arriving right at the end, and because specifically Godlike had upgraded to Ninja Tabi earlier on in the game and San had not, is why Godlike could chase him down here for the kill.
Brilliantly done from Royal. That gives him that advantage in the kills and the gold. Now they're putting down pressure onto this middle turret once again. White's just sidestepping that charm. He needs to be careful though. Grasping Roots have grabbed him. He has to pull up. That turret is still alive there. Royal not able to finish it off with that last push.
Yeah, and up on the bottom of the screen, Big Pomelo died once again. That was a little strange. He was just off on the side trying to ward. Jarvan caught him and they just bursted all their spells down on him. I really feel like OMG trying to freeze a lane for going is absolutely hurting them in the interim. They're definitely going for a late game Jack strategy because they recognize that Godlike is much stronger on his Renekton at this point in the game. It's actually very counterintuitive to their regular playstyles, knowing that these games are usually decided by 30 minutes on average.
Well, Dragon is now up and available. Royal have started it off. He's very, very low. They're going to smite it down. Lovelin has to flash away from that one. Meanwhile, Godlike at the front. He's falling low. Emo play going to go down. There's the first kill of the fight as Cool will pick off Godlike. Whites gets in there. Kicked straight back out by Lee Sin, but look at the damage from the side. Here comes going. There's another kill. It's a double coming down for Cool. It's not over yet either as Lovelin picks one up. But look at Uzi at the back. He's still doing work. There's the triple for Cool, and now they're going to try and chase down the AD carry onto a trap. That was a little unlucky from Lovelin, and Uzi should be able to walk off from this one. Gets himself a bit of farm on the way out. Classy.
That was still an absolutely insane turn by OMG. They get a 4-kill fight, even if Royal got the Dragon. That was actually a power play attempt by Royal to get that Dragon, but OMG just collapsed in and had a brilliant team fight. Maybe they get this turret afterwards.
Well, it's gone very low. Only Uzi is there to hold this one off. Minions start to stream their way into that mid lane, but I think they've bided enough time here with those minions going down. Have Royal for that to be safe.
Yeah, so the fact that Ahri got 3 kills in that exchange means Cool is an absolute monster coming in. We have to see this fight again and figure out just how it happened. Tabe's stun got burned on Loveman as he was escaping, which meant they didn't necessarily have it for the fight. And even though Royal landed a 4-man Hemo Plague, Uzi could never get in position to fight this one properly, and Godlike did not get off his Renekton ultimate because he died so early on. That is so core to Royal's mid-game team-fighting strategy, is to have a Renekton in the fight for an extended period of time. Once he was gone, all OMG had to do was finish off Lucky, and they could just chase down the rest of the team.
So 6-4 in kills. Still, Royal Club hold that lead as Cool here. Going on towards Godlike, going to use that ultimate, but not quite enough to burst him down. He's got Meat Spirit, the Sunfire Cape finishes. White's here, going to have to use that Ghost. Goes into the pool just before that Counter-Strike stuns him up, but they're going to close in on him. This is bad news for Whites. He still has a flash available, though. When's he going to use it? There is a flash away, and with the rest of Royal coming around, they actually back off.
both of Royal's solo laners are getting pushed on a little bit. We saw Cool nearly take down Godlike because Godlike has no magic resistance, and that's actually going to be a problem considering Cool picked up that triple kill in early DFG. And then White was trying to split push against OMG's other solo laner Going and immediately had to just get out of there with his Ghost. That's not good for Royal overall, knowing that they kind of had a bit of a split push strategy planned and that it's already getting countered is a bad thing. White's is actually transitioning potentially early off of this build. He had a very early Hextech Revolver, and if he was truly a split push Vladimir, he would have built the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith very early on. But the fact that he has not built that yet, and he may be going towards a Zhonya's Hourglass, could just be Royal saying, yeah, we cannot split push anymore. Let's go team fight with this.
Speaking of team fights, yeah, Cool gonna go into this one. Big damage on towards Tabe, who's less than half HP right now. Going's gonna come in from the side. Godlike trying to tank up the front. Here is Going. Gets the stun onto two of them. Godlike going low. Lee Sin dives to the back. He's managed to live from that one, but the rest of the team might not be so lucky. Tabe going low. There is the charm landing onto Uzi. He cleanses out of it straight away, and OMG can't quite find their way in.
Another fight with everyone getting quite low. Big Pomelo and Godlike nearly died in that one. These teams are good at team fight because they do it very frequently. It's amazing this game is only 6 kills to 4. And honestly, I think one of the big reasons Royal cannot chase on for these kills is they have generally low crowd control in their composition. They don't have a true mid laner right now. Vladimir and Renekton are both kind of side laners as far as team fights are concerned, and they don't have the traditional lockdown or assassination that we're used to seeing here at the World Championships, which is allowing OMG to disengage from a lot of these fights.
Finally, Royal getting bored there. That turret was still up, just deciding to tank it up, and that puts him 3-1 ahead in terms of turret kills at this point. They still hold as well a 2,000 gold lead. Let's have a look down the items once again, because the AD carries have taken their first big step with that Bloodthirster coming for Uzi and the Trinity Force on the other side for San.
Absolutely. So no surprises with San's build. Trinity Force is the Corki thing. The only bit of a curveball is the Berserker Greaves instead of Sorcerer Shoes, because Corki does more magic damage than physical damage in team fights. But instead he's going for the attack speed itemization. We look at Uzi as well. He's doing a bit of a give or take here. He has not went the full Bloodthirster Last Whisper build. He's got a Zeal sprinkled in there because, again, he is relying on his auto attacks.
Whoa, look at this. Jax diving straight in on towards Uzi. Gonna sidestep the grasping roots, but will he be able to get away from it? Going down to half of that HP, and he flashes away there. Uzi now in a lot of trouble. Going gonna chase him down. He's trying to heal up. There's the net coming out. He's still running, but not for long. There's the jump in. Going gets one. And on the other side, on the tower, Lovely picked up Tabe as well.
Yeah, and what's Royal going to do about this? Because OMG just completely committed to their bottom lane while the rest of Royal was not there. They have their side laners in strange places right now. Vladimir is in mid lane. Renekton is going top, and Lucky cannot stay there for his buff.
Oh, he's actually going to manage to get away from that one. He's still trying to hold out
he
here
wants to smite
for this red buff. And it's going very low, but red is going to be picked up there. Meanwhile, Lucky down, getting caught out from the backside. Cool comes around, catches him off guard. That will be another one for OMG. Meanwhile, the most satisfying sound in the game is that Jax hammering away on the inner turret in the bottom lane.
White isn't happy about that either. He completely commits once again to OMG, and let's see if he can chase this time. Vladimir, no crowd control.
Going very low here, Going. Can he get up into the brush in time? Yes, the Zonya's used by Whites as well. Lovely coming around the side, doesn't go in as he spots Godlike. Good call.
So before any of this invading happened, OMG had gained control of Royal's red buff and the jungle surrounding it, and Royal was refusing to accept that. That's the reason that they got dove on. That's the reason that they got hurt trying to go in and contest for red, because OMG had complete eyes on them and outnumbered them. Royal couldn't fight in that area, but they did anyway, and it just gave OMG exactly what they wanted.
So, Dragon time for OMG. Are they going to be able to finish this one off? There's no one around there, and that will be a pickup for OMG. Nicely taken there as well. 31,500 to 29 right now, building up that lead very nicely.
And this is where Royal really has to start worrying about the game, because they were actually up 2,000 gold a couple of minutes ago, and OMG was already the one seeming to come out on top in team fights. And now that OMG has actually came out on top significantly in a skirmish, what's going to happen the next time a big team fight happens? And knowing Royal versus OMG, the next team fight is going to happen. It's going to happen fairly shortly as well. seeing that Cool has his DFG and that Godlike just has that Negatron cloak, I'm wondering if OMG can just evaporate Royal's tank line before the fight and then roll on through with the rest of their damage. It's very dangerous right now for Royal, and they almost have to be afraid to take a 5v5 fight.
He's slowing down here somewhat for what is guaranteed to be just a little bit of time, as both teams actually fairly close in proximity there on the top side of the river. We'll see if someone ends up getting caught out. We can see Lucky there just dealing with the plants that Big Pomelo has put down. Trying to get rid of all those wards there. And now Godlike and Lovelin having a bit of a chat up here in the top side of the river. Lovelin just trying to bully him out of position there.
Yeah, Lovelin is definitely a very scary man right now. 404 on Lee Sin. It's not because he has damage items, it's because of the vision he provides and his ability to reposition people in team fights. Going as well is going to be a big problem. His Trinity Force is not even completed yet, and he's already destroying anyone on Royal in a 1v1 engagement.
Yeah, they can't stand and fight with him. We saw Godlike there just walking away from that scenario. There's a ward down in this brush, which Royal all being revealed from. Cool also is pushing down towards his bottom lane. That's going to have to be dealt with. They're going to put the ace in the hole through on towards Lovelin. About a third of his health gone, but not really getting anything from that at all.
Yeah, that did prove, though, that Uzi's hitting pretty hard. We should note that he is the most farmed person in this game right now. 225 CS. You wouldn't think that he'd have the most gold, but he does 8,500. The next closest is Cool at 8,400 on his 4-kill Ahri. So, there it is. The analyst talked about it, protect the puppy. Uzi's nickname is Crazy Puppy over in China because everyone just wants to cuddle him and try to finish him out. That's not the reason. It's because he yells a lot.
Yeah, a very temperamental player, that's for sure. Which we'll see how that keeps him up here in this best of 3. Right now, both teams pretty much stacked on top of each other in this middle lane. There's the wards going down. One inside the death brush. Godlike not scared of getting right to the forefront now and just checking, see what's going on from that one. Meanwhile, Royal actually just pushing straight up this mid lane.
Yeah, Royal saw Going trying to create a split push opportunity, and they know that they actually can't deal with that, so they're grouping as 5 and threatening turrets immediately, effectively trying to draw Going towards them. But I wonder if this is one of those situations where Royal is damned if they do, damned if they don't, because they've been losing in team fights, and they can't deal with Going. They have to have something break their way here.
Well, look at this for a positional play right now from OMG. They've pushed up this mid lane right to that inner turret. And Royal are around the side from this one. There's a block from Big Pomelo. Are they going to be able to keep pushing back in there? No, Royal have managed to get that control of the mid lane back. OMG back off.
Yeah, that's a pretty painful block. I almost feel like Going should have taken that one, or someone who can lifesteal up a little bit of health, because now Big Pomelo is rather wounded if they were to actually start a team fight, which I think is one of the big reasons they decided to back away and give some of this control of Baron back to Royal.
Oh, Lovelin getting stunned up there. Going to get knocked up as well, but honestly, can't quite finish off that Lee Sin here in the time that you've really got with his ridiculous maneuverability.
Especially with that Sightstone.
Yeah, with the Sightstone coming down. Pretty much makes him uncatchable at that stage. Did see OMG starting to back off a little bit. Royal almost mirroring what OMG did a few moments earlier and pushing up that mid lane.
Yeah, this game is still rather close, but OMG's gold lead is stretching out a little bit. And OMG's very comfortable with where they are at in this game right now because they know eventually Going is going to reach a point where Royal isn't necessarily able to deal with them. And Royal might get this fight though, but it's in OMG's turret.
Yeah, he's managed to dive in there. Look how low Tabe's gone. Gets knocked up. Cool now, unstoppable as he finishes off that kill. Lovelin goes low. He manages to get back, but the flash in from Uzi will secure them one back. And it's now a 2-for-1 fight. There's Ace in the hole coming through. Going dives to the back line, but he will fall. There's the charm onto Uzi. He's going to cleanse. Sand going for 2. Doesn't get any of them as the Zonya's used there by White. Crazy turnaround again.
And we talk about Uzi's positioning and his kiting ability right there. He seemed absolutely dead in that game. Even when he took a charm to the face, he still stayed alive. And a fight that seemed to be a disaster for Royal might just turn into a win and a turret, Joe.
That was really strange from Sam.
Yeah.
The fact that he got Uzi so low and then switched to Whites in that second. He's like, well, I got a Zonya, so I'm going to get out.
I almost feel like he thought Uzi was dead before that happened. Let's take one more look at this one. Going re-engaged with the flash, and everyone thought they could get Uzi right here. He got the one. He thought that missile was going to finish him. He thought the missile. San was thinking one step ahead. That's like taking your eyes off the ball before you catch it. He dropped the pass, and everyone on OMG died for it.
And what could have been, or should have probably been, a double kill for him there.
Yeah.
Turns out to be a death with no kills picked up from him. Either way, good stuff from Royal to stop that happening there. As you see, that bottom lane being pushed out once again for Go-Go, and now got that Trinity Force finished, and he's going Blade of the Ruin King second.
Yeah, that's a very offensive Jax build, actually. If Uzi can position well enough in these teamfights, knowing that he now has Cleanse and QSS, OMG might have a problem closing down onto him. This is actually becoming one of those Royal games where, yeah, you have to protect Uzi. The Caitlyn is the one thing in this game that could potentially outscale and win Royal the match. Godlike is going to just have to be a tank that blocks for him. Tabe is effectively going to have to use his Tibbers for the defensive stun. And knowing that Jax is in the bottom lane right now, Royal is just all out this Baron. This would be a 50-50 steal chance against a Lee Sin or a 5v4 fight. Jax is pushing the inhibitor in the bottom lane. Something's going to happen soon, Joe.
They're pushing through. There goes the kill. Cool. He's godlike as he takes down Annie. Big Pomelo is low. He is actually going to fall as White picks himself up a double. Royal going to keep going on Baron, but they're losing the inhib.
Absolutely nothing is stopping Jax here. At the best, this is inhibitor traded for Baron. Baron is still not down, though.
No, but Lee Sin is. He gets sniped off at the back. There's the chance to steal completely gone. Royal going to be recalling here. Well, that turret is already down. The inhib itself is now going to be finished off as well.
Classic question here. Is a Baron worth an inhibitor? Things have changed over time. I've actually seen it go both ways. Since home guard boots have been added to the game, I've seen teams be able to reactively defend their inhibitors with home guards, and Royal needed to make a play in this game. OMG committed to trying to get both. They could have just given up the Baron. Instead, they gave up kills as well for an inhibitor trade. We don't know actually how to call that one. We just got to wait until they keep fighting.
Goes in. The Crocodile was waiting for him around the corner, but Counter-Strike means he's getting out safe. Royal Club going to be picking up a Dragon here as well. So they've lost that inhib. They've picked up the Baron. They're going to get themselves a Dragon. That leaves them ahead now in the game by 1.1 thousand gold.
Yeah, and this is about a 3,500, maybe more gold swing. I'd have to check exactly because they were down quite a bit, and specifically, this gave a whole bunch of more gold to Uzi. He's now almost 12,000 gold on his Caitlyn, which is 1,500 ahead of Cool's Ahri right now. Despite Cool being 7-0, it seems crazy at that, but Cool is not actually getting much gold for killing Tabe at this point because he's already killed him 5 times. That completed the third big item onto Uzi. And the fact that Royal has the Baron buff now effectively means that OMG's engagements are inherently more dangerous, while Royal is just trying to get Uzi to that 6-item AD carry Caitlyn.
So there. Going in the mid lane, just pushing things out and doing the work in terms of getting that inhibitor back for OMG to make sure that Baron wasn't lost and they didn't get anything in response to that one. Right now, Royal, they're trying to get some vision down of their own on this bottom side of the map. We can see that Whites has actually started to push down there. A lot of pings going on as they spot Lee Sin. Godlike actually all up in that jungle, but they've got full vision here, OMG.
Exactly, and the fact that Royal is pushing the lane that has super minions effectively defends the inhibitor for themselves. The thing they have to worry about is the stronger other lane since an inhibitor is down, and those minions destroying Royal's turrets. But they are ready to go in and dive this, and I have to call out White's build adaptation, going Deathcap and Zombies instead of the split push Vladimir build, and being a massive factor in these team fights as Royal just brute forces their way in as OMG is completely contained within their base. There is flash up on Tabe, and he might go for a Tibbers. This could be an attempted end by Royal.
See if the bear comes out from this one. Right now, Royal just on the steps, now pushing things back completely, and at the same time making sure that their inhib being down is not really a factor in this game at this point. There's the Q coming out of Lovelin. Wise not to follow that one up. The rest of the team, there is a flash Tibbers coming in, not really doing what they would have hoped from it, and Royal back away to the steps. There's the Stranglethorns going down as Whites gets into the base. There's the ace in the hole. Uzi gonna pick that one up. That's already one man down. Can they finish off the tower? Charm landed onto Godlike. He's at less than half as Go going dives into the back. Lee Sin kicks the 3 of them in, but Godlike still got enough health to maybe survive this one, and with the rest of his team all there with him, this is bad news.
And they still have the Baron buff on 4 people. Only Cool and San are alive. They're trying to go back to base to get health, but Royal is still pushing in. They've got the Baron, and they're making their play.
They're going to try and win the game right here. 32 minutes in, 2 men left alive. They dive on towards Corki and Ari. They managed to get Godlike a little bit lower.
They're back. I thought they were out of minions.
They're there. Minions are there. The charm landing on towards Lucky. Here comes Big Pomelo. They're on to the Nexus. But can they finish the Nexus? Corky goes down. Ari goes down. Only Zyra left to defend. This is going to be game number 1. Going over to Royal Club.
They were so excited they were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one, and what an insane ending. We knew Royal Club and OMG would fight like crazy. We knew Royal had that window in the game before Renekton got outscaled by Jax. They rushed the Baron. They traded Baron for Inhibitor, ran right up the Inhibitor lane, went for the Flash Tibbers, won the fight. Uzi could not be stopped, and he finished him off.
Crazy ending to that one. We can see OMG wondering a little bit, how did that happen to us? We had that gold lead going down. We made these decisions, going, just having a chilled drink right now. He doesn't look too worried, I have to say. And it is a best of 3 of all. This is the first blow, if you like, from Royal Club, but there's still 2 games left in this series. OMG's not out yet.
No, and if we had questions about whether Royal would be slow starters, I think we just answered them right there, because that was a rather quick game. 32 minutes and 47 seconds. That's pretty much right on average with what those guys played in the regular season, and I'm still a little blown away by the ending of that game.
Well, we say it's a quick game, but the fact is that it wasn't quite as kill-heavy as some of the other games that these guys have played. We mentioned the Jax, who was freezing the lane pretty much right under his own turret in that bottom lane, and playing it slow that way to try and get himself into that later game.
Yeah, and I think the story of this game was very heavily hinging on Go-Going's choices to split push and the quick decisions that Royal made. And they were very willing to give up sacrifices, right? Because they're willing to let Jax get farmed. They're willing to let Jax get their inhibitor because they can get a Baron and because they can end the game with it. That type of decision-making takes a lot of practice. There are so many teams that will bounce back and forth, lose a turret and the Baron when someone pressures you like that. But that's the way you play that game.
And very decisive finisher as well. We often see teams struggle a little bit to close things out. They've got Baron, they've got these advantages there, but they're still very scared. But Royal, you have to give it to them. Once they saw that opening, they went all in to finish it.
And Uzi, to me, was living up to the hype there. Like, his Caitlyn, even though it seemed like you're against a Jax and a 7-kill Ahri with a DFG and a death cap, still didn't die. He got kicked into a fight, but he was only there because enough of OMG's damage was already down in that last engagement. So when he did get kicked in, he just kept on fighting. He kept on killing people, and they never had the damage to finish him off. That was just, you know, such good work overall by Royal, because we know these teams team fight so often, and typically OMG had the edge in the 5v5 team fights, but that is not what we saw that game. Whites' Vladimir landed some ridiculously strong hemo plagues, and I think that really turned more than we're giving him credit for.
Well, we will see Royal go 1-0 up now in the best of 3. Not all over yet, though, for OMG. We'll see them in action in Game 2 in a little while, but for now we're going to head over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on Royal's win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I think we raised an eyebrow as well with the composition coming in here from Royal. It said fight. That's what the Chinese teams like to do. Imani, we've been saying it the entire time. You're just itching to go. Start off.
I actually really liked Royal's composition. It was a bit unique, and when you have champions like Renekton and Annie that early in the game can put out a lot of AoE damage, of course you have to remember Tibbers is sitting there burning as well in that AoE. And when you pop that Hemo Plague, and with a frontline mage like Vlad who's constantly doing AoE, it magnifies all of that Dominus and Tibbers damage as well, and it makes things pretty vicious if you're going to have an extended engagement. And if we look at OMG coming in, trying to kill Uzi, cool on Ahri, looking for that opening, it takes time to get that opening, and all the while your team's just getting burned down.
That being said, you know, they are going up against a very mobile comp here, at least in an Ahri. It's not a wombo combo. That takes definitely some skill and some precision to land that. A couple times, and he's done missing, so it's a very, very complicated comp to pull off.
And people will probably wonder, like, why did Uzi play Caitlyn that game? He's not known to play Caitlyn. He normally plays hypercarries like Trist or Twitch, And the reason is OMG knew that he wanted to play Twitch, and they picked Jax, Lee Sin, Ahri, which are not good champions for Twitch. You can't hit Lee Sin because he's too mellow. You can't hit Jax because he has Counter-Strike up, and Ahri's just an assassin that's going to kill you. So he picked a much more safe champion like Caitlyn, and he was still able to carry that game.
Yeah, Caitlyn really worked for him in the team fights, being able to use his maximum range. Actually does really well against the Corki in lane, but the matchup was dodged. There's not much synergy between Caitlyn and Annie, so I kind of frowned when I saw that, and I would have liked to see something else, but Uzi definitely shows why he's so good, because he has this long range, uncatchable AD carry, and if he gets caught, it's because he wants to. If he wants to get kicked in the middle of a fight, he'll allow it, but otherwise he'll just place. His reaction time on cleanse is unreal.
Oh, yeah. So these team fights were really fun to watch. We should bring up a clip here.
Yeah, let's get the replay on the screen.
We have one
sure.
prepped. Let's grab this up on your screen. And Double Lift, I know you want to start this one out.
Yeah, so this was when Royal's 3,000 gold behind. Normally, you're not itching to push down towers right here and play aggressively, but, I mean, this is two Chinese teams going head-to-head. One thing I want to point out here is you have to watch both the supports. Zyra landed a beautiful ulti, but so did Tabe. And I think a 4-man Hebo Plague and 3-man Timber is what you're going to see. Roll the clip right now, and you'll see Jax is going to go in really aggressively because he knows he's ahead. There's going to be a 4-man Hemo Plague and a beautiful Wombo combo from both teams. But I think Loveland overcommits right here. He doesn't have to die, but he dies anyways. It's fine. It's still 2 for 1. OMG can just back off. It's 2 for 1. They killed 2 people. Only Lee Sin died. Okay, but I think Gogoing gets a little bit too greedy here. And this is just Son playing really well. He cleanses Ignite, sidesteps the missile, and just kills.
So that was
just
Uzi
beautiful.
playing really well right
Yes,
there.
that was
the
amazing.
sidestep on the missile. But yeah, the cleanse, immediate sidestep. Uzi had already committed to his Valkyrie forward because he was like, shoot the missile. Oh, he's dead. No, he ends up paying for it because the Vladimir he's going after has Zanya's.
And just the presence of mind to not cleanse Jax's Counter-Strike and to save the cleanse for later is it's just too amazing, dude. Uzi is so good.
As well, you have to shout out, you're like, oh, Loveland overcommitted. He didn't have to die there. Uzi flashed forward to get that shot to kill him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So a good question here is, when is it a good time to be able to fight when you're 3,000 gold down? Because that was kind of one of the biggest points you had coming into that. How does a team find that opening?
Well, generally when I watch two Chinese teams play, any time is a good time to watch a team fight. Like, just go, 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 go. And
At the same,
it's just a Wombo combo versus another Wombo combo. Go ahead.
At the same time, though, eventually throughout the game, you saw Jax split pushing becoming an issue. So when they actually have everybody locked up in the inner lane, they become very clustered and very predictable, and that's where those AoE teamfight can come in. If Jax is coming straight at you, you can at least dodge Counter-Strike. That's what you saw at the start of that fight. Jax sweeps in, Counter-Strikes only one target, Renekton. He doesn't care. Everybody disengages, whacks away at Jax. If they're coming from different angles or they're spreading AoE like they did that one Dragon fight where they turned it around, I would have never guessed they would have, but they just let Royal have the Dragon. They came in, spread out, and used their mobility so well to counteract the AoE comp. This is actually probably why Royal was pushing, because if they didn't, they would get split pushed and mobility would have torn them apart.
So what do you guys feel learning a little bit about the strengths of each region coming in here? Obviously, we see China's region just being one that fights. OMG put the stamp on that as they went through their group stage. Do you think that's the one that's going to get it through? We also have, SKT, who does themselves like to fight, but only when it's surely warded and everything's going their way.
I just can't stress enough how well these guys fight each other. Every fight, 10 to 15% health. They would leave the fight. Coming one more time, just hit somebody, leave again.
A little bit.
Yeah, just one fight went on for a good 35 seconds, and one guy died, and all the rest were hit on like 15%. I don't even understand how that's possible.
They fight so much, they get a lot of practice at it.
You
got to give it to them. This is definitely going to be an action-packed series. I'm much more excited for the rest of it now than I was at the start.
One thing that we haven't touched on was the Baron, and whether people agree with it or not. Take it away.
I think that
real quick,
Royal played that really well. And again, it goes back to the fact they didn't have an answer to the split pushing Jax. So they lost the inhibitor. And when they took it into the lane with the super minions and then shoved it in afterwards, they nullified the gain from the Baron, took 2 towers, took the inhibitor, and just went all in one more time. So that was a fantastic use of that Baron.
Crepo, final thoughts?
Yeah, OMG was pretty much forcing a guaranteed split push with a 50-50 Nasher.
Right.
And Royal just read that completely. They knew if we give them a 50-50, the game can be done here. If we deny the possibility of a 50-50 by engaging and getting Lee Sin down and then taking Nasher, trading it for inhib and then pushing the inhib lane where the inhib was down. That was the correct play, and I just really like how they played that. Really good read.
If anything I learned from you is that 50-50 is always on your mind. You're watching for a team to make
We've
that
lost
mistake.
too many 50-50s. They're not 50-50s. They're more like 40-60s.
All right, everyone. We have to take a short break right now, but when we return, we'll see if Royal Club can lock down the series and a spot in the semifinals, or if OMG can force a Game 3. But first, we turn up the volume and listen in to the sounds of the game as the members of Royal Club celebrate their first win at Worlds.
对，一波，抢 A 了，抢 A 了吗？没有打人啊，打人啊！你看小狗在干嘛？保护小狗。Nice，
别出来了。
When I picked OMG, I was like very sad, but because I know it's broadcast live, so I have to like pretend to be very happy and just keep on my smile. But I don't know why, I just keep on failing in picks.
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends World Championship. It's time for game number 2 between OMG and Royal Club, and with one more victory here, we could see a Royal Flush for Royal Club. But it's going to be hard. I mean, the fact is here, we heard there from Tabe, actually, which is a point we didn't mention, that he was the one that picked OMG out of all those, or out of the 4 teams that he could have picked from.
Yeah.
And we've also seen from the other side, the fact that Royal Club had this seed, they've had quite a few people doubting that they've deserved that because of how well OMG have done against them in the past.
And there's really only one way to find out who really deserves the #1 seed, and it's by playing out the rest of these games. That first game was incredibly close. I know White's mid-game switch to Vladimir, or whether he had that plan all along, to go with the team fight Vladimir build instead of the common split push Vladimir build, was game-changing in team fights, specifically when they wanted to dive in to help Uzi live up to the hype. Basically, his Caitlyn in that game, positioning-wise, damage-wise, build-wise, the sidesteps he did on the Corki missiles were completely, I don't use the word much, but they were just they're incredible. He was godlike on Caitlyn that game, and OMG needs to do a lot to shut him down.
Really impressive stuff there from game number 1. OMG obviously now moving over to the blue side, and we'll see if that changes their fortune a little bit from this one. It was a very close game for a lot of it, a game even which OMG were leading, to be honest. So they're not that far away from where they need to be. It's just some fine adjustments.
That game could have went either way so quickly if, you know, if the Baron choice wasn't right, if they weren't able to get that nice team fight by the inhibitor and finish off the game, they could have been criticized for that because they get pushed right back with super minions, get taken down. Anything really could have happened in that game. 50-50 was really what that Baron was if they didn't decide to peel off and go for the team fight. Because they had to go for the Baron. They had to force a 50-50 because Jax was pushing that bottom lane. And we shouldn't be going back to first game so much, but it was that recent and that important that really OMG's got to feel a little down after losing in that fashion.
Let's have a look at game 2 here then. We see that Corki actually been banned out here by OMG, and Uzi has proved that he's incredibly good. Not sure how strong he is on Corki though. We've not really seen too much of him on that at any point really. On the other side, Aatrox banned out, that Renekton taken away from Royal Club. They didn't want Go in to pick that up first.
And I'm thinking that there was a lot left up. I was thinking maybe they'll first pick Ahri, but instead they just decided to go with the Shen. That's like your generic first pick.
Yeah, generic first pick. Left open, it's going to be taken away, as is Zed. And Zed getting through his dangerous stuff. We've seen how much of a ninja Whites is when we had a look back at that final play when he fell off his chair. Didn't fall, he was just being a ninja. On the other side, Kale coming out from this one, very, very possibly. And Royal Club actually played the Kale a little bit earlier on in the season, in the playoffs actually, against IG. This time around though, we're going to see it with OMG by the looks of it, and against that Zed makes sense.
Yeah, the last I saw was in the European regionals when Alex Each actually played Kale against enemy Zed and was victorious in that one, but that's the most we've seen of the, so to speak, like Kale counterpick. Lulu was a decent thing to pick against Zed as well because you can polymorph him after he goes in with his Deathmark to try and stop his damage. I'm actually just a little bit surprised about all the things that have been left up in this game because there were so many effective target bans or regional specific bans. Annie ban, Corki has generally just been dealt with by a lot of these teams, not banned away. Renekton has not been a priority, but because of all that, we get the double ninjas in a game, and now it's on OMG to react to the Zed.
Sona Vayne locked in here as well. And if Uzi, gets to the stage that it did in that last one, that Vayne's going to be even more terrifying than what the Caitlyn was.
Yeah, Vayne trying to dodge out from the Shen taunts and the Ahri charms. How often do we get to see Ahri 5th picked?
Not very often.
At the end of a team, yeah. I'm going to go with, I don't think it's happened in the World Championships.
I don't think so.
Let's just say it hasn't.
Yeah.
But it hasn't happened. 0%
I don't think it's happened. I think we're good on. So we're safe on that one. Ahri has been so highly contested in these ones. If she's not banned out, she's definitely in those first round of picks. On the other side, we saw the Varus coming in for San and the Ahri that we're already talking about. Looks like we could see a Vladimir or a Rumble or something else, but it will be a Rumble.
They're just overloading damage right now on Royal, and they have very low amounts of crowd control. So they're all about, Royal has done this before. They overload their team with damage and then dive anyway because you can only run away for so long, even if you're not crowd controlled. They just chase you down like a mob. At least they'd have the move speed from Sona, whereas OMG has a very conventional looking team composition. They have the Lulu to try and soft counter Zed a little bit, but aside from that, it's just the normal things we'd see from maybe even a non-Chinese team. I actually, despite the huge crowd control gap in Royal, I fear their damage. And I'm excited to see Uzi on Vayne and whether he can just get going.
Zed being let through, that's something that we've seen extremely rarely here. A couple of times, in fact. Actually, 50% win rate on that Zed coming through, if my memory serves correctly. And the fact he's in the right hands, Zed, right now is so unbelievably strong.
Yeah, and the thing that OMG would have going for them is since Royal picked it so early, OMG was able to at least build a decent amount of counters into it. They have giant shields coming in from both Shen and Lulu, so if the name in the game is single target assassination, it's actually not going to work out very well, which is why I think the Rumble pick from Royal also works, because he's the one who's going to try and spread damage and get people low overall. This one's interesting, Joe. One more win, Royal's just knocking OMG right out of the tournament, who was undefeated in the group stage until their very last game.
Until their very last game, which was so one-sided it almost didn't feel real after what we'd seen from OMG on the previous days. But this would be a very big disappointment to them. The fact that they came into the group stage losing out on that first seed, which would have made this their first game of the tournament, as it is for Royal Club. And for them to go out at this stage, probably unthinkable before we started playing this best of 3 from their side of things. But they are behind, and they have to win 2 games in a row now against Royal Club. So let's get into game and see how this one is all going to develop and whether we're going to see level 1 action that we predicted in game 1 but didn't really see.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's OMG who would have the crowd control advantage at level 1. Usually when I just write off the level 1 and say it's not going to happen is exactly when it happens. Like game 3 of Cloud9 versus Fnatic yesterday, where Fnatic was able to pick up a double kill. But right now these teams are putting up very defensive walls. It's a little curious that they have played each other so many times. Maybe they've kind of exposed all their level 1 strategies already. And since OMG recognized Royal was grouped up and OMG has the crowd control advantage, they're very willing to group up and try and get some ward control down. But with how many wards we saw last game, it didn't have a very large impact on the overall game. And I think these teams are familiar enough with each other that we're not going to see any action.
You can see them. They're headed up towards that wolf camp. Their path was spotted, but one thing that's not going to be spotted is the fact that they've all recalled from this one. This is going to take Royal a little bit of time to actually realize that it's happening.
That's actually my favorite invade by teams, when they get spotted invading and then hide in a spot that they predict has not been warded, because it puts an immense amount of unknown pressure on the enemy. At this point, Royal, you can already see they have to walk the long way around with Vayne and Sona to get to the bottom lane. Royal can no longer plan their jungle paths either, because unless Royal had a ward on OMG's blue buff right now, Lucky's not going to know what buff to path to next. He wants to go to blue, but it could actually be gone, in which case he'd be left with only 1 buff.
Well, the good thing from their side is that they do have that ward kind of on the corner, so they will probably be able to predict that Lovelin has in fact gone back for it. Either way, it's a dangerous little start here. Blue buff has already been done for Lovelin, actually smiting that one up. Gonna get his wolves as well, so not going straight over to his second buff just yet.
Yeah, 50-50. He guessed right, basically. Royal likes those 50-50s. They're pretty good at them so far. You can see the laners, at least from the 1 of the 1v2, aren't showing their faces quite yet. In fact, Going was giving a very... What was he doing? He was just giving an extended pull on the red buff, as far as I could tell. Another 2v1 lane setup, and I think that favors Uzi. Vayne wants to be able to farm like this.
Yeah, farm is something that is certainly going to have plenty of the rewards down on his bottom side, so Lovely not going to be able to get around without being spotted. And he is going to be coming over that side here. And he's going to try and get involved, but there's already that ward right there. He's spotted already at this stage.
Yeah, so the jungler's not making too much noise early. Anything could happen at any moment. We know how quickly Loveland likes to go and gank. And in the first game, it was actually Uzi and Tabe who did not respect the Jax or going in that 2v2 lane and paid heavily for it by giving up a kill to Lee Sin. Lee Sin's lane presence in those 2v2s is perhaps the greatest of all junglers. So when Lee Sin goes to babysit, it's actually kill pressure down in that bottom lane.
See Lucky coming across to this top side here. They know that Loveland's there. He's actually showed himself straight away as he came through that lane, and it would have to get a taunt out basically for Going to get something started in that one. Lucky doing the same here on that top side. Actually a lot of damage here coming on towards Big Pomelo, but you see Lucky just repelling away from it.
Yeah, one thing about the Rumble in the 1v2 is he doesn't actually have nearly as much kill pressure because he cannot chain any significant crowd control aside from his slows to really lock someone down. Basically, they're just trying to help each other's 1v2s farm, and I think Shen and Lee Sin are better suited for that as far as the lane matchups go.
Oh, Big Pomelo again getting a bit caught up in this top lane. He's going to go very low. Has to flash away from that one. Royal not committing to it afterwards, but Big Pomelo feeling the pressure here.
Hey, if Lucky keeps landing those stuns, even if they don't have the better lane matchup, they're going to win out in that 2v2 because Loveland has not been landing his resonating strikes in this bottom lane against Uzi and Tabe.
And the fact is that Uzi can knock them straight back as Going has a bit of an attempt there, and he's going to take a lot of damage for the pleasure. Gets that shield out of Lee Sin, but that third silver bolt going in there as White's here. Going to take him very, very low. The ignite was put on him, but he will be able to walk away from that one with his shadows. Meanwhile, San in his top side going super low, and there's the first blood. And San not even using his flash there as he falls. Now Tabe in trouble. He's a dead man. Lovely may go down. This is a short kill for Uzi. No, but he flashes in there, picks out, but now the turret's attacking him. He needs to be able to knock back Going here, who lands the taunt, gets the kill, and that leaves us at 2-2. These lanes just exploding with action.
What the heck just happened right there? It was a 1-for-0 and a 1-for-2. Both of those 2v2s just decided to fight. We knew there was kill pressure from the Lee Sin and the Shen. Underestimated the kill pressure from Lucky and Godlike. Wow.
Well, Lucky's been landing those cocoons.
Yeah.
And that's a very big part of that one in there as well. San goes down, uses barrier, didn't use flash. Now, it's never good to be using your flash if you're not going to get in there. As White's here, just going to exchange some damage with Cool. Never good to burn that flash without being sure that you're going to need to. But also, on the other hand, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I'd agree with the better safe than sorry when you're playing teams as aggressive as these guys. As far as the mid lane goes, White's has actually been forced into a fairly defensive item build right now. He's started with 2 Doran's items. I really feel like Cool has the early upper hand on him in this one. In the last matchup when White's was playing Vladimir, he stuck with Cool's Ahri quite well, but I think one too many charms have hit White's early on, and since the junglers have been completely occupied by babysitting, or it's not really babysitting, kill laning against the AD carry and support, it's allowed Cool to take a little bit of an upper hand in that mid lane.
Just saw that Lucky was hanging around as that wave was pushed right back on towards Godlike's tower, but this time decided to back off and not stay around from that one. Very low farm when it comes to those jungles at this point. We've seen why. Here is Lee Sin actually headed down to that bottom lane as well, so Lovely going to be doing pretty much the same as we saw before. We'll see if they can actually get in and pick up any kills again.
And Ahri, since she was 6 first and pushed up, can now threaten this bottom lane. Royal is in big trouble.
Yeah, Tabe in a lot of trouble from this one. They're going to focus down Uzi. He cleanses instantly out of the charm. Now though, Tabe, is he going to be able to escape? The taunt not quite landing. Lovely going low. Cool managing to pick up the kill there with a last tick of damage.
These guys are rather skilled right there. Uzi actually hit Cool mid-shadow dash flash to negate one of his spells, but then he got both procs of his REQ to actually finish off Tabe. Very nearly a desperate save.
Oh, here comes the Stan United San. Is he going to be able to get down and get that kill? Lucky repel. Godlike now getting caught out. Going taking a lot of damage. There's the arrow going through. Not really doing too much damage to Godlike. And again, a very close scenario in this top lane.
And Godlike really wants to hit level 6 here, because if he could, it would prevent this dive. But since he is not, he has to be extremely scared. Once he gets that creep, he can save himself. But OMG is looking to make something happen here. He's 6.
So close. There is the level 6 turret. Not quite down just yet. Godlike here is going to get dove upon. He's going to get finished off by San. There is the equalizer coming down, but it's not going to be enough damage, or is it? Here comes White. San going to get popped. Big Pomelo going to be the next target. He gets slowed down by the Glitter Lance. Meanwhile, Lucky on the other side going in for it. Double kill comes out by White. And in the end, we see that Lee Sin coming up there to help things out. Don't want to take on White's as Zed. But again, crazy, crazy, crazy stuff, Jeff.
That's the way these guys play. Absolute chaos. And because Going came up to support that, it actually gives Royal the eventual larger win by getting the mid turret with Uzi and Tabe.
So, turret going to be finishing off a lot of minions here. Uzi not wanting to give any kind of free farm over. Meanwhile, White making sure that this top turret still survives. If we look where we are in the game as that first turret goes down now, tied on kills, just that one turret down, but it's not a massive gold lead or anything that they've managed to pick up. If we look at the farm, it's decently even across all lanes as well.
Yeah, this game is rather good. Right here, White's is now kind of transition lanes with Rumble because they've lost themselves in the rotations. You can tell OMG wants to lock them down for a little bit of damage here. It's a tall task to kill Whites, but if he commits deeply, whoops, gave a little juke there.
Yeah, but I envy people that can do that.
Their reaction times are almost preemptive as far as this goes, especially Uzi in the couple clips I've seen. He is tumbling sometimes before people use spells for him.
We've seen the cleansers on him, like getting out of a charm the second that it actually lands on him. We saw Dragon being started off there, but Royal actually starting to back away. They've used that pink ward to make sure that they've got vision control at that bottom side. Right now, OMG actually pushing back for a turret here, and they're going to take the mid out of the turret.
Yeah, Godlike probably should have stayed to defend that turret, but he was roaming down for other tasks, and I feel like having the mid lane turret down for Royal but the bottom lane turret down for OMG is an advantage for OMG. It will specifically give Loveland more territory to roam through if he tries to set up any counter jungle or dive opportunities for OMG, as well as because Cool has been able to have the upper hand on Whites. The farther Ahri can shove up the lane, the longer Ahri can disappear for, and the more overall map pressure that creates.
So let's have a look down some of the items here. San actually picking up that Phage here first. So we'll see. Oh, he's got to be headed Trinity Force at some point with that one, obviously.
I wonder. That's the Genja special right there.
Yeah, the Phage first, and then just a bit of randomness around it.
I really wonder whether San's going to be going for a Trinity Force Varus, because so many Varus have just been going for the Bloodthirster into the Last Whisper. Trinity Force is just a whole new ballgame. I really wonder what San's going to go with that.
Now, this mid lane that we've been looking at here, obviously White's getting that double kill in the top lane, really starting things off nicely to him. He was taking a lot of damage from Cool a little bit earlier on. Godlike is in trouble. He's going to get kicked into the taunt. Meanwhile, Royal Club use that distraction in the top lane to start themselves off that dragon again.
Yeah, and that was just Loveland sneaking in because the mid turret is down, but Royal getting the dragon. Maybe the fight turns. Tabe lands crescendo.
Wow, Tabe going very low, but Cool, he's going to get burst out from this one. Uzi picks up that kill. Whites is going to finish on Big Pomelo, no problem. And now San, he's a dead man. Uzi going to get the finish on that to get a double kill, but is it over? Going, he's chased down here. Lucky, where's the cocoon? Flash away from Going, gets him back to safety. Brilliant pickup from Royal.
Huge play by Royal there, especially because of the kill distribution. It's 3 kills on Whites and 3 kills on Uzi. That is exactly what they need. If those two get going, the game is effectively over, and they are so close to getting farmed. Tabe almost baited that in because he had allowed a 3-man crescendo, and again, San thought he had the kill, and did have the kill. I thought he got away. The rest of the Royal came all the way over the top. You could see Uzi's chase potential. The best Vanes always end fights in the front because they move so well. And now with Blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves completed for Uzi, I think OMG's in trouble.
OMG are in trouble. 1-0 behind in this best of 3 in case you're just joining us and didn't see game number 1. And Royal Club are in the driving seat from this one as well. OMG need to find something to get back into this game. Let's have a look down those items once again because the Haunting Guy's just been finished off there for Godlike in the top lane. On the other side, Shen not got that Sunfire Cape quite done.
Yeah, and both of these side laners or top laners have really sacrificed this game. They are incredibly low on farm because it is completely an arms race between Uzi and San. And I think it totally works in the favor of Royal because I think Godlike does much better with low farm than a Shen does. If Going doesn't get farmed, Uzi is just going to melt through him. And that farm distribution is huge for Royal once again.
And Uzi now with that Blade of the Ruined King done. It's not something they want to go 1v1 with. And there was Uzi with that Blade of the Ruined King. Yep. He's now down for this one. Royal Club were pushing that mid lane there. Nice pick-off from OMG.
Yeah, that was him just getting hit by Cleanse. It was the map control that they had lost because the mid turret was down. You can check, he got hit by the charm. He had his Cleanse, but actually chose not to use it because he figured he was dead to rights in that situation. And now, OMG gets engaged.
Oh, White's going straight in there, gets kicked off to the side, but Cool gonna go low from that one. Not quite got the damage to finish off, and OMG able to walk away, almost getting that pick that they just lost out on back for themselves.
Yeah, White's is actually sitting on 2,000 gold, but because Uzi was down, they wanted to keep his presence on the map and push this middle lane. But it's tough to push against that cool wave core.
Yeah, wave instantly obliterated and not able to get down. Meanwhile, Godlike finally having a bit more time here in this bottom lane to get his farm back up to that of what his opposite number is. Go in there. He's been on that top side of the map now up at 81 CS, and we'll be finishing off that Sunfire Cape here with that trip home.
Yeah, I think that Sunfire Cape is rather huge for Going. I don't know if it's enough yet to deal with Uzi. Godlike as well, farming away in this bottom lane, having to really just sacrifice so much and hold against 2 people almost the entire game so that the rest of Royal can go and make plays. I'm really expecting Royal to try and force some team fights soon, and I have to see whether their lack of crowd control prevents them from forcing the right team fights and how willing OMG is to commit to these dragon fights, because I feel like when you're running a team with low amounts of crowd control, you force fights by running at objectives and basically baiting the other team towards you. That's the only way you get to get your mitts on.
So Red Bull heading over here to Sam. Cool, clearing out that mid wave. He's now got that needlessly large rod in there. We can see that San almost got that Trinity Force finish, so it's not quite on the same path as what Genji is. White's going very low from this one. There is Stan United actually coming down, and that's an easy kill and another pick from OMG.
Cool is really making that Ahri work. As long as he can land charms while Royal is trying to split push a little bit and get Uzi going, it's going to create power plays for OMG. Royal was completely on the other lanes right there, and it's making it difficult for them to collapse in for this one. There's the equalizer, though, trying to desperately save that turret. The fight turns.
Yeah, they need to be careful from this one there. Is the ultimate coming out from San, not quite able to lock them all up with that one. Are Royal going to be able to close in and pick up some kills from it? Nope, OMG walk away pretty simply.
Yeah, very contented just taking the turret despite getting the Varus ultimate onto Lucky in a potential 2v5. OMG really showing their focus on objectives so far with that play.
So can they take the turret here?
See, Royal wants to get a fight here. They recognize the cool Ahri ultimate is going to be up again soon, and this is finally Royal being grouped up. If they could get OMG to engage on them somehow, they could then use their double Blade of the Ruined Kings and actually go for a big team fight. But you can see OMG's just not having it.
Not having any of that one. Cleanse is available for Uzi as well. Didn't use it in that last fight, and that could be crucial when the taunts and the charms start coming their way. There's a cocoon thrown out from Lucky, who's been pretty damn accurate with them so far. Not quite landing it this time around. Going, we'll just tank up a little bit of damage there as they try to get rid of this wave, and Royal not able to get in there again.
At the very least, we're going to see Royal force down for a Dragon here and maybe go in for a 50-50. Lucky loves going for those 50-50s as far as Dragon is concerned. And once again, OMG might be trying to do a split push, and since Royal has already lost 2 inner turrets, they almost can't commit for that. Uzi pops his ult to chase, and I don't know if they can get anything.
Yeah, going after Cool there, who used the ultimate of his own. That Dragon is available now, but neither team really choosing to go down there. Royal finally, with the ulti away from Cool, know that they could maybe head off for this one. Lovelin actually coming over the wall there. That's a very dangerous move from him. Yeah, shielded up by Lulu. There's White's actually coming in. Wild Growth goes down, going. He's getting obliterated. There's a 3-man crescendo coming in as well. Tabe picks up a kill, but they're only going one way right now. San taking tons of damage there as he falls. They're still chasing here as well. Lovelin, can he get away from this one? Tumble comes down, and that's a triple kill for the Vayne.
5 for 0, a clean ace. Even though that initiation seemed forced by Royal, that's how confident they are in their team fighting capabilities. They take the turret, they're all low, but everybody on OMG is dead. This could be an 18-minute Baron they take. Let's check out how this fight works. White's got popped up during his death mark, but because of that, it made OMG creep in. Notice how Cool and San move forward right as that crescendo was landing. It's exactly what Royal needed. And then, like all good Vaynes, Uzi near the front of the team for this last team fight, knows the last auto attack will kill, so he automatically moves onto Lovelin, gets that kill as well, and that is the monster swing in this game.
Monster swing. Baron is taken down there by Royal. And we wondered, is the Sona Crescendo going to be enough crowd control? And Jack, if you hit 3 people with it, it's enough.
Absolutely, it's enough. Tabe with huge plays. He was 0-6 on Annie in the last game, but he landed the Tibbers when it was required. And he is putting himself in harm's way just so he can land these crescendos. And we were talking so much as this Dragon's actually going to maybe be contested. I'll tell my story later. Let's see if OMG can get on alive.
Well, I'm going to pick it up, and there is the ward over the back.
Story time. Because we were wondering how Royal got this #1 seed, in a sense, because OMG was so dominant during the regular season. They won the winner bracket final in the Chinese regionals, and then they got 3-0'd by Royal in that finals match. And we were wondering, does it really mean anything? Maybe OMG was off their game that day. Maybe Royal is just that good. And now Royal, 1 game away from making it in.
Yeah, Cool's dead. He's not getting away from that one. Deathmark coming down to finish him off from Whites. And this is an inner turret. Baron is on. They're regenerating every last bit of damage that's coming in from that last one. They could crowbar their way through for the inhib.
As soon as they got Baron in the last match, they went to end the game, and they are just powerfully pushing down this middle inhibitor. They have to wait for the next creep wave, but OMG is really scared right now.
Yeah, in our prep, watching a lot of these games between these two teams, we tried to find the real differences between them, and one of them was that OMG, after picking up objectives, did generally better pushing out the wins and maps. But Royal Club, if they were feeling they had any problems with that, they don't see them in this game. In that first game, they finished it off. In this one, they're looking for the damage as well as they go in towards Lovelin. There's a Wild Growth put down very early. Royal Club gonna start to just back away from it. They took the inhib on that push.
They got what they came for. They're now up 3 turrets and 5,000 gold, but they got what they came for. They want more. Hiding behind OMG, going for them.
Oh, Tabe actually getting charmed in there. Is the cocoon on towards Lovelin. Oh, managing to get away somehow. Going, he's gonna TP off to him as well with that Stan United. Meanwhile, Lucky diving into the back there to try and lock out Big Pomelo. And another crazy encounter with no kills.
Well, here's the trick. If the crescendo doesn't land and OMG stays out of range of it, OMG can just disengage like that. They have the Shen kick that can go away. They have the kite from Varus' spells, and they have Lulu's kiting ability as well. The whole reason that OMG ate that ace in the mid lane was because they half committed to Royal's engagement initially, and then Royal was then able to chase them down. So it's still actually fairly difficult to Royal to control their engagements, but with this lead, they can brute force things down.
Oh, see them pushing in now towards this inner turret. In the top lane, still very, very cautious about where they put this pressure and how much they actually put down. Lovelin losing a lot of health there. And I think one thing that we also have can't really forget is the crescendo, just the threat of it actually. When it's not being used and it's off cooldown, they know that it's available. OMG have to be even more cautious then than a little bit later on when it's already down.
And games like this are actually very hingent on flash crescendos as well, but it's still on cooldown for Tabe. And I'm actually a little surprised at Royal's caution here. They typically have one more wave of minions to come through for this. I wonder if they're going to try to flank around the side or brute force down on this last minion wave that they have with the Baron buff still being on them. OMG is holding this very dangerous turret right here. Royal's last chance.
Okay, hold on a little bit longer to that turret. The minion wave in mid, as you rightly pointed out, is starting to push through. They're gonna have to deal with that here. And we can already see that Cool has left the rest of his team, and he's going to be going back for that one. A 4-man defense would be very risky from that one. We are going to see Go going. There is a crescendo coming down. Go going gets a wild growth, but he's not going to escape that one. A kill for Uzi, and this Vayne is causing them all kinds of problems. Finally, Cool going to come back in. Uzi going very low. Cleansers off there right at the end. Whites is actually going to die, but that is the turret somehow surviving. Everyone from Royal low, and White's dead.
Well, Royal actually decided to dive without any minions. They didn't care about the creep wave because OMG was so good at clearing it with Varus and Ahri. You could see they locked down Go going, the tankiest member of that Royal team, and it did give OMG a little bit of time. You can see the Lee Sin kickback on Uzi stopped the initial chase, and since Cool was actually off to peel minions, he arrived right at this moment. He did not get his Ignite off onto Uzi, which meant the cleanse could end up saving him and stopping. I guess it didn't stop any damage at the end from Cool. It meant it was a 2-for-1 instead of a 2-for-2.
So, OMG managing to hold out to the turret. We'll see how long they can do that for. Is that red buff taken down? Baron coming up in less than 2 minutes. Dragon's on its way through in 1.5 as well. So that means we're probably in for some more action. So let's have a quick look down some of those items coming out here right now. Phantom Dancer now added into the Blade of the Ruined King, along with that Quicksilver Sash coming out as well now for Uzi.
Yeah, Uzi's QSS is going to do a lot of work for him because he knows his cleanse is down, and it's going to give him a little bit of Cool durability right there. It means Cool most likely won't be able to 100-0 Uzi, and knowing if he can position properly, it would then allow him to clean up fights as Vayne. But OMG going for the fights. They have the man advantage.
Oh, lovely. Naturally going very deep. Cool going to go over towards Sammy. There's a Stan United being used very early. Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. San's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi. Well, look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing fight coming out of Uzi.
Oh my God, right there. Royal just ace OMG. They beat them 4 times in a row. They're going for 5. They have minions in the mid lane. Super minions, in fact. They're going for the win.
They're going for the win, and honestly, 15 seconds for most of the players to come back up into this game. This is going to be a win for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals 2-0. Amazing performance, the Zed, the Vayne. Too much for them to handle this time around, and you can see exactly what it means to Royal Club.
So much emotion for them coming in. They had to watch OMG go 7-1 in the group stage, and then they had to draw them to play in the quarterfinals. They are longtime rivals from the Chinese LPL. They beat them 3 times in a row to gain that #1 seed, and then with that bye into the quarterfinals, they beat them twice more in a row to move on. Well deserved by Royal.
And we talked about the whole strategy there. You saw Uzi, that pink keyboard, obviously a big key to his victory here. And the fact is, they had to protect him. Protect the puppy is what they needed to do, and that's exactly what they did. In fact, if we look at that last fight, he kind of protected himself. He was just on his own at the back, surprised them, and they were able to rip straight through. Amazing performance by Royal Club, and I guess that really does silence the naysayers who said that OMG should be #1 seed coming out of China, because Royal Club have just beaten them twice in a row very convincingly.
25 minutes in this last game. You can hear the ovation from the crowd there. And you're absolutely right. Uzi, he's crazy too, because he was going into 4 or 5 people. Yes, they were low, but he calculates exactly what he can do. This is a scary Royal team now because they fight more frequently than anyone else. I cannot wait to see their matchup against Fnatic now, because that is 2 very distinct play styles going against each other.
That's going to be absolutely amazing, isn't it? I mean, OMG were the team, I think, to beat from both groups, actually. I mean,
seemed like it.
They seemed to be the team. I think a lot of people favored them maybe for this whole tournament after seeing what they did in the groups. There is Uzi on your screen, certainly enjoying a moment that he definitely should enjoy because what a victory. OMG, as we said, 7-1 in the group stage, despite that horrible loss to SKTT, won in their final group stage game. It didn't look like the same team that we'd seen for the other ones, and they've just been absolutely dominated by Royal Club.
Yeah, wow is really the last thing I can say to sum this one up, because we know how strong OMG was. We know the rivalry between these two teams. And now Royal's story just becomes so amazing because they stormed through the end of their regionals to get the #1 seed. And they felt, and Tabe said he felt so bad and upset about drawing the other team because he was expecting that to be, their main challenge coming in. They took care of that pretty easily. Their weaknesses as well, coming in saying that Royal wasn't able to capitalize on their advantages very quickly. They would kind of meander around in the mid-game after forcing so many team fights. But now that they know how to play the early game and know how to force fights, if they can end games the way they just did against OMG, they are incredibly dangerous since we're down to only 4 teams now in the World Championships.
Yeah, and that's and I talked about it in the middle of the game that was the one concern that we had. That was the one thing that from our eyes really put OMG above Royal Club for this one because they did do so well after winning team fights to push through. Royal Club kind of hanging around and seeming a little bit dithery in terms of where they were going and what they were doing, but that wasn't present in this game whatsoever. We saw in game #1, they just shoved up that lane with the super minions coming back to their inhib that they lost while they were picking up that Baron and pushed it straight through and took the win right there. And they've done the same here. Pick up an ace. Of course, it makes it easier when you pick up an ace to do that and just walk straight through into the base. But no messing around, straight to the point, get the game won. 2-0 against OMG. Amazing.
And 20 kills to 9 in the last one. It only took them 25 minutes and 20 seconds. That is so dominating. I'm very glad now that they made it through, just because a team that plays this aggressively, I just need to see more of. We know now Uzi is a god on AD carries as far as it goes. What are teams going to do to slow him down? And you can't take away from the rest of the team because Whites was always right in there with him. The whole team played great.
Amazing victory there. And, well, we know our second semi-final matchup now as China's Royal Club are going to take on Europe's Fnatic.
Yeah, and also, if you want to see that semi-final live at the Galen Center, go to lol.esports.com/tickets to pick some up.
You definitely want to do that. It's going to be an amazing matchup. Let's get over then to Shox, who's hanging out on the stage here with Royal Club support Tabe.
Thank you very much, Joe. Tabe, congratulations. What an amazing series. And I have to say, even though you guys beat OMG over in the qualifier, a lot of people favored them to win. Did you guys feel the same way?
First of all, hello guys. I love LA. To the question you just asked, I think OMG and Royal Club both are really strong teams. But after so many days, because we came earlier on 15th of September, we played a lot of scrims. We don't want to be tourists, We don't want to come LA play and just the first round to play the games and just go by. Goodbye. So we tried really, really hard and we practiced a lot. So we are really happy to win, but because both of us are China teams, so I'm not that happy now. Yeah.
We understand. Now, I gotta ask you about your opinion on Big Pomelo and San, because you, together with Uzi, you absolutely rocked those games.
Like, to be honest, on the point of view, I played badly during laning phase. Like, both games, everyone can see that I just killed by their jungler and going like the same method, 2 games. I was really depressed, yeah. But comparing to the performance between our bot lane and OMG's bot lane, I think both did really great. But because Uzi always tries to play super carry like Vayne or Twitch, yeah, he just carries the game, yeah. And like during mid game, the first game, my Annie, I had a 3-man stun initiate, and the second game I also did the same 3-man stun initiate by Sona. So I think this is why we changed the whole game. We just win. Yeah.
Just win, absolutely. Now, to get into the final, you're going to have to just win against Europe champions Fnatic. What are your opinions on that matchup?
I love every team in this S3 tournament because I always thought Koreans are the best, and the second place is China. But to be honest, I think every team in the world is super strong. They just have different style. For example, C9's jungler is one of the best jungler I've ever seen. He just he just carries the team playing as a jungler. But for example, our jungler plays different style. He just ganks a lot and buy a lot of wards. So I think these very small differences can just tell me that every team has its own style to win the game. But I didn't respond to the question about Fnatic. I think, okay, sorry. I think Fnatic's mid player XPK is very, very good. I think he is really, really good. But I am very confident that White can beat him in mid lane. But something funny I want to say is Fnatic scrims a lot with us too, but they never try hard. I don't know why.
Guys, give it up one more time for Royal Club. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. All right, now let's send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for their thoughts on Royal Club's impressive sweep of OMG.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And honestly, it really was just fantastic play put out by them. He said, we didn't want to come here and be tourists whatsoever. And they absolutely showed that even without time on the stage, in the group stages, they were still able to come out very strong.
Well, I think it was really smart of them to come out early and take advantage of all the teams in the group stages, setting up those scrims. They were a safe scrim partner for everybody in groups, right? Because no one had to face them. So it's a good strategy if you want to win some games later on. Come in, get yourself all warmed up.
They definitely put in the work, and it showed.
I do agree with what he said about Fnatic. It's a team you can never count on the way they play scrims as when you meet them in the LCS. We've done that. We've made that mistake once. I'm not saying they're not playing serious. They just have like a way different vibe to them. They try out what they need to try out, and they
Was that the first time you found out about the Fnatic brush?
Oh no, we know about the Fnatic brush for a long time already. But yeah, Fnatic always surprise on lands and on important matches. They really switch the switch around pretty much.
Yep.
And they go ham. And it's really nice to see how they always keep performing on lands, while in the LCS they look sometimes a little shaky.
And let's get right into the picks and bans on this one, because I almost feel like, and obviously this wasn't between the two teams, but they said to each other, let's go ahead, give you your comfort picks, and we'll go at it. Just at each other's throats. Ari on one side, Zed on the other. Ari coming in as 9th pick on blue side, so that's their final. Something we haven't seen all tournament that Joe and Jat were talking about. Doublelift, start us off. What do you think about those picks and bans?
I think both team comps were actually really smart. So you saw on one side they had Shen and Lulu to kind of counter Zed, and on the other team they had a very disruptive assassin comp with Zed, Vayne, Rumble, and that just allows Vayne. There's so many threats on the team. You can't just focus Vayne or else you're just going to die. Both team comps were really well thought out, and Royal executed better.
On that point, I have to say the Lulu and Shen that they had to counter Zed in a crucial team fight in the mid, they actually used all of that crowd control with no damage coming out. Yeah. And so the execution, you're right, completely in Royal's favor there.
Yeah, we'll look at that replay in a little bit. But before we start talking about that, I'd really like to talk about the first Dragon fight, which occurred after, or was it? It was the Dragon fight that occurred after
Rumble got killed?
Rumble got killed up in top lane.
Right.
Because this was a big change in OMG's style for me, because throughout this tournament, they've been in the driver's seat. They've been the aggressors, forcing their strategy on other people for the most part. But that Rumble kill, yes, is Rumble critical to taking these dragons? Absolutely. But they Shen ported in. Loveland was still on Lee Sin up in the top lane trying to run to this dragon fight. And the single target damage coming down when they engaged a dragon was so high from the team composition run by Royal that they just lost the dragon. They lost the fight. If OMG had just played the top lane turret, tried to put pressure up there after Rumble had died, they could have come up with at least an even trade right there instead of unnecessary fighting.
And I think their strategy right there was, we think, because Chinese team fights last so long for the most part, they last 25 to 35 seconds, they thought that Lee Sin had enough time to kind of get in there. And you saw the biggest misplay right there was Son using his Varus ulti on only Sona, and then hesitating, like, what do I do? He should have just used it to disengage, wait for Lee Sin to get there, so it's a 4v5 situation.
And he did some wrong pathing as well, leaving one more shot on the Sona. I just want to point out like how much confidence Royal is showing by running a team comp like this. This is basically a multiple threats. If you get behind at one point, you will never be able to kill people through Lee Sin, Shen, and all the shields, and so much damage coming out.
And not to mention, Rumble built Leandries first, so there's no tankiness
There's
here.
no way back. There's no way back.
Sword boots into Leandries into another blasting one. Like, he was not thinking about his own safety.
And let's look at that replay right now. Bring it up on your screen. How all of this came together, led up to this fight, and really the control that damaged the single target focus mounting you were talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to disrupt this composition, you have to use your CC perfectly, like we were talking about. So let's go ahead and roll this right here. So Loveland coming in, and Godlike with the big Rumble ult. But right here, they use the taunt and the Wild Growth just on Whites. Doesn't even take him down. Look at the Rumble ult, too, splitting the team. And that allows Uzi to be protected from both of his flanks and then roll up the fight from the rear.
That was also Tabe when he was talking about the three-man crescendo.
Yes.
That was on the priority targets there. Got Varus and Ahri locked up that team fight right there.
And that was just a superior use of CC. But Godlike's Rumble ults were so on point because in this composition, you must have good Rumble ults because you have to split up the team so that Vayne and Zed can get into a small skirmish and 1v1 people. And the other thing about that fight as well was we had both Blade of the Ruined Kings finished on Royal and no
Huge
DFG yet on Ahri. And so Royal was in a big item power spike right there. OMG hadn't quite made it there yet.
Final thoughts, gentlemen?
I just want to point out that was the second crescendo that won them. Like the first crescendo at the Dragon fight also was like super good by Tabe. Basically allows those really squishy mass damage characters to dish out way more damage for the 2 seconds that crescendo lost, and it basically gives them as if they would have more HP that they could use to tank the fight. No, they could put everything on damage and just one more combo. As Monty said, split them up, the ones that are split up to the front, put the CC on them, and then just blow them up.
And we can't end this segment without talking about Uzi, man. Like I know, like this guy. I knew he was this good. I didn't think his team was going to keep pace with him. I mean, obviously Uzi's the star of the show. His team played really well, but man, this guy, he is that good. He does live up to the hype. He played spectacular both games. He died one time in the first game, and he died 2 times in the second game. I mean, come on.
With his cleanse usage, I wonder if it's purely reactionary or if his game read is just that good that he just cleanses preemptively almost, because it's literally like a 0.1 seconds, 0.0 something. Like he's so quick.
From both champions, from Caitlyn and then on to Vayne. Doublelift, you'll be able to learn more from him tomorrow. But right now, we got to move on. We're going to head over to D-Man on the couch, who's hanging out with Curse's Voyboy.
Thank you very much, Riv, and welcome to the interview lounge, Voyboy from Curse Gaming. So let's talk about the game that we've just seen there, Voyboy. What a fantastic matchup to start with. Very aggressive stuff. What were you expecting? Obviously, you were coming up to this, knowing that you were going to watch this match. Were you expecting it to be that crazy?
I definitely was not expecting it to be like so dramatic. We knew going into this, Royal Club and OMG, 2 of the top Chinese teams. The LPL just famed for their aggression. I expected the games to be just all-out brawls, and that's really kind of what we saw. This is obviously not the first time we've seen these teams go head-to-head. At the LPL finals that actually earned these teams their spot to Worlds, Royal Club beat out OMG before in a best-of-5 series. And I was actually kind of expecting to see something similar. They actually just blew me away. Uzi's plays were phenomenal. I was really impressed.
So obviously we see the Fnatic Royal going through to the semi-finals. SKT1 already there as well. What are you thinking from these guys? They're up against Najin Sword, of course, in the finals. Is there anything that surprised you coming out of the groups, coming out of the quarterfinals? Obviously, we now have seen every single team play. Is there any of these teams that have really surprised you coming into this tournament?
I wouldn't say any like really big surprises. Obviously, everyone here is a top contender. Everyone was looking strong. I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised with Fnatic's success. I've always been a fan of their dynamic playstyle. Like you can never really count on what Fnatic's going to play like throughout the series over the course of their history. Like so, as an XPK, they have such deep champion pools. They'll just whip out like anything. And here we see like double TP strats. They basically just play whatever they want, just try to build as much synergy as they can. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see like the contrast in playstyles between Royal Club's Chinese aggression and the Fnatic like double TP, go for the mid to late game. I think it's going to be really awesome to see.
And obviously, you play top lane yourself. Has there only been particularly in that top lane that's impressed you from any of these teams so far?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for the most part, Soaz has been really awesome to watch. He was instrumental in a lot of Fnatic's wins in the group stages, and they just came out strong with like some crazy Lissandra plays versus Cloud9. I would honestly say, like, I think, yeah, that's probably it.
And of course, you're playing for Curse Gaming. You've got a bit of a situation going on in Curse Gaming. What's happening exactly with Curse for Season 4? You guys obviously in the LCS.
So yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't have the best season. We didn't make it here. We kind of disappointed our fans and ourselves, I guess, and we're now going to be fighting for relegation. But I think that it's definitely something that we all have our hearts and minds set on. Right now, we're sort of just evaluating our roster and maybe looking to make some changes going into the next season just to be as well prepared for relegation and the upcoming games as possible. So to be determined on that.
So be determined. Well, keep your eyes peeled. Thank you very much, Void Boy. Now, of course, we're going to go back over to the guys at the analyst desk to look at the World Championship bracket.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And now that we've completed the quarterfinal round, we are one step closer to finding out who will win the Summoners Cup. Let's check out that bracket. In our first semifinal match, it's a showdown between the Korean powerhouses SK, Telecom T1, and Najin Black Sword. And in the second series, it's China's Royal Club versus Europe's Fnatic. Okay, gentlemen, now that we've seen where the teams have landed, it's time to see where the four of you stand in the prediction of the games after the quarterfinals. Because of everyone choosing the same teams, SKT and OMG, in the respective matches, even though your records are different, the standings are going to stay the same. Monte Cristo is in first with a 3-way tie for third, or actually a 5-way tie if you count all three casters for second. And bringing up the bot lane, it's Double Lift. You got to do some work there, Double Lift. And even though you're still in last, I'm proud that you didn't try to switch back to Royal after game 1. So kudos for that.
Although he was constantly saying, I knew I should have picked Royal.
I know, because, man, I should have just picked Royal. I knew Uzi was so good.
You would have
shoulda.
No more
You still would have been behind me, though.
Yeah, that's true. I can't beat my coach.
All right, guys. I believe we're ready. Already 41 group stage matches and 4 quarterfinal series into the World Championship. But we are, and it's down to the final 4 teams. Coming up on Friday, it's an all-Korean semifinals as Faker and SK Telecom T1 battle Prey and Najin Black Sword.
Then on Saturday, China's Royal Club and their incredible AD carry Uzi take on Xpeke and Fnatic.
The semifinals kick off live from the Galen Center Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific and 5 a.m. Saturday for those of you living in the Central European time zone. But why tune into the semifinals when you can watch them live? There are still seats available for both Friday and Saturday's best of 5 fights.
Head over to lolesports.com/tickets for all the information that you need to see Fnatic, Royal Club, SKT, and Najin Black Sword compete for their shot at the Summoners Cup.
All right, now let's send it back to Shox over on the main stage to send us out in style.
Thank you very much, Riv. It was another amazing day here in the League of Legends studio. Congratulations to Royal Club and SKTT1. And if you missed any of tonight's matches, or you're like me and you just want to watch them again, head over to lolesports.com. That does it for the quarterfinal round of the Season 3 World Championship. From all of us here, thanks for watching. Good night, and we'll see you at the Galen Center.
Telecom. Bengi's the first victim of the fight, but it's soon going to be much more of the Gamma Bears down. That's a double kill for Impact as he continues to chase down. They land the charm. Faithful is down. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out. There comes the Claw of Doom. They land a massive Glacial Doom, and that's just melted. Double kill for Faker. SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semi-final.
Here comes Go going. That's another kill. The double coming down for Cool.
杀他，算了，走走走。
拿走！拿走！没走！
别出来这样。
拿走！我没走！别推耳机，别推耳机！别挂耳机，别挂耳机！别签的。
is going to be an all-Korean semi-final. Najin Black Sword taking on SK Telecom T1. Woo!
일단 같은 한국 사람이라 플레이 스타일이 서로 비슷한데 거의 예상은 할 수 있을 것 같다고 생각해요.
Najin going big. They're going for all the kills.
저희가 꼭 우승컵을 따고 싶기 때문에 우승까지 하고 싶습니다.
From downtown.
치열한 경기가 될 것 같아요.
A clean ace for SKT.
이번에는 저희가 이길 것 같아요.
That's a matchup that is going to be awesome to watch.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
welcome to the semifinal round of the Season 3 World Championships. I'm Ify Shogzaportra, coming to you live from the main stage here at the Galen Center in downtown Los Angeles, California. Are you guys excited? Today, of course, in our first semifinal, SK Telecom T1 takes on Najin Black Sword to see which Korean team we'll be seeing in the championship game and who will battle it out for a chance at the Season 3 title and the Summoners Cup. But for now, it's time to get acquainted with our starting lineup, starting with the lovely gentleman at the caster desk.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller, and calling tonight's best of 5 semi-final series. Here with me tonight is Trevor Quickshot Henry and the lovely Sam Kobe Hartman Kendall.
Thank you, Joe. Well, before we get to our first game between Najin Black Sword and SKT, let's send it across to the massive arena to Riv and the guys over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I am Rivington Bislin III, and holding it down at the analyst desk with me is none other than David Freak Turley. Plus, joining us again for the semifinals, it's the Trinity Force of insightful and analysis, OG and Castromani Cristo, the Evil Geniuses Crepo, and Counterlogic Gaming's Double Lift. But before we dive into tonight's semifinal series, let's take a look back at Tuesday's games, starting with the highlights from SK Telecom's dominating performance. Day 2 of the Season 3 World Championship quarterfinals kicked off with the red-hot SKT1 taking on the Gamma Bears from Taiwan. SKT1 jumped out to an early lead in Game 1 behind Bengi's pressure from the jungle.
Stays caught between a rock and a hard place. He may be able to pick up first, but Impact gets away. That's a flash. Flash for flash. Bengi lands the killing blow, securing for SKT.
Bengi continued to rack up the kills, but here he lets Faker get in on the action.
Maple will not see this coming either.
Well, we'll wait for the assault and battery is going to follow in. Here comes Faker. Maple tries to get away. He is going to get taken down. That assault and battery just locking up Cassidy for too long. Not even he could escape it.
SKT T1 walked their way into Gamma Bear's base to secure the victory in Game 1.
Wins is going to be the second kill of the fight as now they turn onto Sword Art. That's going to be a triple kill for Piglet. SK Telecom all of a sudden decide to win a team fight, decide to close the game out, and the Gamma Bears are going to drop 0-1 in this best-of-3 series.
And the Bengi show continued in Game 2.
Bengi is sticking to him. Sonic Wave, can it catch? That is the question. It does! He follows up. Sword Art's in trouble, 100 HP. The volatile Spiderling goes down. The Cocoon does not connect.
This could be 3.
Gets a safeguard shield. We do see the Sonic Wave gets dodged by the Repel, and that's a 3-for-0 in favor of SKT.
The Gamma Bears tried to play catch-up, but you can't catch a flippin' ninja.
He taunts out over the wall. Feint is up. He's got a couple hundred hit points, 380. Still taking everybody on a walk. Just a matter of time before they close him down as Maple is joining from the side. The thing is, how long do they stand? He's still alive! Sonic Wave comes in. Impact runs. Impact is not dead.
SKT T1 would roll to a convincing series win to set up an all-Korean semifinals versus Najin Black Sword.
Now Stake will be the next one to fall. Who gets the kill credit? It's Faker as Piglet picks up his second. Now Wins is getting dropped down as Sword Art in the background is crushed. A clean ace. SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najin Black Sword in the semifinals.
Incredibly well played game by the Korean team, convincing 2-0 victory.
The last match of the quarterfinals pitted two Chinese rivals against each other, as OMG battled Royal Club for the last remaining semifinals berth. And as expected, both teams came out swinging.
Look how low Tabe's gone. Gets knocked up. Cool now, unstoppable as he finishes off that kill. Lovelin goes low. He manages to get back, but the flash in from Uzi will secure them one back. And it's now a 2-for-1 fight. There's Ace in the hole.
Right back in.
Going, dives to the back line, but he will fall. There's the charm onto Uzi. He's going to cleanse. San going for
Uzi's still alive.
Doesn't get any of them as the Sonya's used there by White. Crazy turnaround again.
With OMG's Go-Going pushing their inhibitor, Royal made the decision to secure the Baron.
Classic question here. Is a Baron worth an inhibitor?
For Royal, it was worth. And they would go on to pick up the Game 1 win.
There is a flash. Tibbers coming in, not really doing what they would have hoped from it. And Royal back away to the steps. There's the Stranglethorns going down as White gets into the base. There's the ace in the hole. Uzi gonna pick that one up. That's already one man down. Can they finish off the tower? Charm landing onto Godlike. He's at less than half as Go-Going dives into the back. Lee Sin kicks the three of them in.
Royal is still pushing in. They've got the Baron and they're making their play.
This is gonna be game number 1. Going over to Royal Club.
They were so excited they were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one. What an insane ending.
With a 1-0 lead in the series, Royal kept their foot on the gas in Game 2.
Wow, Tabe going very low, but cool. He's going to get burst down from this one. Uzi picks up that kill. White's is going to finish on Big Pomelo, no problem. And now San, he's a dead man. Uzi going to get the finish on that to get a double kill.
Another beautiful crescendo from Tabe would give Royal an ace from out of nowhere.
There's a 3-man crescendo coming in as well. Tabe picks up a kill, but they're only going one way right now. San taking tons of damage there as he falls. They're still chasing here as well. Lovely. Can he get away from this one? Tumble comes down, and that's a triple kill for the Vayne.
Royal's Uzi lived up to all of the hype, and he carried his team past their rivals and into a semi-final showdown versus Fnatic.
Uzi is coming in from the backside. Surprise! Here comes the Vayne. Kill for White. San's not going to escape this one. They focus down Uzi, but look at him. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing fight coming out of Uzi.
My God.
This is going to be a win for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals, and you can see exactly what it means to Royal Club.
They are longtime rivals from the Chinese LPL. They beat them 3 times in a row to gain that #1 seed, and then with that bye into the quarterfinals, they beat them twice more in a row to move on. Well deserved by Royal.
And with all those matches keeping you on the edge of your seat, 41 group stage matches and 4 quarterfinal series, let's check out the Season 3 World Championship bracket as it stands now. We're down to the final 4 teams in the top semifinal showdown. It's tonight's matchup, Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus Najin Black Sword.
While in the lower half of the bracket, it's Saturday's best-of-5 battle between China's Royal Club and Europe's Fnatic.
All right, gentlemen. So coming into tonight, Najin Blacksword is actually the higher seed, as we've done our homework here. They got the most circuit points in Korea during their Season 3 and earned the bye into the quarterfinals. Now the question is, even though they took the region's top spot, are they a team that is better than SKT? Freak, what are you thinking?
It's a tough thing to call because SKT have done more in the recent past. They just won Champion Summer, so they're kind of the favorite coming in. But there's two topics I want to broach as far as this matchup is concerned. The first of all is individual skill differences, because Prey and Kane for Najin's Sword are really, really, really good. and they're going to be better than their opponents here. But on the other side, SKT's got Faker, and I think we've talked about him enough throughout the tournament. Faker, no one really stands a match for him in the 1v1. The other topic to talk about, though, is strategic differences, because we've seen SKT have a much cleaner mid-game and do a better job of closing out games than Najin's Sword.
Yeah, that's right. And with Najin's Sword, you know, the way they've won their games has been they get a huge advantage in that early laning phase, but they don't look as solid in terms of their mid-game strategy. They don't look as solid in terms of their strategy and team composition. We've commented on it before. They seem a little weird, maybe lacking a little bit of synergy right there. But for me, I really want to see the top lane matchup here because Impact has come such a long way. Starting out as more of a tanky player, he used to be a support player, moved up to that top lane, and he's developed into a carry top laner a lot like Expression. So for me, we haven't seen these teams play since Champion Spring, so it's been months and months and months, and I want to see how that development really affects him.
Yeah, to me, SKT1's bot lane, obviously not as good as Prey and Kane as they've shown during this tournament, but Faker is going to crush Nagne, in my opinion. And Impact and Bengi they've showed so much synergy, especially in the quarterfinals when they played Gamma Bears. You saw those sneaky ganks. Bengi and Impact just play so well together. I don't really see Watch and Expression have that kind of like tag team just make those plays together.
Yeah, I think that's what set both teams apart. There's synergy with their jungle, because many people consider Watch a slightly better jungle than Bengi, but Bengi does really well with Faker. Who's going to stop Bengi and Faker? Probably nobody. And then Bengi and Impact, as he said, to do really well together as well. So, and aside from that, I just want to point on that Najin Blacksword actually did play in Winter, OGN, and they did a lot of 3v1 dives there. That's actually where SKT1 was lacking a lot in the earlier stages of the group.
Mani, final thoughts?
Yeah, we see that coming out of Najin Sword, and yes, they're less of a dive-oriented team, but they're still capable of doing it. And notably, Expression, when he was on the sister team, Najin Shield, had to play against that dive a lot. And for me, out of all the Korean teams coming in, he's had the most safe play in those 2v1 situations, because you can tell he knows the limits of the dive and is constantly watching out for it, unlike some of the other Korean top laners that we've seen here.
And that's what Najin Blacksword will have to do, get an early lead in the early game and extend that into mid-game, because if you go even against SKT1, once the mid-game pushing starts and the rotations start happening, yeah, you find yourself losing the game really quick.
All right, in double lift?
And I just have to expect SKT1 to 2v1, because if they're dual lane 2v2s against Prey and Kane, which are so aggressive, they're probably going to lose. I think SKT1 is going to 2v1, and they just have to play the 2v1 game, even though apparently Sword has a better 2v1 game.
All right, well, you gentlemen have weighed in with your thoughts. It's now time for that part of the show that Double Lift hates more than giving up his farm. It's time to choose the winners of tonight's matchup. Before we get to our picks, let's take a look at the standings where everybody is sitting right now. Mani is in first with an impressive mark of 37-11. With the casters, Crepo, and the viewers just 1 point behind. And finally, sitting at the end of the standings and the end of the desk is our Double Lift.
I'm the best.
Double Lift, so even though you're 3 games behind your coach right now, because of the 2 semifinals coming up here are going to be worth more, as long as you pick a different team than Monty, by the end of the night, you could be tied. So there's a little bit of logic.
Or behind.
Or behind.
I'm going to win, dude. I'm going to win.
All right, gentlemen, it's time to lock in your picks. SK Telecom T1 or Najin Blacksword. Which one of these 2 teams will be playing for the Summoners Cup next week? Freak?
For me, it's SKT. I think they come through with a bit more experience. They've been doing sort of better overall. And I think as long as they can get by some early deficits, if that even happens, then they'll just close out the games.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking SK Telecom T1 as well. But it's worth remembering that in their last 3 best-of-5s, they have consistently dropped either the first or the first 2 games. And so I expect it to be a 3-1 with Najin Sword taking the first one. They're a team of adjustments. They can lose a game, they don't go on tilt, they come back, adjust their strategy, and then sweep their opponents. So they're a very strong team. We've all seen it, but I think Najin Sword probably has a few tricks tonight.
That's funny. It's because it's almost the mentality that TPA had coming in last year. If we lose game one, we'll definitely get the next ones knowing what they can bring out. Moving down the line, double
Yeah,
lift.
and I agree with Monty. I think SKT was going to take this because they've ramped up this entire tournament. You saw them early in the group stage. They lost to OMG. They adapt immediately. The next time they play OMG, they take a 13-minute inhibitor. Then they play against Gamma Bears. The first game's kind of slow. The next game's a complete stomp. These guys know how to download their opponents and play accordingly. They have great coordination, great play calling. They're just a really strong team.
Well, I agree with both these master level analysts.
What about me?
And Freak. And I think yeah, SKT has an edge over Sword, especially if you look at the early game. They've been improving their 3v1 dives. They've improving their early mistakes. And once mid game hits, if Uzi isn't too fed, or if their bot lane isn't Prey and Kane aren't too fed rather, then I definitely see SKT taking it.
All right, with the analyst desk trending towards SKT, it's now your chance, the viewers, to turn and try and take back the top spot in the standings. Head over to lolesports.com and vote for the team you think will win this semifinal series.
And once you're at lolesports.com, click on Schedule, hit the Semifinals tab, and vote away.
And now with the picks in our pockets, here is the Twitter question of the day. We want to know, how has the World Championship influenced the way you play League of Legends?
You can hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds if you want Riv to read your answer on air.
And now we're happy to announce that in celebration of the epic battles waged during Season 3, Championship Thresh arrives next Friday, October 4th.
Yeah, equipped with ornate... I'm going to wait for you guys to cheer for that one. Equipped with ornate battle armor and emblazoned with the sigil of Season 3, get a Thresh start for the next season with this new championship skin. I'm starting early.
Nice one.
All right,
Thanks.
everybody, we have to take a quick break, but when we return, Faker and SK Telecom T1 battle Najin, Black Sword, and Prey for a spot in the Season 3 finals. But first, since winning Korea's champion Winter earlier this year, Najin, Black Sword has gone through a lot of changes. And even though they lost their leader, they haven't lost focus on their ultimate goal, the Summoners Cup.
일단 저희 팀 탑 미드가 바뀌었는데요. 나그네 선수가 들어온 지 그렇게 오래되지가 않았는데 저희 한 달 정도 맞춰보니까 좀 많이 너무 손발이 잘 맞아서
그렇게 오랜 시간이 소요되진 않았고요. 일단 소드 형들이 그러니까 새로 들어온 멤버 치고는 너무 잘해주시고 그러니까 친근하게 다가와 주셔서 좀 적응하는 데는 거의 한 달도 걸리지 않았다고 봐요.
처음에는 저도 되게 나가고 싶어 했고 되게 자신도 있었는데 지금 흘러가는 추세를 좀 현실적으로 바라보면 좀 저보다는 나그네 선수가 지금 메타에 되게 맞는 선수고요.
나그네 선수 같은 경우에는 송 선수랑 이렇게 다루는 챔피언 폭이 거의 아예 정반대인데 반면에 요즘 좀 떠오르는 메타에 맞는 챔프들을 많이 잘해서 저희가 나그네 선수를 미드로 계속 쓰고 있고요. 네, 결과가 계속 좋게 나오고 있는 것 같아서 좋습니다.
막는 선수가 이제 팀을 나가게 된 후에 사실 연락은 많이 못했어요. 왜냐면 서로 다른 팀에 소속되어 있으면서 시즌 준비하느라 바쁘고
저희가 처음에는 엑스펜션 선수가 들어오고 그닥 좋은 성적은 아니었어요.
탑라인이 혼자서 자생한다 뭐 이런 식으로 몇 달간 했는데 그게 솔직히 되게 힘든 일이잖아요. 정글 없이 한다는 게. 근데 그 상황에서 좀 맞춰졌다가 이건 도저히 아닌 것 같다고 다시 바꾸고 나서부터는 그렇게 적응 기간이 오래 걸리진 않았어요.
일단 탑과 정글이 호흡이 잘 맞아야 하기 때문에 처음에는 쭉 하운이랑 해왔었으니까 하운이의 장점은 일단 좀 더 공격적이고 상대 탑라인을 조금 정글러가 풀어주게 된다면 아예 그냥 찍어 누르는 그런 스타일이었다면
엑스페션 선수는 그와는 조금은 더 안정적인 선수거든요. 그래서 그런 스타일의 차이가 있었고
다른 라인들을 풀어주게끔 게임의 흐름을 잘 이을 줄 아는 탑라이너라서
저도 어떻게 보면 실드에서 원맨 팀으로 막 팀이 밀어주고 그랬는데 이제 소드로 오니까 그게 아니잖아요. 그러니까 그거에 대해서 배분을 하는 게 힘들었던 거지 적응하진 않은 건 아니었어요.
차츰 저희가 호흡을 맞춰가면서 완벽해지는 모습을 보고
저는 실력적으로는 좀 인정받고 있다는 생각으로 이렇게 부담감 처음엔 있었는데 그렇게 심하게는 많이 부딪히진 않은 것 같아요. 제 성적이 어떻게 나오냐에 따라 다르겠지만 그래도 좋은 선수인 건 맞아요.
그 먹는 선수 같은 경우에는 저희가 뭐 같은 길을 못 걷게 됐지만 먹는 선수가 타 프로그램에 나와서 네, 저희 팀 많이 응원해준다고 또 하더라고요. 네, 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
I'm Xylex. I came from Humboldt State University, and I am pumped to be at Season 3 Worlds.
My summoner name is Scarlett Lockhart. I'm from Pinion Hills, California, and I'm really excited to be here.
I'm Pomiest. I'm incredibly excited about League of Legends semifinals. This is my first LoL event, and I'm like, never been out before.
Yeah, buddy!
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from the Galen Center. It's time for our first game in tonight's semi-final matchup, a best-of-5 series between the two Korean powerhouses, SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword.
Earlier this week, SKT won the coin flip between these two teams and chose to start on the blue side for the odd-numbered games.
So let's kick off tonight's semi-final series and send it over to Shox on the main stage for the introduction of the starting lineups.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the teams for tonight's best-of-5 semi-final series between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. Starting on the blue side for Game 1, it's SK Telecom T1. Let's meet the team.
Starting in the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Fengi. In mid, Faker. At 80 carry, Piglet. And at support, Pu Mandu. They are SK Telecom T1.
And starting on the red side for Game 1, it's Najin Black Sword.
Starting in the top lane, Expression. In the jungle, Watch. In mid, Nagne. At 80 carry, Prey. And at support, Kane. They are Najin Black Sword.
Please give it up one more time for tonight's competitors, SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Good luck and have fun. And now let's send it back over to the guys at the caster desk for more on tonight's matchup.
Thanks a lot, Shox. And listening to those lineups, you really get a sense of quite how loaded with talent those two teams are, Quickshot.
Yeah, this match features one of the best AD carries in the world, Prey, and the best mid laner, if not the best player in the world, Faker.
Now, this is only the third time these teams have played each other, and neither Faker or Prey put up exceptional numbers against each other. Najin and SKT met way back in Champion Spring, and they split the two matches, one apiece.
Yeah, they also took 2 of the 3 Korean OGN champion seasons. Najin Black Sword won all the way back in winter, while SKT won the most recent in summer.
And even though SKT and Najin Black Sword haven't really faced off in a while, because they watched each other's play throughout Season 3, both teams know exactly what they're up against and what it's going to take to win this semi-final best-of-5 series.
SK를 이기려면은 저희가 실수를 하는 부분이 하나도 없어야 된다 생각하고 그렇게 하면 이길 수 있다 생각해요.
팀이 전체적으로 전부 다 강한 거.
운영이 일단 좀 깔끔한 느낌 많이 들어요.
경기 최근에 한 게 없어가지고 너무 숨기는 게 많지 않을까 그것 때문에 걱정돼요.
SKT T1이 사실 저희 이제 한국 서킷 포인트에서 저희를 롤드컵으로 이제 보내줬거든요. 이번에는 저희가 집에 보내드릴 차례라고 생각을 하고요. 저희는 이제 집으로, 그리운 집으로.
Some big words coming out there from both teams. Really can't wait to get this one underway. But first, I'd like to welcome Kurtz's top laner Voyboy here to the caster desk. He's going to be helping us break down Champion Select throughout tonight's semi-final series. Welcome to the caster desk, Voyboy. First of all, let's get straight in there. What are we expecting here from these two teams in this first game?
I mean, these are the top two teams from Korea. They're here fighting for their spot in the finals of the World Championships, so you definitely know they're going to be bringing their all. This is going to be an amazing match, and I'm just really excited to see what they're going to whip out.
Me too. I mean, everybody's looking at the mid lane here. Pretty much everyone giving it to Faker already, even though Song is pretty confident. What are you feeling about that?
The one thing I definitely want to keep my eyes on in this matchup is how Prey and Kane are going to affect it. Because we've seen how they dismantled Gambit. And, games 2 and 3, it was completely about them in that bottom lane. And if they can do the same to Piglet and Pumandu, maybe they can get in there.
I mean, all the analysts are saying that this is heavily in favor of Najin Sword, this bottom lane here. But remember, Piglet and Pumandu, they've been receiving a lot of praise from teams like Royal, who have Uzi in the bottom lane. If you get praise from Uzi as an AD carry, I think you guys might be able to hold your own, especially if SKT go after that Thresh for Kane. I think that was a huge part of Najin Sword's bottom lane there.
Well, you saw into the future a little bit there. We see Twitch and Thresh, the two first bans coming out here for SKT, going quickly with a Vi and a Z band out from Najin Sword.
Yeah, I mean, SKT, obviously, they're feeling the same as all the analysts, targeting that bottom lane 100% with all of their bans.
Yeah, I mean, Twitch, Thresh, Sonar, right out of the gate, it's gone. Thresh was picked every single game for Kane, so they just want to get rid of it. Vi, Zed, and Fizz were all banned out by Najin Sword. They are showing a lot of fear for Faker and a lot of respect as well. They took out his two prime assassins and they got rid of Bengi's Vi, so they cannot just completely dominate that mid lane with that aggression.
Exactly. This is pretty much what we thought from both of these teams. Bottom lane, the target here from Najin Sword, and the middle, the target from SKT. But that meant that they get the Shen as their opening pick, which definitely changes the game. They have that global presence up top. They can jump to the fight pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Najin Sword as a team has been known to give up Shen. When they played versus Gambit, Darien is a very renowned Shen player, but they gave it to him twice in that series. So we know that Expression is very confident in playing against Shen. He definitely has some counter picks in his belt, such as that Diana. Picking up Corky and Elise, very standard picks. We were a little bit worried about Watch picking up that Nunu again, but it seems he's gone for that very standard meta Elise pick. I'm actually very happy to see that.
Yeah, I feel like Watch is kind of the hidden weapon here for Najin Sword because they had him on Nunu 2 times against Gambit. Oh! The lock-in for the carry top laner here.
I love that pick. Expression is renowned for his Jax. Back when he was like, when Mac Nunu would tout him as like the best top laner that nobody knows about, everyone knew Expression Jax was amazing. And Jax versus Shen, if you can make it out early game, if you can get your trifecta of items, you can make it to late game and you will just destroy Shen in the 1v1. Not to mention you can cancel his TP with your E. Faker picking up the Ahri. What do you think about that?
Faker does get one of the assassins that he's very much at home on. He'll be rushing that Deathfire Grass and then looking to kill supports. But the support he's going to go after here, Leona, extremely tanky. What do you think about the bottom lane now for Najin Sword? Now that they have a Leona, will they be looking for that 1 versus 2 situation, or would they rather go for that kill lane in the 2 versus 2 heads up?
I think going off of their momentum from their series versus Gambit, Najin Sword is not going to be afraid to go into that 2v2. Cork Leona is a very high damage, high kill potential lane. Corky's E can instantly re-proc Leona's passive and just get massive damage off if she can land a stun. So I really expect them to just be going into that lane head on and just trying to make plays to carry the game like they did before.
Kind of a classic matchup here. Corky and Leona go together so well. And that's going to mean that they're going to look for Jax versus Shen in lane. How do the first few levels match up versus that?
So basically, Jax versus Shen. Shen will just poke you for free early game. Jax can't really go aggressive because Shen can just taunt him and fight inside the creep wave and come out ahead. All Jax really has to do is make it through the early game, get to level 6, and reach that sweet spot where he can just start bullying Shen up, and that's all he needs.
And with both junglers on early game, play-making junglers, I expect some good action up in that top lane.
It's going to be a good one, guys. That's for sure. Okay, guys, while the team's loading to that first game of this best of 5, let's see who you guys at home were thinking are going to win this series. I can tell you now, according to lolesports.com, 72% of you think that SKT-T1 will be playing for the Summoners Cup next week at the Staples Center. Our analysts all said the same as well.
Everybody's really believing in SKT after seeing how they performed in the group stages and in the quarterfinals. It's hard to fault them.
Well, before we get into the game, I'd like to say thank you to Voyboy for joining us here. He'll be back a little bit later on between the games to break down all those picks again. So thank you very much, Voyboy. Voyboy, we'll see you a little bit later. But for us now, we're going to jump into the game. It is game number 1 here between SK Telecom T1 and Najin Black Sword. This is for a spot for the championship game. First semi-final, first game, a lot on the line here between these two teams. I can't look past the fact that Fake has somehow managed to get Ari again, though, Kobe. I have to say, 4 wins out of 4 for him on that so far. He's been incredible.
I think that means the early game for this duo, Corki and Leona, is going to be even more important. Because if Leona can actually get some HP and be tanky, that's one less target for Faker to try and pick out.
Something else we definitely have to keep our eyes on is this dual lane of Prey and Kane. It's the Corki Leona that we actually seen Fnatic pull out during the group stages here at Worlds, and it worked very well for them. SKT, with a very deep invade, they're going to be doing that sort of traditional red buff warding exposition, I don't know, going on a whole hike, and it's working out for them. Sword, on the other hand, getting a very deep ward. They'll try to find those lane matchups, like Voyboy was talking about, potentially going for those 2v2s very early on.
Yeah,
right.
We'll have to see. A little bit of a pause here at the start of things. Well, that should get sorted here in just a moment, and we can get back underway. It gives us a little bit more time to break down exactly what we're going to be seeing at this stage of the game. As you said, a lot of champions in there. I mean, SKT only lost 1 game so far, so it's easy to call out the one that he's lost almost, which funnily enough was on Gragas, which is seen on the other side. But in terms of the game as a whole, I mean, best of 5 series, we heard it and we've seen it already from over in Korea that SKT aren't the best team when it comes to best of 5s in the early games in those series.
Right. Usually dropping, 1 or maybe 2 at the very beginning here. It'll be interesting if they actually do, because right now they have a team comp that they're fairly comfortable with. So if they do end up dropping it, it's going to be because Jax and Corki got really fed.
Yeah, it's definitely something that Sword want to make happen for them. The one thing that really stood out for me during the picks and bans was that Ari was the second last pick for SKT. It seemed like every other pick was a higher priority in these teams' minds. Shen, Elise, Corki were all picked up before Ari, and that's a little bit against the grain of what we've seen elsewhere in the tournament.
Faker is such a versatile player. He literally has one of the biggest champion pools of any mid laners. Yeah, exactly. So leaving that mid lane pick till the end, I think, is a pretty solid strategy for SKT. Meanwhile, the mid lane for Najin Sword is going to be that Gragas that you mentioned. On the red side, Gragas has a very high potential for stealing away Barons. So even if Najin Sword do get behind in that mid game, and SKT go for a Baron, they've got that combo that they can actually steal it away with pretty easily.
Okay, guys, while we get this a little bit sorted out here, we're going to send things over to the analyst desk to break things down just that little bit more whilst we get ready.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And actually, what we wanted to talk about was Quickshot was just touching on there. Is the 8th pick, Ari, also coming out of the side of Najin, was mid-bans as well. Freak, I know you wanted to touch on this first, and then Monty, take it away.
Yeah, so actually, in theory, I really like what Najin's Sword did, because anytime you let a champion get this deep, but yet got to counterpick all the lanes, it means you came in with a plan. Right? They left Shen up with first pick. It's a pretty obvious first pick. They said, well, Expression plays Jackson. Voyboy talked about that matchup. Hit level 6, win the matchup, no big deal. And again, with the mid lane, they're like, we know you're going to go for Ari. We're saving our last pick, Gragas, there to make sure we get the counter pick. And down the line, I think Sword planned out those picks. You can argue if they were the right picks, but they came in with a plan.
It's also striking because typically when we see SK Telecom play, they put a very high priority on first picking mids and junglers,
right.
Typically. And so to have them as the last 2 picks here is really uncharacteristic of this team. And I think that shows that they really were waiting to see what was going to happen from Najin Sword to see if there would be that last pick. Of course, the last pick mid, much more common in a region like EU.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, they might have actually caught Najin Black Sword off guard. Them predicting the first pick Ari, as Monty said, is the normal trend over there. First picking Shen with only 1 assassin left means it's really hard for an assassin lane to play mid against the Shen ulti coming in later. Basically nullifies Ahri as a tool for them, which basically gives them a free Ahri anyway. So I think the Shen pick was a really solid pick. And at the same time, yeah, they got counter lanes, but it's going to be really hard with playing full engage into a Shen.
I think it was definitely a smart choice to go for the early Shen, but this is actually something that happened very directly by this team against Gamma Bears, where their Shen and Ahri were both open, and they're like, actually, we're going to go Shen first. So, sort of doing the research, they would have at least seen that as a likely possibility, but you're right that mid lane's going to be difficult.
And just to touch on the peculiar Leona pick that we haven't seen before from Najin Blacksword, this is actually a really volatile 2v2 lane, as you can tell, just because of it's a kill lane for Leona. But at the same time, pre-6 minutes, Lee Sin is the best early skirmishing jungler to counter gank. Like, if Leona goes in, she's not getting out. If Lee Sin's there to safeguard to the Zyra or something, then Leona's dead. And past 6 minutes, they have Shen. So it's actually in SKT's favor to 2v2 that lane if they can play it correctly. If they can bait Leona in, or if they can bait her in with Shen ulti, it's just like a free kill.
So now we'll actually have to see a Bengi impact synergy in a different kind of way. Not playing on their own lane, but just both trying to counter gank that bot lane with Leona. And it's incredibly difficult to play as Leona, especially if it happens once or twice. Afterwards, you'll be really scared going in the third time.
All right, guys, final thoughts, Monty, as we are finished up with a quick sound issue?
Oh, yeah. No, I just want to say, and with the level 1, they got a really deep ward in there, even deeper than the usual ozone ward that we see. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Najin Blacksword decides to play this, because they have a lot of information about where the lanes will be going from SK Telecom.
All right, guys, we are going to throw it back to the desk. Looks like we've sorted everything out on the stage. Let's send it back to the guys, the caster desk, for game 1.
Thanks a lot, Riv. And we are going to be getting into the game here just shortly. A little bit of a sound issue, all fixed now, so we can get things back underway. And interesting to hear the thoughts there. Probably going to be a very explosive start to this one.
I think a lot will be determined in the very early game, like they talked about before Shen hits level 6. But, as Double Up is saying, if Lee Sin's right there when Leona goes in, then they have a good opportunity to turn around a gank. Watch knows this. So if Watch positions himself in one of those side bushes, then he can be there as well, turn into a 3v3.
So let's jump into game then. You can come back in a second, because we are going to get into game for this one and get things back underway. Very early stages still, just 1 minute on the clock.
It's going to depend on who can outthink their opponents in this one. The most difficult mind game possible. Both of these teams with very deep wards.
Also, after Najin Sword got their very deep ward that's going to see the lanes from SKT, they recalled straight from the jungle. So SKT did not see them exit.
It stands right now, SKT still on the invade, looking to set up a steal here on Sword's blue buff area. You can see the rest of Sword moving towards their lanes. They're going for that traditional 1-1-2 setup, and it doesn't look to be any sort of steal just yet. As I say, that Watch and Expression are moving towards the blue buff of SKT.
Right, it'll be a blue buff trade here. Bengi going to be able to take off that purple side one. Meanwhile, Watch is going to answer. We'll have to see if Impact actually makes a choice to go check this blue buff, because a lot of top laners will go do that just so they can notify their jungler and make 100% sure where he's been going. They did see him move from that ward, though, at his red.
So blue buff taken then from both sides. We'll see what happens here in the early stage. We can see that Elise actually headed on towards that top side of the map. We'll see if Impact is going to be challenged by that. Actually not. He's going to walk over a ward as he goes over to the red. So a simple trade of the buffs coming in early in this one. We can see there, statistic for Impact. Not a single death in the quarterfinals. He'll be looking to replicate that here today for sure.
Yeah, especially on a champion like Singed, who's so good at split pushing and making a difference in those team fights. As it stands right now, Expression has had a little bit more alone time in this lane and is out CSing Impact fairly well.
I really like what Sword are doing right now. They come out with a very unified strategy. All 3 lanes are trying to shove their minion wave. So they're getting this quick level advantage in their lanes, and they're forcing the jungler on SKT, Bengi, to make a choice. Which one is he going to go to first here? Even mid lane, Nagne is making use of that barrel to put Faker towards his turret.
Well, we did see that Bengi did go home fairly early on in this one. Going to come back in towards that mid lane with some wards. I'll give him that extra maneuverability around as well. But, well, as I say that, he just goes straight off to his wolves. He's going to continue farming. Exactly the same as what we're seeing here over on the other side for Sword, as Watch was just doing. Wow, those raids. Bit of a Valkyrie out there just to avoid that damage, Prey not wanting to get too deep.
Piglet and Puendu making use of the range there on that Ezreal Zyra and just laying down the hurt onto Prey, completely disregarding Kayn for the time being. See in the mid lane a little bit of poke going back and forth here between Faker and Nagne. And as it stands, both of these teams just trying to do the best they can to CS and SKT respond to the sort of lane pushing of Sword.
It's interesting because Expesin actually timed his recall with when he thought Bengi was going to be at his blue buff, which he got right. So he was out of danger there, but he didn't buy a ward on his back. He just picked up that Doran's Blade and the extra health potion.
See how well it works for him at this point in time. Got that crystalline flask to chug through any harass that Impact may lay down.
Yeah, Expression actually, we saw his statistics there, extremely good win rate with this. Jack's obviously come back into favor recently with that Trinity Force doing so well for him. We'll see what kind of impact he can have here in that top lane. Watch is waiting around the mid, but honestly, we see that Faker's pretty much stuck on his own turret at this stage, so I'm not sure there's much of an opening there unless he can get around the back.
Yeah, both of the junglers looking to make something happen. Watch was sticking that mid lane. Bengi actually moved himself into the bottom, bushes, but as you could see, the lane was pushed heavily against Sword. Now, all of a sudden, Watch is coming down into the river. He's going to walk straight over a ward and may be able to clear it. No, their pink ward's timed out, and that ward is going to stay standing. That is a massive swing there.
Unfortunate. Yeah, that's huge. They were able to scare him off just long enough to save that ward's life. But look at the top. We have no ward coverage for either team up in that top lane, and neither jungler make a move towards him.
Staying very far back from that one, especially in Impact. Just going at it at this point, 28 to 32 CS it is in that one. So here, Bengi continuing on his way. Watch will be doing the same on the other side as they almost mirror each other and take away those Wraith camps. We have seen the first back from the mid laners coming in as well. Double Doran's Ring coming out for Faker. The Chalice picked up for Nagne.
Nagne a little bit behind on the CS at level 6. We see Kane, he does manage to get the Zenith Blade. He's jumped in. Pumandu's in trouble. As you see Prey hammering down on Piglet, but now they turn it around. That's an arcane shift forward and the exhaust is down. Kane has been rooted in place.
Root going down, but Kane's still pretty healthy from this one. Half of his health still in there. Is he going to go back in? Zenith Blade actually missing from that one, but Prey taking a lot of damage. There was Watch as well, and he will get himself away from that mid lane. Bengi had already started to come around for cover.
That was really some beautiful kiting there by the bottom lane here. Pumandu and Piglet showing that they are not to be pushed around.
Kane right now taking a little bit more auto attack damage there from Pumandu, using that very long range Zyra to the best of his abilities. No summer spells, but they've managed to catch Piglet. Prey's getting in. Barrier has been popped. Now Kane is in trouble. Piglet's out of mana though, and they trade back and forth. Barrier down for Prey. Piglet still both summoners up.
He still has his flash, but that means Kane is going to be all by himself at this turret. Very dangerous situation. They're making the call already for the roam from Pumandu up towards that river. Can they go for a 7-minute dragon here? With Lee Sin, they're going to try it.
They're going to go for this one. They've got 3 men there. We saw Faker starting to come down. He will just do his best to keep Nagne away with that barrel and stop him from getting in there for a potential steal. But there's no one around here from Najin Sword. This is going to be the first dragon of the semifinals going over to SK Telecom T1.
Very well played by SKT. They're trading the the dragon damage between the champions, and actually not even using the Zyra plants to tank it up. You notice that Faker is level 6. Spirit Rush is available if they needed to get any escape, and there's actually a fair amount of mobility on the side of SKT, which we haven't touched on.
You really have to credit Faker there, though. With those wards that he bought from the mid lane, they did a good job clearing out the ward coverage. And because they had so many pinks around Dragon, they had the confidence to go for it. Watch had recalled up top lane, and SKT had no vision of him, so they just went for that move without even knowing where the enemy jungler was.
So Prey back into lane, got the workings of that phage, of course working himself up to the Trinity Force. No real surprises on that front. On the other side though, Piglet already got that phage in there. Nice little start for him. Is slightly behind in CS there, but it's so very early. Both of them in the lane, that's going to stay even as we go forward.
Well, Phage just completed the second you're talking about it, Joe. Prey is going to come back to lane with very similar items, however, is that Sapphire Crystal down. So we're going to be seeing once again these two Trinity Force champions in the bottom lane. And I have to just mention that over the course of Worlds, Doublelift has been quite outspoken about Ezreal Triforce as opposed to Corki. He feels that Corki is a little bit stronger and has been mentioning it. We'll see how it works out for both of these AD carries. So we have hop back to mid lane. Faker does not have blue buff.
Yeah, a lot of damage actually dropped down there from Faker on towards Nagne. He'll just back away from that. Got that crystalline flash. He's able to chug straight on through. This top lane, again, no real visits from the junglers. Staying pretty quiet overall.
Speaking of Trinity Forces, you know, Jax is going to be working towards his very quickly here. And he's past that level 6 mark that Boy was talking about. That also means, though, that Shen has his stand united. And if he's able to get the distance away from Expression to be able to use that, then he can turn something around in that bottom lane next time they go aggressive.
Well, watch right now up in this top lane. He does have that red buff available still, has not hit level 6. Expression has that option to land a stun, but Impact has got a massive amount of HP. Giant's Belt is up. He is going to get stunned in place as Expression continues to poke him down and harass him out. Can he pull Impact out? That's the question. Watch is still hanging around in those top bushes.
He was waiting for that one melee minion to be killed by Expression there to just be able to walk into the side lane bush. He's been undetected so far.
Oh, the cocoon does land. They've jumped on Impact.
Yeah, Impact having to flash away, but they're going to go in for this one. Impact's going to go down. First blood goes over to Najin Sword and Expression.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Bengi's been setting up a good bush cake of his own.
There's the ultimate coming down. Mandu bursts down to almost nothing, but Bengi right on top. There's the kickback. Prey dives, but he takes one with him. And he's done well to get out of that in the way that he has.
It's not over.
Kane might not have the same. He's going to fall. Bengi picks up another one.
Oh, Kane sticking around there. He goes down. Now in the mid lane, Faker lands a charm. That one won't end up in a kill, though. Now we're at 2-2. If it hadn't been for Kane sticking around and going down there as well, I would have called that one in Najin Sword's favor. But they were able to shove the top lane. SKT coming out ahead in the bottom. Both teams going to lose out on those minions.
And the one thing you have to highlight from all 4 of those kills is that in Najin's Sword, it went to the AD carry and the top laner, whereas for SKT, it was the jungler and the support. So arguably better goal to be in the hands of the Sword players.
Now, in the past, when Bengi has been landing the last hits for these early kills, he goes straight into mobility boots and goes heavy vision. He spends a lot of his money on early oracles, early wards. He's doing pretty much the exact same thing here. He's already got those mobility boots, plus a sight stone and an extra vision.
So Expression here, we saw him there just jumping in on towards Impact. He's not going to be that scared of him anymore with that Phage, with that Ramp Scepter in there as well. And we can see that he's already hammering away. Counter-Strike going to go off. Impact having to Shadow Dash his way off, but look at Expression dive straight back on top of him. Impact finds himself all of a sudden with just a third of his health left.
Faker right now coming up from the river. He has all of his summoners and his ultimate available. Expression's going to be in trouble as Faker has snuck up behind. There's no wards here for Expression, and just his spidey senses tingling, he's backed away just in time as Bengi's now trying to set something up in the bottom lane.
I think he realized that lane pushed a little bit too far for him to be truly safe when the fact was Faker wasn't in that mid lane. Don't want to give that away. See here, Nagne and Watch actually moving through the pink ward into the jungle of SKT. They're going to get themselves in position and gain some vision control and come down by the looks of it towards this bottom lane.
We'll see if they make their way down. They have decided to just back away a moment or two ago. We were getting excited about the prospect of a barrel knocking people out, but right now, this could be a two-man sword trying to set something up on Faker. Watch and Nagne just poising themselves. Mandu has managed to land the root on Kane. Kane's going to get caught by the Strangleforce, thrown up into the air. Mandu and Piglet are hammering away. That's a great solar flare, but it's not over yet. It's Piglet and Mandu pick up the kill on Kane.
Oh no, Kane's sticking around again, but you got to shout out Mandu for landing his snares right there. Again, more money towards this bottom lane. That kill going to the AD carry here for SKT, so Piglet gets his hand in the honey jar.
1-0-2 now. Piglet is 1-1-2 on the other side for Mandu. So let's see how that one works out. Expression still bullying Impact in this top side. Impact knows he can't really stand and bang with him at this point. Got the workings of that Sunfire Cape, but not quite up there, as we are going to see Expression coming in, but Bengi moving around the side. Here comes Watch as well. Cocoon lands on towards Bengi, and from what was a big scenario, turns into a little bit of damage and not much else.
Now, the one thing I definitely think that SKT need to keep their eyes on is the fact that Expression has basically 1v1 Impact several times over the last couple of minutes, and we'll have to see how SKT decide to respond to this. A Jax that gets farmed and is able to completely control his lane can become a monstrous split pusher in the mid to late game.
I think that's a really good point. Everyone thought the carry potential for Najin Sword was going to come all from this bottom lane, but Expression has himself in a very good spot. That being said, we're already 13 minutes in, and all the analysts were saying that Najin Sword had to make their moves very early. It's already SKT's gold lead here.
Well, problem right now is that Piglet has a bit of a keyboard issue, so you saw the admins on stage, they're just working to get us through that one. A working keyboard is always a bit of a bonus
it's pretty
for
important. It is pretty important. I know most of this is on the mouse, but you can't use any of Ezreal's skill shots if you're going to be using a broken keyboard.
That is definitely for sure. So that's going to get fixed up when we get back in. But that gives us, again, a little bit of time just to kind of break down where we're at this stage of it. 13 minutes in, 3-2 in kills over for SKT, and they have a nice 1,500 almost gold lead.
Right, so the kills have mostly been around the bottom lane where we thought they would be. Anytime you have a Leona, a lot of fights are going to break out. And we also had that one up top. There hasn't been much action mid lane here, and all the gold from these fights, top and bottom, have kind of washed out. Really, the gold lead for SKT is from the dragon that they got.
Yeah, I'm really happy you mentioned that, because it was such a good call on their part. They just shoved out Prey and Kane from that bottom lane. They dealt some damage to them, and as soon as they backed away, it was just SKT saying, we have an uncontested dragon. There's no ways that they can challenge for this one. 7 minutes on the clock. It's one of the earliest that we've seen this tournament, and it was completely safe. I mean, there was no fault in that, the thinking in that strategy.
It was such a good job. They coordinated their aggression bottom lane. They were able to turn around a play that Kane went in on and get them super low. Meanwhile, Faker had just backed with those 2 vision wards, or the 1 vision ward and 1 sight ward that we talked about, which enabled them to get control of that very early dragon area.
So what does Sword have to do here in this scenario? I mean, we know Leona's one of those champions that you have to go into, well, that's what Leona does, isn't it? If you fall behind, you can't really do that anymore. I mean, are they going to need to switch things around here?
Right now, at least Prey is post-level 6, so he has a bit of an easier time using missiles to farm or harass from a long range. But I think more of Najin's farm is going to be funneled over to Expessen.
So here we go then, back into game. And as I said, 13 minutes on the clock. SK Telecom T1 have the lead right now.
Well, Expessen is the man of the moment, I feel, for Sword. If he's able to really get rolling on the Grandmaster at Arms Jackson, maybe that could be their way back into this game. They are only 1,000 gold down, which is not a massive number right now, especially when you consider how well the entire Sword team scales.
It looks like they're making the call to put more of their attention with Expessen up in that top lane too, because Watch has gone up there once again, even though Faker by himself taking that mid lane turret.
Yeah, first turret of the game going down there after almost 14 minutes of the game. Meanwhile, Expessen still pushing this top lane out. Impact gonna shadow dash away, and this could be a turret right back in it for Sword.
So trading back and forth right now, able to scare Impact away. Wasn't gonna run the risk of the very strong tower dive potential of that Elise. All of a sudden though, SKT now realize they've got the chance on Dragon.
Banky doing a good job right there. They got themselves into position. Watch showing top means that they can just rush this dragon down, even though they're fairly low health.
A little bit of a miss on the smite there, but when it's safe and there's no one
in
around,
the top lane, so,
when there's no one around, but Expessen and Watch haven't left the top lane. Expression's going to start hammering away on this tower. He's going to take a couple of turret hits, I think, actually. Didn't have landed yet. Now Impact is in trouble. They've left on him. Ignite's ticking. Expression picks up his second kill of the game. Piglet's going to secure a trade, at least with a tower on the bottom.
That's a huge kill for Expessen because that's the one that they want to get rolling, but you're right, they answer here with the turret. So another objective for SKT, which is also going to open up this entire blue side, and we'll look for SKT to start warding up this golem jungle of Najin's Sword so they can then control the blue buff, keep that away from Nagne, and that will just increase the lead that Faker's got over him right now.
Yeah, we just saw that blue being given over there to Faker. Nagne does have his running in there as well. This body slams away from most of the damage from Faker. One hit from his W landed. He's got that Athene's Unholy Grail now. Faker almost done with that DFG. He's probably got enough money for it right now even, and that's where he's going to get real scary.
We definitely see kind of a difference in styles here. Faker's known for just building and masteries and using his runes as well, all for offense. And he does not build too many defensive items very often. Already, he just finished his Deathfire Grasp. The Cocoon does land here.
Ooh, they've caught him out. The barrel throws back with Pumandu, forced to flash out. The Solar Flare comes down. Stand United is going to keep Pumandu alive as they turn the pressure back onto Watch. Now Watch is doing the best he can to get away. He manages to repel away from the taunt, but here comes Faker.
Kane is dead in this one. He's not going to be able to escape it. Are they going to keep going for it though? Expessen going to dive in. Here comes Prey from the side, and all of a sudden he gets the first kill on towards Faker. Impact and begging. Oh, Nagne going deep. He's going to die from the tower. Piglet picks that one up in the end. A crazy fight. Ends in 3 for 2.
Mandu just waited way too long. Way too close right there. But Faker uses his ultimate going in to answer so he can get another support kill. And that opened up Faker for counterplay right there. Really good job by Najin Sword pushing the objective after they get the one-man advantage.
Definitely having the numbers advantage. Here's a replay. Talk us through it, Kobe.
All right, so the ultimate was already been used by Nagne. At this point, Mandu needs to leave. His life has been saved, and Shen is just going to feel really bad right now. Oh, I saved you with my ulti, and now you walk back in to die. But Faker comes to answer. 2 uses of Spirit Rush right there already used up, so he only has 1 left, and actually doesn't use it. Oh no, that was 3 already used, so he didn't have 1 left and had to burn the flash. Really good job here. And then Nagne, this is a 1-for-1 trade, but I like the style. He's going aggressive. He's not playing scared.
And it's definitely something that we haven't seen either of the mid laners doing up until that point. It had been a very passive sort of farming lane between Faker and Nagne. Nagne now 2-1-1. He's picked himself up a needlessly large rod, still yet to complete his boot. So we'll have to see if he gets caught a little bit out of position.
And Faker now has a blue elixir as well. So he's going huge power spike. He finished the early Deathfire Grasp, and the extra ability power and cooldown reduction from that elixir is going to mean he has a huge amount of potential for making plays by himself.
We'll see if anyone falls prey to him in this one. As watch here, kind of just back away. We can see him, he does have that Oracle's on. That was, by the way, unintentional, but worked out, whatever. Hopefully for Sword, it won't be prey that falls down. He's now 2-1-1 after picking up that kill earlier on, with that Trinity Force now finished as well.
Yeah, I'm happy you're pointing that out because there's actually 3 completed Trinity Forces in the game, as well as Prey going for the Sorcerer's Shoes. This is something that we've been seeing Corkis do all throughout the Worlds, is picking up those early Sork boots and then going for the likes of a Last Whisper next, really getting lots of penetration to round out all of Corki's spells and auto-attack damage. Piglet, of course, also trying to pick himself up a Last Whisper, got that pickaxe and longsword already completed, and the lane's basically resetting. We'd seen SKT trying to set something up in the mid lane, but nobody from Sword was running into them.
Yeah, we see with the CS there as well, mid lane is pretty much bang even. Obviously Expression in that top side, 2 kills, 2 assists. Impact's died 3 times now, and obviously he's had a lot of time to spend free farming in that top side. But with that Trinity Force already on with Advanced Scepter, they've got to be so careful of this Jax now.
This Jax actually can handle Shen by himself at this moment, but to do that, he needs ward coverage very deep in that top side. And we've already seen an elixir picked up by Mandu. So Mandu is going to be clearing out this ward coverage that Expression needs to fully utilize his leverage that he has over Shen.
Right now, Prey and Piglet alone in lane. You can see both Pumandu and Kane are roaming around the map. Expression's got himself that Bilgewater Cutlass completed, so going to be working towards that Blade of the Ruined King. And I don't feel like it's going to be possible for Impact to deal with Expression if they're going to come down to this 1v1 split push. So if SKT can pick fights and get that stand united while Expression's not there, that could be one way to bring themselves back into this game. Sword, only 700 gold down, as Dragon will be respawning in about 40 seconds.
See, watch there, just making sure that they've got the pinks in position as well. Of course, he can move around and take down wards of his own, but with 2 pinks now around this Dragon, they can hold it that little bit easier. And for SK Telecom T1, they need to get down there if they're going to contest for this next Dragon. 20 seconds to go until that one spawns. We see that Expression is starting to come down. Impact does have Stand United available, and Sword get ready to start off the Dragon on its spot.
Well, 10 seconds left before that goes up. This is the first time Sword are going to be in range to even challenge for a Dragon. You can definitely see that they were just waiting for some time to ramp up, waiting for Jax and Corki to become impactful. However, because Expression has to run down to the lane, it's going to allow Impact to split push that top lane uncontested. SKT have grouped up as a 4-man on the bottom of this river. Dragon already secured. SKT thinking about going in, but they're going to have to commit deep if they want to, and they decide against it.
Now that the Dragon's down, they really do not want to pick that fight. All they want to do is try and slow Najin Sword down so that they can buy Shen time to try and answer up in that top lane. But he's not getting any work done on this turret, and the whole squad for Najin Sword is headed up there.
Yeah, we saw he was trying to get rid of those minions, didn't really have many of his own to deal with there while that Dragon was being taken out. And once he realizes that the rest of the team probably coming up here from Sword, he will recall back off to base. So that turret staying alive That Dragon going unanswered, and we can see that the gold from that has really evened itself up now. Just about 150 the difference between them.
Yeah, very, very tense game between these two teams. Only a single kill separating them, a couple hundred gold, which is basically already spent in wards. And the only real difference, I think, between these two teams is in the top laners. And that Expression is just further ahead of Impact right now and is going to have a much larger effect on these team fights as and when they break out, especially when you consider the damage threats from SKT. There's a lot of pressure on Faker and Piglet to win the team fights basically on their shoulders. Bengi can clean up, but Impact's a tank.
If we even do get to team fights, because both of these teams have really high potential for picking people off in just small skirmishes. They've got Leona and Gragas over on Najin's sword side who can make plays from very long range. Meanwhile, SKT has Faker, so the ward coverage is going to do a huge part here, and whichever team can get that pick first is going to be the one dictating the next few minutes.
We can see that the teams know that. Look how many wards are down there. SKT got a complete line on the edge of their jungle on that bottom side of the river. See Sword just setting things up there. Leona, Elise, Gragas. A three-man team that you don't want to face check against.
I also like how they've got Watch buying the Oracles here because Leona didn't do that great in lane. She needs her money.
Oh, here comes Faker. Solar Flare lands down. Expression's going to stun him up. They've turned it around. Watch it survive. Now they turn on to Pumandu, but he flashes away from the cast.
It's those picks that we were talking about. Faker was looking for his, but the Vision War, Najin Sword knew that they were going to go for that when they set this one up beautifully, using them as bait. They were able to capitalize, just stacking all of their sons very, very well.
So, the turret now going to be under pressure. Bengi taking a lot of damage. True Shot Barrage actually flashing to Bengi. He's gone in there. Not sure that's the best decision. There is a Strangled Thorns. Will only hit Gragas as Kane goes low, but it's a double kill for Expression here. Prey now having to flash away from that one. Piglet going to chase through. He's going to pick up that 1v1, and that is leaving us with a 3-for-3 here in the end.
Watch is still uncontested in this bottom lane. He should be able to pick this tower up though, and at the end of the day, picking up that objective is good for Sword.
But this means that SKT can run straight down the mid lane here. This is Ezreal with a double buff. They're going to be able to just melt through this turret. They're actually going to tank it even.
They are going to tank this one up. Impact feeling strong enough at this stage of things. Piglet just going to be hammering away on that one as Impact actually leaves him there for a little while. Minions do come back around and they've got something to tank that one up with. They need to be careful because Nagne is coming around the backside and sort of started to spawn it.
Nagne does have his ultimate, but he has to wait for the rest of his team to make his move, and SKT able to finish off the turret just before Najin Sword revive and get out to defend.
So Faker and the rest of SKT able to secure the blue buff steal there from Sword. And what we've seen from the two big team fights is that the first one, and Sword had enough members reinitiating as the team fight wore on that allowed them to pick up the victory. And in this fight, it was the reverse. SKT had more numbers coming in from the back line, and that allowed them to pick up those extra kills and that extra tower at the end of it.
That was some really decisive play from SKT after the fight, I have to say. Taking both of those objectives, just the difference of a matter of seconds would mean that Najin Sword could either defend the mid turret or the blue buff there, but SKT came out with both of those.
So another 2 minutes for a Dragon to be coming up. Last one went over towards Sword, and SKT didn't really say too much about that one. They were thinking about it, but didn't go in after it was already taken down. We'll see how that one is all going to face off. This time around, Bengi just doing the job of clearing out a couple of wards here around that mid lane.
Now, the one thing that I think SKT are going to be more aware of is that bait that they played with Watch clearing out the wards and Faker diving in. He should be aware now that Sword are going to be willing to play that death push, and they may not be able to pull the same trick off twice in a row.
And now the Vision Ward around Baron is starting off already. So both of these teams are going to have to use everything that they do have available to them, because we saw already how quickly you can even turn around a pick by either team.
So Shen up in that top side. Stan United is now back, and Sword, although they took that last Dragon, both teams having the timer on it, and they need to be careful that they don't show themselves here Sword down on that bottom side, because I'm not sure that SKT would have too many problems with just going straight in towards that Baron at this point.
I also want to note that this team for Najin Sword is a pretty risky team here. All of their pick potential relies on skill shots hitting. Leona's ultimate, although it's long range, isn't that easy to land dead on. Same thing for Gragas. If Gragas misses his ultimate, then they are at a huge deficit if SKT are able to force a fight right after.
Well, we'll see SKT securing that top lane tower. The Impact has taken himself a couple of minutes to actually get that one down. He does have that Sunfire Cape and the Spirit Visage completed, and we see that Prey is sort of mixing and matching his items there. He went for double long swords. He's actually sold one of his long swords, picked up a BF sword and that pickaxe there as well now. So, you know, double dipping a little bit on his items and hasn't worked his way towards anything solid. Piglet, on the other hand, getting very close to having that Bloodthirster completed. With Dragon respawning, it looks like Sword are going to make their way down towards the pit.
I like how Sword are clearing out wards as well. When they had a single person go down, clear out the ward, they usually have 3 or so hiding in the Fogger ward, just so they can actually pull off that same play they pulled before.
A lot of pink wards being used there in that mid bush just to make sure that they've got the vision of any more that go down. Dragon here is down to less than half HP. Is going to be taken away here. Can they get around and pick up kills? Shen, the one knocked back here by the barrel. The stun going to go down onto him. Impact's going to fall from this one. He's trying to get away, but he will be finished off in the end here by Expression. That's just a 1-for-0, but Dragon went to Sword. And again, that 5v4 in middle, we'll see if they can do better with it this time.
Again, Najin sort of being so decisive here. They just burn down the Dragon, even though Bengi landed his Q on it. And then Nagne uses his ultimate just on impact. Beautiful, beautiful capitalization.
And not only that, they picked up another tower, so that evens it up at 4-4. There's only 600 gold separating these teams. Sword clearing out those wards as they continue to roam around the map. 15 seconds left on Impact to respawn. He does have his Stand United available, and Sword are going to be aware of that, so they're not going for any risky Baron play, but they're just making sure they've cleared up the vision, and they make SKT check. Ooh, True Shot Barrage almost coming in there for Piglets.
Yeah, that's what they got to be real careful of right now, making those risky plays, because the gold lead, even though it is over there with Sword, it's really not a lot at this point. It's the amount that can change so very quickly in just one pick. One bad engagement from Sword could throw them back behind from it. So I think we might see a bit more passive play here as we get a little bit of a farming phase going on again.
That's also why we saw Najin Sword right after they take that mid turret, they went immediately to clear out all the vision around Baron, because ward coverage in that top side of the map right now is an objective in itself.
Oh, see right now, Prey and Nagne pushing through this mid lane to try and shove the wave out. Some big items have been completed there. Nagne's got that Death Cap as well as another Blasting Wand in his pocket, while Faker's picked himself up a needlessly large rod. We'll see where he decides to go with that one. And another massive pickup for Expression. He's had that Blade of the Ruin King for a couple of minutes, but now he's getting some HP to back it up. Got himself a Giant's Belt as well. And you know, it's already incredibly difficult to take a Jax down, especially when he throws on his ultimate and gets all of those bonus defensive statistics. But with all that additional HP, it makes the problem even more difficult to deal with.
Notice how they aren't having Impact push side lanes anymore either, because he's very scared of that Jax finding him. So now they sort of turn to the point where they want Impact with the rest of the group, and then someone who's extremely mobile like Faker to go do split pushing. And then if Faker does meet up someone else 1-versus-1, they can have Shen ult from the rest of the group over to Faker and turn that into a 2-versus-1.
Yeah, I haven't really felt like Impact Stand Uniteds have been very meaningful this game thus far. We've seen 1 or 2 being used, but they haven't exactly completely turned the fight around. You know, in the mid lane earlier, Pumandu actually got saved by it, and they've stuck around a little bit longer to eat another barrel. And as it stands right now, Impact just doing the best he can to get even more tanky, is defending fairly deep in his own territory in the bottom lane, but Expression has backed away and gone to mid.
Got that line of wards in there for SKT as well. That's some nice juicy gold for Sword, should they head up on that side. See that SKT trying to hold their ground there. That pink one going to reveal them. There's the orb landing onto Kane. The Charm not quite got the range to do that one. And there is Sword moving in to clear out pretty much everything that SKT have been paying to put down.
And in the last couple of minutes there, we see that Infinity Edges have been picked up by both Prey and Piglet. So they've got another big spike in damage. And Piglet really cleaned up after that last fight in the middle lane. And, you know, Sword are going to have to try and take him out. Bengi looking for something in this mid, has managed to catch out Kane. Cocoon lands, that's a flash over the wall for Watch. Now Kane has re-engaged. The Solar Flare locks down Faker, Stranglethorns, throws him up in the air. They've traded 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but Mandu surely will fall. Actually managing to walk away for now with Ignite ticking. There's a double, the barrel coming down. Now Expression going very low. Mandu will finish that one off with his passive, but there is another barrel coming in. Nagne picks up the triple. They're going to keep chasing here, but do they have the damage? Prey going over to towards Bengi. Bengi will walk away for now. They chase down Impact off to the side. Nagne going to keep track of him here. Is he going to be able to hold it off? There's the belly slam and the barrel. Nagne cleaning up.
And Nagne comes up huge for Najin Sword. Who would have thought he was the one going to pick up the rest of these kills? They also are able to get onto this inhibitor turret here.
I'll take a look at this. They're bashing away. Nagne with that bonus AD from the Drunken Rangers. Surely going to be able to pick us up. Bengi wants to play with Prey. There's no mana here for him. The barrel's going to knock Bengi backwards. The tower still standing, and Bengi sneaks away. He saves the tower, even though it's on low HP.
Some good pressure put down from him there to keep that one safe, but SKT are going to be losing their blue. Let's have a look at that fight again.
All right, so right here, we're going to see Kane go right back in and engage. He lands the double stun onto Faker into the Nagne ultimate to just explode Faker. Pumandu, once again, he walks back into another barrel. This is just tough break for him. But again, the stun here comes out from Expression. They're able to get the tanks away from Piglet, and another barrel from Nagne. He is just on point that entire fight. He actually gets one more after that as well.
So amazing here from Nagne. We heard in that video before the game, you know, a lot of changes being made here for Sword. Looking very, very good for them right now, though. Nagne currently sat at 6-1-3 on this Gragas.
Yeah, you've seen Bengi there moving towards that Baron pit, dropping a whole bunch of pink wards as they move along. And look how many pink wards there are in the inventories of both of these teams. It's definitely something to keep notes of. 33 minutes on the clock, and with that mid-inhibitor turret sitting so incredibly low, Sword see a juicy target. Most of the ultimates are available. In fact, all of them are here for Sword, and they're looking to siege up this lane, especially with Prey having blue buff. That's going to be missiles for days.
Also, a really interesting point about Corki nowadays is that cooldown reduction helps him out so much. His missile spam actually gets the attack animation of it. The spell animation is quicker, and the recharge is quicker when he has cooldown reduction. So not only the mana regen, but that CDR from blue buff really helps him out.
We'll see if they can push through this line of defense that SKT are trying to set up from this one. And in the end, Sword start to back away. They've gone over towards Baron. Are they going to be able to lure SKT in?
Yeah, and something you've got to remember about Baron is that with Jax on the side, if you've got one or two more people in there, it's very easy. We do see in the mid lane, they have caught up Bengi. The barrel throws him backwards, then jumped on. He flashes over the wall, Stand United on his back arm, but that is the ultimate down. Impact is not going to be able to impact the fight later without Stand United.
Stand United is a much longer cooldown than the Gragas ultimate here from Nagne. So that's a great trade for them. They got a huge win right there, and they can continue to force SKT into a dangerous situation because Kane still has his spells all available.
Oh, this is a dangerous time for SKT. Just one jump over the wall, which pretty much everyone can do on that team as well. That's the danger of that one. Prey just coming around the side as well. There are a few pink wards being put down now to clear out here for SKT. There's a cocoon landing though. He will shadow dash away. Expression decides not to keep going.
Oh, that was very, very scary. No other CC followed up from the cocoon, and Impact manages to get away with his life. About a third of that Stand United has come available as the Dragon has respawned. Sword aren't necessarily in a position to try and force a fight around it, as I think the focus on both of these teams is definitely on the northern part of the map around the Baron pit.
It is very dangerous for either team to go for that Dragon. Neither one actually has vision right now though, so they could burn it down very quickly.
That moved into more the Baron side of things in this point of the game, that's for sure. We can see once Bengi leaves there and his icon moves, exactly how many pink wards are down on that top side of the map. That's a lot of cash spent here for SKT to hold on to that vision of their own side of the map.
So Sword are going to start off this Dragon, and one thing that we can highlight is how the CS numbers have stayed very, very even as we've hit this 35-minute mark. There is still that 35 deficit in the top lane, but it's been 35 for the majority of this matchup. Mid lane, 20 CS difference. AD carries Piglet is doing better on finding some of that CS. It's given him a 2,000 gold lead, and it's just getting him a little bit further ahead, but these two teams are still incredibly close at the 36-minute mark.
So, again, things slow down somewhat as both sides looking for a pick here towards that next objective. As finally Sword come back in with a pink ward of their own and start to clear a little bit more out. They know that SKT have had that time here to get the wards down of their own, and They don't want that to last for too long. Kane running that Oracle will be moving around with the rest of his team to try and sweep those out and get some gold back.
Randian's Omen now picked up in Expression's back pocket, so if he dives in there with that leap strike, he's got the ability to slow everybody else down and just lets the rest of Sword land all of their crucial abilities. Faker's sitting at about 2/3 HP, so he's got to be a little careful if a fight were to break out. Nagne waiting in the wings, see if they can pull a Faker and pull Faker in.
Yeah, the vision ward right now is really key because Najin and Sword have shown that they will not hesitate to all in on whatever champion they catch. Even if they catch out Shen, all the members are ready right now to use all of their damage on that tank and burst him down immediately. So as long as they can get any member caught out away from the rest of SKT, they're going to go for it.
Just using those plants there was Mandu to make sure that there was no one hiding inside of those brushes to start things off onto that blue buff. Here going to be pulled right around the corner so that Faker doesn't have that one stolen away. He will get himself a hold of that. And Expression now showing himself on this bottom side of the map.
Going to continue split pushing, pick up some more CS and shove the wave back towards SKT side. Now, SKT do have the positional advantage here for Baron. They're clearing out the wards though. They're using their numbers advantage to get in there, drop some pinks and get out.
Yeah, they really don't want to start that Baron, even if they see Jax all the way bottom, because again, we talked about red side Gragas here for Najin Sword. They have a huge potential for not only stealing Baron, but also doing a ridiculous amount of area of effect damage while SKT are grouped up in that pit. It's so dangerous for SKT over there.
So a bit of a push back down middle, and then the retreat back off towards Baron. This ward clearing expedition that's gone back and forth for, well, a good 10 minutes at least now of this game, just showing how tense this one really is. And talk about best of series all the time, and a best of 5 very crucial as the barrel goes over the top there, but not really doing that much to SKT. Ooh, Faker just used his ulti.
Spirit Rush used from Faker, and that's massive, although both Spirit Rush and that explosive cast, not the longest of cooldowns, and will be back up and available in the not too distant future. I want to mention that Faker now with another needlessly large rod, he's decided to just go only for the needlessly large rod item. He's going to work himself most likely towards that Zhonya's Hourglass, and over the other side, Void Staff, almost Hourglass, Death Cap. That is very, very scary damage from Nagne's Gragas.
And we just saw Nagne right there, again, not hesitating to use his ultimate on just the potential of catching someone out. Pumandu had gotten bursted down to about 30-40% right there, so Nagne immediately chucks over his barrel. Look at this. Very sneaky Baron over the back.
So sort of started this one out. We talked about it earlier that with that Jax on your team, you have such good potential at taking it down.
Oh, they're going to get it.
Is coming in. They've secured it. They're rooted in place, but Sword with the Baron buff, completely sneaking it from SKT.
The long vision battles lulled SKT to sleep right there. And the small amount of time that they lapse, and Najin Sword just jump on it. Really good job getting over the back of that wall, using Jax's ability as well as Corki's to hop it.
Timing that one to perfection. It's increased their gold lead now to 3,000, which is definitely still not a lot between these two teams. Could still change very, very quickly.
And unless I'm mistaken, that's the largest gold lead we've seen for either team during the course of this 40 minutes. That's without the added statistics that that Baron buff is going to give you. The question is, what do Sword want to do? This is a very cheeky move, as every single member of SKT that can hop has hopped into the tri-bush. They're waiting to see which member of Sword is going to come down and deal with this wave. They're playing this very, very patiently. Piglet and Pumandu still hanging around on the river, and it does look like they want to jump onto Expression. Here comes Piglet.
Shen standing behind it is available too.
Expression's going to be jumped on here. He's throwing down Grandmaster's Might. He's in trouble.
There is the counter-strike. Will he be able to get away? No, brilliant taunt from Impact. Kane comes along. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Impact will pick that one up, but that's now a 5v4. Despite the Baron, SKT are pushing.
Now we'll see how they can do with this numbers advantage. And even though Sword do have that Baron, they don't have the CC of Leona, which is so crucial to their comp. They're deciding to not defend this bottom lane in a turret. It gets dropped, and SKT back away. Great death push.
SKT, they counter the wall jumping of Najin Sword with some wall jumping of their own, and they pick off not only taking down one of the Baron buffs, but they also were able to get the turret after that, grabbing the objective, and then walking right down into blue buff. A huge win for SKT while Najin are wearing Baron.
Such a close game from this one. Dragon is coming up here in about 15 seconds time as well. SKT don't have a time on it, but they've got wards down there, so that's an option for them to come even further back into this one to really start to level things up again.
All right, we'll see how it works out for them. Neither of these teams have really got much further than those inner turrets. We've seen a little bit of time where Prey and Expression, I believe it was, were able to get some damage on that mid inhibitor turret of SKT, but other than that, it's been all about this vision. It's just been both of these teams trying to see more than their opponents.
At this point, Najin really want to use that Baron buff to their advantage too, because they have champions that benefit from both the attack damage and the ability power. Corki and Jax get even more out of Baron buff than most other champions do because they can use that hybrid damage.
Well, Sword right now have stacked up. The Cocoon did not connect with the champion. The tower gets dropped with one single auto attack from Prey. So now they've got an open, exposed inhibitor. Let's see if Leona can land some CC, because that's where Sword will want to create an initiation. True Shot Barrage flies across and not a lot of damage lands. Now, Bengi, does he want to kick Prey in? Not this time. Sonic Wave has timed out. The rest of Sword just continue to focus on this inhibitor.
The initiation is all skill shot based here. There it goes!
Mandu getting caught out from this one. He's going to flash, but it won't matter. Expression picks that one up, and that will open up the inhib. Sword take it and back away.
Great play there by Sword. The barrel from Nagne starting it off and finding Pumandu before he could even get his Stranglethorns off. Now, Najin's Sword with a 5-man stack, looking to steal away the blue buff. Remember, their blue buff was stolen by Faker not less than 2 minutes ago. The rest of the team is going to shove the wave down, and they're going to try bash away on this top inner turret. There is a wave pushing against Sword's bottom lane, but it does look like the inhibitor turret should be able to fend it off, as now Sword are focusing on this tower.
The good news for SKT is that the Baron buff is about to fall off, though. It's not in time for them to save the outer turret.
Will it be enough to save that inhibitor turret from this one? Kane, he's going to get burst from this one, but not quite going down from it. He gets away with hardly anything left there, and Sword keep going. They're not too phased with that one. Lee Sin going to dive in, but they've managed to catch out Impact. They go back there as a kick from Bengi, but the tower's gone down, and Sword get away with another one.
Najin's Sword managing to get the inhibitor at 3 towers in total there. That is a definite win for them as that Baron buff times out. And SK2, they did the best they could to hold on, but just Pumandu, he's been caught out so many times in all of these team fights. His Stranglethorns has not had that disengaged potential that SK2 were hoping for.
I would expect Najin Sword not to let up on this pressure at all either. They can go force another fight at that exposed inhibitor. Even without the Baron buff, they now have such a large gold lead that they can go over there and be confident enough to poke down that inhibitor with no threat of that turret around it.
So Dragon being picked up there for SKT. We'll bring that gold back. They've done so well to close that gap earlier on. Just grown back against them. See, they've taken 2 out of the 6 Dragons had so far. Baron is coming up in about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, the one thing I do want to highlight as well about this matchup is that Faker's Ahri that we've famed, that we've lauded, that we've talked about all tournament long, 0-3-4, is not able to insta-burst Elise or Jax, and hasn't been able to stick to Gragas or Corki, and just hasn't really had that game-changing impact that we've come to expect from them. But this is sort of what we know from SKT. They do start best of 5 series a little bit slow, and we'll have to see how they bounce back, because as it stands, this is Sword's game to lose.
Well, Najin Sword, they are grouping up at that exposed inhibitor, and right now, if SKT want to make a move, it's going to have to come very quickly. A flash taunt or something from Shen.
They were trying to get in there from the side, and speaking of Shen, he is still waiting. There is a ward down. Sword know exactly where they're coming from. Expression's going to dive in. He focuses straight on towards Bengi. The slow comes down. Expression starts to back away, and SKT have held them off.
Great play there by Expression, pulling the gun before anybody from SKT could do that, forcing out the members of SK Telecom. Now Sword, with a little bit of a numbers advantage, they didn't use any of their important abilities during that previous fight. Randians wasn't popped, Blade wasn't popped, and now Sword are going to start trying to get on the second inhibitor here. Prey has been caught by the Sonic Wave. Bengi plays this one safely, decides not to go in. Keep your eyes on Pumandu, because he might just get popped. There are minions doing work for Sword in the bottom lane. They may be able to get that tower.
They can play it very carefully right now, as long as they just wait around, get one Trinity Force proc attack from Korkioff onto that inhibitor every few seconds, then they can slowly whittle it down. But now with Baron coming up, they can actually run this down very fast because that Jax with the Trinity Force plus Blade of the Ruin King, so much extra damage coming in.
Tower's gone. Baron started here for Sword, and SKT, sadly enough for them, they're nowhere near this one. This is going to be the second Baron of the game going over to Sword. Nothing that SKT can do about it, and it just gets harder here once again.
Prey is going to delay that push a little bit because he wants the red buff, but they're going to go straight back to the Expose Inhibitor.
And they extend that gold lead even further and get that regenerative stats and all of the bonus attack damage and ability power that we've been talking about. Watch on Elise right now, 008 has yet to die, has been involved in 50% of his team's kills. Now the team and the rest of Sword have stacked up in this exposed inhibitor like we were talking about. They're going to have a full-on 5v5 expression hanging out right in front of Impact and just taunting him, just daring him to pick a fight. You can see Prey does have flash available. The taunt comes out, he sidesteps it, in goes Faker. Nagne does manage to get off that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's alive before he gets kicked back into the fight. That is a massive toss! It knocks everyone from SKT aside and the rest of Sword on the inhibitor.
Piglet here getting caught up, they're going to lock him down. Flash comes in from him. Piglet, Mandu, and Impact, the last three men alive here. Sword managed to take down the inhib. They may try and close out this first game right here.
SKT were the ones that finally were able to initiate there, but Nagne with the Zhonya is able to stay alive and get his ulti off.
A massive ultimate that was knocking everyone from SKT aside. Sword have a 5 versus 3 here for another 40 seconds. Cleanse comes out there from Prey using their Quicksilver Sash. They're trying to focus down Impact. Tower has fallen. There's only one tower standing on before the Nexus here for SK Telecom. Sword are going to pick up game 1 in the series.
Great win from them. They force it through there in the end. And we said it before, SKT not the best starters generally in these best of 5 situations. Sword take that early blow. They've got to win 2 more here though to get themselves through to that championship match.
And I attribute so much of Sword's success there to their just lack of hesitation. They were so decisive. Even though sometimes Nagne would throw out his ult and not get the target that he wanted, so they'd have to wait the cooldown, they still, the times that it mattered, they were able to burst down their target. They continually got the picks.
And the one thing I also want to highlight on top of that, not only did they instantly pull that trigger, they played so patiently outside of that. They waited for the moments. They hid in the bushes. They set up the ring of vision. And only once an opportunity presented itself, they didn't force bad opportunities is what I really want to highlight from that.
And the interesting thing as well, Freak said before the game that SKT are going to have better strategic playmaking opportunities from this one. But if we think back to that one scenario where Faker thought he'd managed to catch Watch, thought he'd outsmarted him, didn't quite work out that way. There were 3 men waiting for him in the brush, and that was just real perfect execution from Sword.
It was a really good job using the knowledge that the Faker's going to want to pick off whoever's clearing out that ward, so they group up in the fog of war right behind him. Just very well played by Sword.
Now the question is now, how does SKT bounce back? Because Faker had very little impact in that matchup. He wasn't able to burst people. There was a super tanky support from Sword, so he couldn't eat the support, which is what we've come to know and love from Faker. And he's going to have to find a way to kill people in this next game because he simply didn't do it. And as one of your primary damage dealers, he needed to.
Well, best of 5, game 1 taken here by Sword. We're going to send it over to Riv and the gang for a breakdown of that fantastic game 1 win.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I know Freak absolutely enjoyed that game because 3 Triforces were built and used effectively. Also, right out of picks and bans, we kind of talked about it a little bit before, as we went into the pause, that the Shen was huge and the Ahri was open. Mani, I know you want to get in on this.
I'm actually really excited about the picks and bans here because I think this was a really good coup by
Right.
Sword, and we can see how it played out as well. Basically, Sword had the superior 5v5 as well as the superior split push. You got to say they baited that Shen right now because even if Shen and Jax had gone even in that lane, Jax would have come in. Now, what this did was it made SK Telecom's composition very one-dimensional. They needed picks. And we saw Faker getting the early home guard much earlier than he normally buys it on Ahri because he had to be there to make the picks. And then we saw that trap get laid for him. And that put him even further behind because he had to spend the money on home guard. And they really just read SK Telecom beautifully here, and a great comp coming out of Sword.
Before we jump into those fights, I definitely want to get the early game. Crepo, lead us through what happened in that early portion of the game.
Yeah, what actually really impressed me is how SKT1 controls the pace. Basically, Leona and Corki got to bot lane first, so they should have a huge advantage. That's actually, I wasn't as impressed by Kane's Leona in the small skirmishes. He played his team fights really well, but their lane handling wasn't the best. That allowed SKT1 to get back into bot lane. They later transitioned that into a little advantage, allowed Bengi to get a Drake off that. Bengi got stronger, counter-gang bot lane again. So this is this is the flow and the pace of the game that SKT controls so well, up until a point that we'll cover later, where actually Sword comes back in a really good team fight. So their fights were better, but individual small skirmishes, especially bot lane, it seems that Piglet was doing a really good job of getting back into the game.
Yeah, and people would probably wonder, like, why did SKT get all those dragons? The first two, actually. And big reason for that is that Watch camped top lane and killed Impact and actually took Impact's tower. But on the flip side, you see Bengi camping bottom lane, killing Leona over and over again, and that's why, because the jungler for SKT is on the bottom side of the map, they're easily able to capitalize on that with the dragon.
And what may have been missed as well, too, is that Faker was doing an excellent job of shoving mid, and he got some really good tower chip in, and that allowed both the mid and bottom turrets, because of what happened in the bottom lane, to go down in favor of SK Telecom. Now, probably a better game plan for them here would to do some deep wards, gain vision control over the bottom side of Najin Sword's jungle, and try and set up those picks.
Absolutely.
Instead, they engaged in that fight in mid lane, where Mandu got a little bit caught out. And what that caused to happen was their own mid turret to get destroyed, and then with that went the possibility. So if they hadn't gotten caught out a little bit in mid, they would have been able to aggressively ward and pick better in the mid game.
And a lot of this game actually felt a little bit like deja vu for SKT in their first couple of semifinal games against Ozone back in Champions Summer, because the actual same ward bait was used in game one there, where Dandy sets up a pink ward and says, Faker, you're going to kill this ward, with Elise, mind you, and kills him there. And the exact same ward happens here, which at the very least tells me that Sword's smart, but also that they probably watched that series like, well, they took 2 games. We could do the same thing. Faker likes to kill wards and makes the same trap. And then also, sort of, we didn't get to talk about this during the pregame very much, but SKT doesn't come back very well in games. And what they've tried to do in those sort of, when they try to make comebacks, is try to force 5v4s. And they've got Shen, they've got Stand United. They're going to try to jump into fights with a numbers advantage, even with a gold deficit. And we've actually still never seen those fights work for them.
Yeah, and Faker was never able to actually get back in the game because there's nobody on Sword to pick. There's Elise and Jax who have ways to like make themselves invulnerable. Gragas and Corki are extremely safe, and normally he feeds off supports. There's a Leona on the enemy team. She's so dangerous, and she's actually so hard to kill that Faker, after he made a misstep twice, overextending and dying in teamfights, he was never able to get back into the game.
And actually, let's pull that replay up on your screen, and I will kind of see where Najin Sword took these advantages, how they kept themselves up top, and really just got the best of SKT in each one of these fights. As we pull this up on your screen, Crepo, take it away.
Yeah, this basically what happens is Mandu will get caught here, which actually is a recurring phenomenon during the game. So that's where Sword does a good job. Then SKT tries to counter, gets really aggressive. We can roll the clip already and see what happens. So Mandu gets caught, gets Stand United, makes it out alive. He'll eventually walk back into a barrel. He does good Zyro ult, a good disengage. Watch does another really good repel. This is what Kane does good in fights. Disengages, gets the aggro, exhaust on Faker, forces Faker to use everything. But here they get too aggressive, and this is where Expression comes in. You see 2-man stun, Corki comes in, no hesitation. And this is what I really like. Gragas will now E into the fight and then flash to carry on the E impact, which basically shows he's playing with no hesitation. Ezreal barely manages to kill him afterwards, but it just shows that how well Sword plays with no hesitation, good synergy. We saw at least, I think, 3 of them E flashes from Gragas.
Yeah,
Nagne playing so much better than his previous match.
Yeah, and you look at what happened in that fight as well, is both Expression and Prey were not in the fight for the very beginning. So there were only 3 members of Sword there, and they had to run across the map. And, you know, the early pick happened, nice pick and whatnot, and then the rest of Sword backed off, despite the numbers advantage for SKT, right? Shen ult comes in, numbers advantage, and Sword backs off till the reinforcements arrive. And then these guys re-engage with once more the numbers lead here. And that kind of team fight dictating was really good. And I wanted to talk about Expression a lot, because
Triforce.
His Jax was banned all 3 games against Gambit, and
I guess they know why now.
Right, and we had the pause at the beginning of the game, and I'm like, guys, Sword planned this pick and ban. We saw SKT first pick Shen against Gambit Bears, and they're like, you didn't ban Jax. Please first pick Shen. I dare you to first pick Shen, so that Expression could have a field day. And he managed to build a CS lead over a global teleport. Mind you, Expression ran Ignite. He has to walk back and forth across the map, still managed to take down minions, still managed to get into fights. And end of the game, 8-2-4. Expression did amazing that game.
And this comes back into the story we've been telling about Najin's sword. This is a fantastic patch for this team. Prey has always been one of the strongest Trinity Force AD carries in Korea, and of course, Expression really known for his ability to carry out of that top lane. So it's all coming together now. They look like they've shaken some of the rust off, and I am so excited for the rest of the games in this series.
At the same time, we were talking about this Shen and Jax interaction. I just think Nagne is a really key piece into this, because Shen first pick forces you into actually not being able to pick Ahri, because it's really hard to play an assassin into a middle laner like Faker supported by a Shen ulti. So basically that means Nagne is saying, hey, we're getting him Shen, but I'll have to play against Faker's Ahri, which is really hard. And he played Gragas, and he did really well. He played really impressive in the mid lane.
Yeah, I agree. This game was really dictated by the solo lanes, because you see Nagne, people say like, oh my god, Faker's going to crush this guy. He played a safe farming champion like Gragas. He actually did really well.
Right.
And then you see Expression, he counterpicked Shen. I feel like SKT's game plan coming into the next game needs to be throw their bottom lane under the bus, early pick their bot lane and jungle, and just let their solo lanes counterpick sword, or else it's going to just be a repeat of the first game.
Final thoughts, Monty Freak?
Yeah, and going back to the Gragas pick as well, Nagne did a great job throughout the game of when he saw Stand United coming in, using his ult to disrupt, and therefore it eliminated a lot of the potential for a Shen engage right there.
I just want to really point out that the way they siege as well, barrel at one side, forces them to group out at another side, and then Expression can go in, pop his E, AoE stun, really good siege power, and Sword play that really well.
Yeah, and all I really want to say is that Doublelift, I think your analysis is right on the money, where you're right, Faker's crazy and he's going to kill you, and so the safe farming pick, I was actually going to say that myself if you hadn't, where he's like, yeah, I'm going to go Chalice Gragas, I'm going to get a Flask as well, and I'll just clear minion waves, clear minion waves, clear minion waves, and so now actually coming into the next game, you almost need to completely switch your ban strategy as SKT and let Faker make plays, remove some of the safe farmers.
We'll see what they do. We'll see if the Faker mind games continue. Right now we have to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll see if Najin Black Sword can make it 2 in a row against SKT. Plus, Dignitas' jungler Crumbs will join us to dissect tonight's semifinals. The Season 3 World Championship, we'll be right back.